Chapter 1. The Infatuated Fool? Not even a dog would be one. Lin Chen, what are you daydreaming about? Someone is trying to steal Jiang's school Bitaigo. Take him down. Lin Chen blinked uncomfortably, raising his hand to shield himself from the blinding lights. The people around him continued to cheer him on. The tantalizing aroma of hot pot tantalized his taste buds and nerves, and he finally regained his senses, unable to believe the scene before him. Had he returned to the night of his confession? Or was he merely dreaming? He pinched his arm with force, his expression freezing in disbelief. How could it not hurt? Was he truly dreaming? In the next moment, the hefty Wang Dahai, sitting beside Lin Chen, let out a shriek and pushed him away. Ah, Lin Chen, what on earth is wrong with you? Sure, you're excited, but why pinch me? Wang Dahai had considerable strength, causing Lin Chen to tumble to the ground. The pain from the fall finally brought a sense of reality to Lin Chen. He suddenly laughed, and amidst his laughter, tears began to flow. He had actually been reborn to a time before everything had begun. The woman whom the crowd was urging him to confess to was none other than Jiang Xiaoyu. In his previous life, had betrayed him and conspired with another man to bring about his demise. Jiang Xiaoyu, the campus beauty of C University, renowned for her purity and charm, had countless admirers in the eyes of the public. Lin Chen was merely one of her many suitors, but only they knew that their bond had begun in childhood, truly the essence of childhood sweethearts. In his previous life, Lin Chen had always indulged her, doting on her, and after realizing his feelings for her, he pursued her relentlessly for years. Once they confirmed their relationship, Lin Chen could not bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. But who could have anticipated that the childhood friend he cherished, the innocent lover he held dear, would betray him while he toiled tirelessly for their future? Not only that, Jiang Xiaoyu had conspired with another man to embezzle all the funds from Lin Chen's company. Lin Chen found himself once again with nothing, burdened by enormous debts. When he finally confronted the treacherous couple, he discovered them in a car, entangled in a passionate embrace. The rain that night was heavy and cold, yet it paled in comparison to the chill that enveloped Lin Chen's heart. Jiang Xiaoyu showed no remorse. Yes, I'm with him now. You always claimed it was for the purpose of marrying me. Yet you're too busy to even see me. He brings me true happiness, can you? The money I took from your company is merely compensation for my lost youth. Lin Chen was utterly disillusioned with Jiang Xiaoyu. When he presented evidence that could imprison them both, the man, in a fit of rage, drove straight at Lin Chen. His memories abruptly ceased, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself several years in the past. Wang Dahai, noticing his brother's erratic emotions, who seemed caught between laughter and tears, immediately moved closer to him. Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Did you see someone confessing to Jiang's beauty and get triggered? Go for it. You've got the looks to match a campus beauty effortlessly. Wang Dahai spoke no falsehood. Lin Chen indeed possessed commendable physical attributes. If it were not for the constraints of his family background, how could he remain unengaged as graduation from university approached? The brethren in Lin Chen's dormitory were well aware of his affection for Jiang Xiaoyu and frequently encouraged him to pursue his romantic interest with courage. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoyu had known each other since childhood, having grown up in the same orphanage. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu was later adopted, leading to years of separation. The two reunited in high school, where Jiang Xiaoyu, wishing to conceal her origins, feigned unfamiliarity with Lin Chen publicly. However, in private, she often sought his guidance on academic matters, pledging to strive together for admission to University C. As their 4 years of university drew to a close, Lin Chen continued to safeguard Jiang Xiaoyu's secrets, enduring the jests of others who labeled him a simp. Today, Lin Chen meticulously orchestrated a gathering, intending to confess his feelings to Jiang Xiaoyu that in a previous life, Jiang Xiaoyu had not accepted his confession on this day and inadvertently solidified the rumors of Lin Chen being a super simp. Yet, the following day, Jiang Xiaoyu approached Lin Chen privately to clarify that her intention had not been to reject him. Rather, the moment had taken her by surprise, leaving her unprepared. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen confessed once more, and this time, Jiang Xiaoyu acquiesced. Without any witnesses or blessings, the two embarked upon their relationship discreetly. In his previous life, Lin Chen had genuinely believed that Jiang Xiaoyu's hesitance stemmed from shyness and a lack of readiness. In hindsight, it appeared that her actions were entirely self-serving. A public rejection allowed her to maintain the image of an innocent school beauty while pacifying the other suitors in her orbit. Yet she feared losing her steadfast backup, thus agreeing to be with Lin Chen in secret. Such cunning. The methods of a heartless woman are truly remarkable. Gradually, Lin Chen regained his composure, returning to his seat with Wang Dahai's assistance. Opposite him, Jiang Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed from a recent confession made by a male classmate at the neighboring table, shyly inquired, "Lin Chen, are you all right?" In terms of physical appearance, Jiang Xiaoyu undeniably possessed the allure to captivate. Her visage, both pure and exquisite, inadvertently exuded an air of fragility and innocence. Unlike other beautiful girls who often emanated an aloof demeanor, she was approachable, resembling a neighborly sister, prompting men to instinctively desire to protect her. Were it any other day, Lin Chen would have been overjoyed by Jiang Xiaoyu's concern. However, today, he cast a dispassionate glance at her, without responding to her inquiry. He picked up a slice of spicy beef, savoring it with meticulous attention. Delicious, it is utterly delectable. In his past existence, Lin Chen had toiled relentlessly to provide a better life for the woman he cherished, often sacrificing his own well-being through excessive work. In his youth, he had developed numerous ailments, the most severe being a stomach condition. This spicy hot pot was something he had not indulged in for many years. Jiang Xiaoyu's neglect soon drew the ire of her roommate, Sun Lily. "Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? Xiaoyu is concerned for you, and you act as if you cannot hear her. Are you jealous because you saw other boys confessing to Xiaoyu? Jealousy is one thing, but it is not Xiaoyu's fault. A man who is too petty will never find a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and cast a disdainful glance at the imperious Sun Lily. "Who says I can't find a girlfriend? A simple wave of my hand, and women are aplenty." Jiang Xiaoyu stood frozen at his words, her eyes slightly reddening, projecting an air of profound grievance. "Lin Chen, what do you mean by that?" Finally, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu, this time resolute against being swayed by her crocodile tears. "What I mean, Jiang Xiaoyu, is that we are completely done." As soon as these words left his lips, Jiang Xiaoyu panicked, fearing that Lin Chen would expose her hidden background. She was even more terrified of losing Lin Chen, her ever-reliable backup. It seemed that Lin Chen's roommate also sensed an unusual aura of gossip in the air. Lin Chen's words hinted at a complex relationship between him and the campus belle, suggesting that it was not merely a one-sided affection from Lin Chen. After contemplating the situation, Jiang Xiaoyu was reluctant to lose her safety net. Tears streamed down her face, hoping to soften Lin Chen's heart once more. "Woo, Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I know you like me. I heard from your roommate that you intended to confess to me today, that I didn't mean to make you unhappy by accepting someone else's confession. I apologize." Though Jiang Xiaoyu's words appeared considerate and conciliatory, they essentially placed Lin Chen in a precarious position. If he refrained from confessing, it would seem to validate the notion that he was a petty man. At that moment, the hot pot restaurant was bustling, with everyone's attention fixated on the commotion at Jiang Xiaoyu's table. Seeing the campus belle cry so pitifully only served to amplify the perception of Lin Chen as a lowly man. How could he blame others when he was incapable himself? Lin Chen had seen through Jiang Xiaoyu's tactics this time. He would completely shed the label of being her devoted admirer. As he pondered deeply, an electronic notification suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the ultimate rebate system. Ding! Please pay for the girls at table 8 in public to activate the system." Chapter 2. The most powerful rebate system goes live. The campus belle is nothing compared to the national goddess. Lin Chen was taken aback for a few moments. Having accepted the reality of his rebirth, he could also embrace the existence of the system. Yet, why was he required to pay for the girl at table 8? Was he to become someone else's admirer? What nonsense was this? He refused to comply. A gentle reminder: if the designated task is not completed within 3 minutes, the system will be deemed inactive and the binding will be lifted. A 3-minute countdown commenced. The sound of the countdown compelled Lin Chen to glance towards the corner where table 8 was situated. There sat a girl clad in an oversized sweatshirt and a baseball cap, with her back turned to the crowd. Unlike others who were engrossed in gossip, she was diligently focused on her meal. She appeared to cherish her food greatly. when a fish ball accidentally fell onto the table. She quickly picked it up and popped it in her mouth when no one was watching. Lin Chen instinctively frowned, not out of disdain, but rather a pang of sympathy. It was striking to witness someone in a more destitute condition than himself. It seemed the girl must be enduring hardships, considering her appreciation for food. He resolved to pay for her meal just this once. With that thought, he promptly rose and made his way towards table 8. He did not forget the system's insistence on making the payment publicly. "Boss, the bill for table 8, please." Upon his declaration, the entire room fell into astonished silence. What did Lin Chen mean by this? Was he so humiliated that he abandoned the campus belle Jiang to flirt with another girl publicly? This blatant act was utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, the girl was dressed plainly and appeared ordinary. How could she possibly compare to Jiang? At that moment, the girl, Gu Li, who had been focused on her meal with her back to the crowd, finally lifted her head to regard the man who was about to pay for her. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Li's calm eyes, but as the crowd beheld her features, gasps erupted around the room. It was Gu Li, the national goddess Gu Li. Wasn't she rumored to be in Hollywood filming a movie? How was she here? Surely, I must be imagining things. Gu Li, a legendary figure from C University, a rising star in the film industry, had become a sensation in recent years, frequently featured in entertainment news. Ever since Gu Li's rise to fame, sightings of her on campus had become exceedingly rare. There were whispers that she had dropped out in her sophomore year to focus on acting. Thus, to see Gu Li in a hot pot restaurant near the school felt akin to spotting a giant panda. Realizing she had been recognized, Gu Li shot a vexed glance at Lin Chen, seemingly blaming him for her sudden exposure. If not for his unexpected appearance, she could have enjoyed a quiet hot pot meal. Lin Chen, closest to Gu Li, was struck by the stunning beauty before him. The title of Celestial Fairy was well-deserved. A mere glance felt as if one were beholding a true ethereal being. Her charming smile and captivating gaze exuded an irresistible allure. Even clad in loose and modest attire, her enchanting visage elevated her entire appearance to an exquisite level. In the previous life, Gu Li's character had transformed. Years later, she was no longer merely a rising star, but had become a Grand Slam actress, renowned across the globe. The excitement erupted as fans clamored for her autograph, their ecstatic cries echoing throughout the venue. Gu Li's mere presence ignited a fervor, prompting many to abandon their hot pot meals and rush to her corner, leaving behind the once celebrated school beauty, Jiang Xiaoyu, utterly forgotten. Gu Li, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, gently prodded the dazed Lin Chen, urging him to settle the bill. The countdown in his mind persisted, and without hesitation, he completed the transaction. Ding! The most powerful rebate system has been activated, ready to serve you. Your expenditure of 108 yuan for Ms. Gu Li has yielded a tenfold rebate of 1,080 yuan deposited into your bank account. Please check your balance. Even after the bill was settled and the rebate successfully processed, Lin Chen remained somewhat bewildered. Why did the system specifically require him to pay for Gu Li? Why was it so effortless for Gu Li to command him to do so? Don't get me wrong, This was Lin Chen's attempt to clarify that his feelings were platonic, as he had resolved not to be exploited by any woman, even one as illustrious as Gu Li. The second statement, however, came from Gu Li, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen with an undeniable determination. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Chen confessing to Jiang Xiaoyu seemed plausible, while declaring his feelings to Gu Li appeared highly likely. Conversely, Jiang Xiaoyu confessing to Lin Chen was somewhat feasible. But Gu Li expressing affection for Lin Chen? Absolutely inconceivable. It must be that the hot pot was too spicy, conjuring illusions. Did I truly witness Gu Li taking the initiative to confess her feelings? At C University, numerous admirers of Gu Li could hardly believe their eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, clenched her fists, oblivious to the sharpness of her long manicured nails piercing her palm. Lin Chen's 3 roommates exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement and curiosity as they squeezed closer to table 8. Yet, before they could stir up any commotion, Gu Li firmly grasped Lin Chen's hand and whispered, "Come with me." His hand interlaced with her delicate fingers, A familiar and enchanting fragrance enveloped his senses. Instinctively, he followed Gu Li, retreating from the bustling crowd. The onlookers, still in disbelief, struggled to accept the reality of the situation. As night fell upon the campus, a serene stillness enveloped the surroundings. The pair, a striking couple, held hands tightly as they ventured deeper into the night. On a secluded tree-lined path, their pace gradually slowed. The previous clamor faded away, leaving only the two of them in solitude. Gu Li pulled her cap low, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a subtle smile. Lin Chen, feeling a momentary urge to escape her hold, found it hard to believe that the illustrious national goddess, Gu Li, could harbor feelings for someone as destitute as himself. Was it a game of truth or dare? Lin Chen could only entertain this possibility in his mind. Gu Li flashed a radiant smile, her countenance blooming like a flower. "I speak the truth," she declared. Lin Chen, initially believing this was merely a game, was about to exhale in relief when he heard Gu Li mischievously reiterate, "Lin Chen, I truly mean it." The dim lighting cast a soft glow, yet Gu Li's eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with brilliance. Lin Chen paused, the realization dawning upon him. A bittersweet smile crept across his face as memories of being toyed with by Jiang Xiaoyu surfaced. The Gu Li before him, having navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry for several years, surely possessed a higher caliber than Jiang Xiaoyu. "Celebrity Gu, please do not jest. I am quite ordinary. What could possibly attract your affection?" Gu Li tiptoed slightly closer to Lin Chen, her enchanting fragrance enveloping him, growing ever more intoxicating. With her lips slightly parted and her breath gentle, she whispered, "Every little thing about you is worthy of my admiration." Suddenly, Lin Chen felt an unexpected peck on his cheek. "Guam li suifli ratrata," tilting her head playfully as she waved her hand in a beckoning gesture reminiscent of a lucky cat. "Lin Chen, see you tomorrow." Lin Chen stood frozen, confronted by this sudden surge of affection, feeling not elation but a profound unease. This was the national goddess, Gu Li, the rumored Ice Queen, as unattainable as the moon. She had just stolen a kiss from him. Chapter 3. The moon beneath the sea is the moon above. The person before me is the one in my heart. Lin Chen stood in a daze, watching Gu Li's figure recede into the distance, gradually vanishing into the night. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, realizing that it was late and he ought not to let a girl walk alone at night, especially one as famous as Gu Li, who was more susceptible to danger. Without hesitation, he rushed after her. Gu Li seemed to anticipate his pursuit, glancing back at him with an increasingly evident smile on her lips. Indeed, her judgment from her previous life was astute. Lin Chen was not only handsome, but also possessed admirable character and ambition. Such a remarkable man could only be betrayed by someone as blind as Jiang Xiaoyu. In her past life, Gu Li had been a staunch materialist, dismissing the notions of past lives and reincarnations. Yet in this moment, she found herself grateful to the heavens for granting her a second chance. The moon beneath the sea is the moon above, and the person before her is the one in her heart. This time, she would not be the one arriving late, and Lin Chen was destined to be her beloved. The two walked in silence, with Gu Li occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chen, the upward curve of her lips betraying her elation. Lin Chen, however, was a tumult of emotions, trailing closely beside her. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot, where Gu Li entered her car, patting the passenger seat. "Get in. Come home with me." Faced with Gu Li's warm invitation, Lin Chen instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from the luxury vehicle. "No, I'll head back to my dorm." Gu Li regarded him with a half-smile, beckoning him again. "Aren't you curious why I like you? Come closer, and I'll tell you." Lin Chen was indeed filled with questions, utterly baffled as to why someone like Gu Li would be interested in him. It felt akin to winning a staggering lottery. Moreover, it seemed as if Gu Li was quite familiar with him. Yet, reflecting on both his past and present lives, he found no intersection with her at all. Eager for answers, he leaned in slightly. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer with surprising force. Caught off guard, Lin Chen found himself drawn nearer to Gu Li, the intoxicating scent enveloping him. The distance between them was minuscule, close enough to discern the pores on each other's faces. Gu Li was undeniably stunning, her skin flawless, akin to a peeled egg, utterly devoid of imperfections. Her beauty had a certain intoxicating quality, and Lin Chen nearly succumbed to its allure. 3 seconds later, he regained his senses. Wary of causing her any discomfort, he merely struggled slightly, yet found himself unable to break free. Gu Li tightened her grip even more. "Why are you avoiding me?" Her tone held a hint of displeasure, as if she were slightly upset. She had longed to act this way in her previous life, even yearning to go further, knowing that some matters should not be rushed. The urge to draw closer to the man she had secretly adored for 2 lifetimes overwhelmed her, causing her to lose the composure she usually maintained. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. "Can we talk properly? Why must a girl resort to such actions? Fortunately, I possess the qualities of an honorable person. Had it been anyone else confronted with such fervent affection from Gu Li, they would have long since indulged in both consumption and possession without restraint." Gu Li meticulously scrutinized the subtle expressions on Lin Chen's face. The more he struggled and withdrew, the stronger her desire to draw nearer and claim him became. At this moment, rather than relinquishing her hold, she inched closer with increasing determination. Her tone was intimate, laced with an inexplicable hint of obsession. "Lin Chen, you belong solely to me. You are forbidden from harboring affections for anyone else. It is even less permissible for you to spend on other women. You are mine, and from now on, all that you have shall be mine." The mere thought of her past life, in which she could only watch him from afar, witnessing his tender care for Jiang Xiaoyu, gnawed at her heart as though it were being mercilessly devoured by countless tiny creatures. Thankfully, this time she had seized the initiative, returning before Lin Chen had found a partner. In response to Gu Li's playful yet possessive warning, Lin Chen's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. "So, why exactly do you like me? In the entertainment industry, there are countless handsome and wealthy men." Lin Chen found it utterly perplexing why Gu Li had suddenly taken a liking to him. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Gu Li's eyes as her crimson lips drew perilously close. "Kiss me, and I shall reveal the secret to you, having experienced her previous ambush." Lin Chen instinctively evaded her advance. A soft peck landed on his stubbled chin, prompting a slight frown of dissatisfaction from her. "Remember to shave next time." With that, she finally released him, granting Lin Chen his freedom. His heart momentarily skipped a beat. Upon regaining his composure, he retreated a few steps, unconsciously reaching up to brush his chin, which still bore the warmth of her touch. "Guam Li, how could you ambush me again?" Gu Li, triumphantly blinking, resembled a contented little cat savoring a delectable treat, a blend of satisfaction and lingering desire evident on her face. As the car window slowly ascended, she playfully blew him a kiss. "Good night. Remember to think of me in your dreams." "I love you." Lin Chen found himself bewildered as he made his way back to the dormitory, feeling as though he were walking on clouds. First, he had been reborn to his university days, then publicly confessed to by the national goddess Gu Li, and to top it all off, he had inexplicably received an extra 1,080 yuan in his bank account. It all felt like a surreal dream. Lin Chen had returned. As soon as the dormitory door swung open, a voice rang out, and his 3 roommates, engrossed in their gaming, immediately converged upon him. The allure of the game faded, for not everyone could claim a confession from the illustrious goddess. Wang Dehai rushed to Lin Chen, delivering 2 playful punches to his broad chest. "Well done, son. You've made it big. No wonder you've lost interest in Jiang, the campus flower. Turns out you've captured the heart of the great goddess." Lin Chen quickly retorted, "No, my relationship with Gu Li is not what you think." Li Yuqin brandished the latest model of a smartphone, thrusting it before Lin Chen. Still in denial? The class group chat exploded, and there's video evidence. The group chat was inundated with clips, continually updated, all featuring the same protagonist in the same setting, with only the angles differing. "I like you." Through the screen, upon hearing Gu Li's sweet confession, Li Yuqin, clutching his phone, appeared heartbroken. "Oh my goddess, how could I be outmatched?" With that, he hurled his phone aside, assuming a fierce demeanor as if to strangle Lin Chen. "You scoundrel. The hatred of a usurped wife is irreconcilable." Lin Chen understood that Li Yuqin was merely jesting, He was just an ordinary admirer of Gu Li. Although he was a fan of Gu Li, it did not hinder his support for several other female celebrities. Lin Chen casually raised his hand to block Li Yuqian's impending assault. You have truly misunderstood. Gu Li and I are nothing more than. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuqian's eyes widened in shock as his finger lightly brushed against Lin Chen's cheek. Oh my goodness. Look, brothers. This scoundrel has truly wooed the goddess. On his fingertip was a trace of crimson, which originated from Lin Chen's cheek, a result of Gu Li's stealthy ambush. Lin Chen then recalled how Gu Li had initially stolen a kiss on his cheek and immediately raised his hand to vigorously wipe his face. Yet, the more he did so, the more his roommates were convinced that he was indeed in a relationship with Gu Li. Having shared a dorm for over 3 years, the four had developed a good rapport. They had witnessed Lin Chen's various pursuits and affections for Jiang Xiaoyu, yet to no avail, which left them feeling somewhat regretful for him. Now, it seemed Lin Chen had finally found a promising romantic prospect, and they were genuinely happy for him. Wang Dehai proposed. Since you found love, it's time to treat us to a feast. Let's have hot pot. The three understood that Lin Chen's financial situation was not particularly favorable. He had been working diligently throughout his university years. Although he clamored for a grand meal, a simple hot pot would suffice. Lin Chen realized that no matter how he explained, he would be misunderstood, and after contemplating the 1,080 yuan rebate in his account, he was curious whether spending more would yield further rewards. Fine, a hot pot it is, my treat. Zhao Tianqing chimed in. Jiang Xiaoyu is worth a hot pot. But the great goddess Gu Li deserves at least 3. Lin Chen gazed at his 3 good friends, feeling somewhat moved. They were still brimming with youthful vigor, unscathed by life's trials, unbetrayed, and untouched by deception. Very well, 3 hot pots it shall be. Wang Dehai playfully punched Lin Chen's chest twice. Look at you. Now that you've won the goddess, you're feeling generous. You must treat us to 3 rounds of hot pot. Lin Chen rubbed his chest where Wang Dehai had struck, jesting. Are you trying to commit parricide? Wang Dehai, Li Yuqian, and Zhao Tianqing exchanged knowing glances, their camaraderie evident in silence, before they lunged at Lin Chen in unison. Soon, the dormitory 6503 was filled with the sounds of their playful screams. Chapter 4. What Lies Within Dreams. What long legs. Lin Chen had a restless night, and upon awakening, he hurriedly grabbed his pants and rushed to the restroom. Zhao Tianqing, awoken by the pressing need to urinate, knocked on the firmly closed bathroom door. Lin Chen. How much longer? I can't hold it any longer. Soon, Lin Chen emerged from the bathroom, clutching a freshly laundered pair of shorts. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianqing lost his urgency for the restroom, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he scrutinized Lin Chen. So, what did you dream about last night? Was it the goddess Gu? Lin Chen, not one to shy away from jest, could usually handle banter with ease. However, the thought of the dream from the previous night made his ears flush with warmth. Get lost. Go to your own restroom. It was only 6 in the morning. Though the dream had faded, Lin Chen lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. After receiving a tenfold return on his investment the day before, the system had not appeared again, leaving him to wonder if it had all been an illusion. Yet, the over 1,000 yuan that had mysteriously appeared in his bank account confirmed that everything was indeed real. Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory bearing a large bag of breakfast, but the system remained unresponsive. As his roommates gradually awoke and devoured the breakfast, the system still showed no sign of life. Was it possible that the returns were only available when spending on certain individuals? Or were there other specific requirements? Despite losing 30 yuan that morning, Lin Chen garnered 3 affectionate calls of dad. The 4 members of Lin Chen's dormitory were all from the computer science department of C University, including Jiang Xiaoyu. Unlike his usual routine of attending class alone to save seats for Jiang Xiaoyu and her roommate based on her preferences, this time, all 4 roommates headed to class together, instantly becoming a striking sight on campus. Though the computer science department had a predominance of males, those with handsome features were few and far between. Dormitory 6503 boasted the highest average attractiveness among the department, with all 4 standing over 185 centimeters tall. Lin Chen, tall and elegant with a handsome visage. could hardly be overshadowed even in a simple white shirt and jeans, exuding an ethereal charm. Wang Dehai, though on the stockier side, was not excessively so. His decent features lent him a certain charm. Zhao Tiancheng, a member of the school basketball team, radiated vitality, and when the wind lifted the hem of his shirt, hints of his sculpted abs became apparent. As for Liu Qian, he was as wealthy as his name suggested, rumored to have donated an entire teaching building to the college. This alone was enough to earn him a place among the handsome elite. Is that him? The one whom Goddess Gu confessed to yesterday? Occasionally, classmates passing by would murmur softly. Lin Chen paid little mind to such gossip. The rumors circulating on campus were trivial and would be forgotten in due time. Today, he had even checked the entertainment news, which had not reported any romantic developments involving the female celebrity, suggesting that Gu Li had likely managed the public relations aspect in advance. Meanwhile, the other three roommates, experiencing attention for the first time, felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement. However, seeing Lin Chen maintain his composure encouraged them to strive for nonchalance as well. Upon arriving at the classroom, a few individuals truly grasped the essence of being the center of attention. The tiered classroom, usually sparsely populated with only a handful of students, was now filled to capacity. As Lin Chen stepped into the room, all eyes converged upon him, revealing a mix of jealousy and curiosity among the onlookers. Wang Dehai even questioned whether he had entered the wrong classroom, stepping out to check his phone and glance at the doorplate. Yet, he had indeed come to the right place. With only a few minutes remaining before class commenced, Professor Liu, known for his stern demeanor, stood at the podium, nodding with satisfaction at the sight of the packed classroom, pleasantly surprised by the popularity of his first lecture this semester. Lin Chen, who consistently ranked first in his major, had left a favorable impression on Professor Liu. Noticing the absence of a seat for him, the professor kindly waved him over. "Please, fetch a few chairs from the office next door and mention that I sent you." Shortly thereafter, four students borrowed chairs from the adjacent office. Just as they approached the classroom door, they encountered the tardy Jiang Xiaoyu along with her roommate and close friend, Sun Lily. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, but her eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, seemed to convey that Lin Chen had profoundly hurt her. Sun Lily, however, strode forward confidently, reaching for the chair Lin Chen held. While reproaching him, "Why didn't you reserve a seat today? Now, we have nowhere to sit." Lin Chen furrowed his brow and stepped back, causing Sun Lily to miss her grasp. She then looked at him in disbelief. "Lin Chen, what do you mean? I'm just helping Xiaoyu get a chair. Are you really going to let her stand through an entire lecture?" Unlike his usual amiable self, Lin Chen merely cast a disinterested glance at Sun Lily, his expression icy, even tinged with an air of frost. The formerly arrogant Sun Lily felt an inexplicable sense of shame and trepidation in response. What had changed in Lin Chen? Previously, he had been like a loyal dog at Jiang Xiaoyu's side, always obedient to her whims. His subservience had emboldened Sun Lily to treat him with disdain, often barking orders at him without an ounce of respect. In this new life, Lin Chen appeared as an outsider, perceptively aware of the thoughts harbored by both women. Reflecting on his past, he recognized his own folly in allowing himself to be so belittled and insulted, accepting it with a sense of pleasure. In his previous life, Sun Lily had frequently aided Jiang Xiaoyu in covering her misdeeds. Each time Jiang Xiaoyu sneaked out, Sun Lily would concoct a lie to defend her. "Oh yes, she's south of my place, fast asleep. Wait a moment, she's in the restroom." Such fabrications were countless. Therefore, he now regarded both women with equal disdain. In this new existence, he vowed never to entangle himself with Jiang Xiaoyu again. Her affairs are of no concern to me. With that thought, he strode into the classroom without a hint of mercy. Several students noticed the commotion outside, witnessing Lin Chen's unprecedented defiance towards the campus beauty, Jiang Xiaoyu. Even his three roommates, trailing behind him, discreetly gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging, "Well done, mate." A true man should not be a sycophant. Sun Lily was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, her eyes widening in surprise. Once she regained her composure, she immediately turned to look at Jiang Xiaoyu. To her dismay, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were brimming with tears, evoking a profound sense of sympathy from those who witnessed her distress. Among the male classmates who were merely spectators, Some could hardly bear to watch any longer, and were preparing to come to Jiang Xiaoyu's aid and chastise Lin Chen when, without warning, a graceful figure entered everyone's view. The girl, unlike the captivating images on the screen, was clad in a stylish yet academic ensemble today. The fitted JK uniform accentuated her stunning curves, and her long, fair legs seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, the classroom bell rang, only to be swiftly drowned out by a chorus of excited screams. It's truly Gu Li. The rumors were indeed correct. Gu Li has come to school. I am attending class with Gu Li. My goddess is so beautiful. Chapter 5, once ignored by you. Now beyond your reach, Gu Li, a university student majoring in computer science, had spent most of her time acting and had hardly attended her specialized classes. Rumors began circulating that she would return to campus to complete her credits and obtain her diploma. Initially, no one believed these whispers. After all, it was the final year of her studies, and given Gu Li's meteoric rise in the entertainment industry, it seemed implausible for her to abandon such a promising opportunity for the sake of academia. However, Gu Li indeed appeared in class, suggesting that the rumors held some truth. Professor Liu, standing at the podium, wore a stern expression upon realizing that the students were not merely interested in his lecture, but were primarily there for Gu Li. He forcefully rapped on the desk, demanding silence. No matter how significant one's achievements outside, in the classroom, even the brightest star is merely a student. Although momentarily taken aback by Gu Li's presence, the seasoned professor quickly regained his composure. Why are you all lingering at the door? Can you not hear the bell? Class is starting. Those lingering by the entrance promptly entered the classroom, all eyes fixated on Gu Li, with some audaciously waving at her. Goddess, over here. I've saved you a seat. Choose me. As the classroom threatened to descend into chaos, Professor Liu struck the desk again. Sit down and pay attention, regardless of your major. If you're here, you must attend the class. I will be conducting random checks, and those who cannot answer will have their student numbers noted. As not only a professor in the computer science department, but also the vice president of a university, his warning silenced any further disruptions. A few boys sitting at the back, hoping to sneak out, were met with a cold warning from Professor Liu without him even looking up. There are cameras in this classroom. Anyone attempting to leave will also have their student number recorded. Upon hearing this, the boys obediently returned to their seats. The professor then turned to address the remaining students in the department who had yet to settle. Those with chairs took their seats, while those without stood to listen. Without further ado, he began the lecture, opening the PowerPoint presentation. Wang Dehai and his companions, whose academic performance was mediocre, dreaded the professor's random checks, as they could affect attendance scores and even lead to failure. They quickly abandoned their chairs and sat up straight, ready to take notes. Lin Chen, however, did not immediately sit down. Instead, he turned to the three girls who had been following closely behind him. Jiang Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy as she gently tugged at Sun Lily's sleeve. Sun Lily quickly understood and nudged the innocent-looking Jiang Xiaoyu forward. Xiaoyu, hurry. Lin Chen saved a seat for you. I envy you, having someone to reserve your seat for you day in and day out. Jiang Xiaoyu, though silent, blushed and bit her lip, feeling emboldened. Despite Lin Chen's earlier harsh words, they only served to confirm that he was still miffed about someone confessing to her the previous night. Previously, I had never realized how possessive Lin Chen could be. Could it be that his profound affection for me has instilled a fear of losing me, resulting in such a strong reaction? Jiang Xiaoyu firmly believes in Lin Chen's care and affection for her. After all, they share nearly 2 decades of friendship, and Lin Chen has pursued her for several years. It is inconceivable that he could simply let go. As for the incident last night, when Gu Li confessed to Lin Chen, Jiang Xiaoyu chooses to overlook it. She is acutely aware of the vast disparity between Gu Li and Lin Chen, thus believing that a relationship between them is utterly impossible. Jiang Xiaoyu also understands how to navigate Lin Chen's emotions and plans to have a heartfelt conversation with him after class, perhaps even agreeing to be his girlfriend, which would undoubtedly reassure him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaoyu grows increasingly confident, but just as she prepares to sit down, she is unexpectedly pushed aside. The perpetrator is none other than Gu Li, who promptly takes her seat and casts a displeased glance at Lin Chen, who is standing nearby, engrossed in his studies. Is this chair truly meant for her? Lin Chen has resolved to maintain his distance from Jiang Xiaoyu. And with his relationship with Gu Li now common knowledge throughout the school, regardless of its authenticity, he can no longer disentangle himself from Gu Li. Moreover, the system's benefits appear intricately linked to Gu Li, so he might as well play along. It was meant for you. Pay attention in class and be wary of Professor Lu's spontaneous questioning. Satisfied with her answer, Gu Li finally smiles, her eyes sparkling with charm. She obediently responds, okay, and, imitating Lin Chen, takes out her book to focus on her studies. Everyone quietly observes the unfolding scene, captivated by the sight of the once aloof goddess Gu Li now displaying such warmth. Yet, witnessing the goddess's special attention towards an ordinary boy, they clench their fists and grind their teeth in frustration. What qualifications does a man, who once fervently pursued the school beauty and failed repeatedly, have to earn the goddess's favor? Jiang Xiaoyu watches in disbelief as the events unfold before her. She cannot accept this reality. She recalls a time when Lin Chen's heart and eyes were solely on her. How could he now support another woman while rejecting her? Before Jiang Xiaoyu can fully express her turmoil, Sun Lily, beside her, begins her usual tirade. Lin Chen, how could you hurt Xiaoyu by favoring another woman? Sun Lily accuses him indignantly. However, this time Lin Chen remains silent, as Professor Lu, standing at the podium, booms, "What is your student ID, young lady?" Professor Lu despises students who fail to pay attention in class. While he often turns a blind eye to their youthful emotional entanglements, such blatant behavior cannot go unaddressed. Does she truly believe her professor is invisible? Instantly chastened by being called out, Sun Lily's spirit deflates, and her resentment towards Lin Chen intensifies. Yet, after witnessing the professor's stern authority, the other students engage in their most serious class since entering university. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiaoyu and Sun Lily can barely endure the tension, while Lin Chen remains remarkably composed. Standing tall and steadfast, a gentle breeze stirred one side of the curtain, allowing sunlight to cascade upon Lin Chen, enveloping him in a radiant glow that accentuated his ethereal visage. In that fleeting moment, the few girls in the classroom could have sworn they beheld the celestial being descending from the heavens. Gu Li happened to glance up and witness this scene, momentarily taken aback. Although she had encountered numerous handsome men and collaborated with many, Lin Chen's allure was unparalleled in her heart. It was a purity unmarred by worldly dust, something she yearned to cherish privately, to relish solely for herself. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu and Sun Lily, who were equally entranced. Gu Li felt a pang of jealousy, akin to a bitter taste of vinegar. Yet she dared not reveal her emotions for fear of displeasing Lin Chen. With a flicker of inspiration, she gently tugged at Lin Chen, who was attentively listening, and playfully inquired, "Lin Chen, I didn't quite understand that. Could you explain it to me again?" Lin Chen, far from dismissing Gu Li's eagerness to learn, leaned slightly closer, softly elucidating the concept for her. As Gu Li observed Lin Chen finally escape the spotlight of sunlight, no longer drawing attention, but wholly focused on her, she felt like a cunning little kitten whose scheme had succeeded, filled with delight. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this exchange, clenched her fists once more. How could Lin Chen possibly explain problems to another woman? He had promised her that he would not tutor any girl other than herself. He had assured her that his heart would forever belong to her. How could he be so close to another woman? Chapter 6. A man must never say, "I can't." The brief lesson finally came to an end, and during the 10-minute intermission, many students discreetly slipped out through the back door, taking advantage of Professor Lu's momentary distraction. The lecture had been nothing short of torturous, akin to sitting on pins and needles, with an unbearable discomfort akin to a thorn lodged in the throat. It was not only the complexity of the course, which was beyond their field of expertise, but the relentless onslaught of witnessing the chemistry between the goddess and other men was utterly intolerable. Before long, a significant portion of the seats in the lecture hall had emptied. As Lin Chen and his friends returned their chairs, they spotted Gu Li energetically waving at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, over here." Gu Li was unabashedly enthusiastic in her approach. The three roommates, trailing behind Lin Chen, were envious, with Wang Dehai expressing his jealousy by playfully punching Lin Chen's arm. The goddess is so fond of you. She truly makes no effort to conceal her affection. As Lin Chen gazed upon the radiant Gu Li, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, reminiscent of his past life. He had once offered his heart brimming with joy and deep affection, only to be met with betrayal. Was Gu Li's affection genuine, or merely a fleeting whim? Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously moved closer to Gu Li, just as Professor Liu approached them. Professor Liu, having experienced his own share of youthful romance, cut straight to the chase. What is going on between you two? Gu Li promptly wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's, declaring, "He is my boyfriend. I am his girlfriend." Professor Liu was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank for several seconds. Setting aside the astonishing notion of a celebrity pairing with an impoverished youth, one could not overlook that Gu Li was in the ascendant phase of her entertainment career. How could she possibly engage in a public relationship? Nevertheless, this was a matter of student privacy. Dating in college was not against the rules. Regaining his composure, Professor Liu turned to Gu Li and inquired, "I hear you wish to apply for normal graduation next year. However, you pause your major courses in your sophomore year. If you have not accrued sufficient credits, you cannot graduate as planned." Gu Li, unfazed by the pressure, patted Lin Chen's arm reassuringly. "Don't worry, my boyfriend is at the top of his class. He will help me make up the credits." She then turned to Lin Chen, asking, "Boyfriend, you can handle this, right? A man must never say I can't." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, as if he had divined the true motive behind Gu Li's declaration of affection. It was merely a means to secure his assistance in her studies. A sense of relief washed over him, yet an inexplicable wave of disappointment followed. However, meeting Gu Li's earnest and fervent gaze, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right." Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips, a glimmer of smugness dancing in her eyes. Indeed, Gu Li's interest in Lin Chen was not born of genuine affection, but rather a strategic move to ensure her graduation. After all, how could a renowned star truly fall for an orphan like him? Although Lin Chen possessed striking looks, the entertainment industry was replete with handsome men. To Gu Li, he was merely a passing fancy destined to fizzle out. Eventually, when Gu Li cast him aside, he would undoubtedly return, groveling for her forgiveness. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered this, her sense of triumph only grew, envisioning the moment Lin Chen would come back, pleading for her pardon. By that time, I must effectively utilize this matter to suppress Lin Chen, ensuring that he kneels completely at my feet, too afraid to defy me again. At last, the bell for the final class rang, and everyone was nearly starving. Wang Dehai and his companions rushed out of the classroom first. Lin Chen were heading to the cafeteria. While it appeared they were merely hurrying to grab their meals, the underlying intention was to provide Lin Chen and Goddess Gu with some private time together. It was abundantly clear to everyone that Lin Chen and Goddess Gu were indeed in a romantic relationship. The stubborn fool stubbornly refused to admit it. Before Lin Chen could catch up, the three of them had already vanished from sight. Only Gu Li remained by his side, suggesting, "Lin Chen, we have no classes this afternoon. Let's go out to eat." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly recognized this as an excellent opportunity to validate the rebate system. However, before he could respond, Jiang Xiaoyu quietly approached and softly asked, "Brother Lin Chen, do you have some time?" Jiang Xiaoyu rarely called him Brother Lin Chen and usually referred to him as classmate Lin Chen at school. In the past, hearing that sweet Brother Lin Chen would have melted his heart. Yet, after discerning Jiang Xiaoyu's true nature, Lin Chen felt nothing but disgust. She had previously ignored him, and now, seeing that he had awakened and refused to kneel, she still wished to continue her deception. Did she truly believe he was a fool? Busu. Also, classmate Jiang, we are merely ordinary classmates. Please refrain from addressing me so intimately to avoid misunderstandings. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. Since Jiang Xiaoyu sought to distance herself from him, he would fulfill her wish entirely, ensuring that their paths diverged completely from now on. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe Lin Chen's words were sincere, her eyes slightly reddening. "Brother Lin Chen, you're just saying that out of anger, right? Last night was my fault. It was my charm that made you jealous. I won't tea wear makeup anymore. I'll dress unattractively so that no one likes me. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly at her words. Was Jiang Xiaoyu hard of hearing or simply foolish? He had spoken nothing but the truth. How could she interpret it as mere anger? Moreover, she always seemed to tear up easily, making it seem as though she had suffered an immense grievance. In his past life, Lin Chen had indeed succumbed to this tactic. But the current Lin Chen was entirely indifferent. Let things unfold as they may. Who cannot live without whom? Gu Li, standing nearby, grew increasingly incensed. Was this how the previous Lin Chen had been repeatedly manipulated? Her impression of Jiang Xiaoyu was extremely poor, yet at that time, Jiang Xiaoyu had been Lin Chen's legitimate girlfriend, leaving her without the right to feel jealous or angry. However, now that she had seized the initiative to confess, it was evident that she was entirely justified. Lin Chen had been such an exceptional man in his previous life, only to meet a tragic end. This time around, Lin Chen would be under her protection. Gu Li stepped forward, placing herself between Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoyu, effectively shielding Lin Chen behind her. She cast a disdainful glance at the tearful Jiang Xiaoyu. What are you crying about? Have we bullied you? I must say, you possess an undeniable talent for the dramatic. Your tears flow effortlessly, devoid of any need for eye drops. And to claim that your popularity is a mere misconception, are you not indulging in a bit of self-praise akin to a vendor extolling their own wares? Lin Chen's affections are his own prerogative. If he no longer holds you in favor, does that render him petty or jealous? You're not a currency, so why should you expect universal admiration? Despite your modest stature, your aspirations seem rather inflated. Open your sorrowful eyes wide and recognize the truth. I am the legitimate girlfriend of Lin Chen. Should you dare to disturb him again, it would reveal your ulterior motives, as if you seek to usurp the role of a third party. Jiang Xiaoyu, accustomed to being adored and catered to by suitors, has never faced scrutiny regarding her beauty. Yet, her true height barely exceeds 5 feet, and she cannot abide remarks about her diminutive stature. In this moment, Gu Li has not only attacked her cherished beauty, but also her height. Regrettably, she lacks the courage to retort. In comparison to a goddess like Gu Li, Jiang Xiaoyu feels like a mere jester. Even when donning high heels, she still falls short in stature. Frustrated and flushed with indignation, she struggles to find her voice. Chapter 7. Do you wish to engage in mischief? With her hands on her hips, Gu Li glared defiantly. What you want? With your scrawny frame, I could easily take on 10 of you with a single punch. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, embodying the fierce protectiveness of a mother lion. The thought of the torment Lin Chen had endured in his past life ignited a surge of anger within Gu Li, making her feel that giving Jiang Xiaoyu a good thrashing would be a mere trifle. Sun Lily, who had always been a valiant defender of Jiang Xiaoyu, now cowered in fear, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu back. Xiaoyu, we should really leave. Who could have imagined that the aloof and glamorous star on screen could be so ferocious in private? Gu Li stood triumphantly, hands on her hips, as she watched the two retreat in panic, radiating the pride of a victorious general. From now on, as long as she was around, Jiang Xiaoyu, the green tea, would not dare to come near and harm Lin Chen in the slightest. Lin Chen gazed at Gu Li, who stood protectively before him, and felt a warmth in his heart. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of his past life felt like gazing into a mirror, where he saw himself, unwavering in love. Ironically, his story resembled that of the farmer and the snake, with him as the farmer and Jiang Xiaoyu as the enchanting serpent. Having accepted Gu Li's invitation for a meal, the two soon found themselves in the underground parking lot. When faced with Gu Li's invitation to sit in the passenger seat, Lin Chen ultimately acquiesced. Just as he settled in, Gu Li unexpectedly leaned in closer. Instinctively, Lin Chen crossed his arms protectively in front of him, as if bracing for an unforeseen assault. Gu Li was taken aback by his adorable reaction. Indeed, a boy who could uphold virtues of chivalry was irresistibly charming. With a teasing smile, she remained seated, leaning in even closer. Are you really trying to guard against me? Lin Chen instinctively turned his head away from her alluring lips, his heartbeat quickening. It was far too close, dizzying in its proximity. The soft, inviting allure of her lips was intoxicating. What, boyfriend? The girl's voice was sweet yet beguiling, her tone rising enticingly at the end. As her lips drew nearer, Lin Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, his attempts to retreat becoming more pronounced. He even tried to steer the conversation to divert her attention. Thank you for defending me just now. The boyfriend label was merely to deceive Jiang Xiaoyu. Before Lin Chen could finish, Guli interrupted him. I remember that your birthday is in February, right? Guli would certainly not let such a juicy morsel slip away. Even if Lin Chen refused to acknowledge the title of boyfriend, she was determined to make it a reality. Lin Chen was indeed distracted by her question. How did you know my birthday? His demeanor shifted to one of caution. What do you want to know that for? Are you trying to extract my birth date for some nefarious purpose? Noticing the wariness in Lin Chen's eyes, Guli pouted in displeasure. I won't tell you. While Guli did have mischievous intentions, they were not intended to harm Lin Chen. In her heart, she felt a tempest of frustration. Why was the legal age for girls set at 20, while for boys it was 22? Lin Chen had not yet reached 22. He couldn't immediately obtain a marriage certificate with her. Unable to immediately add Lin Chen to her household registration, Guli remained restless. A sense of discontent lingered within her, causing her to drive with a hint of agitation, nearly exceeding the speed limit. Lin Chen, sensing he might have displeased her, instinctively tightened his grip on the seatbelt, refraining from uttering a sound that might draw her attention. An irate woman could be more fearsome than a mother tiger. Guli escorted Lin Chen to a renowned upscale restaurant, Tea Banquet. This establishment not only boasted exquisite cuisine, but also excelled in maintaining privacy, attracting clientele predominantly composed of elite socialites and celebrities. As Guli, clad in a coat, sunglasses, and a mask, alighted from the car, a charmingly handsome waiter approached with evident delight, displaying exceptional courtesy. Good day, Ms. Gu. I am Wu Lu, the server for table 15, and it is a pleasure to serve you. Wu Lu, a devoted fan of Guli, had eagerly awaited her return as she had not dined here for quite some time due to her overseas filming commitments. Upon seeing her again, his excitement was palpable. However, Guli did not reciprocate his enthusiasm. To her, he was merely another ordinary server, indistinguishable from the rest. Upon realizing he recognized her in her heavily disguised state, her brow furrowed slightly. How did you know my surname is Gu? For Wu Lu, this was the first occasion conversing face-to-face with his idol, and he found himself enraptured yet nervous, stammering, You are so beautiful. I recognized you at first glance. Soon, Lin Chen also exited the vehicle, catching the tail end of the exchange and mistakenly assuming Guli was encountering a devoted fan. He stepped forward to defuse the situation, asking, What's the matter? Guli shook her head slightly, presenting a black card to the waiter. Table 108, please charge it. At that moment, an electronic notification chimed in Lin Chen's mind. The strongest rebate system is now online. Please settle the bill for this meal. Lin Chen finally confirmed that the key figure triggering the system was indeed Guli. Without hesitation, he grasped Guli's hand that held the black card, halting her action. This time, I will pay. We can settle the bill afterwards. At his words, both Wu Lu and Guli were taken aback. Wu Lu's gaze shifted from Guli to the young man beside her. The man was handsome yet youthful, likely a university student, dressed rather plainly, bordering on shabby. Wu Lu felt a wave of disdain. What audacious claims! He would pay. Did he not realize the average cost here was at least 5 figures? This man likely could not even afford a single dish. Moreover, Guli had initially held Lin Chen's hand, but now it was firmly clasped in her grip. Wu Lu's inner turmoil erupted. Why was the goddess holding hands with such a destitute man? Could she possibly be in a romantic relationship? Yet, the man's entire appearance seemed to suggest his worth did not exceed 500 yuan. How could she possibly be attracted to such a pauper? Wu Lu inwardly expressed his disdain, maintaining a facade of politeness. Yet his gaze towards Lin Chen betrayed a hint of contempt. It was evident that he was an unsophisticated bumpkin, entirely unaware that only members could settle their bills here. Is this your first time visiting? Do you possess a membership card? The server's disdain did not faze Lin Chen, who remained remarkably composed, gesturing towards Guli beside him. We came together. She possesses a membership card, and I have the means to pay. Is there anything amiss with that? Are we deemed unworthy of dining here? Although the server may have looked down upon Lin Chen, he dared not offend Gu Li, especially since she was his idol. Striving to make a favorable impression on the goddess and hoping to draw closer to her, Wu Lu suppressed his discontent and respectfully led the way. Ms. Gu, please follow me. Lin Chen, who had made no mention of settling the bill, clearly regarded him with disdain. Just as Gu Li was about to proceed, she abruptly halted. Glancing at Lin Chen, I've suddenly lost my appetite. I no longer wish to eat. Beyond the server's condescension, she felt a pang of concern for Lin Chen's financial burden. She knew he was resolute in his intentions. If he claimed he would pay, he undoubtedly would. However, this restaurant's average cost per person easily soared into the 5-figure range, far beyond Lin Chen's current means. Had she known, she would never have brought him here. Lin Chen was aware of her concerns, yet he yearned for the prospect of substantial returns and quietly reassured her, "Do not worry, I have the funds." Gu Li was somewhat skeptical, as Lin Chen had always supported himself through diligent work. How much could he possibly have? However, before she could further ponder this, Lin Chen had already taken her hand and was leading her toward box 108. I heard your stomach growl several times during class. You must be quite hungry. Be sure to eat well later, he remarked. Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following Lin Chen's lead, her heart swelling with emotion. Lin Chen had actually noticed her hunger. Perhaps he cared about her, even just a little. Wu Lu, who had initially intended to guide them, found himself lagging behind. Perplexed, as he hastened to catch up. Was this man not a first-time visitor? How else would he know that box 108 lay in that direction? Chapter 8. Strive to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The layout of the tea banquet is ingeniously crafted, making it quite challenging for first-time diners to locate their designated private rooms. For Gu Li, who often finds herself lost in thought and possesses a poor sense of direction, even after numerous visits, she still relies on the staff to guide her to her room. Lin Chen was indeed not a novice to dining at the tea banquet. In his previous life, after relentless efforts, he finally achieved success and ascended to the ranks of the affluent, having crossed over social strata. To compensate for the hardships endured by Jiang Xiaoyu, he would take her out to indulge in fine dining and shopping whenever he had the chance. Jiang Xiaoyu particularly relished the steamed fish from this establishment, prompting Lin Chen to bring her here several times for the dish. It was only after she grew weary of it that their visits diminished. Reflecting on those times now, he realizes how foolish he was. Jiang Xiaoyu, being so self-centered, would never allow herself to suffer while accompanying him. The clientele at the tea banquet is esteemed, with guests hailing from all corners of the globe. Thus, the menu is provided in various languages catering to their requests, and the staff is expected to be proficient in at least 3 languages. Upon entering the private room, Wu Lu refrained from immediately lavishing attention on Gu Li. Instead, he courteously handed Lin Chen a menu, saying, "Sir, please." Lin Chen was taken aback by this unusual display of politeness, but recalling his responsibility to cover the bill, he accepted the menu. Upon noticing that it was entirely in French, he raised his gaze slightly to glance at Wu Lu, who was evidently laying a trap for him to stumble. At that moment, Wu Lu's smile was more pronounced than the AK, as French was his elective in university. He aimed not only to showcase his own excellence to the goddess, but also to ensure that this impoverished man before her would suffer embarrassment. After all, they were both men. Why should one have the privilege that the other did not? Wu Lu firmly believed that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. Lin Chen, Gu Li gently called out, noticing Lin Chen lost in thought over the menu, mistakenly believing he was shocked by the prices, which made her regret bringing him to such a place even more. In truth, the street food from the snack stalls was quite delightful, and she often indulged in them secretly. Wu Lu, also assuming Lin Chen was astonished, grew even more disdainful and hastily urged him, eager to witness his embarrassment. "Sir, do you need assistance with your order? Perhaps you can't even decipher a single letter?" Lin Chen, having emerged from a world of cutthroat business dealings, was certainly not oblivious to the waiter's subtle machinations. However, the waiter's little scheme was destined to falter. Lin Chen first turned to Gu Li, gently inquiring, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sweet warmth in her heart, delighted by Lin Chen's considerate nature. She shook her head, exclaiming none. If not for the presence of others, she would have even added that she was easy to please. Lin Chen understood her response, refocusing on the menu with a demeanor of earnest contemplation. Wu Lu observed, his lips twitching in irritation, thinking to himself that this man was excessively pretentious, pretending as if he could actually understand French. "Sir, would you like me to assist you with the translation?" As Wu Lu reached for the menu, he envisioned the moment when he would read it fluently in French, imagining the admiration and appreciation in the goddess's gaze directed towards him. However, Lin Chen did not hand over the menu. Instead, he began to order in exceptionally fluent French. Homard cuit au four avec bouillon de fromage. Baked lobster with cheese broth. Foie gras. French foie gras. Filet mignon. Filet steak. Bouillie d'aileron de requin. Chaque fin porridge. Listening to Lin Chen's flawless and accent-free French, Wu Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly speak French? Gu Li also stared in astonishment, realizing just how remarkable Lin Chen truly was. His French was impeccable. No wonder she had taken an interest in him. As a frequent patron of tea banquets, Gu Li quickly discerned that the waiter was deliberately using the French menu to challenge Lin Chen, and she coughed disapprovingly. That should suffice. Gu Li also possessed knowledge of French, but her proficiency did not match Lin Chen's. She barely understood that he had ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, which totaled over 10,000, causing her some concern. She pondered whether she should excuse herself to the restroom and settle the bill. However, based on her understanding of Lin Chen, she knew he would not appreciate such an act. Lin Chen glanced at the total on the menu, estimating it to be just under 20,000, with over 50,000 remaining in his account, all earned through diligent work study. Contemplating the prospect of doubling his investment, Lin Chen decided to take a risk and turned his bicycle into a motorcycle. He proceeded to order several signature dishes, and, as the total approached 50,000, he looked towards Wu Lu and asked, "Avez-vous de desserts recommandés? Do you have any recommended desserts?" Lin Chen was never one to suffer in silence. Since Wu Lu sought to embarrass him, why not let him embarrass himself? Wu Lu was still reeling from the shock of Lin Chen speaking French and had not comprehended his question. Instinctively, he responded, "Ah." Lin Chen chuckled softly, his demeanor devoid of excessive emotion, yet tinged with subtle mockery. He then asked in Chinese, "Do you have any recommended desserts?" Only then did Wu Lu fully regain his composure, realizing he had just humiliated himself. He was about to respond in French, but as he opened his mouth, he shamefully closed it again. How could he dare to utter his halting, accented French, not wishing to further embarrass himself in front of the goddess? Wu Lu resignedly replied in Chinese, "I recommend the matcha ice cream. I remember that Ms. Gu's favorite flavor is matcha." Wu Lu attempted to outshine Lin Chen regarding his knowledge of Gu Li's preferences. After speaking, he flashed a flattering smile at Gu Li, fearful that she might harbor a dislike for him due to his earlier performance. In truth, Gu Li not only felt a deep sense of aversion, but also secretly resolved never to dine at this restaurant again. Wu Lu's behavior resembled that of an obsessive fan. He not only knew her itinerary, but also her culinary preferences. Gu Li despised the sensation of being spied upon. A significant part of her previous fondness for the tea banquet stemmed from its respect for privacy, allowing her to dine in peace without the looming threat of unexpected fans or paparazzi. Lin Chen closed the menu. "Very well. Let us order another serving of matcha ice cream. By the way, have you noted down the dishes I just ordered?" Lin Chen cast an impassive glance at Wu Lu, exuding the unique pressure of someone in a position of authority. In that instant, Wu Lu seemed to glimpse the true nature of his employer. Who exactly was this impoverished lad? Could he possibly be a disguised scion of some wealthy family, incognito on a private visit? A cold sweat broke out on Wu Lu's forehead as he quickly confirmed he had taken note and promptly exited the private room to prepare the dishes. As soon as the door closed, Gu Li swiftly dragged her chair closer to Lin Chen, almost yearning to press her entire being against him. "Wow, darling. Your French is truly remarkable, especially your rolled Rs. Your tongue is really quite impressive." Lin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, and cast his gaze downward at Gu Li, who was eagerly inching closer to him. Was he merely overthinking it? Why did it feel as though her words carried a deeper meaning? Chapter 9. What comes too easily is not cherished. Half an hour later, the dishes were nearly complete. Gu Li had a disdain for having others lingering in the private room, prompting Wu Lu to exit with a heart full of disappointment. Without the presence of a server, Lin Chen took it upon himself to peel the shrimp shells. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaoyu had an insatiable fondness for seafood, particularly shellfish. Yet she loathed the task of shelling. Each time they dined out, Lin Chen invariably assumed the role of the sheller. Jiang Xiaoyu would sweet-talk him, feigning sympathy, yet she would devour every morsel, leaving Lin Chen with only the shells to savor. Now, with Gu Li in front of him, Lin Chen's perspective had shifted. Jiang Xiaoyu, that fickle woman, would never reciprocate his efforts. However, Gu Li was different. She could activate a rebate system. She was destined to be his fortunate charm. Shelling a few shrimp for his lucky doll was a trivial task, as long as she could help him multiply his balance. He would go so far as to fetch a star from the heavens for her. Boyfriend shrimp. Gu Li's melodious voice snapped Lin Chen back to reality, revealing a plate brimming with shrimp meat placed before him. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe. This is for me? Already shelled? Having removed her gloves and commenced cutting her steak, Gu Li nodded affirmatively. Yes, hurry and eat. It's best when fresh. Lin Chen cast his gaze downward, and before he could fully regain his composure, a plate of expertly sliced steak was presented before him. Boyfriend, this is your steak, all cut up for you. Observing Gu Li's cheerful demeanor as she tended to him, Lin Chen spoke softly. Gu Li, you don't think I've never been to such an upscale restaurant and don't know how to eat properly, do you? Gu Li had indeed considered that Lin Chen might not be accustomed to such lavish dining, unsure of how to wield a knife and fork, or perhaps even how to peel shellfish. However, her primary intention was to care for him. No, I merely want you to eat more. Look at you. You're so thin. It's not good for a boy to be too slender. You must eat more. Lin Chen glanced down at his abdomen, where a few well-defined abdominal muscles were evident. He was the quintessential type who appeared slender in clothes, but had a well-toned physique beneath. Instinctively, he defended himself. I'm not thin. Guam li isha gaza supli shifta dumwart. Really? I don't believe you. The implication was clear. Would one not need to undress to verify? Feeling the weight of Gu Li's meaningful stare, Lin Chen instinctively shifted in his chair, sensing that her true appetite was not for the culinary delights on the table, but rather. Quickly, he grasped his knife and fork, redirecting his focus. Let us eat. Let us eat. You must be hungry, so indulge more. Another half an hour passed, and both were contentedly leaning back in their chairs. Gu Li displayed not a hint of the airs typical of a star, gently patting her slightly protruding belly. Haha, boyfriend, look, I have a baby now. Lin Chen turned his head slightly, lowering his gaze to her belly. There was indeed a noticeable curve, yet it was far from unattractive. It exuded an inexplicable charm, much like Gu Li at that very moment. After a delightful meal, Gu Li repeatedly referred to Lin Chen as her boyfriend, the exact number of times eluding her. Yet Lin Chen seemed to gradually grow accustomed to it. Remarkably, he responded to her playful banter. I haven't touched you. Whose is it? Gu Li pouted slightly, gesturing towards the dining table. The prawns, the steak, the foie gras, and the ice cream. Lin Chen found Gu Li increasingly adorable, a stirring impulse to protect her blossoming within him. Not all women in the world are like Jiang Xiaoyu, are they? While there are wicked women, there must surely be virtuous ones as well, right? With a gentle smile, Lin Chen gazed at Gu Li. At that moment, she lifted her eyes to meet his, and their gazes locked. Gu Li softly pressed her lips together, leaning in with a hint of anticipation. However, just as they were within a mere fist's distance, Gu Li suddenly halted, realizing she had not rinsed her mouth after the meal, the lingering taste still present. Simultaneously, Lin Chen stood up. You stay seated. I'll take care of the bill. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen indeed felt a flutter in his heart. No man could resist the allure of a goddess's kiss. Yet, the thought that Gu Li sought him solely to assist her with supplementary lessons for credits dimmed his excitement. It implied her intentions were still playful, and their connection might not endure. In the game of love, the one who first surrenders their heart is often the loser. Had he not learned his lesson from misfortunes with Jiang Xiaoyu? What was he even thinking about women? It was time to focus on making money. Women could never compare to the allure of wealth. Besides, would Gu Li, this magnificent goddess, truly lose her affection once she had him? Gu Li was a fortunate charm capable of triggering a rebate system, and Lin Chen could not let her slip away. After settling the bill, the system notified him. You spent 52,000 yuan for Ms. Gu Li. A 50-fold rebate of 2,600,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Please check. As Lin Chen counted the instantaneous deposit in his account, he almost thought he was hallucinating. 6 million. After confirming it was indeed 6 million and not merely 260 yuan, he nearly leaped for joy. Gu Li was indeed his lucky charm. Regardless of her feelings, she was destined to be his for life. However, based on Lin Chen's understanding of women, Gu Li currently viewed him merely as a playful diversion, and he could not allow himself to be easily ensnared. Observing how she attentively cared for him at the table, peeling prawns and cutting steak, he wondered if she had treated other men in a similar manner. It was said that what is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Only what is earned through great effort is truly valued. Lin Chen never anticipated that one day he would strive to make a woman wholeheartedly adore him. Yet he could not allow himself to be easily won. Wasn't this akin to the way Jiang Xiaoyu had always kept him hanging? Did that mean he would inevitably become a scoundrel? At a loss, he glanced at his account balance, dismissing such trivial concerns. Returning to the private room, he approached Gu Li. Is there anything you desire? As the words fell, Lin Chen noticed Gu Li's expectant gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to quickly add, except for myself, everything else can be procured with money. Just say the word, and I shall acquire it all for you. Gu Li, taken aback by his declaration, widened her eyes in astonishment. Having always believed that Lin Chen was financially constrained, she smiled softly and replied, no need, I'm not lacking anything, except for a boyfriend to warm my bed. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred. Haven't we yet officially confessed our feelings for each other? Gu Li immediately shook her head, fearing that Lin Chen might refuse to be her boyfriend. She clung tightly to his arm, anxious that he might slip away. What do you mean we haven't confessed? I declare my feelings publicly. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. Silly girl. How can a girl take the initiative to confess? He then helped her don a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, fully preparing her for whatever lay ahead. Gu Li, puzzled, tugged at her mask. Where are we going? Lin Chen replied, to make up for the confession gift. Once we do, we shall officially be a couple. Gu Li instinctively thought that Lin Chen wanted her to make up for his gift, and she eagerly nodded, pulling him along. Sure, sure. Choose whatever you like. I may not have much money, but I can certainly spend on you. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Gu Li had misunderstood his intent. How could there be such a foolish girl in the world, constantly thinking about spending money on a man? Was she not afraid that he might be a swindler, intent on deceiving her for her money? Unbeknownst to him, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Gu Li paused, gazing intently at Lin Chen. If you were to deceive me, I would willingly accept it. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated loudly in Lin Chen's ears. Even behind the sunglasses, he could not miss the unwavering sincerity in her eyes. In that moment, Lin Chen wavered. Perhaps Gu Li truly harbored genuine feelings for him, and it was not merely a fleeting whim. Chapter 10. The treasure easily attained. Yet the heart's companion is rare. Gu Li was well aware that Lin Chen was not a deceiver. She gently shook his arm to draw him back to reality. All right, let us go shopping. We just indulged in a sumptuous meal, and a stroll will help us digest. The two discreetly exited the restaurant, and once they had distanced themselves, a figure clad in work attire emerged from the shadows. Wu Lu's expression was somewhat sinister, his fingers clutching the phone, turning pale. Why? How could Gu Li engage in a romantic relationship? Does she not desire a flourishing career? Furthermore, she had chosen a man who squandered her money. Wu Lu had previously suspected that the man by Gu Li's side was affluent, but after eavesdropping, he discovered that he was, in fact, a penniless leech. If he were to release the video he recorded, would it not serve to awaken Gu Li to the reality that, as a public figure, she was devoid of the privilege to pursue love freely? Hello, Is this Peach Entertainment? I have a scoop regarding a female superstar. The price, of course, would be. As soon as they settled into the car, Guli suddenly gasped softly, "Oh no, how did my clothes get stained with grease?" A drop of oil had landed squarely on her pristine white blouse. Due to her alluring silhouette, the blemish stood out conspicuously. Lin Chen's heart stirred. "No worries. We could buy a new outfit at the mall." Guli, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, promptly accepted Lin Chen's suggestion. Before long, the two arrived at the nearest shopping center. Guided by memories from his previous life, Lin Chen took Guli's hand and led her directly to an upscale brand store. In his past life, Jiang Xiaoyu had a penchant for shopping and frequently gifted presents, which had given Lin Chen some insight into these luxury brands. This particular high-end store not only offered clothing, but also exquisite diamond jewelry. Lin Chen contemplated purchasing an extravagant outfit for Guli first, with plans to acquire diamond jewelry later when the returns multiplied. After all, diamonds are often worth millions, promising substantial returns. The clientele of luxury brand stores typically consisted of the wealthiest elite. Therefore, the foot traffic was minimal, often operating on a 3 years without business. 3 years of profiting model. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" A tall, elegantly dressed woman approached, her high heels clicking softly on the floor. Her smile directed at Guli. Anyone employed as a sales associate in a luxury brand store possessed a keen eye for detail. A mere glance revealed that the female customer was adorned in high-end labels, particularly the limited edition handbag she carried, valued at over 7 figures. The man accompanying her, though dressed modestly, exuded a natural ease, devoid of the timidity typical of those unaccustomed to such opulence. He was clearly familiar with grand occasions. However, the sales associate instinctively regarded the fully adorned woman, obscured by her attire, as the primary clientele, while assuming the man was merely a bodyguard or chauffeur. Yet, despite his lack of ostentatious wealth, the man was undeniably handsome, prompting the sales associate to steal a few extra glances. Guli sensed the occasional glances from the female sales associate directed at Lin Chen, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. She grasped Lin Chen's hand tightly, giving it a firm squeeze. Such striking good looks truly attract attention. Lin Chen, taken aback by the sudden pinch, looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Though Guli said nothing, her clear declaration of possession instantly made the sales associate recognize that their relationship was not merely professional but romantic. The sales associate's gaze towards Lin Chen shifted. In this era, being handsome certainly had its advantages. And here was a young man who had managed to catch the eye of a wealthy woman. Gradually, the sales associate's curiosity about Guli's appearance grew. Although the day wasn't particularly cold, Guli was wrapped up so tightly that she seemed to be hiding from the world. Could she possibly be an aunt in her 50s or 60s? Yet, judging by her figure, she didn't appear to be of advanced age. Adhering to the principle that the customer is king, the sales associate maintained a facade of professionalism, concealing any trace of her true emotions. They were all trained professionals, and the wealthiest individuals often played elaborate games. They had seen a myriad of extravagant pairings. "Madam, what would you like to purchase? I can make some recommendations," the sales associate inquired. Guli instinctively reached for her card, only to have Lin Chen hold her hand. "Select a suitable outfit for her. I will cover the cost," he declared. At this statement, the sales associate's smile faltered slightly. This was an unexpected turn of events. The items in the store typically started at 6 figures, and while she had often witnessed wealthy women spending on younger men, this was the first time she had seen a young man paying for a wealthy woman. However, as long as she successfully made sale, she would earn her commission. Who could resist the allure of money? Even though the female customer was wrapped up tightly, the sales associate quickly praised her. "Madam, you are undoubtedly a stunning beauty. You will look exquisite in our clothing. Please follow me." Within minutes, Guli, still wearing her sunglasses and mask, emerged in a brand new haute couture dress. The value of such attire was evident. The well-tailored gown accentuated her figure beautifully. 36D bust, a 4-waist, peach-shaped rear, and legs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. The moment she appeared, the entire hall seemed to brighten. The sales associate continued to shower her with compliments. "Madam, you look absolutely breathtaking, more beautiful than a supermodel." The sales associate's words were sincere. She no longer doubted that the customer was an older woman. What sort of aunt possessed such a fiery figure? Was she not a woman herself? She might have been tempted to approach and plead, "Sister, I can." Gu Li, accustomed to praise, paid little heed to the flattery from others, but was eager to hear Lin Chen's opinion. The instant Gu Li appeared, Lin Chen was mesmerized. How could such a beautiful woman have chosen to pursue him, to enter into a romantic relationship? What extraordinary luck had he stumbled upon? Noticing Lin Chen's astonishment, Gu Li's smile widened beneath her mask. "Oh, you are captivated by me, aren't you?" she thought. "Boyfriend, what do you think?" Lin Chen generously offered his affirmation. "You look stunning. How much does it cost?" Initially perplexed by the disparity between the man's plain attire and the woman's opulence, the sales associate suddenly realized that he was indeed prepared to make a purchase. An enlightenment dawned upon her. "My girlfriend is so beautiful. It is evident he has spent all his money on her." It turns out this handsome young man is quite the romantic. The saleswoman suddenly feels envious of the elegantly dressed female customer. For beauties, it is easy to find treasures, yet rare to encounter a true lover. This female customer has indeed found a wonderful man. At this moment, the saleswoman gazes at Lin Chen with admiration. This set is the latest design, priced at 880,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately walked over to Lin Chen and gently took his hand. In the next moment, a card appeared in Lin Chen's palm. Gu Li whispered an explanation. "Use mine. The password is surprisingly." Gu Li disclosed her bank card password to Lin Chen, believing that this act not only preserved his dignity, but also spared him from an extravagant expense. 880,000 is no small sum, and Lin Chen surely does not have the means to pay. Lin Chen, in turn, grasped Gu Li's card, seemingly unwilling to refuse, and turned to the saleswoman. "Would you kindly escort my girlfriend to select another set? Good fortune comes in pairs." Gu Li assumed Lin Chen had accepted her suggestion to use her card, feeling no guilt in spending her own money, especially since she had indeed set her sights on another outfit. Since they were out shopping, it was imperative to indulge in joy. Chapter 11. An affordable yet modest goal. After a few minutes, Gu Li, now clad in a fresh set of attire, approached Lin Chen and twirled around. "What about this one? Is it appealing?" Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The shimmering fabric exuded an air of opulence. His concern was not about the price being exorbitant, but rather the possibility of it being too inexpensive, resulting in a minimal rebate. He inquired, "How much is it?" It was not uncommon for customers to ask about prices. After all, billionaires were not a dime a dozen. More often than not, their inquiries carried a hint of levity, accompanied by anxious expressions that betrayed insufficient budgets. However, the saleswoman discerned no hint of hesitation on Lin Chen's face as he maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly merely curious about the price. Realizing there were no purchasing qualms, the saleswoman promptly replied, "This ensemble is a globally limited edition, valued at 1.5 million. Though Gu Li was a prominent star, purchasing two exceedingly expensive outfits made her slightly pained by the expenditure, yet she feigned indifference, fearing Lin Chen might overthink the situation. Lin Chen indeed breathed a sigh of relief, not due to the high price, but because the total for both outfits amounted to just over 2 million, comfortably within the 2.6 million range. "Let's have them wrapped up. Where do I settle the bill?" It was the first time the saleswoman encountered such an unreserved customer, and her face nearly split with joy. She would earn a commission of several tens of thousands, having exceeded her monthly target in one fell swoop. Indeed, it was proven that one ought not to judge a book by its cover and sales. Who could have imagined that her genuine client was a man dressed in streetwear? The saleswoman promptly led Lin Chen to the checkout. Gu Li was about to follow when Lin Chen interjected, "Let us take a look around for some charming trinkets. Shall we? This time, it's a gift for my confession." His gaze gravitated towards the jewelry counter, and Gu Li instantly understood he intended to purchase a special gift for her. A wave of delight surged within her. It dawned on her that the gift he referred to was for her, not the other way around. Moreover, his insistence suggested that if she did not spend his money, she would likely not exit this luxury store. After some contemplation, Gu Li decided against the jewelry counter and instead headed towards the display of small ornaments. The least expensive items in this upscale boutique were likely those trinkets. She would choose the most affordable one to save money for her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Lin Chen completed the payment with his card. Just as he finished, an electronic notification chimed in his mind. You have spent 380,000 yuan on behalf of Ms. Gu Li, with a 50-fold rebate totaling 119,000,000 yuan, which has been credited to your bank account. Please check your balance. Lin Chen immediately pulled out his phone to check his account balance, counting thrice in rapid succession. 119 million. Surely he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 119 million. In the span of half a day, his savings had leaped from 5 figures to 9. Lin Chen could scarcely fathom the magnitude. Gu Li was truly the most deserving treasure of his life. Sir, are you all right? The saleswoman noticed Lin Chen gazing intently at his phone, his expression grave, and assumed he had encountered some distressing news. To speak candidly, after several years of working in a high-end store, it was the first time the female sales associate encountered such an extraordinarily handsome male customer. It was also the first time she witnessed a man so willing to lavish money on his girlfriend. The sight stirred feelings of admiration and longing within her. Although he might not be exceedingly wealthy, his readiness to spend generously on his beloved was truly impressive. How wonderful it would be if she were his girlfriend. Lin Chen abruptly regained his focus and lifted his gaze towards the sales associate. What is the price of the most expensive jewelry in your store? The sales associate was momentarily taken aback, seemingly in disbelief at what she had just heard. The most expensive jewelry? She could hardly fathom the commission she would earn from selling such a piece. Exercising caution, she tentatively inquired, "May I ask, what is your budget?" She struggled to comprehend just how affluent this customer might be. If he could effortlessly purchase over 2 million worth of clothing for his girlfriend, surely he must be extraordinarily wealthy. Lin Chen replied, "Do you have anything in the billion range?" The sales associate's eyes widened in astonishment. While she had anticipated a figure in the tens of millions, she had not expected him to mention billions. This was far beyond the authority of a mere sales associate to sell. With a tone imbued with excitement, she asked, "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase jewelry in the billion range?" Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. With just over $1 billion to his name, he didn't want to appear overly ostentatious. Perhaps something around that figure would suffice. "Do you have any options?" Once assured that he was not jesting, the sales associate tremulously retrieved her phone. "Please hold on a moment. I need to consult our store manager." Fortunately, the manager was in the office that day. After a quick phone call, he arrived promptly. The manager was a refined, middle-aged gentleman who formally introduced himself to Lin Chen after the sales associate's introduction. "Good day, sir. I am Wei Ming, the store manager. At present, our most exquisite piece is the treasured heart of the ocean, renowned globally, valued at 1 billion. However, this necklace is currently in the M country headquarters and is not for sale at this time. If you're seeking a gift for your girlfriend, I do have a recommendation. The Eternal Love Collection, of which there is only one set in existence worldwide, comprising a necklace, ring, and earrings, with a total price of approximately 100 million. Would you be interested, sir?" Lin Chen could scarcely imagine the substantial rebate he would receive from spending such a sum. "Yes, I am interested. However, I would appreciate your assistance with a small favor." The manager nodded slightly. "It is our honor to serve you. Please, do not hesitate to express any needs you may have." In these challenging economic times, it had been quite a while since anyone had made a purchase exceeding 100 million in the store. Due to consistently low sales, the headquarters was contemplating closing the store, and the staff faced the looming threat of unemployment. Thus, a customer spending over 100 million would be akin to a lifeline for them. Lin Chen succinctly outlined his request. "My girlfriend often feels distressed about my spending. I hope you can keep the actual price confidential and present a lower figure, so she will be delighted to accept the gift." Upon hearing this, the store manager immediately responded, "Certainly, sir. Please feel free to let me know if you require anything further." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, adding, "Sir, may I have your contact information? In the future, should your girlfriend take a liking to any particular series of clothing or jewelry, we can arrange for direct delivery to your doorstep." High-end boutiques, too, evolve with the times, and for such super VIP clients, it is only natural to cater to their every request. A distinguished patron like Lin Chen is truly a veritable god of wealth. Contemplating the advantages of having an additional friend, Lin Chen thought that he might indeed require their delivery services in the future. Thus, he added the manager as a contact. Just as Lin Chen and the manager finished their discussion, Gu Li approached, holding a silk scarf that was reasonably priced at a few thousand yuan. "Aiken, I made my choice. I'll take this one," she declared. Lin Chen glanced at the scarf and chuckled. It was evident that Gu Li was reluctant to spend her own money. Who would consider a scarf as a gift of confession? Why not explore some jewelry instead? Lin Chen suggested, taking Gu Li's hand and leading her toward the jewelry counter. The manager promptly signaled a female sales associate to follow. Despite the mere distance of a few meters to the jewelry counter, Gu Li hesitated, murmuring softly, "Jewelry is too expensive. I would be very happy with just this scarf." In an effort to reassure her, Lin Chen explained, "Rest assured, I am financially secure. Over the years, I have diligently saved and invested in stocks. The shares I purchased at incredibly low prices have soared in value, and I have long since achieved financial independence." Gu Li paused in surprise, slightly incredulous. "You're financially independent?" Chapter 12. A leap in class, 1 billion. In Gu Li's opinion, achieving financial freedom as an ordinary person would require at least several million. How could that be possible? Where would you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Even if you bought stocks at their lowest price, your earnings from labor would hardly suffice as principal. Gu Li, being astute and discerning, was not easily deceived. Lin Chen felt a twinge of panic. He hadn't anticipated Gu Li's skepticism regarding his statement. Maintaining an outward calm, he quickly devised an even more ludicrous explanation. "All right, I confess. It is actually my biological father who has reached out to me. He is exceedingly wealthy, but does not wish to acknowledge me publicly. Thus, he has bestowed upon me a considerable sum." This situation was undeniably intricate, and Lin Chen could divulge no more. He hoped that Gu Li would refrain from probing further, as he could not fabricate additional reasoning. To his surprise, Gu Li genuinely accepted his words. The depths of aristocratic families were often shrouded in secrecy, making Lin Chen's reluctance to share entirely understandable, especially since she herself harbored a plethora of secrets. Gu Li recalled that in her previous life, Lin Chen had seemingly acquired a startup fund out of nowhere and subsequently established a company that grew remarkably from humble beginnings. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, Gu Li had also been reborn and was currently pondering the implications of his claims. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have smiled wryly. In his previous life, the startup fund had not materialized abruptly. It had been procured through the dire circumstances of a bleeding ulcer induced by excessive drinking. During the most challenging times, Lin Chen had indeed fantasized about being the lost scion of a wealthy family, whisked away by a prosperous father to inherit a vast fortune. Yet, in his past existence, he had died a solitary orphan, devoid of kinship or attachments. This time around, fortune had truly favored him. With Gu Li pursuing him and binding him to the most potent rebate system, he had achieved a remarkable class leap within a single day. Eventually, Gu Li found herself led by Lin Chen to the jewelry counter. "Good day, ma'am. How may I assist you?" The female sales associate inquired with utmost respect, standing alongside the store manager, who wore an unusually gentle smile. The manager, known for her stern demeanor, was not accustomed to such warmth, leaving the sales associate momentarily taken aback. Though Gu Li had begun to believe in Lin Chen's newfound wealth, she still hesitated to look closely at the jewelry. She mused that if his affluent father was unwilling to acknowledge Lin Chen, it likely indicated a lack of regard for him. How much compensation could he possibly receive? She preferred that Lin Chen, as in his past life, invest this money in his entrepreneurial aspirations, pursuing his dreams. However, Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with the manager and the sales associate. The associate promptly understood and delicately presented an exquisite gift box. "Madam, please take a look at this jewelry set, which is available for only 99,000 yuan. Despite its modest price, the craftsmanship is exceptional, and the materials are genuinely of high quality, comparable to those worth millions." Gu Li typically would not consider jewelry priced below 6 figures, let alone a complete set. Yet, upon realizing that this was likely the most affordable piece in the store, she accepted it, examining it closely. With a profound understanding of jewelry, her initial pretense of scrutiny evolved into genuine delight as she marveled at the quality, astonished that such a fine piece could be priced at merely 99,000 yuan. This is even more exquisite than the $1 million jewelry set from my last red carpet appearance. Lin Chen meticulously observed the subtle shifts in Gu Li's expression, noting the spark in her eyes that revealed her discerning taste. The saleswoman seized the moment. "Madam, this jewelry set has a delightful name, Eternal Love, crafted by the world-renowned designer Simon, exclusively for those fortunate souls in love." Many doubted its quality due to its modest price, but in truth, it is one of the designer's most cherished creations. Gu Li was well aware of Simon's illustrious reputation, and the name of the jewelry rang a bell. She could hardly believe it was priced at merely 99,000. If she were not in a physical store, she might have suspected a scam. However, before she could dwell on her thoughts, she heard Lin Chen ask, "Do you like it?" Gu Li nodded vigorously. "I love it. Everything you give me, I adore." Her words were genuine. Even if Lin Chen had purchased a counterfeit from a street vendor, she would still be delighted. Yet, the beauty of this jewelry made her even happier. Lin Chen immediately proceeded to the checkout. "Since you like it, let's buy it." As before, the moment Lin Chen completed the transaction, an electronic notification chimed. "You have spent 100,000 yuan for Ms. Gu Li. A tenfold rebate of 1,000,000,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Please check your balance." Lin Chen counted and felt relieved once he confirmed the amount was indeed 1 billion. Nevertheless, a tinge of disappointment lingered. He had anticipated a 50-fold return, but it turned out to be only 10-fold. Was it possible that the gift had not touched her heart deeply enough, resulting in a diminished rebate? Women are indeed creatures of contradiction. They profess satisfaction, yet remain unfulfilled. Lin Chen seemed to discern a pattern in the rebate multipliers. The happier and more content Gu Li appeared at the moment of payment, the higher the multiplier. With only a 10-fold return, it indicated that she was not entirely pleased. In truth, Gu Li harbored no dissatisfaction with the jewelry. Her discontent stemmed from the realization that Lin Chen had not used his own bank card for the purchase. To this day, she had received no notification of any deductions. This meant that Lin Chen had already spent over 2 million on her behalf. This was not the outcome Gu Li desired. Thus, she found herself suddenly unhappy. She had repeatedly declared her intention to support him and protect him. Yet here she was, lavishly spending his money. What a selfish woman she felt she had become. As they exited the luxury store, Lin Chen's phone vibrated slightly. Gu Li immediately caught the sound of his phone's notification, having already assumed the role of his girlfriend. Her face darkened. "Who is calling you?" "It better not be that Jiang Xiaoyu." Lin Chen casually glanced at his phone screen. "No, just a spam message." With that, he tucked his phone into his pocket. In reality, Lin Chen had received a friend request. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lily, the sales associate who assisted you today. It is a pleasure to meet you. Regarding jewelry maintenance, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." The friend request from the female sales associate appeared innocuous. Yet the seasoned Lin Chen saw through her intentions at a glance. As soon as he stepped out of the luxury store, her friend request arrived. Indeed, there are many vain and materialistic women out there. What ostensibly seemed to be about jewelry care was, in reality, a desire to cultivate other interests. Not every woman is a fortunate charm. Lin Chen chose to steer clear of the seductress. Moments later, Lin Chen's phone vibrated again. Gu Li cast a suspicious glance at his pocket and inquired, "Who is it?" Noticing her displeasure, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and placed it in her hand. "You can take a look." He was open and had no qualms about his girlfriend checking his phone. Gu Li, seeing his willingness, suddenly felt she had been overly sensitive. Fearing to upset her boyfriend, she promptly returned the phone to Lin Chen, saying, "I won't look. I trust you." Understanding the disparity between a woman's words and her thoughts, Lin Chen unlocked the screen, revealing a newly received friend request. Please do not misunderstand. I am adding you to facilitate client relations and hope it does not disturb you. Guli tapped on the screen, observing that the sales associate had sent 2 friend requests, and she pouted discontentedly, casting a glare at Lin Chen. You insufferable man. Attracting all the bees. Caught off guard by the unexpected rebuke, Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Is it my fault for being too handsome? Guli directly replied to the friend request. You can add my girlfriend directly. Her contact information is. Minutes after sending that message, Lin Chen received no further friend requests, and Guli found herself without any new notifications. With a clear understanding of each other's thoughts, Guli scoffed. Humph. She is clearly after my boyfriend. Chapter 13. A well-pampered girlfriend brings wealth and abundance. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Chen noticed that Guli's demeanor remained somewhat off. Assuming she was still sulking over the earlier incident involving a friend request, he cautiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Inside the car, the atmosphere was rather subdued. Guli stared intently at the emblem on the steering wheel, her eyes gradually reddening. If Lin Chen failed to recognize her distress in this moment, he would indeed be blind. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that if Jiang Xiaoyu exhibited such signs, it invariably signaled an impending quarrel, leading to considerable emotional turmoil for himself. Yet, Lin Chen was not truly afraid of emotional turmoil. In fact, he somewhat anticipated the prospect of indulging Guli extravagantly. After all, the more he spent on her, the greater his returns seemed to be. Although he was perplexed by the workings of this rebate system, who would ever complain about having more money? Is it something I have done inadequately? Is there something troubling you that we could discuss? Lin Chen probed delicately, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. If she was already this sensitive over a mere friend request, right after they had just started dating, what would the future hold for his freedom and personal space? There's a saying, friendship is precious, but love holds an even higher value if freedom is at stake. Either can be forsaken. $1 billion would indeed suffice for a lifetime of comfort. One must not be excessively greedy. Losing one's freedom for a woman would be utterly pointless. In the next moment, a warm and fragrant figure leapt into Lin Chen's embrace. Guli clung tightly to him, venting her frustration by playfully pounding her fists against his shoulder. You big fool, you silly head. The money your father left you is meant for your own use, not to be squandered on others. What if I turn out to be a bad woman? What if I deplete all your funds? Recalling his past life, Lin Chen remembered how he had discreetly alerted others after discovering Jiang Xiaoyu's infidelity. But Lin Chen, stubborn as he was, had unwavering faith in Jiang Xiaoyu, refusing to believe she was unworthy until he was left penniless and met an untimely demise. Why are you so foolish? Guli's words struck Lin Chen like a bolt from the blue. He was astounded to realize that her anger stemmed from his generosity towards her. In that instant, he felt an electrifying sensation coursing through his body, a delightful thrill spreading from his heart. To think that in this life, he had encountered such a precious girl. She sought not his wealth, but simply wished for his well-being. What merit did he possess to deserve such affection? Just moments ago, he contemplated sacrificing love for freedom. How utterly despicable of him. Guli, have we met before? Lin Chen found it hard to believe in the serendipity of their encounter, as every connection should have its roots. Nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, Guli softly sobbed, her sorrow palpable. You truly do not remember me. Lin Chen, feeling a surge of emotion, tightened his embrace, realizing that they must have crossed paths before, yet he could not recall any details. Guli quietly asked, "Do you remember the girl who fainted at the 988 bus stop 3 years ago?" Lin Chen lowered his gaze, meticulously recalling events from 3 years prior. In truth, for him now, it was not merely 3 years ago, but nearly a decade that had passed. His memories were hazy, yet he vaguely remembered that it was during the summer after his high school graduation, on a day when heavy rain poured down. As he hurried to catch a bus for his part-time job, suddenly, a beautiful girl standing beside him collapsed into unconsciousness. That day marked Lin Chen's first tardiness at his job. He rushed the unconscious girl to the hospital, and after ensuring her well-being, he scarcely had time to remember her features before hastily returning to work. Lin Chen had intentionally chosen not to recall the girl's appearance, as he had been preoccupied with his affection for Jiang Xiaoyu. Although Jiang Xiaoyu had not accepted his advances, she was quite possessive and disliked the presence of other girls around Lin Chen. Thus, he swiftly dismissed this incident from his mind, along with the indistinct visage of the girl. "Why, it's you." Gu Li's little head bobbed in Lin Chen's embrace as she spoke in a sulky tone. "I'm this beautiful, and you forgot me the moment you turn away. I've been remembering you all this time." Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Wait, you were unconscious at that time. You didn't wake up as I left. How could you possibly know it was me?" Gu Li whispered, "I checked the surveillance footage. Moreover, before I fainted, I had some impression of you standing beside me." In truth, Gu Li felt a tinge of guilt, for she had not only reviewed the footage, but had even made a copy. In the stillness of the night, she would play the video repeatedly, deepening her impression of him, fearing that one day, should they cross paths again, she might not recognize him. In her previous life, Gu Li had not returned to school, and by the time she encountered Lin Chen again, they had both entered the workforce. He and Jiang Xiaoyu had already established a relationship, leaving her to silently observe as he tenderly cared for another woman. At times, Gu Li truly felt pitiful, like a thief peering through a keyhole at someone else's happiness. However, in this lifetime, she had seized this chance at happiness, and she was determined not to let it slip away. Lin Chen's heart raced slightly, astonished that Gu Li had remembered him for so many years. Gently cradling the small head that had been hidden against his chest, he gazed into her tear-filled eyes and softly asked, "Do you truly like me that much?" "Would si no dit, her, checks flushit." Yet her tone and gaze were resolutely steadfast, as if fearing Lin Chen might doubt her affection. Lin Chen inquired further, "Are you asking me to be your boyfriend merely to make up for lost credits?" Upon hearing this, Gu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you say that? That is a profound disrespect to my feelings." Seeing the young girl on the verge of anger, Lin Chen quickly soothed her. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Let me make it up to you with a gift." The moment Gu Li heard Lin Chen mention buying her a gift, she immediately shook her head. No, I'm not angry anymore." Lin Chen understood her concerns. In order to ensure he could buy her a gift in the future, he pulled out his phone and checked his bank balance. "Girlfriend, do you know how to count?" Gu Li nodded absent-mindedly, her cuteness almost excessive. "Of course." Lin Chen placed his phone before her. "Count the digits. How many are there?" Gu Li began 1, 2, 3, 9. Over 1 billion. She started to doubt her own eyesight, quickly suspecting it was a screenshot edited with Photoshop. However, upon tapping the screen, she realized this was not an edited image, but rather a genuine balance. Gu Li was astounded. "How can you be so wealthy? Is this really the impoverished kid I always thought you were?" It turns out a little tycoon was right beside me. Lin Chen retrieved his phone, anxious that she might glimpse the transaction history and uncover the truth. "Did I not mention? That individual granted me a substantial sum, completely severing ties with me, and I used this money to invest in stocks. This is merely a fraction of it. My brother has plenty of funds. Billions and even trillions are merely small targets." Gu Li was left speechless in astonishment. Although she was curious about Lin Chen's biological father, the man's resolute and lavish demeanor suggested he was far from ordinary. Thus, it was perhaps wise to avoid stirring up trouble. As for Lin Chen's claims of billions and trillions, Gu Li naturally believed him. In his previous life, Lin Chen had single-handedly built a publicly listed company, and in this life, he surely could do the same. Yet, it seems some aspects diverge from his past existence. Could it be a result of her rebirth? Gu Li found herself pondering, but as long as Lin Chen thrived, all was well. "Do you trust me with your wealth, despite knowing I could deceive you?" Gu Li retorted with Lin Chen's own words. Lin Chen chuckled heartily. "You shared your bank card password with me, silly girl. Who is really keeping tabs on whom?" "Gulli bullshit, realizing heroversicht. I haven tea, and I'm not foolish." Lin Chen seized the moment. Indeed, you are the most beautiful, the most exceptional. They say a girlfriend well cared for brings fortune and prosperity. You can no longer refuse my affections." Gu Li shyly nodded in agreement. Who would have imagined? The very person she had longed to support ended up nurturing her instead. As their gazes locked once more, the atmosphere thickened, steeped in an excessive intimacy. Their hearts drew closer, their lips nearly touching. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the delicate tension. Chapter 14. Oh dear, my little ancestor, be gentle. Gu Li's phone rang, and she initially intended to ignore it. However, a fleeting glance at the contact name on the screen made her heart race, prompting her to retreat from Lin Chen's embrace. After a few soft coughs and clearing her throat to calm her nerves, she finally answered the call. Hello, Sister Li. The loud voice of her manager, Li Bei, boomed from the other end. Where are you right now? Do you realize that the paparazzi have obtained videos of you keeping a toy boy? Didn't I tell you to behave? You're still so young. What are you doing with romance? Supporting a toy boy? Have you given up on your career? Just say you no longer wish to act, and I will promptly withdraw all your scripts. You can expect to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Li Bei was Gu Li's manager, and in her previous life, Gu Li had endured the oppressive tactics of Li Bei, which had nearly left her with a psychological scar. Thus, upon hearing Li Bei's voice, Gu Li instinctively trembled. Lin Chen noticed the pallor on Gu Li's face, while the unfriendly tones from the phone became increasingly evident, causing him to feel a pang of sympathy. Although Gu Li had achieved the status of a film queen in her past life, her journey had been fraught with difficulties. Lin Chen had only a vague understanding of Gu Li's struggles, but he remembered a time when she had faced a massive online backlash and had even been hidden away by her agency. Eventually, she had risen from the ashes, slowly reclaiming her place at the pinnacle of her career. When Jiang Xiaoyu stumbled upon gossip and, along with her friends, exposed Gu Li online, Lin Chen had been indifferent, even initially presuming that the starlet's inner world was far less beautiful than it appeared. Now, gazing at the girl before him, he wished he could turn back time and slap himself for his ignorance. What kind of heart could bear to bully such a wonderful girl? Li Bei continued her tirade, laced with derogatory remarks and threats of exorbitant penalties. Lin Chen could no longer tolerate it. He reached out and snatched the phone from Gu Li's hand, abruptly hanging up. Beep. Gu Li stared blankly at the severed call. You actually hung up on Sister Li? This is it. She will surely call back to unleash her wrath. It will be at least a 2-hour lecture. Lin Chen gazed at the panicked girl before him, gently caressing her slender back. It's all right. If she calls back, I will answer. How about that? Gu Li leaned into his soothing touch, nodding softly, okay. In her previous life, Gu Li had charged forward like a warrior with no retreat, the memories of that dark period vivid in her mind. To reject certain unsavory transactions, she had leaped from a third-floor window, relieved that she had only suffered broken limbs. Ultimately, she had been sidelined, defamed, yet she had never regretted her choices, never surrendered. After her recovery, she had gathered her strength and ascended to the highest echelons of fame. Even at the pinnacle, she found no joy, for there was no one to share in her triumph at that moment. Her heart had always harbored feelings for someone forever out of reach, and now that very person stood beside her, tantalizingly close. Dinkling. Indeed, Li Bei's call came through. Gu Li's complexion paled instantly, a consequence of her memories from a past life. Lin Chen tightened his embrace around her, refraining from answering the call immediately, and softly inquired, Do you wish to continue acting? Gu Li fell silent. It was neither a matter of love nor disdain. However, the unspoken rules within the industry stirred more aversion than affection within her. Moreover, having ascended to those heights in her previous life, she found them rather unremarkable, yearning instead for a different way of living. Gu Li lifted her gaze to Lin Chen and asked if I plan to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Would you support me? Lin Chen smiled. Of course I will support you. Don't worry about the penalty fee. I will cover it. Upon hearing that the penalty amounted to 800 million, Gu Li immediately shook her head, insisting, No, I will handle the penalty myself. You should invest your money in your own career. If I stop acting, I might need you to support me in the future. I will tend to the home, and you will take care of the outside affairs. A balanced partnership ensures that we can work without fatigue, and I promise to take good care of you every day. Is that agreeable? As Gu Li painted this vision, Lin Chen began to envision a beautiful future. How could it not be wonderful? That sounds splendid. Meanwhile, Li Bei persistently continued her call. At last, Lin Chen answered. Instantly, Li Bei's voice erupted through the line. Gu Li, don't push your luck. She threatened. The car and the house all belong to the company. Be careful I strip you of everything. Lin Chen held the phone a little farther away and replied in a deep voice, "I am Lin Chen, Gu Li's boyfriend. May I ask when Ms. Li, the agent, would be available for a discussion regarding Gu Li's termination of contract?" There was a brief pause on the other end, as if Li Bei was taken aback by Lin Chen's words. How dare a mere pretty boy speak so boldly before her? Li Bei's tone dripped with disdain. Do you know the penalty is 800 million? To be frank, Li Bei estimated Gu Li's worth to far exceed 800 million. She frequently mentioned the figure merely to intimidate Gu Li. Yet, she was certain that a pretty boy would struggle to produce even 800,000, let alone 800 million. Lin Chen remained unfazed by Li Bei's scorn. I am aware. Hence, I propose a meeting to discuss this. When will be convenient for you? His tone was languid, yet carried an air of authoritative pressure. Upon hearing this, Li Bei's mind momentarily stalled, as she suddenly realized that his tone was devoid of jest. She began to ponder the true identity of the person on the other end, who so casually mentioned covering an 800 million penalty. Wasn't he just a pretty boy? Why did his presence radiate such formidable energy, even through the phone? Li Bei, being a wily old fox, quickly deduced that he might not be as simple as he appeared, prompting her to adopt a more cautious attitude. If he were indeed a significant figure, offending him could lead to grave repercussions. Lin Chen, however, did not await her response with impatience, knowing full well that she must be feeling the pressure. The value Gu Li had brought to the entertainment company in her previous life exceeded $1 trillion. Thus, the 800 million penalty was but a trifling sum. However, Gu Li now desired to withdraw from the circle, and she saw an opportune moment to spend money on herself. Lin Chen could hardly fathom the immense returns that the expenditure of 800 million would yield. Half a minute later, Li Bei finally responded. Is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning acceptable? Her tone held a hint of uncertainty, almost floating in the air. It was the first time Gu Li had heard Li Bei speak in such a manner, and it seemed as though she too had been intimidated by Lin Chen's formidable presence. Nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, listening to him passionately defend her and her agent, Gu Li felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at that moment. Once Lin Chen ended the call, Gu Li could no longer contain her excitement and threw herself at him. Caught off guard, Lin Chen nearly bumped his head against the car window, yet instinctively his hand shielded Gu Li's waist. Oh dear, be gentle. Observing the concerned expression on the man below her, Gu Li felt as though she had fallen into a pot of honey, overwhelmed with joy. She was so elated that she struggled to express her affection for Lin Chen, mindful of his preference for not being too forward with kisses. Instead, she nuzzled against him like a playful little kitten. Lin Chen had managed to remain composed, but the increasingly audacious behavior of the little feline in his arms left him feeling somewhat stiff. Gently patting Gu Li's back, his voice took on a slightly husky tone. Gu Li, could you please get up? Gu Li was reluctant to release her fondness, unable to bear the thought of parting even for a moment, like a clingy little kitten. No, I want to stay close to you. I really like you. Having a boyfriend is wonderful. My boyfriend is the best in the world, the best in the universe. Lin Chen's voice turned low and serious. Get up, or I cannot guarantee. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Gu Li looked towards the direction of the car window in sheer terror, gasping in surprise. Chapter 15. You are my boyfriend. From now on, you can only kiss me. Lin Chen raised his gaze to see a portly man with a round face pressing his visage against the car window, peering inside. The window was tinted for privacy, rendering the interior invisible. However, as the man's face inched closer, Gu Li was startled and immediately sat up straight. Lin Chen gently patted her back in a soothing manner and started the engine. The man, unable to discern anything within the car, grew curious as he observed the vehicle rocking slightly and leaned in even closer. With a roar, the car sprang to life and sped away. The man, engulfed in exhaust fumes, erupted in furious curses. You pauper. If you can't afford a room, don't drive in the parking lot. Having distanced themselves, Lin Chen gradually lowered the window and gestured a friendly sign to the man left behind. Upon catching sight of the raised middle finger, the man completely lost his composure, his shouts growing more frenzied and fading into the distance. As night fell, the pair shared a simple dinner. Gu Li seized the moment to invite, boyfriend. My little cat can do backflips. Would you like to come over and see? Lin Chen was astonished. He never expected someone like Gu Li would employ such a clumsy excuse. Chuckling softly, he pinched her slightly soft cheek. The dormitory conducts checks, and, as the dorm leader, I must set a good example. I can't stay out all night. Gu Li paused for 3 seconds, detecting the unmistakable refusal in his tone. Her voice tinged with disappointment. All right then. Lin Chen insisted on returning to school, while Gu Li was determined to drop him off, which led to him driving her car back. Strictly speaking, the vehicle did not belong to her. Lin Chen had learned this from a prior conversation with Li Bei. Stars require packaging. The house Gu Li resided in and the car she drove were part of her carefully crafted persona. Gu Li's admiration for Lin Chen deepened with each encounter, to the extent that she even praised his driving. Wow, my boyfriend is amazing. You drive so well. As they waited at a red light, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Gu Li's hair. Why is your mouth so sweet? What reward are you hoping for? In just 2 days of interaction, Lin Chen's impression of Gu Li had undergone a complete transformation. Having encountered numerous women in his past who manipulated circumstances for their own gain, this was his first experience earnestly endeavoring to justify spending on a woman. Thus, Lin Chen seized every opportunity to find reasons to spend on Gu Li. Hearing that the agency intended to reclaim her house and car brought him to light. Wasn't this a fortuitous opportunity? Gu Li, unaware of his thoughts, only felt that Lin Chen was exceedingly kind to her. Not being a materialistic girl, she did not consider rewards in terms of possessions, instead inching closer to him. I want to kiss. Lin Chen gazed down at her vibrant little cherry lips, quietly swallowing. Beep, beep. The honking of cars behind him jolted Lin Chen back to reality. It turned out the light had long since turned green. Clearing his throat, he quickly diverted his gaze and resumed driving. Gu Li, having failed to obtain a kiss once again, felt a pang of unhappiness, which lingered until they returned to school, leaving her in a sullen mood. A gentle kiss brushed against her cheek, leaving Gu Li in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Chen. You just kissed me. Although it was merely a kiss on the cheek, Gu Li felt a surge of joy, for it was the first time her boyfriend had taken the initiative. Observing the delight that transformed Gu Li into a giddy fool, Lin Chen reached out to tousle her thick, seaweed-like hair. Silly girl, you are my girlfriend. Who else would I kiss? Gu Li nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You are my boyfriend, and from now on, you can only kiss me. After a playful tug-of-war in the car, Lin Chen, his ears flushed, exited the vehicle, holding a beautifully wrapped paper bag. Sitting in the driver's seat, Gu Li waved at Lin Chen with satisfaction, unabashedly expressing her affection. Boyfriend, remember to think of me. Love you. As Lin Chen strolled along the campus path, the paper bag in hand, warmth enveloped his heart, and his head felt light, as if he were walking on cotton candy. Indeed, a healthy romance was undeniably sweet. In his previous life, although he had established a relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu, she rarely showed him kindness. Lin Chen had always catered to her whims, fearful of upsetting her. The notion of her initiating affection or praising him was foreign to him. With Gu Li, he fully embraced the joy of being in love, which transcended the physical. It was also profoundly psychological. The sense of fulfillment was simply indescribable. Lin Chen. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Lin Chen chose to ignore it, pretending not to hear while subtly quickening his pace. However, Jiang Xiaoyu soon caught up, grabbing the sleeve of his shirt. Are you avoiding me? Her cheeks, flushed from running, glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of deep grievance. One of the buttons on her white shirt had come undone, adding to her disheveled appearance as she panted for breath. Lin Chen averted his gaze, replying coldly, What do you want? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes fell on the luxurious brand-embossed paper bag, her expression growing increasingly uncomfortable as she hesitated. I heard that you were being supported by Gu Li. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Who told you that? Jiang Xiaoyu, appearing quite flustered, replied, Many people are saying so. I believe you are not that kind of person. You wouldn't do such things, would you? Lin Chen retorted, What things? What are you referring to? Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. She never anticipated that Lin Chen would regard her with such indifference. Lin Chen, please don't be like this. I was wrong. I promise to accept your confession. Can we be together? Lin Chen nearly laughed in anger at her words. Jiang Xiaoyu was truly delusional. Did she think herself a pet, expecting him to return to her simply because she offered him something? In the early days of his rebirth, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu seated across from him had ignited a fury within him, even contemplating ending her existence. Yet, just a day or two later, upon encountering her again, that anger dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of pity, unaware of how to cherish a beloved, and even less so of how to love them. We merely exist as ordinary classmates. I am currently in a healthy romantic relationship with my girlfriend, and I would prefer not to hear any further rumors emanating from your lips. Kindly relay to those who have shared these falsehoods with you that spreading rumors is a crime. If they wish to avoid jeopardizing their futures, they ought to exercise discretion in their speech. Lin Chen forcefully shook off Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and strode forward decisively. A true man never looks back. As the sky began to drizzle, Jiang Xiaoyu stood in the rain, watching Lin Chen's silhouette gradually fade into the distance, remaining motionless. When Sun Lily arrived, Jiang Xiaoyu was already drenched. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? You're soaked to the skin. You might catch a cold." Sun Lily rushed forward to shelter Jiang Xiaoyu with an umbrella, pulling her toward the dormitory. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu stubbornly remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the direction Lin Chen had departed, murmuring, "Impossible. He promised to protect me for a lifetime. How could he possibly have feelings for another woman?" As always, Sun Lily staunchly supported Jiang Xiaoyu, sharing in her indignation and blaming Lin Chen. "It's all his fault. Xiaoyu, you must not punish yourself for Lin Chen's mistakes. It's rare to find a three-legged frog in this world, but two-legged men abound. Since Lin Chen has betrayed you, seek a handsome and wealthy boyfriend to make him regret it. I know many charming and affluent young men. I can introduce you to them, and I assure you, you'll forget Lin Chen in no time." However, Jiang Xiaoyu remained resolute, clinging to her self-deceptive rationale. "No, he must be deliberately trying to provoke me. He is acting with Gu Li to irritate me." Chapter 16. Jealousy Twists the Mind. I have returned. Lin Chen entered the dormitory and greeted the room. Wang Dahai, engrossed in his video game, initially thought it was a figment of his imagination. He removed his headphones and turned towards the door, stunned to see Lin Chen truly back. "You little rascal, how did you return?" He sprang to his feet and headed straight for the luxurious paper bag Lin Chen was carrying. As he rummaged through the bag, he chided, "Since you went out, why come back? The dormitory doesn't fall apart without you. When the dorm supervisor checks, we could have easily managed it. Such a splendid opportunity, and yet you squandered it. Ah, what is this? Food?" Wang Dahai's expression turned to one of disbelief as he discovered the contents of the bag were takeout containers. He was no country bumpkin. The bag was from a high-end brand, with products starting in the 5-digit range. He had expected Lin Chen to return with some substantial benefits. Yet he merely brought back a bag full of food. It felt like a missed opportunity for Lin Chen. Rumors suggested Lin Chen was being supported by the illustrious Gouda, yet how miserly could Gouda be? Was a few meals all it took to satisfy? Lin Chen casually opened the takeout container. "I thought of my dear son at home while enjoying the delicacies outside. Look, daza crab, do you want some? If not, I'll toss it." Each daza crab was larger than a fist, glistening in golden hues, and the moment the container was opened, a rich aroma of crab roe wafted through the air. As a true food connoisseur, Wang Dahai immediately recognized this as exquisite daza crab. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the logo of a 6-star restaurant emblazoned on the container. Each crab must be worth a few hundred at least. Wang Dahai snatched the container, exclaiming, "Eat, eat. This is a gift from my son to his father. I shall not let it go to waste." The two engaged in a playful back and forth, each insisting they were the son, unwilling to let the other claim even a slight advantage. Zhao Tiansheng, who had been lounging on his bed playing games, swiftly rolled off his bed and, taking advantage of his long arms and legs, snatched the largest daza crab. Wang Dahai erupted in protest. Li Yuqian, feeling somewhat fatigued, had intended to feign sleep, but the tantalizing aroma of the daza crab compelled him to wipe his hands and join the fray. As Wang Dahai devoured the crab, he called out, "Have you washed your hands before eating?" Li Yuqian, spreading his hands wide, retorted defiantly, "My hands are perfectly clean. No need to wash." Wang Dehai ruthlessly pointed out, "We are not deaf. We heard the commotion earlier. Were you rewarding yourself after watching a little movie?" Li Yuqian, caught off guard by his own emotional outburst, attempted to brush it off. "It's fine. A little dirt won't harm anyone," he declared, reaching out towards the daza crab with guilty intent. As a true gourmand, Wang Dehai was incensed to see Li Yuqian so brazenly disrespecting the delicacy and reacted with mock punches. Li Yuqian naroli avoida bandais asti feast. A daza crab clamped between his teeth as he darted towards the wash basin on the balcony. "Father, I'll wash, I'll wash." The camaraderie among friends is indeed simple yet profound. Lin Chen brought back such a bounty of food solely to silence their incessant chatter. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Mere minutes later, the floor was strewn with crabs, and the three men encircled Lin Chen, who was attempting to wash up and escape. Wang Dehai, casually picking his teeth, inquired, "So, what is your current predicament?" Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "It is precisely as you see." Zhao Tianqing abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What? Are you truly being kept?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow, retorting, "What nonsense! We are in normal romantic relationship." Li Yuqian viciously cracked open a crab leg, declaring, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." He still could not accept that the goddess of his dreams was in a relationship with his roommate, who he had always referred to in a familial manner. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, stating, "I am speaking the truth. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." The three men looked at him with a strange urge to take action. They exchanged glances, preparing for surprise attack. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone vibrated with an incoming call. The caller ID boldly displayed the word, "Baby." The three men, poised to strike, widened their eyes in unison, bombarding Lin Chen with questions. "Baby? Who is that?" Such a childish and clingy term. They could hardly fathom adults referring to each other in such a manner, yet a twinge of jealousy seeped into their thoughts. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless, as this nickname had been personally altered by Gu Li. He stood to answer the call on the balcony, only to be firmly restrained by the trio. "Hurry, answer. Put on speaker." Their fierce expressions revealed the depths of their jealousy. They were eager to discover whether this baby was genuine or not. Given their understanding of Lin Chen, the composed and reserved individual he was, he would never assign such a nickname to anyone. As for Gu Li, the well-known aloof goddess, she would certainly not use such a juvenile moniker. Could it be that Lin Chen had another adorable girl on the side? Lin Chen benevolently suggested, to avoid hurting single dogs, "I believe it would be better for me to take this call outside." The three responded in unison, "We are not afraid. We love consuming dog food." Regardless of Lin Chen's reluctance, Zhao Tianqing and Wang Dehai restrained him while Li Yuqian answered the call and activated the speakerphone. As the call connected, a sweet voice resonated through the receiver. "Baby, have you arrived at the dorm?" At the utterance of that term, the three men in the room could not help but shudder. Even Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck. It was the first time anyone had called him baby in nearly 30 years. On the other end of the line, Gu Li, not receiving an immediate response, glanced at the screen to confirm the call was connected and tentatively called out again, "Baby?" This second baby was both sweet and syrupy, imbued with endless affection. Gu Li had long desired to do this. Directly addressing Lin Chen by his name felt too unfamiliar, and calling him boyfriend seemed insufficient. Thus, baby was just right. She cherished Lin Chen and wished to spoil and love him. In her previous life, she had missed the opportunity. In this life, she was finally able to embrace it. She wished to be his only baby, and he was to be her one and only baby. Lin Chen discerned the anticipation and trepidation in her tone, suddenly reluctant to let her hopes diminish. He replied, "Yes, I have returned to my dormitory. Have you reached home?" Gu Li, understanding Lin Chen's character, did not expect him to call her baby at that moment. However, his lack of contradiction to her affectionate address and his response filled her with joy. "I made it home too. I miss you dearly, especially miss you. I cannot bear to be apart from you." At that moment, the three roommates gathered around the phone stifled their exclamations. Jealousy and envy nearly drove them to madness. "I feel fantastic." Screaming, writhing, crawling ominously, squirming, tumbling, clambering fiercely, twisting, convulsing, growling ominously, crawling, splitting, emerging, running in shadows, frantically climbing trees, attacking indiscriminately. You rascal. How can you be so remarkable? To make the goddess Gu yearn for you so much. To transform the aloof goddess into such a clingy one. If previously the three roommates harbored doubts about the authenticity of Lin Chen and Gu Li's relationship, suspecting it to be mere play or that, as rumored, Lin Chen was being supported by Gu Li, now their minds echoed with a singular thought. If they're not truly together, then what is real? What is truly real? Chapter 17. Let's talk about a romance aimed at marriage at this moment. Gu Li was unaware that her phone was on speaker. Baby I. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Chen suddenly cleared his throat, interrupting her words, fearing she might utter something inappropriate. Gu Li was particularly attentive to Lin Chen. Upon hearing his cough, she immediately inquired with genuine concern, Baby, are you coming down with a cold? Did you catch a chill from the evening breeze? The long-awaited concern warmed Lin Chen's heart. He suddenly found the term baby endearing. I'm not ill, just a bit of dryness in my throat. Gu Li promptly advised, then you should drink more water, especially warm water. Realizing that her verbal admonitions seemed superficial, she quickly followed up, is there a water dispenser or kettle in your dorm? If not, I could buy one for you. As she spoke, the sound of her fingers tapping on the screen echoed from the other end. As Gu Li appeared to be contemplating an online purchase for immediate delivery, Lin Chen, taken aback by the alignment of her words and actions, quickly interjected. There's a water dispenser in the dorm, don't buy one. Indeed, the tapping ceased almost instantly. Soon after, Gu Li's voice came through, tinged with a hint of disappointment. All right then, but you must remember to drink more warm water. Her discontent stemmed not only from worrying about Lin Chen, but also from her own inability to do anything for him. Gu Li had loved Lin Chen deeply, yet today, all their shopping expenses had been covered by him, leaving her feeling guilty and longing to contribute in some way. However, to the three observers nearby, Gu Li's melancholy was perceived as an unfulfilled emotional need. Wang Dehai poked Lin Chen's wooden head and silently mouthed, hurry up and say something. You miss her too. Listening to the words of the goddess, who expressed how much she treasured her time with him, was enough to evoke envy. Yet Lin Chen remained unresponsive, which frustrated them all. Indeed, Lin Chen had no intention of replying at that moment, and silently shook his head at Wang Dehai. This was not his style. Wang Dehai waved his chubby fist, feeling an urge to hit someone in frustration. You useless son. The goddess must be blind to like this blockhead. He wished he could speak for Lin Chen himself. After a brief silence, Lin Chen finally spoke, don't forget about our plans for tomorrow. Following a fleeting moment of sorrow, Gu Li brightened at the reminder that Lin Chen remembered their arrangement with the agent. I remember. It's almost midnight, baby. I need to sleep. Her tone was sweeter than usual, revealing a side of her unknown to the others, who were nearly intoxicated by her charm. If she were my girlfriend, I wouldn't just spend money on her. I'd gladly give my life. They were tired of expressing envy at this point. They had truly had their fill of dog food. At that moment, Lin Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of possessiveness. He didn't want to share the true Gu Li with anyone else, so he swiftly picked up his phone, ended the speaker call, and strode out of the dormitory. The three of them were still enchanted by the melodious voice of the goddess when they suddenly realized that Lin Chen had dashed off with his phone, leaving them unable to pursue him. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed from the other end of the call. Gu Li, who had been languidly lying in bed, was abruptly stirred to alertness. Baby, why do I hear the sound of a door closing? Lin Chen stood in the hallway, the cold wind sweeping over him, dispelling the warmth that had surged within. Gu Li, his deep voice resonated through the receiver, reaching her ears with an intoxicating clarity. She felt herself becoming lightheaded. She had never known that her name, spoken by Lin Chen, could sound so exquisite. Gu Li responded softly, burying her flushed cheeks into the softness of her pillow. What's wrong? Lin Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, yet that impulsive thought in his mind continued to surge, eager to spill from his lips. Just then, the dormitory supervisor bellowed from the stairwell. Who on earth is still awake at this hour? The words Lin Chen was about to utter became lodged in his throat. Gu Li, anticipating his next words, urged him, "What's the matter?" In that fleeting moment of courage, Lin Chen contemplated proposing, "Let us embark on a romance with the intent of marriage." Yet, as the cold wind blew, his resolve faltered. Guli was still young, destined to become a renowned actress. Even if she claimed to be weary of the entertainment industry today, it might simply be a fleeting whim. At merely 21, she was at an age ripe for impulsiveness. Although he too was in his 20s, his emotional maturity had long surpassed 30. He knew he ought not to be so naive and reckless. "I want to ask where we should meet tomorrow," Lin Chen said, and Gu Li's heart sank slightly upon hearing his words. Her intuition told her that what Lin Chen had initially intended to say was not this. Ultimately, was a lack of love? Gu Li's voice on the line turned glum. "I'll come pick you up at school tomorrow. Get some rest. I'm tired. Good night." Lin Chen finally realized that the young lady was upset and hurriedly added before she could hang up, "I miss you too. Good night." Although Lin Chen had experienced a relationship centered around marriage in his past life, it had been fraught with complications and lacked healthiness. He had never relished the sweet moments of affection with a girlfriend. Only now did he come to understand that a certain degree of childishness and clinginess between couples was not embarrassing, but rather a natural expression of love. Though Lin Chen's transformation was subtle, Guli recognized that his ability to openly express "I miss you too" was a significant milestone. This small change was enough to bring her immense joy. After ending the call, Guli held her phone, repeatedly savoring Lin Chen's words, "I miss you too. Good night." Did he perhaps harbor a hint of affection for her? With this sweet notion, Guli drifted into a blissful slumber. It was a rare weekend when one could indulge in sleep, yet Lin Chen rose early. This was due to Li Bei's notification that they were to meet at the agency to discuss the termination of their contract. As the two made their way, Guli received a call from Li Bei, informing her of an unexpected matter that necessitated a postponement of their contract discussions. Guli appeared unfazed, casting a cheerful glance at Lin Chen. "Where shall we go next?" she inquired, reluctant to part ways after finally managing to spend time with him. She yearned to remain by his side at all times. However, a restless night filled with nightmares had left her visibly fatigued, with dark circles under her eyes. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Did you not rest well last night?" Guli could not suppress a yawn, hastily covering her mouth and shaking her head. She feared that Lin Chen might use her lack of rest as a pretext to send her home. "No, I'm not tired at all. Not in the slightest." Lin Chen, perceptive to her little ruse, pondered whether she genuinely wished to spend time with him. Without addressing her subtle intentions, he inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Guli lazily shook her head. "I haven't eaten. It's a bad habit from my past life. I never have breakfast. Though I always promise to change, I inevitably forget." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "I'll drive. You should rest your eyes for a bit. I'll take you out for breakfast." Upon realizing that Lin Chen had no intention of sending her home, Gu Li's spirits lifted, and she eagerly nodded. "All right, just wake me when we arrive." Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Choose a place with fewer people, please. I'm still a public figure, and it can be rather troublesome." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, the place I have in mind is perfectly safe." As Guli listened to Lin Chen's assurance, her curiosity about his destination peaked, and her drowsiness began to fade, replaced by excitement. The small car meandered through winding streets, and as they approached a familiar locale from her previous life, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was that very place. Chapter 18. The more extraordinary the guest, the more elusive the individual. The Lin family breakfast shop is modest in size, yet its business thrives. Frequented primarily by loyal patrons from the nearby community, the proprietors, a middle-aged couple, exude warmth and cheerfulness throughout the day. Their daughter is obedient and consistently excels in her studies. Although the breakfast shop bears the surname Lin, there is no familial connection to Lin Chen. Guli visited this establishment out of her connection to Lin Chen. It was a year after Lin Chen's passing when Guli, weary of the insincerity and absurdity of reality, sought solace. It is often said that one should not encounter overly remarkable individuals in their youth, for such encounters may haunt them for a lifetime. The pangs of unspoken affection are particularly bitter. The more extraordinary the guest, the more elusive the individual. Walking the path he once trod, she discovered his favorite breakfast shop. In her previous life, she had clandestinely visited several times, sitting on the very stool he once occupied, savoring the dishes he relished, and gazing at the scenery he admired. She fantasized that perhaps, in some fleeting moment, they had crossed paths in the bustling streets. And in that shared glance, he had belonged to her. Turning to Lin Chen beside her, she grasped his arm tightly, needing the assurance that he was indeed by her side in this moment. His present and future were hers to cherish. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lin Chen inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Gu Li smiled and shook her head. "Perhaps it's just that I skipped breakfast. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded." Reaching into his pocket, Lin Chen retrieved a piece of candy. "Here, have a sweet." It was a simple fruit hard candy, inexpensive yet cherished. Having often faced low blood sugar from skipping meals during his previous jobs, he always kept a few candies at hand. Gu Li accepted the humble treat without disdain, and as the rich sweetness enveloped her mouth, she relished the delightful taste. "Oh, how sweet!" she exclaimed. As a public figure, she was accustomed to strict dietary regulations, having long refrained from indulging in such sugary delights. It is often said that sweets can uplift one's spirits, and in that moment, her earlier sadness dissipated, leaving her heart feeling light and sweet. Instead of driving directly to the breakfast shop, Lin Chen parked some distance away. "Shall we walk a bit?" he suggested, opening the car door and extending his hand to invite Gu Li for a stroll. She took his hand gently, and together they ambled toward the breakfast shop beneath the sycamore trees. The short distance of about 100 meters was traversed leisurely, and Lin Chen suddenly recalled some past memories. He remembered his early days in college when, after paying tuition and repaying loans, his pockets were empty, leaving him unable to afford meals. During that time, he worked at a place adjacent to the breakfast shop, purchasing a few large steamed buns each morning to sustain himself throughout the day. One day, the shop owner discovered him hiding in an alley, nibbling on a cold bun. Realizing that his daily purchase of several buns was not due to a hearty appetite for breakfast, but rather that they constituted all his meals. From that day on, whenever he visited the breakfast shop, the owners would generously offer him free dumplings, filled to the brim with delicious ingredients and thin skin. Eventually, upon learning that Lin Chen was a distinguished student from C University, they sought to hire him to tutor their daughter. Lin Chen would certainly not accept their money. In fact, to express his gratitude, he would occasionally take the time to teach their children. As they interacted more frequently, a bond formed between them. They were the only strangers who made Lin Chen feel the warmth of home. For some inexplicable reason, he instinctively believed that if he were to fall in love, he would undoubtedly bring his partner here to enjoy breakfast together. At that moment, as the clock approached 10, the breakfast shop had passed its busiest hours. The owner, Lin Yong, had just stood up from clearing the tables when he spotted Lin Chen. Seeing him holding hands with a young lady, he paused for a few seconds, wondering if he had mistaken him for someone else. After all, Lin Chen had been quite busy lately and hadn't visited the breakfast shop in quite some time. Lin Chen discreetly released Gu Li's hand and met Uncle Lin's puzzled gaze, calling out, "Uncle Lin, are you busy?" Lin Yong returned to his senses and playfully patted Lin Chen's arm, saying, "Good lad, you found yourself a girlfriend. At your age, dating is nothing to frown upon." Understanding the challenges Lin Chen faced, he felt a sense of joy at his elder's happiness now that his personal matters had found resolution. Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a slight nod, acknowledging the sentiment. A young girl, who had been diligently working on her homework at a small desk near the entrance, brightened at the sight of Lin Chen and immediately rushed towards him. "Brother Chen," she exclaimed, spreading her arms wide like a cheerful little bird ready to take flight. The girl was around 14 or 15 years old, in the midst of her growth spurt. It had been some time since their last meeting, and she had grown taller, nearly reaching Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen caught the girl deftly in his arms and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Xiao Xiao, how's your studying going?" Pouting, Xiao Xiao stepped back a bit after standing up straight. "Brother Chen, we haven't seen each other in ages, and your first question is about my studies? How annoying. Besides, do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm first in my class." Lin Chen smiled softly and, with a flourish, produced a small bag from behind his back. "A reward for you." Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up with delight, and she prepared to leap at Lin Chen again. Thank you. Brother Chen, you're the best. However, Guli gently tugged at Lin Chen's arm, prompting him to instinctively step aside. She had been curious about the small bag he had taken out of the car, realizing it was a gift for the young girl. Guli had no desire to engage in a petty rivalry with a little girl that would be beneath her. Yet, she couldn't help but notice the adoration glowing in Xiao Xiao's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen. Given that Xiao Xiao was already in her teenage years, she should understand the nuances of relationships and the importance of boundaries. After missing her leap, Xiao Xiao finally noticed the young lady standing beside Lin Chen, her expression hidden behind sunglasses. She stared at her for a few seconds, recognizing the closeness between her and Brother Chen, which made her slightly displeased. Yet confusion quickly replaced her annoyance. She looks so familiar, Xiao Xiao murmured softly, just as the owner's wife, Wang Feng, stepped out from the back. As soon as I heard that commotion, I knew it was you. Xiao Chen, have you had breakfast yet? You haven't tea, have you? Come on in and have something to eat. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Feng's gaze fell upon the beautiful girl who had been closely accompanying Lin Chen. The girl was adorned in a flowing white dress, her face partially obscured by oversized sunglasses, while her lustrous black hair glimmered in the sunlight. She exuded an aura of innocence and tranquility, her beauty almost ethereal, reminiscent of a star from the silver screen. Who is she? Lin Yong inched closer and tugged at his wife's sleeve, whispering, that's Xiao Chen's girlfriend. Wang Feng's eyes widened in realization, but Lin Xiao, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression as she scrutinized Gu Li with a hint of discontent. In her previous life, Gu Li was aware of Lin Chen's close connection with the owner of the breakfast shop, which held a significance beyond mere acquaintance. She recalled the time she had visited for breakfast and overheard the proprietor and his wife reminiscing about Lin Chen with deep affection. She had also encountered a grown-up Lin Xiao, who stood beside a boyfriend whose features bore a striking resemblance to someone from her past. It became evident that everything was interwoven with threads of destiny. In her past existence, Lin Chen had not only illuminated her youth, but had also left an indelible mark on the lives of others. To be candid, Gu Li was taken aback that Lin Chen had chosen to bring her to this very place for breakfast. Was he extending an invitation for her to step into his world? Although it appeared that some were not particularly welcoming, it mattered little. He was by her side, and her heart brimmed with joy. Gu Li wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, cheerfully addressing Wang Feng. Hello, Annie. You can call me Xiaoli. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's displeasure became even more palpable. However, Wang Feng beamed with delight, her face radiating maternal warmth as she chided Lin Chen. Oh my, this young lady is not only stunning but also sweet-tongued, a truly wonderful girl. Xiao Chen, you must treat her well. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, fully aware that Gu Li was indeed a remarkable person. Despite being a celebrated goddess adored by many, she remained gracious and humble in the presence of ordinary folk, never once revealing a hint of impatience or disdain. In truth, in his previous life, Lin Chen had brought Jiang Xiaoyu to this very spot after they had established their relationship. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu had either complained about the cleanliness or the odor, creating an atmosphere of discomfort for everyone involved. At that time, Lin Chen was so enamored with Jiang Xiaoyu that he could not comprehend the well-meaning warnings embedded in the words of those around him. Chapter 19. Do not speak. Just kiss me. This breakfast was the most humble and inexpensive that Gu Li had ever experienced. It was the one she yearned for the most. Lin Chen, nearly satiated, noticed that Gu Li was still eating and felt a twinge of confusion. Are you particularly hungry today? You've almost finished an entire steamer of dumplings. You seem so petite. How can you have such an appetite? Gu Li, adhering to her principle of waste not, finished the last soup dumpling. Gracefully, she dabbed her lips with a napkin and declared, delicious. Baby, remember to settle the bill. At that moment, Wang Feng happened to pass by and overheard Gu Li affectionately calling Lin Chen baby, stifling a laugh. It was clear they were in the throes of romance. So sweet. You really don't need to pay. It's just a few yuan, he insisted. Lin Chen refrained from arguing, fully aware of Uncle Lin and Aunt Wang's generosity. Ever since he began tutoring Xiao, they had ceased to charge him for meals and often provided him with an abundance of food and supplies. Before departing the breakfast shop, Lin Chen discreetly placed some bills beneath the porcelain bowl. Guli noticed but said nothing, raising her eyebrows to signal him to hurry, as if they were conspiring in mischief. It wasn't tea until they had walked some distance that Uncle Lin discovered the hidden notes beneath the dishes. Hey, hey, hey. They heard him call out, yet they did not turn back or pause. Instead, they held hands and began to run. Uncle Lin's voice, carried by the wind and swirling leaves of the phoenix trees, gradually faded away. Once in the car, both were slightly breathless from their brisk jog. Ha ha! Guli suddenly erupted with laughter. Lin Chen looked at her and joined in the mirth. Ha ha! After about a minute, their laughter subsided. Guli, feeling weak from joy, nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. Her fingertips traced circles in his palm as they engaged in light conversation. Honestly, I envy them, especially their daughter. Although Lin Xiaoyu had shown Guli some hostility, she couldn't help but admire the nurturing environment in which she grew up. While not opulent, it was rich in parental love and companionship, ensuring her emotional world was never lacking. Lin Chen felt a pang of envy too, yet he found it hard to fathom why Guli would envy a child from an ordinary family. Why? Guli blinked, unwilling to unveil her scars in front of the person she cherished most. She simply longed for the life they represented, a life filled with the warmth of family, children, freedom, and love. Lin Chen raised his hand to shield her face from the sunlight. It will come. We too shall possess it in the future. Suddenly, Guli sat up, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Really? Her joy was palpable. Did Lin Chen just make her a promise? She dared not hope for such a commitment, yet she felt an overwhelming eagerness for it. Meeting her expectant gaze, Lin Chen couldn't bear to disappoint her and nodded gently. Indeed, and you won't have to wait long. You can start to envision what kind of life you desire, the kind of home you wish to inhabit. Guli, once again elated, nestled back into Lin Chen's embrace, feeling a little dazed by the sudden promise. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Although she is a prominent star, she resides in a company-provided accommodation, a temporary lodging that could be reclaimed at any moment, far from feeling like home. Under Lin Chen's subtle guidance, she finds herself daydreaming about a future abode. It need not be grand, merely sufficient for her needs. A balcony would be delightful, allowing her to cultivate flowers and enjoy their beauty throughout the seasons. Sunbathing during winter while nestled together, sharing gentle conversations, would be sheer bliss. Additionally, a swimming pool appeals to her. She is not fond of overly strenuous exercise, and swimming is just the right fit. Listening to Guli's vivid descriptions, Lin Chen's imagination unfurls, sketching a rough outline of their future dwelling. I will strive for it, he assures her. In truth, he need not exert himself excessively regarding finances. A little time spent exploring suitable layouts would suffice. Guli has never considered relying on anyone else. She has always regarded others' promises with indifference, let alone someone vowing to exert effort for her. Yet when those words come from Lin Chen, they carry profound weight in her eyes. She harbors a deep affection for this man before her, even if he does not reciprocate it fully at present, still healing from the wounds inflicted by another woman. Gently caressing Lin Chen's chin, she softly calls out, Lin Chen. He replies, kiss me. Guli, a woman well-versed in the art of allure, truly embodies enchantment. It was only after receiving a work-related phone call that their paths diverged, leaving Lin Chen momentarily dazed. Upon reflection, the encounter resembles a tender, beautiful dream. As he passed a shopping mall, Lin Chen contemplated testing the system. Would purchasing items for her, without her presence, trigger the rebate system? He casually entered a jewelry store, acquiring a small trinket, only to find the system unresponsive. It became evident that only Guli's presence could activate the rebate mechanism. Just as he prepared to depart, he unexpectedly encountered the last person he wished to see, Jiang Xiaoyu and her friend Sun Lily. Jiang Xiaoyu, wearing a displeased expression, questioned, Lin Chen, what brings you here? This is a shop favored by girls. What is a boy like you doing here? Although she had already surmised the answer, she sought his admission. Lin Chen remained silent, striding out of the store, fearful that a single additional word might lead Jiang Xiaoyu to misconstrue his feelings. Noticing Lin Chen's evident avoidance, Tears welled in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. Did he truly no longer harbor feelings for her? He had completely ignored her. How had he grown so indifferent? Was he so enamored with Gu Li that he would clandestinely visit a jewelry store to buy her gifts? Such privileges were once solely hers to enjoy. Meanwhile, Sun Lily had learned from a store attendant that Lin Chen had just purchased a pair of earrings worth only a few dozen. Xiaoyu, don't be upset. He is merely a pauper. What is there to admire? Gifting a pair of earrings worth merely a few dozen yuan to a girl like Gu Li would undoubtedly result in rejection. Lin Chen never anticipated that a casual purchase of earrings would lead to him being misconstrued as a miser. However, he remained indifferent, even secretly wishing for Jiang Xiaoyu to sever all ties with him. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu gradually calmed down due to the inexpensive earrings. Sun Lily seized the opportunity to produce an extravagant gift box from her purse. Xiaoyu, this is a gift from Su Xiao for you. She added, I looked it up. This necklace is valued at 60,000. Jiang Xiaoyu cast her eyes down towards the gift box, a conflicted expression crossing her face. Sun Lily inquired further, Xiaoyu, with your beauty, are you truly considering enduring a lifetime of hardship with a pauper? Weren't you and Su Xiao on good terms not long ago? Why has it cooled on both fronts with Lin Chen and Su Xiao? Yet, men tend to thrive on such dynamics. The colder you are, the more they pursue you. I've noticed that Su Xiao has increasingly valued you. Perhaps you might truly become Su Xiao's lady in the future. People often say it is better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. If you marry a wealthy heir, what would you ever wish for that you couldn't acquire? Sun Lily's words echoed like an incantation in Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. She stared expressionlessly in the direction Lin Chen had vanished, softly replying, all right. Chapter 20. The Green Giant, the unexpected father upon exiting the shopping mall. Lin Chen swiftly dismissed the recent interruption from his mind. The sun shone brightly as he unknowingly wandered to the riverbank. In times of distress, he often found solace in the gentle breeze by the river, a means to regain clarity. With the weather turning colder, fewer people ventured to stroll by the water's edge. The biting river wind, indeed, revitalized Lin Chen's senses. The events of the past few days felt like a fleeting dream. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. Just as he turned to leave, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye, an individual striding purposefully into the depths of the water. Initially, Lin Chen assumed it was someone playing in the river. Yet, he soon realized that the person was impeccably dressed and resolutely advancing into the water, far from being a mere frolicker. Hey! Lin Chen shouted from the bridge, waving his arms in urgency. The water is deep. It's dangerous. The individual showed no sign of acknowledging Lin Chen's desperate pleas, and soon the water engulfed his neck. In the blink of an eye, the man disappeared beneath the surface. Panic surged through Lin Chen as he grasped the truth. This man intended to take his own life. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his coat and leaped into the water. Having grown up by the riverside, Lin Chen was an adept swimmer and quickly reached the drowning man. The individual was a middle-aged gentleman, clad in a tailored suit, adorned with a limited edition watch that spoke of considerable wealth. With no time to ponder the man's motives, Lin Chen immediately commenced resuscitation efforts. The middle-aged man eventually coughed and sputtered, awakening to find a young man anxiously hovering over him, momentarily bewildered as to whether he was alive or dead. Upon realizing the man had regained consciousness, Lin Chen exhaled in relief and slumped down beside him. Brother, what troubles you so? It's better to endure life than to seek death. In my previous life, I never contemplated such despair. Suddenly, the man erupted into tears, akin to a child bereft of everything. It's all gone. Everything is lost. What meaning does life hold anymore? Perhaps it would be better to die. He struggled to rise, intent on returning to the river's edge. With a swift motion, Lin Chen delivered a firm slap to the man's face, momentarily stunning him. Shaking off his arm, Lin Chen approached the still-dazed gentleman and sighed. At least I just saved your life. Is it too much to ask for you not to jump in front of me? Gradually, the man regained his composure and murmured, my wife ran off with the money, and my son isn't even mine. What is the point of my existence? Lin Chen was taken aback by the man's words. It was as if he were gazing into a mirror reflecting an older version of himself, one who had faced even greater misfortune. The man was not only a green giant, but also an unexpected father. The depths of his despair were indeed heartbreaking. Lin Chen placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder and comforted him. Money can be earned back, and those who betray you are worthless. Once life is lost, nothing remains. As long as one has life, there is always hope. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the discomfort that enveloped him. The simple words of consolation from bystanders were utterly ineffectual. The crux of the matter lay in the realization of the individual involved. As he scrutinized the middle-aged man a little longer, an unsettling sense of familiarity began to wash over him. "Brother, have we met before? You look remarkably familiar," he ventured. The moment the words left his lips, the middle-aged man visibly faltered. Who could have imagined that just days prior, he had been a super-millionaire, only to find himself drowning in debt and estranged for his family overnight? Lin Chen continued to observe him, and with each passing moment, the sense of recognition deepened. "Brother, has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to a very successful entrepreneur?" The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, having been swindled to the last penny. "I hardly feel entitled to call myself an entrepreneur. I devoted the better part of my life to my endeavors, only to end up with nothing but insurmountable debt." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? This man was actually he. In a few years, he would ascend the global billionaire rankings, establishing himself as a titan in the technology and entertainment sectors. Gu Li was seemingly one of the artists signed under his entertainment company. Who would have thought that this future magnate had once contemplated ending his own life? Reflecting on the trajectory of his past life, Lin Chen was certain that the current he was destined to survive and rise again, undoubtedly achieving even greater heights. Although the specifics of his previous resurgence were unclear, bold ideas began to take shape in Lin Chen's mind. In a few years, the valuation of He Entertainment would multiply tenfold. This was the perfect moment to invest. This was not an exploitation of misfortune, but rather a seizing of opportunity. Moreover, acquiring He Entertainment would provide protection for Gu Li, safeguarding her from the scandals of the past life. However, He's ability to rebound from failure indicated that he was no ordinary individual. He was a seasoned veteran of the business world, having recently endured a profound betrayal. Thus, he would likely be wary of placing trust in others. Lin Chen understood that he must not appear overly astute. Rather, he needed to feign ignorance to lower He's guard. Taking a seat, Lin Chen asked, "Brother, do you trust me?" He replied with a sardonic smile. "I have nothing left. I fear nothing, not even death. What could you possibly deceive me about?" Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "If you trust me, extend your hand. I shall reveal your palmistry." Weary, he lazily lifted his eyelids. "There's no need to comfort me. You may leave. I have no intention of jumping again." Just then, a sanitation worker approached, waving Lin Chen's coat and loudly inquiring, "Is this your garment?" Upon noticing the two men sitting by the river, drenched to the skin, the worker assumed they had been swimming and promptly admonished them, "No swimming in the river. Offenders will be fined 500. Hearing this, Lin Chen waved towards the sanitation worker. "Yes, that is my coat. We will be up shortly." He then extended his hand towards He. "Brother, can you still walk?" He, who could indeed swim and had not been severely impacted by the water, had now regained his composure. With Lin Chen's assistance, the two of them ambled slowly up the bridge. Lin Chen glanced at He's hand and earnestly fabricated a narrative. "I possess a modest ability to read palms. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed that you were destined for great wealth and prosperity. Observing your palm lines, it indeed corroborates my initial impression. After overcoming this calamity, you shall undoubtedly sail smoothly toward success, soaring to great heights." Perhaps Lin Chen's encouragement had a profound effect, as he gradually began to see things in a more positive light. Upon reaching the bridge, he exclaimed his desire to return and resolve the multitude of troubles awaiting him. Yet ultimately, Lin Chen insisted upon accompanying him to the ambulance. "My dear brother, preserving your health is paramount. Nothing surpasses that. First, let us ensure your well-being at the hospital before you return to work." Regardless of how urgent the tasks or how daunting the troubles may seem, a brief respite is warranted. The ambulance required an accompanying individual, and thus, Lin Chen had no choice but to follow. Now, he found himself utterly alone, and, as he observed this young man diligently attending to his needs, even covering his medical expenses, tears brimmed in his bloodshot eyes. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had arranged everything and was prepared to depart. He, resting on a hospital bed, took the initiative to inquire, "Young man, what is your name? You are my savior, and from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as my dear brother. I am determined to repay your kindness." Chapter 21. Trust in your elder brother. He will lead you to prosperity. Lin Chen rummaged through his pockets, only to realize that he hadn't prepared any business cards. A thought crossed his mind, feigning ignorance. He scratched his head in a comical manner. "I am Lin Chen, a student from C University. There is no need for you to repay me. Just don't hold a grudge over that slap I gave you earlier." He nodded appreciatively. In this era, there are few warm-hearted young individuals who are not driven by money or fame. "In all my years, you're the first person bold enough to slap me. I shall remember this slap, for it has awakened me." "Thank you, Xiaochen." He felt that mere verbal gratitude was insufficiently grand, rising to perform a gesture of profound respect. However, Lin Chen quickly interjected, "Brother, please don't do that. It was merely a spontaneous act. Don't you wish to rise again and teach those who have betrayed you a lesson?" His emotions were stirred once more, igniting a fierce determination within him. "Yes, I must shatter their faces. I have endured every hardship, fearlessly facing death. Why should I fear rising again?" Yet, the thought of the numerous debts looming over him extinguished his fervor, leaving his heart heavy with despair. "It's difficult. The weight of my debts is unbearable. I don't even know how to face my employees. I initially thought I could conceal it for a day, but how can one hide such matters? Everyone is condemning and pressuring me. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen appeared genuinely moved, grasping his hand tightly. "Brother, do you trust me?" That familiar phrase resonated once more. He looked at Lin Chen, remaining silent. Having just been betrayed by those closest to him, trust had become a scarce commodity. Yet, gazing at the earnest young man before him, he felt an inexplicable trust blossoming within him. "You saved my life. How could I not trust you?" Lin Chen continued to play the role of the naive, half-seriously stating, "I have a sum of capital, but I am struggling to find promising investment projects. If you're in need of funds, I can lend you some. I just remembered that my girlfriend works at your company, which is why you seem familiar." He was taken aback. "Your girlfriend? What's her name?" Lin Chen replied truthfully, "An artist from He Entertainment." He refrained from disclosing her name, leading He to assume that his girlfriend was merely an inconspicuous performer. Had he known that Lin Chen's girlfriend was Gu Li, a key figure at He Entertainment, he would likely prioritize the substantial breach of contract valued at 800 million. Indeed, he did not question the identity of the young woman, slightly lowering his gaze as if pondering something. "Given the current prosperous trajectory of the entertainment industry, have you considered investing in an entertainment company?" Lin Chen immediately concurred, "Yes. I was thinking the same, but as a university student with little social experience, I fear falling victim to investment scams." He raised his gaze, emotions slightly stirred. "Xiaochen, do you trust me?" This time, it was he who posed the question. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "My girlfriend has mentioned that you are an exceptional boss. I trust her judgment." This statement was purely a fabrication from Lin Chen, yet it perfectly aligned with his current persona as a foolish college student. He, as if grasping onto a lifeline, immediately inquired, "How much can you invest?" Lin Chen feigned contemplation. "A few." He, upon hearing this, was at a loss for whether to feel disappointed or grateful. "A few tens of thousands?" Sighing, he added, "Though it's not much, thank you nonetheless." After all, he was just a college student. How much could he possibly have? Moreover, to have a few tens of thousands in hand before graduation was already impressive. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. "Not a few tens of thousands, but a few 100 million. His eyes widened in shock. A few 100 million. He even doubted his hearing. Was it not a few tens of thousands, but rather a few 100 million? Lin Chen reiterated emphatically, "Yes, a few 100 million." I just haven't found a suitable investment project yet. He finally snapped back to reality, tightly grasping Lin Chen's hand, exclaiming, Xiao Chun, you are truly my savior, a great benefactor. Anyone who dares to cross you, they will have to deal with me. He. A few $100 million will surely alleviate my debt issues. Who exactly was Lin Chen? Could he possibly be the foolish son of a prestigious family? Such connections would be invaluable. The thought of seizing this opportunity sent he into a frenzy of excitement. He almost wished to sign an investment contract with Lin Chen on the spot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and murmured, It's my girlfriend. He immediately urged, You should answer it. Go ahead. Lin Chen stood still and answered the call, and soon the voice of Gu Li came through the line. Baby, I'm about to lose my job. Gu Li's tone was remarkably calm, as if she were merely mentioning a trivial matter. Having experienced this in her previous life, she felt no panic. However, Lin Chen assumed she had grown weary of the entertainment industry, and thus had little anticipation for her job. He feigned ignorance, saying, Well, that's not so bad. You can take a good rest and focus on studying for your degree. I have money. I can support you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gu Li felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Baby, you're so wonderful. I'll reward you with a grand feast later. Lin Chen's ears flushed slightly at her words. It was not entirely his fault for having such thoughts. Gu Li simply had a way of stirring his imagination. Suddenly, a displeased voice interrupted from the other end. Gu Li, are you sure you want to terminate the contract? Since you've decided to follow your young boyfriend, we should find a time to discuss the breach of contract penalties. Li Bei had just learned that the headquarters was facing bankruptcy due to poor management. Previously, the headquarters would allocate substantial funds to the branch offices annually. Now that the headquarters was on the verge of collapse, the branch office could hardly hold on. The boss's intention is to salvage whatever can be salvaged, and with news of the parent company facing bankruptcy being released, it is inevitable that a multitude of artists will clamor to terminate their contracts, particularly for someone like Gu Li, whose penalty for breach of contract amounts to a staggering $800 million. She must not be overlooked. A few minutes later, Lin Chen ended the call. He noticed the shift in Lin Chen's demeanor and inquired with genuine concern, What is the matter? Lin Chen turned to He, a hint of guilt in his expression, and replied, Brother, I no longer wish to invest in the entertainment company. He's expression changed abruptly. Why? He was counting on Lin Chen's investment to alleviate the pressing situation. Lin Chen, filled with indignation, exclaimed, My girlfriend wants to terminate her contract. Yet the entertainment company is deliberately making it difficult for her with exorbitant penalties. He was taken aback. It seemed this young man was incensed out of affection for his beloved. Although the contents of the earlier call were inaudible, Lin Chen's words and demeanor revealed his deep affection for his girlfriend. He increasingly regarded Lin Chen as rather innocent. However, with several billion in investments on the verge of fruition, how could he let it slip away? Your girlfriend is an artist under He Entertainment, right? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. He immediately encouraged, That is perfect. If you invest in He Entertainment, you will become its owner, and you'll have the final say. Who would dare to cause her trouble then? There would be no need to pay any penalties. You can protect your girlfriend and ensure she receives the best roles. Indeed, after decades of navigating the business world, he began to turn the tables, showcasing his natural ability to persuade. Fearing that Lin Chen might be swayed otherwise, he began to paint an enticing picture of possibilities. Having lost faith in love after being betrayed by his wife of many years, he harbored a deep resentment towards those women who coveted vanity. Observing Lin Chen's earnest concern for a female artist, he felt that the young man was still too naive. Actors are all masters at their craft, adept at deceiving gullible souls like Lin Chen. Keeping his money to himself would undoubtedly prevent it from being squandered by women. It would be wiser to invest in himself and help him earn substantial wealth. What value does a woman hold in comparison to wealth? Women may betray, but fortune remains steadfast. Lin Chen feigned a moment of enlightenment. You're right. He, upon contemplating the imminent influx of several billion, let out a sigh of relief, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Trust me, brother, I will guide you to great riches. Chapter 22. Criticize me, but not my boyfriend. The following morning at 10 o'clock, in the office of Hehe Entertainment's manager. Look, how do we resolve this? Li Bai exclaimed, her face a stormy shade of crimson as she slammed her palm on the table. Years later, she would ascend to become one of the most formidable agents in the industry, renowned for her swift and decisive nature. In her current state, she already exhibited the makings of a powerful figure, tall and robust, her voice resonating with an intimidating gravitas when angered. On the desk lay a mobile phone, playing a surreptitiously captured video. The protagonists of the footage were Gu Li and Lin Chen, strolling hand in hand into a restaurant, their demeanor affectionate. Although the videographer maintained a considerable distance, snippets of their conversation were still discernible. The most scandalous remark came from Gu Li. I don't have much money, but I can certainly spend on you. You deceived me, and I'm willingly deceived. Should this information be made public, it would undeniably paint her as a love-struck starlet indulging a pretty boy. Li Bai had acquired this video with the intent of pressuring Gu Li and Lin Chen to part ways, urging Gu Li to focus on her career and financial success. She recognized Gu Li's potential and worth, which far exceeded 800 million. Even though the company was on the brink of collapse, she preferred to remain tied to Gu Li, contemplating switching companies to continue securing roles and revenue for her. To her, Gu Li was a genuine golden goose. Li Bai, adept in high-pressure tactics, wasted no time in launching her assault. I purchased this video at a steep price from paparazzo. However, the identity of the informant remains confidential. There is a high likelihood that the informant possesses further content. Once it surfaces online, Gu Li, your future will be obliterated. Nestled closely against Lin Chen, Gu Li paid no heed to Li Bai's threats. Let them release it. I have no intention of continuing in the entertainment industry anyway. Li Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Gu Li, who once cherished acting as if it were her very life, would utter such words. She assumed Gu Li was merely sulking. Gu Li, what kind of enchantment has that pretty boy cast upon you? Even if you no longer wish to be part of the entertainment world, you cannot simply vanish from this realm. As a public figure, even the smallest misstep can spiral into a tempest. As an artist, do you not comprehend these truths? Gu Li not only understood, but had also experienced the harsh realities firsthand. In her previous life, it was more than just a storm. It was an invisible blade, striking mercilessly. She had endured the hardships alone. In this life, with him by her side, she felt impervious to any storm. Li Jia, he is my boyfriend, Lin Chen. He is not a pretty boy. Please show him some respect. Gu Li did not mind being labeled as love-struck, but she was fiercely protective of Lin Chen. She wished for him to surpass her previous life, untouched by any blemish. Only then did Li Bai finally direct her gaze towards Lin Chen, whom she had deliberately overlooked. As a talent scout skilled in recognizing potential, it was indeed challenging to disregard someone with Lin Chen's striking appearance. Yet Li Bai had consistently chosen to ignore him throughout the conversation. Li Bai initially speculated that Lin Chen might be a noteworthy character. However, upon seeing the modestly dressed Lin Chen, whose only distinguishing feature was his refined visage, she promptly dismissed all her previous notions. Indeed, he was a charming young man capable of captivating women. It was only natural for Gu Li, having never experienced romance, to be susceptible to such allure. Observing the tightly intertwined hands of the two, Li Bai's brow furrowed deeper. Mr. Lin, I implore you to recognize the reality. The chasm between you and Gu Li is insurmountable. It is impossible for you two to be together. Lin Chen maintained his calm demeanor, showing no inclination to release Gu Li's hand, as he continued to analyze the video content. The backdrop of the video appeared to be the tea banquet restaurant where they had previously dined. I believe I have identified the informant, he remarked. Li Bai scoffed. What does it matter if you know? The video is now in someone else's possession, and they can manipulate you at will. Do not be naively fearless of rumors. When the day of reckoning arrives, you will only regret your past decisions. Lin Chen regarded Li Bai. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Bai scrutinized Lin Chen with a condescending gaze. To breach the contract, you must pay 800 million. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Gu Li interjected. Impossible. The profits I have generated for the company over the years far exceed 800 million. If we must settle accounts, Let us first clear the remuneration owed to me before discussing any breach of contract. Otherwise, we shall see each other in court. Li Bei was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Gu Li's newfound assertiveness. Gu Li, I am offering you two choices out of respect for our past acquaintance. Either pay the 800 million breach fee, or break up with him and act accordingly. Gu Li immediately countered, 800 million is out of the question. Breaking up is also not an option. Although Lin Chen had previously promised to assist her with the breach fee, she was unwilling to rely on him. After all, whose money comes easily? Lin Chen's financial support would be invaluable in the future. This was the first time Li Bei witnessed Gu Li's fury, and she radiated an unwavering determination. Li Bei, still keen on having Gu Li as her profitable asset, hesitated to sever ties completely. Her keen eyes darted between the two, and her expression gradually softened, her tone becoming more congenial. Xiaoli, Sister Li is only looking out for your best interests. I know you cannot possibly raise the 800 million. After much thought, there's another way, but it requires your little boyfriend's cooperation. Gu Li, understanding Li Bei's shrewdness, inquired with caution, what do you mean? Li Bei turned her gaze to Lin Chen, adopting a more approachable demeanor. Xiaolin, I see you possess quite commendable attributes. Have you considered signing a contract to debut? We could publicly declare that you and Gu Li are merely rehearsing for a new script. This would allow you to sidestep the issue. Becoming a star pays significantly more than other jobs, and I shall turn a blind eye to your situation with Gu Li. At this point, Lin Chen had yet to voice his opinion, while Gu Li vehemently opposed. No. She possesses an astute understanding of the entertainment industry's shadows and sordidness. She desires for her beloved to remain perpetually untainted, shielded from any vile contaminations. Li Bei's expression hardened. Gu Li, I am not here to negotiate with you. Either comply with my arrangements, or face an 800 million breach of contract fee. Lin Chen remained composed. Is there truly no room for discussion? Li Bei replied emphatically, none whatsoever. In her presence, no artist dared to haggle. Today, she had only made concessions due to the exquisite beauty of their faces. Yet, these two chose to spurn her goodwill. Lin Chen chuckled softly. In her past life, Li Bei had wielded considerable influence in the entertainment realm for many years. But that was before she encountered him. He would not indulge her, for it was evident that she had often bullied Gu Li before. I can indeed provide the 800 million breach fee, but I require a direct conversation with your superior. You are not yet in a position to handle this sum. Upon hearing this, Li Bei felt as though she had heard a jest. 800 million? I doubt you could even muster 80,000. Furthermore, do you think our boss is someone you can simply meet at will? Chapter 23. United as one, together we slaughter the pig. The office phone rang, and Li Bei promptly answered, respectfully greeting, hello, Mr. Xia. The conversation on the other end seemed to alter her expression dramatically, as disbelief washed over her. Are you saying the company is about to be acquired? The new owner will visit today? Very well, I shall arrange for a proper reception. After a minute, she hung up, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was said that the new owner had significant clout, promising her greater opportunities and a more prominent stage in the future. Glancing at the couple, her previous anxiety dissipated. It was evident that Gu Li was wholly absorbed in her boyfriend, and the more they tried to separate them, the more inseparable they became. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Bei would not let go of this golden goose. Thus, it was imperative to coax Gu Li back. Gu Li, I am not one to disregard sentiments. Consider this carefully. You are at a pivotal moment in your career, and should your relationship be exposed, it would surely lead to a drastic loss of support. Lin Chen, do you truly wish to witness your exalted goddess plummet to the depths? Having traversed similar paths, she suggested they conceal their affections and strive for success, meeting at the pinnacle in the future. Lin Chen listened to her motivational spiel, recognizing the familiar flavor of her words. In his previous position as a boss, he too had painted grand visions for his employees. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Li Bei maintained such a lofty demeanor despite the company's change in ownership. Did she not know the new owner's name? Reflecting on this, he deduced it was likely due to a commitment to confidentiality regarding the collaboration details. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. As Li Bei prepared to continue her grand narrative, the voice of Mr. Xie reached her ears, causing her expression to shift as she strode purposefully toward the door. Upon opening it, she beheld a middle-aged man surrounded by several employees, escorting a young man. The middle-aged man was Xiaoyu, the current owner of Hehe Entertainment. Spotting Li Bei, he gestured for her to approach. "Xiaoli, come here. This is young Master Su from Kyoto. You may address him as Mr. Su." A simple introduction hinted that this young Master Su was the new owner poised to acquire the company. Li Bei immediately adorned her face with a smile, extending her hand toward the young man in a display of servility. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Li Bei. You may call me Xiaoli." This exemplified the self-awareness of a worker. Regardless of age, one remained small in the presence of superiors, accustomed to the subservience of others. Young Master Su did not extend his hand to shake hers, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Li Bei swiftly opened the door, respectfully inviting the two bosses into the office. "Mr. Xie, Mr. Su, please come in." Noticing Lin Chen and Gu Li still standing hand in hand, her expression shifted as she quickly approached and nudged Gu Li. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch a glass of water for Mr. Xie and Mr. Su." Taken by surprise and caught off guard by Li Bei's forceful push, Gu Li nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Lin Chen stood nearby and promptly supported her. "Are you all right?" A figure swiftly approached, concern etched upon their face as they gazed at Gu Li. Mere verbal expressions of concern proved insufficient, as they even contemplated a more intrusive gesture. Yet before their hand could lay a finger on Gu Li, it was intercepted by Lin Chen. "What do you think you're doing?" Su Xiaolu furrowed his brow, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Chen, his expression momentarily faltering. "And you are?" Li Bei, anxious that the romantic entanglement between Gu Li and Lin Chen might jeopardize the company's acquisition, hastily clarified, "This is a newcomer poised to sign a contract." She then gestured towards the two standing motionless. "This individual is our future boss, President Su. Do exhibit some discernment." Su Xiaolu appeared to have uncovered an amusing spectacle, scrutinizing Lin Chen with an inquisitive gaze, subsequently chuckling in derision while casting an approving glance at Li Bei. "Xiaoli, your eye for talent is commendable. I recognize Gu Li. She is indeed a rising star with immense potential. As for this newcomer, I find him quite promising as well. We must secure this signing." He remarked, "Look at this pair of golden boy and girl. They are remarkably striking." Although Lin Chen was a man, being described as striking by another man was not a compliment, but rather a blatant slight. Li Bei's sycophantic smile, however, grew ever more radiant. "President Su, you flatter me. I have full faith that under your leadership, the company will flourish." Sensing the underlying implications in Su Xiaoyu's words, Li Bei contemplated whether she should strive to secure Lin Chen's signing as well. Although the reasons behind Su's interest in Lin Chen remained unclear, it was not uncommon in the entertainment industry for individuals to be drawn to both genders. As Li Bei busily attended to the two bosses, she exchanged knowing glances with Lin Chen and Gu Li, subtly urging them to be more discreet. Yet, at that moment, both individuals bore expressions of grave intensity, their eyes reflecting a shared depth of meaning. Lin Chen recognized Su Xiaolu as the very man from his previous life who had entangled himself with Jiang Xiaoyu, ultimately causing Lin Chen's untimely demise. Gu Li, too, was familiar with Su Xiaolu, as he was the beast who had coerced her into a situation that led to her own desperate leap from a height. Indeed, they had crossed paths once more. This time, he would surely wish he had never been born. The palpable resentment emanating from both was evident. Xiaoyang assumed the pair were merely guests arranged by Li Bei, and seeing their lack of awareness, he promptly reprimanded. "Why aren't you two rushing over to speak with President Su?" The unspoken rule dictated that newcomers of no substantial standing were merely tools for amusement. Su Xiaoyu's brazen gaze lingered upon Gu Li, unmistakably revealing his keen interest. In Xiaoyang's eyes, though Gu Li possessed fame, she was merely an actress. Being noticed by Su Xiaolu was indeed a rare stroke of fortune for her. At that moment, both Lin Chen and Gu Li harbored a simmering anger, silently making their way toward the water dispenser. "I shall fetch a cup of hot water. I shall accompany you." Soon, both emerged with a cup in hand, advancing towards Su Xiaolu. reveling in the adoration akin to that of stars surrounding the moon. Su Xiaoyu's frivolous gaze intensified as he beheld Gu Li approaching with the cup. Delicate and graceful, she must possess exquisite allure, he mused. In his perspective, regardless of how exalted a goddess may be, she must inevitably lower herself in the face of power and wealth. Gu Li noticed his gaze and, suppressing her revulsion, handed him the cup of water, kindly warning, "Mister Su, it's quite hot." Su Xiaoyu's eyes remained fixed upon Gu Li's face, and his hand, initially reaching for the water, insidiously veered towards hers. Seizing the moment, Gu Li swiftly relinquished the cup, just as Su Xiaolu was on the verge of contact. Su Xiaolu, seated upon the sofa, emitted a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig. A cup of scalding water, steaming fiercely, splashed entirely between his legs. Gu Li feigned panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, what should I do? I didn't do it on purpose. It was Mr. Su who failed to grasp it securely. I truly didn't mean to." True to her craft as an actress, tears flowed effortlessly, rendering her innocence utterly convincing. Lin Chen, struggling to suppress a rising smirk and the urge to give a thumbs up, hurriedly approached with a steaming cup in hand, concern etched upon his face. "What happened? What happened? Don't come any closer." Su Xiaolu, now terrified at the sight of the cup, instinctively raised his hand to prevent Lin Chen's approach, only to inadvertently touch the scorching base of the cup, resulting in a dramatic overturn. Bang! Everyone witnessed as he himself toppled the cup, another splash of hot water cascading once more between his legs. Su Xiaolu let out yet another anguished cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 24. Shall we continue? At this moment, Li Bei and Xie Yang were too flustered to reprimand the two troublemakers, frantically insisting on sending Su Xiaolu to the hospital. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen and Gu Li seized the opportunity to discreetly exit the company. The office lacked surveillance cameras, and everyone had witnessed that Su Xiaolu had collided into things on 2 occasions by his own doing. Who could they blame? Ha ha ha. Only after leaving the company did Gu Li dare to laugh heartily. What relief! 100 degrees is merely the boiling point of water, not the culmination of her fury. This was merely a small lesson for Su Xiaolu. By damaging his tools of mischief, she would see if he dared to bully girls again. Lin Chen discovered another facet of Gu Li. Her icy demeanor was merely a fade. She possessed an endearing side, a kind heart, a gentle and considerate nature, as well as a mischievous streak. The more he uncovered the multifarious aspects of her character, the deeper the ripples of affection stirred within his heart. As for Su Xiaolu, this was just the beginning. Gu Li turned to Lin Chen, who had remained silent. "What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Are you worried that scoundrel Su might trouble you?" Lin Chen gently shook his head. "No, it's just that seeing you so joyful has captivated me." Upon hearing this, Gu Li froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing a bright red. "Oh dear, stop looking, stop looking." She quickly turned her head away, covering her slightly warm cheeks with her hands. Lin Chen smiled softly at her reaction, noting her shy side. Throughout the journey, Gu Li's mood was exceptionally buoyant, even humming a tune. Lin Chen, seizing the moment at a red light, gently ruffled her hair. "Are you this happy?" Gu Li waved her fist. "Actually, I'd rather smash his head." "Look, she's transformed into a little warrior once again." Lin Chen chuckled initially, but then his brow furrowed. "Why do you dislike him so much? Has he bullied you?" From Lin Chen's understanding, Gu Li was not the type to hold grudges or act impulsively. While Su Xiaolu had indeed made some disrespectful gestures today, they hardly warranted such intense hatred from Gu Li, unless, of course, he had committed far worse offenses in the past. With this thought, Lin Chen's resolve hardened. 2 cups of hot water were certainly insufficient for revenge. A knife would be far more appropriate. Gu Li sensed the shift in Lin Chen's mood and suddenly realized that this was her first encounter with Su Xiaolu. It hadn't escalated to the point of life and death yet. She quickly denied. "No, it's just that he rubs me the wrong way, utterly despicable. He must have bullied girls before." Lin Chen concurred with her reasoning. "Indeed, we are ridding society of a menace." Gu Li nodded vigorously, her expression becoming notably serious. "Yes. Next time we see him, we'll deal with him." Lin Chen found her adorable. Struggling to suppress a smile, He matched her seriousness. All right, let us deal with him. Gu Li began to crave hot pot, and Lin Chen found a highly rated restaurant. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Lin Chen excused himself to the restroom and stepped outside to make a phone call. Hello, Gu, this is Lin Chen. There is something rather disingenuous in your actions. Yesterday, you assured me that I could invest and become the owner of Hehe Entertainment. Yet today, you allow others to acquire it instead. What? You were unaware? As the principal figure, how could you be in the dark? Is it possible that someone beneath you is orchestrating covert maneuvers? If such a diminutive entertainment company can deceive you to this extent, I fear that other branches may be engaging in similar antics. I am well aware of these truths. How could you, my esteemed brother, not be? Oh, I'm not vexed, merely astonished that you would ever think to mislead me. We can finalize the contract tomorrow. Once signed, the funds will be transferred immediately. No need for gratitude. We are brothers, and such formalities are unnecessary. But I digress. You should attend to your matters, as my girlfriend is calling me for dinner. Until tomorrow, then. As he ended the call, Lin Chen turned around, startled by Gu Li, who stood behind him. Oh dear, how is it that you tread so silently? Gu Li fixed her gaze upon him, her tone tinged with displeasure. Who were you just speaking with? The moment I approached, you hung up. Is it Jiang Xiaoyu who is once again pestering you? Only then did Lin Chen realize she had arrived without overhearing his conversation. He stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. No, it was merely a work-related matter. Hearing this, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you embarking on a new venture? She firmly believed in Lin Chen's impending success and was filled with support and anticipation. Lin Chen nodded. We will sign the contract tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Gu Li tilted her head in confusion. Why do you need me to go with you? Although she yearned to be close to Lin Chen and appreciated his invitation, she found the request somewhat peculiar. Bringing a woman along during business negotiations, surely, he does not intend for her to play the role of an escort? Noticing the odd expression on Gu Li's face, Lin Chen quickly interjected to dispel her wandering thoughts. I wish to introduce you to a well-connected brother of mine and finalize the contract. Besides, you are my lucky charm. Bringing you along will surely invite good fortune. At this, Gu Li's mood brightened, and she playfully nodded her head. Very well. I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. Lin Chen smiled, placing his hand before her. May I invite the esteemed princess to join me for lunch? As for Lin Chen, he had become increasingly adept at charming women, almost intuitively so. After their meal, Gu Li excused herself to digest, and once fully adorned, she took Lin Chen to the shopping mall. As she headed toward a high-end store, Lin Chen felt a surge of delight, anticipating her shopping spree. The more she bought, the better, for his rebate system had been dormant for far too long. However, in the next moment, Gu Li led Lin Chen directly to the men's clothing section. The attendant immediately recognized Gu Li as the one with genuine purchasing intent and approached her. Madam, how may I assist you? Gu Li scanned the men's apparel and pointed to several ensembles. This one, and also this one. Indeed, and those two sets as well. Take them off and let my boyfriend try them on. Before Lin Chen could refuse, he was gently pushed into the fitting room by Gu Li. It is often said that one is judged by their attire, and you are no longer a penniless youth. You must dress with a touch of elegance. I cannot allow others to mistakenly believe that I am financially supporting you, branding you as a kept man. Moreover, you are embarking on your entrepreneurial journey. Soon, you shall be a boss, and a boss must possess the demeanor befitting their stature. Lin Chen was utterly taken aback by Gu Li's concern for his image. He himself was indifferent. Being called a kept man merely indicated he was handsome, and being supported implied not only good looks but also capability. However, he suddenly felt a desire not to disappoint her goodwill. Indeed, now that finances were no longer a concern, it was time to indulge in some refinement. The fitting room was quite spacious. With several outfits hung up, 2 people could stand comfortably without feeling cramped. Lin Chen observed Gu Li, who lingered outside the fitting room, and let out a soft sigh. I'm going to change now. Gu Li dramatically covered her eyes with her palms, yet her sparkling eyes peeked through her fingers, wide with curiosity. Go ahead, I want to look. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards, her mischievous thoughts betraying her. Even through the fabric, he could feel the contours of her figure, and the thought of seeing it firsthand would surely bring her immense joy. Lin Chen was surprised to witness this bold aspect of Gu Li, gently pinching her cheek. So eager to see, Gu Li, propping her eyelids with her hands, shook her head in denial. "I want to look, I promise." Her words were mere fabrications and nothing more. Click! The belt was unfastened. Lin Chen noticed the flush on Gu Li's face creeping up to her ears and whispered, "Shall we continue?" Chapter 25. Blushing and heart racing in the fitting room a few moments later, Lin Chen emerged in a tailored silver gray suit. With a tall and elegant posture and finely chiseled features, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a brooding CEO from a television drama. He leaned slightly forward, approaching Gu Li, who was weakly propped against the wall, still recovering from the overwhelming situation. "Now, shall we continue?" he inquired. Gu Li felt as if she were a lobster pulled from boiling water, shyly casting a glance at him before murmuring, "And no." At that moment, gazing at Lin Chen, her heart raced as if it housed several small rabbits within. Despite the multitude of handsome men in the entertainment industry, none could compare to Lin Chen in her eyes. Lin Chen was quite pleased to witness Gu Li's bashful demeanor. It was surprising to discover that the aloof goddess on screen was so easily flustered in private. In the past, when she flirted with him, he had thought her a seasoned actress adept in affairs of the heart. But it turned out she was merely a paper tiger, all show and no substance. Just as he was about to reward her with a gesture of affection, he tilted his head slightly, his lips brushing against her rosy cheek. "What's the matter?" he softly inquired. Gu Li was clutching her chest, whispering an explanation. "Let me catch my breath." Lin Chen smiled, pressing his lips together as he pinched her soft cheek playfully. "Have you never experienced this before? Can't even catch your breath? I truly wonder if your intimate scenes on set are all misaligned." Gu Li pouted and quietly retorted, "It's not like I'm willing to do that with just any man." What's wrong with that? Unlike some people who clearly seem to be seasoned veterans, Gu Li, who harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, had kept her emotional scenes rather restrained. Even the kiss scenes were executed with careful positioning. She had always intended to reserve her first experiences for the one she loved, hence maintaining a respectful distance from other male actors. Yet, recalling Lin Chen's earlier familiarity, she felt increasingly vexed. Just days ago, he had seemed like an innocent young man, pure and endearing. Who would have guessed he was merely playing the role of a naive fool, biding his time? Had he behaved similarly with Jiang Xiaoyu in the past? If not, how could he be so proficient? Lin Chen quickly countered, "Don't wrongfully accuse me. I simply possess a strong capacity for learning. I'll just study a bit more and pick it up." Gu Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You haven't done this with anyone else?" At that moment, Lin Chen found Gu Li's jealous demeanor utterly adorable. "No, only you." His fingers gently brushed her lips as he softly asked, "Has your lipstick smudged? Do you need to touch it up?" Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, Gu Li replied, "And no, it's all right. I'm wearing a mask, so it doesn't matter." Lin Chen lowered his gaze, fixated on the hint of red on her lips. "In that case, allow me to help you remove it." Time seemed to slip away as Lin Chen wrapped one arm around Gu Li's slender waist, while the other hand held the clothes he had just tried on as he stepped out of the fitting room. Gu Li truly was a paper tiger. A mere flicker of his charm was enough to leave her defenseless. Even after some time had passed, she still struggled to regain her composure, relying on Lin Chen to remain upright. Lin Chen instructed, "Pack these clothes. I'll pay with my card." Lin Chen purchased all the garments he had just tried on, retrieving his card from his pocket. Gu Li pretended to assist in settling the bill, producing her own card from her small handbag. "Use this one." Lin Chen gazed down at her and said, "Darling, I truly adore the outfits you've chosen. My card is yours as well." His words caused Gu Li's cheeks to flush once more. He was becoming increasingly adept at this, effortlessly calling her darling for the first time. The cashier assisting them cast envious glances at the couple, each glance seemingly urging them to exclaim, "This male customer is exceptionally handsome and so devoted to his partner." As they exited the upscale store, they soon encountered two familiar figures around the corner. With Su Xiao's birthday approaching in a few days, Sun Lily encouraged Jiang Xiaoyu to prepare a birthday gift for him. After all, Su Xiao had already bestowed upon them gifts worth over 100,000. If they continued to remain unresponsive, he might lose interest and give up entirely. An ordinary gift would surely be unworthy of Su Xiao's stature, while anything overly extravagant was beyond their means. While passing the luxury store, a sudden idea struck them. They could purchase a basic tie, likely costing around 10,000. Pooling their resources, they should be able to manage. However, just as they rounded the corner, they spotted two familiar silhouettes walking away in an affectionate embrace. Sun Lily, feeling a surge of excitement, tugged at Jiang Xiaoyu's arm and exclaimed, "Hey Xiaoyu, look, isn't that Lin Chen? And isn't he holding Gu Li?" Though Gu Li was clad in layers, making her difficult to recognize, Lin Chen was immediately identifiable. Furthermore, only Gu Li could accompany Lin Chen on such an excursion to a luxury store. The rumors were indeed true. Lin Chen was being supported by Gu Li. Sun Lily's excitement grew, and she pulled out her phone to capture the moment, exclaiming, "Wow, Lin Chen is carrying a bag specifically designed for men's clothing, several outfits. Did Gu Li buy these for him? What on earth does she see in Lin Chen? Trading a pair of earrings worth a few dozen for clothes worth hundreds of thousands?" But then she noticed Gu Li's peculiar gait. "Xiaoyu, look at how strange Gu Li walks. Do you think they were in the fitting room?" Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of irritation as Sun Lily continued her chatter, her frustration boiling over. "Enough already. Are we still shopping for the gift or not?" This was the first time Jiang Xiaoyu had ever lost her temper with Sun Lily. It was not merely because Sun Lily's beauty paled in comparison to her own, and yet she still chose to spend time with her, but also because Sun Lily's family possessed a modest fortune, enabling her to know several affluent young men. Su Xiao was introduced to Jiang Xiaoyu by Sun Lily. Taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's outburst, Sun Lily's expression darkened. "Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Are you willing to sever our friendship over a man?" Realizing her tone had been harsh, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lily. I was just feeling overwhelmed and didn't mean to snap at you. Please don't take it to heart. Let us browse the store and see if there is anything you like. We can pick out something together. As long as it's not too expensive, you know how strict my family is and the allowance is quite limited." Sun Lily feigned a generous demeanor, seemingly accepting her apology and even empathizing with her financial predicament. "You need not select a gift for me. Simply choose well for Su Xiao. We are good sisters, and I would never cause you harm. If you were to fall out with me over a man, it would genuinely sadden me." The two close friends quickly reconciled and stepped into the luxury boutique together. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaoyu was guided by a staff member to select a tie, while Sun Lily quietly approached the cash register, inquisitively inquiring, "How much did that couple who just arrived spend?" The staff member frowned and respectfully replied, "I apologize, madam, but that information is private and we cannot disclose it." Not receiving an answer, Sun Lily wandered near the cash register, her phone in hand, and as the staff's expressions grew more serious, she smiled and departed. Once away from the register, Sun Lily magnified the small receipt she had secretly captured on her phone. A wave of delight surged within her. Fortune smiled upon her, as Lin Chen and his companions had not taken the receipt. Gazing at the amount on the slip, her eyes widened in disbelief. After counting several times, she finally confirmed. Astonishingly, over 1 million. Lin Chen had truly latched onto a lucrative opportunity, casually shopping. Gu Li had spent over 1 million on him. Contemplating further, jealousy arose within her. Is it truly so easy for stars to earn such wealth? Gu Li was so willing to lavish money on Lin Chen. She must have accumulated quite a fortune herself. It is often said that celebrities should avoid romantic entanglements. How dare Gu Li defy this norm? If her fans were to discover that she was financially supporting a man, could she still maintain her popularity? Without her fans, without the ability to act, her existence would be far less fulfilling than her own. Dark thoughts began to proliferate as Sun Lily logged into a long-neglected account on a certain platform. Shock! A certain trending starlet was allegedly spotted on a date with a man in a fitting room, exhibiting peculiar behavior. Chapter 26. A disturbing encounter. Lin Chen donned a fresh outfit and drove Gu Li directly to the most luxurious property in Sea City, Huqing No. 1 Courtyard. Initially curious about their destination, Gu Li soon realized the truth when they arrived at Huqing No. 1 Courtyard. Could it be that Lin Chen intended to purchase a house for her here? The villas at Huqing No. 1 Courtyard indeed epitomized her dream home. Yet the prices were exorbitant, averaging in the 9-digit range. How did they end up here? She was acutely aware that Lin Chen was in the early stages of his entrepreneurial journey, a time when expenditures were critical. Although his savings amounted to a substantial 10 billion, he still needed to exercise prudence in spending. Besides, she had already spent several million of his money. She could not allow herself to overspend further, lest she find herself restless at night. Lin Chen, however, was determined not to grant Gu Li an opportunity to decline. If she refrained from spending, how could he gain any returns? He not only intended a purchase, but also aimed to buy the most extravagant option available. After parking the car, he effortlessly lifted Gu Li from her seat. Standing tall and handsome, adorned in luxury brand attire, Lin Chen exuded an air of affluence. Despite Gu Li's attempt to conceal herself with a mask and sunglasses, her graceful figure betrayed her beauty. To her surprise, this simple act of being carried prompted a wave of astonished onlookers. Oh my, it's like a scene from a romantic drama. How immediate. Flushed with embarrassment, Gu Li instinctively buried her face in Lin Chen's embrace. Fortunately, no one recognized her, as the celebrity Gu Li and the crowd soon dispersed. Lin Chen carried her straight into the sales office, where he gently set her down. The sales area was resplendent, radiating opulence. Staff in matching uniforms stood beside scale models, their smiles unmistakably forced, indicative of professional insincerity. In the current economic downturn, genuine buyers were scarce, and it had been nearly 2 months since the last opening. Rumors circulated that the parent company was struggling and on the brink of bankruptcy, casting doubt on the future employment of the staff. Their attention shifted when they saw a striking young couple, impeccably dressed in designer brands, enter the sales office. The sales personnel, like famished wolves catching sight of prey, immediately perked up. Sir, miss, may I inquire if you're interested in purchasing a property? Pitching number 1 courtyard is if you have any questions, please feel free to consult me. Several sales agents rushed forward, eager not to miss out on such high-quality clients. Lin Chen and Gu Li found themselves encircled, with Lin Chen ever vigilant in protecting Gu Li, anxious that she might be recognized. Gu Li, secretly grappling with social anxiety, dreaded such close scrutiny. She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, "Let us leave. We can buy a house when we earn more money." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, sufficient for Lin Chen and the nearby sales agents to hear. Sensing Gu Li's discomfort, Lin Chen firmly pushed back the encroaching sales personnel, saying, "Please make way." Just then, Gu Li let out a startled gasp. Lin Chen's expression shifted. What's wrong? With a piercing gaze directed at the male sales agent beside her, Gu Li declared, "You just groped me. Apologize at once." Gu Li is not a timid young lady. When faced with an indecent advance, she boldly asserts her disapproval. She is acutely aware that the unwelcome touch was not an accidental graze, but rather an unmistakable display of disrespect. The sales agent, who had been lingering nearby, promptly retreated a few steps, feigning a desire to disperse. The man with the crew cut, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, turned away nonchalantly, voicing his irritation with a remark about those without money loitering at the Cheng Yihao garden, calling them unsophisticated and a waste of his time. Lin Chen, however, immediately focused on the man, his voice cold as he commanded, "Stop! Apologize!" The crew-cut man glanced back at Lin Chen, his expression rife with disdain. "Why should I apologize? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Chen, looking down at the man who was significantly shorter than himself, replied, "You have offended my girlfriend and insulted a client by calling them unsophisticated. I will repeat myself. Apologize to us." The man, convinced that Lin Chen was merely a penniless buyer, defiantly raised his chin and continued to provoke, "I won't apologize. Unsophisticated. You aren't welcome here, so get lost." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck to the ground by a single punch. Lin Chen flexed his wrist and gazed at the man sprawled on the floor, declaring, "Consider this a belated apology for your earlier disrespect. Now, apologize to my girlfriend." "Which hand did you use? The left or the right?" Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, as if he would sever whichever hand was identified. The crew-cut man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, coupled with a surge of fury at being assaulted on his own turf. "What proof do you have against me? Brothers, why are you standing there? My uncle is the sales department head. Attack. If you win, my uncle will give you a raise. The other male colleagues, who had been spectators until now, sprang into action upon hearing the promise of a pay increase, quickly shedding their jackets to surround Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen handed his jacket to Gu Li, advising, if you are afraid, close your eyes and count to 10. If Gu Li had not been reborn, she might have felt fear. However, the current Gu Li was entirely unafraid, even somewhat eager to witness how Lin Chen would deal with these men. She recalled how, in her previous life, Lin Chen had heroically fought off several assailants, culminating with the criminals begging for mercy, and he had received commendations from the television station for 3 consecutive days. Dealing with these ineffectual sales agents would be a trivial matter. After all, they were the ones at fault. Even if the police were called, they would be the ones apprehended. As for compensation, she still had funds at her disposal. With these thoughts in mind, she simply cautioned, take care of yourself. Lin Chen appeared entirely composed, confident that he could dispatch these feeble adversaries with ease. Bang! Bang! In less than a minute, the confrontation concluded. Lin Chen adjusted his sleeves, his hairstyle remarkably undisturbed, while before him lay a group of men sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The sales department head, Lu Fu, arrived upon hearing the commotion. I am Lu Fu, the head of the sales department. Who is causing this disturbance? Anyone who dares to bully others in my territory will face dire consequences. Lu Feng hurriedly reported, pointing toward Lin Chen's direction. Uncle, it is them. Following the indication, Lu Fu swiftly identified a man and a woman standing prominently in the center, immediately signaling to the 2 security guards behind him to stealthily ambush while the others were distracted. Lin Chen, who had already donned his coat, gently wrapped his arm around Gu Li, casting a glance at the 2 security guards armed with forks approaching him, then turned to Lu Fu. Director Lu, is it? As a leader, shouldn't you first seek to understand the circumstances and assess who is right and who is wrong before making a decision? Lu Feng rushed forward, lamenting, Uncle, you must help your nephew regain his honor. They cannot afford a home and have assaulted us. Woe is me. If they dare to strike us on our own turf today, they will surely come to rob us tomorrow. Lu Fu, already biased toward his kin, was led to believe that the other party was merely impoverished and defenseless, immediately discarding any reservations. You have beaten my nephew and subordinates so mercilessly. Do you think you can leave here unscathed today? Lin Chen chuckled softly, realizing that the other side was not inclined to settle matters amicably. A nest of rotten roots indeed. Such an upscale property, yet it conceals a multitude of unsavory characters. He suddenly felt that acquiring this residence was no longer imperative. Concerned about the potential issues that might arise after moving in, he decided that if matters could not be resolved through dialogue, he would call the police to ascertain the truth. Just as Lin Chen was about to retrieve his phone from his pocket to report the incident, Lu Feng suddenly shouted, he is calling the police. Quickly restrain him. Chapter 27. Are you cowardly? Or no longer a man? Chung Yihao Courtyard stands as a magnificent luxury estate in the city, with a web of complex influences behind it. Even the mere sales staff have grown accustomed to wielding power to intimidate others, believing that sheer numbers can overpower any opposition. In their eyes, even if someone were to be severely injured, no one would dare confront them. After all, who would challenge a major corporation? However, once the police are involved, the situation transforms entirely. The 2 security guards, who had been preparing to ambush, immediately raised their steel forks and launched an assault on Lin Chen. The female colleagues watching from a distance gasped softly, unable to bear to watch any longer. In truth, they felt a deep sympathy for the handsome young man, who was not only good-looking but also kind to his girlfriend. Had he not provoked Lu Feng, he would not have found himself in this unfortunate predicament. Although Lu Feng had been beaten to a pulp, they felt no pity for him and even secretly rejoiced. Many of the female colleagues had endured Lu Feng's lewd advances, too intimidated to speak out due to his uncle's position of power. Moreover, they admired the girl who boldly accused him, unafraid of threats and maintaining her composure. Lin Chen turned to Gu Li and quietly asked, Are you afraid? Gu Li scoffed. What is there to fear? Realizing her words had been rather uncouth and unladylike, she was about to offer a clarification when Lin Chen had already stepped protectively in front of her. If you're not afraid, then just close your eyes, he said. Gu Li, an actress with professional martial arts training, excelled not only in dance, but also in combat. Having not filmed a serious action scene in quite some time, she felt a stirring of competitive spirit. Stepping out from Lin Chen's protective circle, she raised an eyebrow with an air of confidence. You take the left. I'll take the right. Lin Chen had never witnessed such a spirited side of Gu Li before and nodded with a smile. All right. Together as one, we are formidable. Bang. Clang. Moments later, one steel fork was sent flying while another lay crushed beneath a foot. The two security guards suddenly found themselves empty-handed, trembling in fear. Lu Fu urged them impatiently. What are you waiting for? Go. The guards were not fools. Having seen that their opponents were skilled fighters, they hesitated to advance. Director, they both know martial arts. We can't possibly defeat them. In these times, skilled fighters were a rarity, and those with exceptional prowess were even more uncommon. Were they perhaps descendants of a family renowned for martial arts? Lu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, Uncle, are we really going to let them go like this? If we don't teach them a lesson, they might think we're easy to bully. Who knows what the LL say outside? If this gets out, how will we sell our properties in the future? We haven't made a sale in nearly 2 months. The more negative news we have, the harder it will become. Recently, Lu Fu had been feeling the pressure due to poor performance. His heart tightened at the thought. Lu Feng suggested in a low voice, let Manager Wang handle it. This matter can be escalated or downplayed as needed. I've heard Manager Wang has connections and won't be intimidated by these two troublemakers. Upon hearing Lu Fu's words, Lu Feng found them reasonable and quietly urged him. You go fetch Manager Wang. I will stall them. Lu Feng immediately slipped away to seek assistance, while Lu Fu feigned amiability towards Lin Chen. Sir, please take a seat for a moment. Today's events may simply be misunderstandings. Lin Chen, seeing through his ploy to buy time, disregarded his words and guided Gu Li towards the exit. Just a few steps away, Lu Fu obstructed their path. No, you cannot leave now. Lin Chen frowned. Why can we not depart? Lu Fu, abandoning any pretense, revealed his true intentions. You must sign a guarantee, ensuring that you will not speak indiscriminately once you leave. Lin Chen found this absurd. Did these individuals truly believe they could act with impunity? Step aside. Lu Fu immediately signaled the two timid security guards to intervene, but both were too frightened to proceed. Resolute, Lu Fu suddenly threw himself to the ground. Ouch! He assaulted me. Lin Chen, who was still several steps away, did not spare him a glance and prepared to leave. Hurry, Manager Wang, there has been a real incident. From outside came Lu Feng's voice, leading a tall, imposing bald man with an intimidating presence. The man's gaze landed on Lu Fu. Lu Fu, what is happening? Today is the day the big boss is inspecting. What are you doing? Upon seeing Manager Wang, Lu Fu felt as though he had encountered a deity. He eagerly anticipated how Manager Wang would handle the situation, not only because he was the leader, but also due to his notorious reputation for being tough. It was said that he had previously been involved in the underworld and had experience in fighting, making him formidable. Lu Fu scrambled to his feet and rushed to Manager Wang, eager to report the wrongdoing. Manager, someone is causing a ruckus in the sales office and has assaulted us without cause. With Manager Wang backing him, Lu Fu became increasingly brazen in embellishing the tale. Wang Chong surveyed the scene, noticing several employees with visible injuries. Useless. Where are the troublemakers? Lu Fu, seemingly innocently, whispered to Wang Chong, it's that couple over there. Both possessed some fighting skills, and the man's prowess was particularly notable. Those familiar with Wang Chong knew he could not tolerate anyone boasting about another's abilities in his presence. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Lu Fu's words, Wang Chong's expression darkened further. He glanced at the delicate-looking couple, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. Just him. His tone dripped with skepticism. Lu Fu continued to incite, yes. He is the one who beat us all up and is exceedingly arrogant, clearly not seeing you as a formidable figure. Wang Chong's gaze toward Lin Chen grew, increasingly frigid, as if he were staring at a corpse. Just him? His tone conveyed blatant disdain. Lin Chen watched as Wang Chong's demeanor soured further due to Lu Fu's whispers. Although he couldn't hear their exact exchange, there was no doubt that Lu Fu had distorted the truth. Soon, Wang Chong stepped forward and, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen, said in a low voice, Shall we settle this with a fight? Lin Chen glanced at Wang Chong, reluctant to engage in a confrontation. We are here to view properties, not to brawl. Moreover, it was your employee who insulted my girlfriend and unjustly attacked us, prompting my act of self-defense. Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings, observing the employees who had been knocked down by Lin Chen. His competitive spirit ignited a long-buried impulse within him. Regardless if it was right or wrong, he simply wished to ascertain who was superior between himself and Lin Chen. No one had ever dared to assert their superiority in his presence. Those once arrogant individuals who had boasted of their prowess had long since faced their demise. If you're a man, let's settle this with a fight. Everything else can wait. It had been ages since he had last engaged in a brawl. Today, he was determined to have an exhilarating match. As for the high-ranking official scheduled to inspect the work today, Wang Chong swiftly cast that thought aside. Gu Li, perceiving that her opponent was indeed well-trained, expressed her concern, perhaps we should just leave. Wang Chong scoffed, what? Are you backing down? Have you lost your manhood? Chapter 28. When persuasion fails, let fists speak. No man can tolerate being insulted in front of his girlfriend, and Lin Chen was no exception. Lowering his gaze upon the worried expression of Gu Li, he gently patted her hand and reassured her, do not fear. Remember to stand back. It will soon be over. As Wang Chong listened to Lin Chen's words of encouragement directed at his girlfriend, his arrogance intensified. Clearly, he believed that without a display of true skill, Lin Chen had grown complacent after years of seclusion. Enough of your chatter, come on. Wang Chong had already shed his jacket, revealing a slim shirt that accentuated his well-developed muscles, radiating an aura of strength. Several female employees blushed, unable to maintain eye contact. Gu Li wished to say more, but Lin Chen had already removed his jacket once again, handing it to her while affectionately ruffling her hair. Have faith in me. Reluctantly, Gu Li accepted the jacket, softly admonishing, do not be reckless. If you cannot win, concede. There is no shame in that. To me, you will always be a great hero. Her words were sincere. She never equated victory in a fight with heroism, nor did she consider defeat disgraceful. Lin Chen's charm stemmed from much more than mere physical prowess. Regardless of the outcome, her love for him remained unwavering. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming surge of courage and strength. In that moment, not even a lion could stand in his way. He observed Wang Chong, who was now warming up with unwavering determination. In your presence, how could I possibly lose? Gu Li felt a stirring in her heart, as if something profound was awakening within her. Soon, a crowd gathered, forming a makeshift arena several meters in diameter around Lin Chen and Wang Chong. Ah, they are fighting. Go, manager. Go, Lin Chen. Most of the spectators rallied behind Wang Chong, while only Gu Li cheered for Lin Chen. Gradually, her voice was drowned out by the crowd, yet she persisted, straining her voice to support him. In the center of the arena, Wang Chong towered over Lin Chen, and the disparity in their physiques was glaring. Wang Chong launched the first attack, but Lin Chen deftly evaded, calmly assessing his opponent's weaknesses. The cheers continued as the battle commenced, each punch landing with a palpable intensity reminiscent of televised boxing matches. Gu Li, her palms sweating with anxiety, clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her skin as she watched Lin Chen take several hits. No, he cannot be harmed. Panic surged through her mind, contemplating what to do. Just as Wang Chong charged again, her heart raced to her throat. Ah! The audience gasped in unison. To their astonishment, the once dominant Wang Chong was sent sprawling into the viewing pool by Lin Chen's kick. However, the fight was far from over. Thud! Lin Chen advanced, delivering another kick to the recovering Wang Chong, forcing his head beneath the water. Will you concede? Caught off guard, Wang Chong struggled fiercely, frantic to break free from Lin Chen's grip as he was held down in the water once more. As Wang Chong believed he was on the verge of mounting a successful rebellion, Lin Chen delivered another kick, forcing him once more beneath the water. Do you yield? Lin Chen understood the mindset of someone like Wang Chong, who revered brute strength. Reason was futile, only fists mattered. He simply needed to subdue him. The ferocity and resolve Lin Chen had cultivated in his previous life remained applicable in this one. As the bubbles rising to the surface diminished, Lu Fu and the others could no longer sit idly by. Release him. Are you trying to drown him? Guli was also anxious. Although she unconditionally supported Lin Chen, she certainly did not wish for him to bear the weight of a life taken. Lin Chen do not act rashly. His gaze was chillingly calm. Just as Wang Chong was on the brink of losing consciousness, Lin Chen seized his hair again. Do you yield? He granted Wang Chong a mere 3 seconds to contemplate. Failure to respond would result in further action. Wang Chong felt the pressure at the nape of his neck. The sensation of life slipping away, stark and terrifying. A man who had never feared death suddenly found himself gripped by fear. I yield. I yield. His palms frantically slapped the water's surface, terrified that Lin Chen would press down once more. Lin Chen forcefully tossed the nearly unconscious Wang Chong aside. Thud! Wang Chong collapsed onto the grass like a sack of rotten flesh, utterly incapacitated. A life has been lost. Upon seeing Wang Chong motionless, some screamed in terror, believing he had perished. Yet Lin Chen remained remarkably composed. After shaking off the droplets of water from his hands, he approached the still-shocked Guli. I apologize for frightening you. Guli was indeed startled. She had never encountered this side of Lin Chen, nor had she envisioned him exhibiting such a demeanor. Dark and potent, it was a facet she had never witnessed before. In retrospect, Guli realized she was not afraid of Lin Chen himself, but rather of the impulsive choices he might regret. Now, reflecting on that moment, only sorrow remained. Had he not endured desperate circumstances? How could he have evoked such profound darkness? He must have suffered greatly in the past. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Yet still reeling from her fright, Guli forgot to act. Cough, cough. A violent cough emanated from Wang Chong's direction. Confirming he was still alive, Guli exhaled in relief. After draping her jacket over Lin Chen, she gently took his hand. Softly, she admonished, you mustn't be so impulsive in the future. Lin Chen did not argue. He merely clasped her hand in return, though hers felt unnaturally cold, lacking its usual warmth. A wave of guilt washed over him. Guli had truly been frightened, her hand so chilled. Lu Fu and the others surrounded the slowly awakening Wang Chong. Manager, are you all right? I will call the police immediately. As Wang Chong regained some consciousness, he quickly interjected, we cannot call the police. He was acutely aware of the many unsavory deeds he had committed in the past. If the authorities were alerted, would he ever be able to emerge unscathed? Looking up at Lin Chen, Wang Chong felt a surge of dread. This individual was terrifying. The force of that kick was beyond what any ordinary person could muster. The intensity of ruthlessness and calmness is indeed quite terrifying. Reflecting on those few seconds, had I resisted further, I might have been drowned beneath the water by him. Wang Chong had fancied himself a tough individual, only to discover there exists someone even more formidable than himself. After soothing Guli, Lin Chen gently took her icy hand and moved toward the crowd. Guli assumed he still harbored resentment and quickly interjected, all right, he has already conceded. Lin Chen smiled faintly, embodying the same benevolence as before, as if the one who had previously engaged in violence was an entirely different person. Do not worry, I shall not resort to violence again. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, the crowd instinctively parted. Before long, only Wang Chong remained, slumped on the ground, recovering his composure. Lin Chen spoke slowly, I still prefer reasoning. Wang Chong, lying on the ground and spitting out water, dared not retort. Are you attempting to reason with your fists? Lin Chen inquired further. Is it now appropriate to discuss matters and offer an apology to my girlfriend? At this, Guli was taken aback, raising her gaze to Lin Chen, her lips trembling slightly. It became clear that all of his actions were merely to elicit an apology from them. Wang Chong remained silent, and Lu Fu, trembling with trepidation, dared not respond. Lu Feng, who was accustomed to arrogance, had yet to realize that Lin Chen had already subdued Wang Chong. Cautiously standing behind Wang Chong, he continued to complain, Manager, they instigated trouble on purpose and have now even harmed you. You must not let them go unpunished. Slap! Wang Chong struck Lu Feng across the face, demanding apologize. Chapter 29. The brother of the big boss? Oh no! Lu Feng was left in a daze, bewildered and rooted to the spot. Why had the manager struck him? Why was he compelled to apologize? What was happening here? An authoritative voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. Lin Chen paused momentarily, as the voice sounded somewhat familiar. The crowd gradually parted, revealing a familiar figure. He had come to inspect the work and, upon failing to reach Wang Chong, discovered to his astonishment that he was embroiled in yet another brawl. However, it was the first time he had witnessed Wang Chong being knocked to the ground. All eyes turned towards He. Everyone recognized the big boss. They had only seen him from a distance during annual meetings, and this was their first close encounter. The moment Lu Feng spotted the big boss, he felt as if he had seen a savior. He completely forgot about Wang Chong's demand for an apology and hurried towards He. Mr. He, you must stand up for me. I was just doing my job when someone attacked me without cause. He's bodyguards promptly intervened, preventing Lu Feng from advancing further. He's gaze shifted towards Lin Chen, locking eyes with him. There was a hint of surprise, mingled with excitement. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? In the next moment, a flicker of unease crossed his features. Lin Chen silently pondered. Heqiang One courtyard? Heqiang? Could it possibly be a property under the He family? In his previous life, the He family had not dabbled in real estate, which explained his lack of recollection. Upon witnessing the big boss address Lin Chen by a diminutive name, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Mr. He, do you know him? As an experienced figure, he could surmise the dynamics of the crowd based on their allegiances. Internally, he fervently hoped that the troublemaker who had fought with Wang Chong was not Lin Chen. However, fate had other plans, as Lin Chen cast an unhappy glance towards He. This is also your company. He chuckled awkwardly and approached Lin Chen with purposeful strides. Xiao Chen, is there some misunderstanding? Please, enlighten your elder brother. The onlookers were astounded to see the big boss treating Lin Chen with such familiarity and courtesy, particularly Lu Feng, whose mind was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? An elder brother? The big boss's sibling? Oh no. Gu Li was equally perplexed. The owner of the He group was Lin Chen's brother? Thus, Lin Chen was a child of the He family? Was all his wealth bestowed upon him by the He family? Although he maintained a friendly demeanor, Gu Li instinctively felt a twinge of caution. Families of wealth often harbor intricate rivalries, presenting a facade of kindness while wielding daggers behind closed doors. Sibling rivalries were commonplace, especially given that Lin Chen had been reclaimed after years apart. Soon enough, he stood before Lin Chen, his gaze sweeping over the girl at his side. Despite sensing her wariness, he maintained a cheerful expression, seemingly oblivious. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Gu Li was dressed modestly, obscuring her appearance, yet he unabashedly lavished her with compliments. Lin Chen was now the He group's beacon of hope. Regardless of whether he had caused a ruckus at Heqiang One courtyard or even struck someone, he would tolerate it for his sake. Which yin are you interested in? Just let your elder brother know. There's no need for you to come in person. Although a house may be valued in the 9-figure range, it becomes utterly worthless if it cannot be sold. If it serves as a favor, allowing one to cling to a powerful benefactor and obtain cash in times of need. What is there not to relish? Moreover, what he truly values is not the mere billions in Lin Chen's possession, but the formidable influence that lies behind him. A university student capable of casually wielding billions as pocket money must surely belong to some illustrious aristocracy. It was the first time the onlookers witnessed such humility from a prominent figure. Though the boss referred to himself as Big Brother, his demeanor towards Lin Chen was exceptionally courteous, even reverential. In contrast, the Lu family duo appeared to be on the brink of calamity. Lin Chen, however, did not lose himself in the flattery of he's proximity. Do you think I am the one instigating trouble? He, as if soothing a child, promptly declared. No. Big Brother trusts you. You are a good person. It is absolutely reasonable. Internally, he mused that it was typical for the children of affluent families to possess a certain flamboyance. So what if a scuffle had occurred? No one had died. It was hardly a grave matter. Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further and turned his gaze to Lu Feng. Lu Feng trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Fu immediately stepped forward to grasp him, bowing respectfully. I apologize. Seeing Lu Feng in a daze, he slapped him, exclaiming, Quick, apologize. Finally jolted back to reality after receiving another slap, Lu Feng bowed deeply, no longer daring to be defiant. Lin Chen remained silent. But Lu Feng could no longer contain himself. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, it was my folly. I should not have touched your girlfriend. I'm sorry. I was blind to your stature and insulted you as a country bumpkin. I'm sorry. With each utterance of apology, he felt a jolt of realization. No wonder Lin Chen was so furious. If, in his youth, anyone dared to lay a hand on his woman, he would have ensured they were left crippled. Moreover, who had given Lu Feng the audacity to insult him? Lin Chen did not respond to Lu Feng's apologies, but instead turned to He. Brother, do you think I should forgive him? In the face of billions, Lu Feng was but a triviality. Furthermore, he was the architect of his own demise. He smiled warmly at Lin Chen. If you believe your ire remains unquenched, you may deal with him as you wish. Lin Chen gently caressed Gu Li's small hand, feeling her warmth return, which gradually eased his own emotions. Everyone who laid a hand on him is to be dismissed. Additionally, I want one of his hands, the one that touched my girlfriend. Gu Li's hand trembled slightly. She realized she did not truly know him. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself drawn to him even more. Noticing her subtle change, Lin Chen softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Gu Li quickly shook her head. "Nothing." He turned to the bodyguards behind him. "You go and sever both his hands. One is for Lin Chen to vent his anger, and the other is to please him." He had never been a benevolent soul. Lu Fu, preoccupied with his own plight, had no time to plead for his nephew. "Mr. He, I implore you, I cannot afford to be dismissed. My entire family relies on my earnings for sustenance." He and Wei Wei raised their hands, and another bodyguard swiftly intervened to restrain Lu Fu, who was weeping profusely and attempting to cling to He's legs in a desperate plea for mercy. It is futile to beg. It is your own lack of discernment that has entangled you with those you ought to have avoided. Lu Feng, having had both arms severed, emitted a heart-wrenching scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Without the need for Lin Chen to identify each individual, he scrutinized the surveillance footage, ensuring that none of the combatants were overlooked. All were dismissed. However, when it came to dealing with Wang Chong, he hesitated. "Xiao Chun, Wang Chong has been with me for many years. His significance is unparalleled. Could you possibly show him leniency?" To he, Wang Chong represented a secret weapon. Many tasks that he found inconvenient to undertake himself were entrusted to Wang Chong, making matters considerably easier. Hence, he earnestly interceded on his behalf. Yet, he did not harbor overly optimistic expectations. After all, Lin Chen was at an age characterized by impulsiveness and a desire for face-saving, making it entirely reasonable for him to be unwilling to grant Wang Chong any leniency. Chapter 30. A mere few million, dare boast? Within a brief span of half an hour, he had dismissed over a dozen employees and effectively incapacitated Lu Feng. This was already a demonstration of his utmost sincerity. Should Lin Chen continue to be unreasonable, the outcome would only backfire. Lin Chen spoke up appropriately. "For the sake of my elder brother, let's leave it at that." This gesture could be seen as a concession to He. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled with relief and patted Wang Chong, who was gradually regaining his composure. "This is Lin Chen, my younger brother. Show him the respect he deserves from now on." After casting a few more glances at Lin Chen, he suddenly realized that he might have underestimated him. Compared to their last encounter, Lin Chen now exuded a calmness that belied his age, resembling a seasoned businessman rather than a mere university student. Had he misjudged him? Wang Chong, though puzzled as to why the boss's brother bore the surname Lin, dared not speak further. He quietly approached Lin Chen and suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, I apologize. It was I who overstepped today." Gu Li was startled by his loud voice, yet Lin Chen remained composed, asking, "Is there anything bothering you, Manager Wang?" Emotions ran high during the altercation, and if I caused any harm, I sincerely apologize. Wang Chong immediately shook his head, somewhat flabbergasted. No, it was all my fault. I was too impulsive." Seeing the two reconcile, he nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Chun, which apartment have you set your sights on? Let me know, and I shall gift it to you." Before Lin Chen could respond, Gu Li gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Is this your biological elder brother?" He. With keen hearing, caught her question and smiled broadly, shaking his head. We are not blood brothers, but we are as close as brothers. Sister-in-law, do not hesitate. If you fancy any apartment, just let your elder brother know. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, he decided to approach through his girlfriend. Knowing well that Lin Chen held her in high regard, Guli was about to decline when Lin Chen suddenly spoke. I have indeed taken a liking to one. His face lit up with joy. Which one? As long as it hasn't been sold, I will have it registered in your name immediately. Just as Lin Chen was about to point out the model on the sand table, a voice interrupted him. Lin Chen? The likelihood of encountering an old classmate at Chang'e No. 1 courtyard was akin to winning the lottery. Since entering university, Lin Chen had not seen any of his high school classmates apart from Jiang Xiaoyu. As he discerned who it was, his brow furrowed even tighter. Li Tong? What a stroke of misfortune. Li Tong, the most ostentatious rich second generation in their class, had once pursued Jiang Xiaoyu. Memories that had faded began to resurface, darkening Lin Chen's expression. Yet, Li Tong seemed oblivious to the change in Lin Chen's demeanor, striding forward with his companion. Are you working here? I wouldn't have guessed. You seem to be doing well at a big company. Is your salary $10,000 a month? Have you bought a house? Are you in a relationship? Recently, fortune has graced me. I made a modest profit from investments and intend to purchase a home for my girlfriend. Do you have any recommendations? His words were laced with an uncomfortable sarcasm. It was evident that he had no genuine concern for Lin Chen's well-being. He merely sought to boast about himself while belittling Lin Chen. To Li Tong, Lin Chen was nothing more than a poor working-class fellow. Previously, he had dressed in tatters, and even now, clad in work attire, he appeared unremarkable. Yet the companion by his side seemed utterly captivated. My dear, who is this? His companion, Jiang Xiaoyu, instinctively released Li Tong's arm. Li Tong failed to recognize that Lin Chen was adorned in a high-end garment, but Jiang Xiaoyu, well-versed in luxury fashion, instantly discerned that Lin Chen was not in mere work clothes. Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's unusual reaction, Li Tong cast another glance at Lin Chen, cursing inwardly. Indeed, a male seducer. He had flirted with Jiang Xiaoyu back in high school, and now, having entered society, he is still pursuing other women. Perhaps his achievements are merely the result of his charm with women. My old classmate, isn't he quite handsome? Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively nodded, but upon sensing Li Tong's displeasure, she quickly shook her head. Darling, in my eyes, you are the most handsome. Li Tong, evidently pleased, waved his hand grandly. Lin Chen, come here and introduce to me the properties available here. At that moment, the entire sales office fell silent. Everyone instinctively turned their attention to Lin Chen, then to the usually reticent boss, silently offering incense for the audacious couple who dared to speak so boldly to the boss's brother. What audacity! Li Tong, noticing Lin Chen's lack of movement, immediately darkened his expression. Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? As Li Tong appeared ready to erupt, he subtly signaled to a nearby salesperson. The salesperson, understanding the cue, stepped forward to lead the way. Sir, if you would like to view the properties, please follow me. However, Li Tong did not follow. Instead, he pointed at Lin Chen, insisting, no need for you. Have Lin Chen come over and introduce the properties to me. I'm a customer. Customers are kings. Are you going to make things difficult for a king? The salesperson instinctively cast a pleading glance at Lin Chen, realizing that this individual was quite troublesome and clearly had his sights set on Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood that Li Tong was deliberately trying to create difficulties for him, and he stepped forward confidently. What type of property are you interested in purchasing? Li Tong arrogantly lifted his chin, casually gesturing towards the models. These few layouts look decent. Give me an introduction. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his tone icy. No need for an introduction. You cannot afford it. Li Tong's expression froze, and upon realizing the implication, he immediately shouted in a fit of rage. I will file a complaint against you. Where is your superior? What qualifications do you, a mere employee, have to criticize a customer? You're just a poor worker. I will ensure you struggle to find work for the rest of your life. Lin Chen continued to smile, observing Li Tong's furious antics as one would regard clown. I do not judge. I merely speak the truth. Your family's assets amount to merely tens of millions, yet these properties are valued in the hundreds of millions. Can you truly afford them? Reflecting on her high school days, Li Tong frequently mocked Lin Chen as a pauper, leading the charge in isolating and bullying him. The Li family's total wealth barely reaches tens of millions, yet Li Tong managed to craft an illusion of immense wealth. Initially, he, uncertain of Li Tong's true status, has now ceased to remain an observer. A family with such modest means dares to challenge Lin Chen, whose pocket money alone is in the billions. He can discern the gravity of the situation. Approaching with a calm demeanor, he gently interjects, "Sir, Mr. Lin is correct. The average price of the properties here is quite high and not suited for you." He has risen from an ordinary individual to a prominent tycoon, a feat attributed not only to his intellect, but also to his emotional acumen. His every word and action reflects the reputation of the He family conglomerate. Known for its commendable standing, he would never allow a client to lose face in public. Unfortunately, Li Tong lacks such discernment and, in a fit of rage, glares at He, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Just because Lin Chen says I can't afford it, does that make it true? Get your superior here. I want to file a complaint. I want you to regret this." Chapter 31. If you buy the penthouse, I shall eat excrement upside down. Lin Chen had always regarded Li Tong as foolish as a pig, but now he realized that even calling him a pig was an insult to the animal. He gestured towards He, saying, "He is the company leader. Feel free to lodge a complaint." Li Tong scoffed derisively, instinctively assuming that he was merely a minor supervisor due to his gentle demeanor. "Are you two planning to cover for each other? That's fine. I have connections. Expect to be dismissed." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "How could that be? We must engage in rational discourse and persuade with reason." Wang Chong, standing beside He, instinctively glanced at Lin Chen and suddenly recalled Lin Chen's earlier assertion about reasoning, feeling a chill run down his spine. There was something unsettling about Lin Chen's declaration of reasoning and persuasion. Li Tong believed Lin Chen had caved in, thinking he was afraid of escalating the situation, and he became increasingly audacious. "I can't afford it. Does that mean you can? What makes you all so arrogant as mere property sellers?" He sneered. "Lin Chen, you couldn't even afford a decent meal in high school. How dare you mock me? You two apologize to me." Li Tong's ire was directed not only at Lin Chen, but also at He, who had intervened. The entire sales office fell into an eerie silence. Who was this fool? Even if he didn't know the brother of the big boss, he should at least recognize the renowned big boss. To demand an apology from two executives was preposterous. "Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind?" A light chuckle broke the silence as Gu Li covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Lin Chen observed her laughter, her figure shaking with mirth, and gently patted her back. "What brings you such joy?" After a prolonged moment, Gu Li finally ceased her laughter. "Darling, don't you think your old classmate has a knack for humor?" Li Tong, incensed at her words, questioned the implication. Was she suggesting that his comments were amusing? It dawned on him that Lin Chen's relationship with the woman was quite extraordinary. Given her stature, she was clearly not Jiang Xiaoyu. He immediately began to mock. "Oh, Lin Chen, is this your girlfriend? Why the secrecy? Could she possibly be an eyesore? Congratulations on finally recognizing the chasm between you and Xiaoyu. Have you given up on your pursuit? I've always told you not to dream of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. With your impoverished appearance, if Jiang Xiaoyu could ever fancy you, I would change my surname." At the mention of Jiang Xiaoyu, Gu Li felt a surge of jealousy. Moreover, Li Tong's tone suggested that he believed she was inferior to Jiang Xiaoyu. Infuriated, Gu Li was tempted to remove her mask and sunglasses immediately. But Lin Chen swiftly clasped her hand to prevent her from doing so. Lin Chen had never cared for the opinions of others, but exposing Gu Li to the public, I would inevitably invite gossip. Furthermore, Li Tong's previous attempts to ostracize him had not led to his isolation. Rather, they had intensified his dedication to his studies. Nonetheless, Lin Chen always wished to maintain some semblance of dignity in front of Gu Li. Turning to he asked, "May I purchase that penthouse?" The renowned Wang of Huqing No. 1 Courtyard is said to be valued at 800 million, and it remains unsold to this day. It is not that the Wang is undesirable. Rather, it is excessively priced. He and Wen were taken aback, instinctively advising Xiao Chun, "Do not act impulsively. While selling the property may fill your pockets with money, he still felt that such an action was somewhat unscrupulous. Guli chimed in softly, "Is far too expensive. Lin Chen currently possesses a total of 1 billion in savings. Spending 800 million on a house is simply not worth it." Li Tong, as if he had heard a jest, exclaimed, "Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? A mere real estate agent. Do you truly consider yourself affluent? And along? I doubt you could even afford a restroom." Upon uttering this bold vow, gasps of disbelief echoed around them, for it seemed to all that this individual was indeed destined to eat his words. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, smiling at Li Tong, who felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you staring at? Why are you laughing? Have you lost your senses? Speak plainly." Lin Chen gestured towards he. "Do you know who he is?" Li Tong scrutinized him more closely, initially perceiving him as an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet the more he looked, the more familiar he appeared. "Isn't he your superior? What is so remarkable about a mere real estate agent?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Indeed, there's nothing extraordinary about him. But who is above you? A celestial being, perhaps?" His words dripped with sarcasm, suggesting that Li Tong's earlier bravado was merely empty boasting. Li Tong, unable to withstand the provocation, immediately took the bait, furiously retrieving his phone to search for a number. "Fine, let us see. Just wait." Soon, the call connected, and Li Tong's tone turned somewhat sycophantic. "Hello, Minister Liu, are you at work today?" "Ah, I happened to be looking at properties and encountered a few blind fools." "What? You're on leave today? How unfortunate. I was hoping to bring you some fine tea since I know you enjoy it." "What? You're nearby? Excellent. I shall await your arrival." After hanging up, Li Tong wore a triumphant expression as he looked at Lin Chen. "Just wait. Today, I shall have my superior dismiss you." Lin Chen, speechless, remarked, "You weren't actually calling Lu Fu, were you?" Lu Fu was just dismissed. What audacity does he have to return under the guise of Hutching No? One courtyard to accept bribes? In truth, Lu Fu had not ventured far. He had not even had the chance to have his identification removed from the entrance. He particularly enjoyed dealing with individuals like Li Tong, as they offered ample opportunities for profit. When he received the call, he concealed the reality of his dismissal, eager to seize one last opportunity before the news broke. Upon hearing Lin Chen mention Lu Fu's name, Li Tong mistakenly believed he had instilled fear, gloating. "What is this? Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg me now." Lin Chen merely smiled. "Afraid? Indeed, terrified beyond measure." "Brother, are you frightened?" His inquiry left he speechless, no longer embodying his earlier composure. The security team operates in a rather intriguing manner. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong, disregarding his own pain, immediately set out to address the issue. At that moment, Li Tong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, smugly gazing at Lin Chen and contemplating how to further humiliate him. After all, such an opportunity was rare. He must seize it to vent his frustrations. Soon, Li Tong's phone rang. It was Lu Fu, suggesting that they meet at a designated location to discuss matters. Given that the personnel at the sales office were well aware of his dismissal, it was imperative he did not show his face there. Just as Li Tong was about to acquiesce, Lu Fu suddenly gasped on the other end of the line. In no time, Lu Fu, who had stealthily returned to the company, was apprehended by the security and escorted to the sales office. Li Tong was taken aback. "Minister Liu, what is happening?" Lu Fu struggled and protested. "Let me go. I was merely passing by." He, his expression darkening, interrogated, "Who permitted you to enter?" In the next moment, Lu Fu, still resisting, froze and fell to his knees. "Mr. He, I was wrong. I won't dare to do this again." Li Tong stood in shock, unable to believe that the connection he had painstakingly forged had crumbled so easily. "Minister Liu, what are you doing?" Lu Fu was utterly cowed and dared not respond. Lin Chen pointed at He, kindly introducing, "Allow me to present Mr. He, the president of the He Group and the principal owner of Chang'e No. 1 Courtyard." As for the man kneeling on the ground, he was dismissed half an hour ago and is currently unemployed. "Old classmate, everyone heard what you just said. You cannot go back on your word." Upon hearing this, Li Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, yet his stubbornness compelled him to remain defiant. "Impossible. Even if he is the big boss, he wouldn't simply gift you a property. Besides, what I said was that if you bought the penthouse, I would eat dung while standing on my head. Did you buy it? If not, why are you so arrogant?" Lin Chen, instead of countering, turned to the onlookers and asked, "Did everyone hear that? Can you witness this?" The crowd promptly responded, "We heard." One individual eagerly exclaimed, "I even recorded it." The recording was played, looping the phrase, "If you purchased the penthouse, I would eat dung while standing on my head." You bought it. Eat dung. Eat dung. Chapter 32, The Pitiful Clown. The previously tranquil atmosphere suddenly became overly animated. Lin Chen made a gesture to collect himself, and the scene fell silent at once. Turning to he said, "Brother He, please prepare the contract promptly. We can sign it right now." He, having once been young and impetuous himself, understood Lin Chen's insistence on purchasing the top-tier property. As the saying goes, one does not steam buns merely for pride. His old classmate was simply too arrogant. Were he in the same position, he might have made even more impulsive decisions. "All right," Lin Chen suddenly added. "The contract for tomorrow remains as previously arranged." Those present were left in a state of bewilderment, yet he could not help but grin widely at the implication. Lin Chen meant not only to spend money on the property, but also to invest in He's entertainment. He nodded vigorously. "Excellent. I am indeed in need of funds. The more, the merrier." He then turned to the astonished and questioning Wang Chong. "What are you still doing? Hurry and prepare the contract." 10 minutes later, Lin Chen received the freshly printed contract, still warm to the touch, and handed it to Gu Li. "Sign here." Gu Li stared at the incomprehensible zeros on the contract, her face a mask of confusion. "Huh?" Lin Chen pointed to the designated signature line. "This property is for you. Just sign it." Gu Li transitioned from confusion to sheer helplessness. "Huh? 800 million. A full 800 million. She had struggled to sleep over spending a few million. How could she possibly rest if she were to part with 800 million? Everyone present was left in shock. He, having recently endured the betrayal of a significant other, couldn't help but shake his head. Still too young, he mused. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Who knows when she might change her mind? All that money could vanish in an instant. He kindly cautioned, "Lin Chen, perhaps you should reconsider?" Lin Chen promptly replied, "No need to think twice. I am happy to spend money on my girlfriend." 800 million, even with a tenfold return, would amount to 8 billion. It was nearly unimaginable how exuberant he would feel after such returns. Lin Chen struggled to suppress the smile threatening to break free, glancing at Li Tong, and nonchalantly remarked, "Unlike some people who change girlfriends like changing clothes, talking about buying properties and cars, while in reality, they spend not a single dime." Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been standing beside Li Tong, instinctively distanced herself, as if displaying her disdain. The pointed remark finally snapped Li Tong back to reality. He had never truly believed that Lin Chen could afford to buy the top-tier property. "Impossible," he muttered, glancing at the sales office entrance. "I must be at the wrong place. ISNT, this the sales office for Chung E number 1? This has to be some sort of theatrical performance." However, reality delivered a harsh blow to Li Tong. He witnessed the entire signing process firsthand. It was only after Lin Chen received the property certificate that he began to grasp the truth. Yet, his mind raced with wild speculation about how Lin Chen had suddenly acquired such wealth. His gaze shifted to the woman beside him, who had yet to reveal herself, but claimed to be Lin Chen's girlfriend. It was only then that one discovered many previously overlooked details. The woman adorned herself with sparkling diamond earrings. Her fingers bore a sizable ring, and the watch on her wrist appeared to be quite luxurious. Could it be that this woman was the source of all that wealth? Had Lin Chen truly ensnared a super-rich lady? Li Tong suddenly felt a wave of jealousy. Why was it that Lin Chen could attract such a wealthy woman while he could only draw in opportunistic gold diggers? Jiang Xiaoyu, who once cherished him dearly, now gazed at Lin Chen with an almost covetous glare. Li Tong, unwilling to accept this, redirected his gaze towards the woman he deemed the affluent sister. He suddenly realized that the affluent sister had a splendid figure. Even if her face was not conventionally attractive, it hardly mattered. After all, in the dark, they all looked the same. If someone were to offer him 8 billion, he would gladly accept. Why should all the good fortune fall into Lin Chen's lap? Just as Li Tong was consumed by envy, Lin Chen finally heard the chime of his favorite system notification. Ding! The system has detected that you have spent 800 million on Ms. Gu Li, granting you a 50-fold super rebate totaling 40 billion, now deposited into your bank account. Please check your balance. Along with the previous rebates, Lin Chen now boasted over 40 billion in savings. He suppressed his joy and turned to face Li Tong, not missing the jealousy flickering in his eyes. I purchased a penthouse for my girlfriend. Now, please fulfill your promise. Li Tong had initially contemplated slipping away unnoticed, but he found himself blocked at every turn, and upon hearing Lin Chen's words, he completely broke down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. No, this cannot be your money. It must be your girlfriend's. That doesn't count. What you just said holds no weight. Lin Chen replied with a cold smile. A nightmare? Compared to 3 years of slander, isolation, and bullying, this is merely a trifling matter. Suddenly, his hand was warmly grasped by a small, gentle hand. Looking down, he met Gu Li's compassionate gaze. She felt deep sorrow for all that Lin Chen had endured, even regretting not having met him sooner. Had she encountered him earlier, she would have vowed to protect him fiercely. Lin Chen offered a slight smile, seemingly reassuring Gu Li not to worry. Raising his gaze once more to Li Tong, he wore a smile laced with disdain. We love each other inseparably. In a certain sense, my wealth is also hers. If it brings you joy to believe that I'm spending my girlfriend's money, then by all means hold on to that belief. After all, you are so pitiable that you cannot comprehend what love truly is. The dual deprivation of spirit and material wealth renders you truly unfortunate. Li Tong was momentarily stunned. Until today, he had always thought Lin Chen was just as he had been during their school days, an introverted, pretentious figure. Despite being unable to afford a meal, he feigned superiority, refusing to accept the charity of others. The more Lin Chen behaved this way, the more Li Tong yearned to crush him and make him beg for mercy. Yet, years had passed, and rather than submitting, Lin Chen had only grown stronger. Particularly, these words seemed to unveil his true jester's visage, rendering him unable to meet the gaze of those around him. Lin Chen turned to He, brother He. May I trouble you with a request? He responded promptly. Between us, feel free to ask anything. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arm around Gu Li's slender waist. My girlfriend has a penchant for cleanliness and cannot abide filth. Could you arrange for someone to oversee my old classmate in fulfilling his vow? He readily acquiesced. Certainly. Leave it to me, no problem. Upon hearing this, Li Tong's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Lin Chen was indeed serious about forcing him into an ignominious predicament. He immediately attempted to flee, casting aside his female companion. However, after only a few steps, he was restrained by a towering bodyguard. Unable to escape, he resorted to incessant curses. Lin Chen, I curse you. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor, covering Gu Li's ears and silently suggesting, let us depart. Gu Li instinctively nodded, sensing that Li Tong's invectives were particularly vile. Once Lin Chen had moved a distance away, Wang Chong respectfully inquired of He, are we truly going to proceed in that manner? He may not comply. He's expression darkened, losing the warmth he previously exhibited. If he does not cooperate, we shall compel him to do so. What? Have you truly transformed into a paragon of virtue during your time of self-cultivation? Wang Chong's countenance shifted, and he hastily shook his head. No. He then asked, what are your thoughts on Lin Chen? Wang Chong pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. He is formidable. Both his skills and temperament are exceptional. He contemplated this for a moment before directing Wang Chong. Go ahead, handle it discreetly. After Wang Chong departed, he continued to reflect on his earlier impressions of Lin Chen. Wang Chong had previously been notorious for his ruthlessness. For him to acknowledge someone as strong signified genuine strength. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated Lin Chen. Upon their first encounter, he had merely perceived him as a naive, wealthy heir, but now it was evident that he was far from ordinary. His gaze swept over the signed contract, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Gu Li? Why does this name sound so familiar? Chapter 33. Visiting your home to watch your cat tumble on the way back. Gu Li felt as though she were lost in a dream. Darling, am I dreaming? She murmured, gently rubbing her cheeks. Her originally fair complexion had turned rosy from the rubbing, resembling a fortunate doll even more. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart and couldn't resist pinching her little face. How about now? Does it hurt? Guli innocently shook her head. Not at all. Lin Chen immediately released his fingers and gently caressed her, unwilling to truly hurt her, for she was his lucky charm. In a single night, over 400 billion. Such a thought was almost unfathomable. Guli shyly glanced at Lin Chen. Darling, you are so wonderful to me. How can I repay you? Her eyes betrayed her intentions, hinting at a desire to offer herself in return. Yet, Lin Chen, oblivious to such nuances, simply held her hand. As long as you are happy, that is enough. The more joy Guli experienced, the greater the returns would be. Guli was momentarily taken aback by his words, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Lin Chen was indeed different from other men. He indulged himself without ever seeking anything in return. However, this left Guli feeling somewhat burdened, even a bit unhappy, as she could not discern what Lin Chen truly desired. It felt as if she did not understand him at all. She even wished that his actions stemmed from a desire to gain something from her, perhaps her heart or her very being. Noticing her discontent, Lin Chen softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Guli slightly shook her head. "I just can't make sense of it." Lin Chen pressed further. "What is it that you can't understand? Did I upset you?" Guli lowered her gaze, a sudden wave of grievance causing her nose to tingle. "I feel like you don't like me as much as I like you. Yet you are so generous to me. You never hesitate to spend on me. I just don't understand why you do this. What is your intention?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, a girl's thoughts were intricate and sensitive, easily pierced with a careless word. Guli sensed Lin Chen's sudden silence, her grievance deepening, and tears fell onto her hand. Lin Chen panicked. "Why are you crying?" He suddenly found himself at a loss for words on how to console her. He promptly stopped the car and carefully wiped her tears. "It's my fault. All my fault. Please don't cry." To his surprise, the more he tried to soothe her, the harder she cried. "Why don't you like me? Am I not good enough? Or do you still have feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Did he like Guli? He certainly felt an affection for her, but it had not yet reached that level of indispensable longing. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, that was absolutely out of the question. Lin Chen was not fickle of heart, but the reality was stark, having just emerged from the betrayal of his previous life. How could he possibly immerse himself wholeheartedly in a new romance so swiftly? However, it does seem somewhat ungracious on my part, as he can clearly sense that Guli genuinely harbors affection for him. When affection is unequal, the party that loves more often finds themselves plagued by insecurity. Lin Chen suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Gently cradling her delicate face, he gazed into her amber-like beautiful eyes and earnestly affirmed, "My dear, you have already done splendidly. I am not one to selflessly sacrifice for no reason. My willingness to spend on you undeniably reflects my care for you, as I do not wish for you to feel slighted. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, my relationship with her has long since concluded. It is my fault for allowing your imagination to run wild. My lack of initiative contributed to this. I will strive to instill in you a greater sense of security." Guli gradually ceased her weeping, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. "Really? You truly do not like her?" Lin Chen swore without hesitation. "May I be struck by lightning if I speak falsehoods. May I swallow 1,000 needles. May I be shortened by 10 centimeters." Guli was taken aback by his words and quickly covered Lin Chen's mouth. "Gul, gul, gul. Do not speak nonsense. What does short even mean? 10 centimeters. Do you still wish to be happy in the future?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Rest assured, I speak only the truth. It will not truly be shortened. Besides, the foundation is quite good, so do not worry." Guli's face flushed, and she gently tilted her head, playfully scolding, "You rogue." Lin Chen, unfazed by the reprimand, gently pinched the face of the little crybaby. "Tonight, may I come to your house to see the cat do somersaults?" Guli was momentarily stunned by his request, but then burst into laughter. "My cat does not do somersaults." Lin Chen tentatively inquired then, "May I visit your home?" Guli, grinning mischievously, playfully pushed him away. "No, we shall meet tomorrow." With that, she attempted to open the door to exit the car. But in the next moment, Lin Chen pulled her back into his embrace. "Are you still angry?" Guli had hinted multiple times in the past about wanting him to stay overnight, Yet today, when Lin Chen took the initiative, it was puzzling that Gu Li did not reciprocate. Lin Chen could only speculate that she was still upset. That simply won't do. If Gu Li remained angry with him, what would happen to their plans for tomorrow? Gu Li gently struggled for a moment, unable to free herself, ultimately conceding. She chose to lie in Lin Chen's embrace, instinctively touching her subtly aching abdomen, her brows slightly furrowing. I'm not angry. It is just that today is a bit inconvenient. Lin Chen, mistaking her discomfort for physical illness, immediately inquired, "Where do you feel unwell?" His concerned words brought Gu Li a measure of joy, and she replied softly, "That time has come." Lin Chen asked which time. Gu Li clarified, "You know that time? The relative." Lin Chen, no longer a naive youth, initially puzzled, quickly grasped her meaning after a few exchanges. "Then I should take care of you at your home." In the office of the CEO of He Corporation, he looked at the artist's profile in his hands and let out a slight sigh. No wonder he found Gu Li's name so familiar yesterday. She was, in fact, the recently popular top-tier female star. She was also one of the pillars of He Entertainment. Lin Chen, this young man, is truly remarkable. He has managed to secure a significant deal. He initially assumed that Lin Chen was merely negotiating with some minor artists within the company, so he chose to turn a blind eye. However, now that Lin Chen has engaged with such a pivotal figure, he is acutely aware that any misstep could lead to substantial losses, and thus he must intervene. Furthermore, upon reflecting on Lin Chen's consistent avoidance of mentioning his girlfriend's name, and considering that Gu Li had kept her mask and sunglasses on throughout yesterday's encounter, it is no wonder he failed to detect any signs. Had it not been for the familiar name on the contract that prompted a quick search, he might still remain oblivious. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and soon the secretary reported, Mr. Lin has arrived." He slightly reined in his emotions and coldly replied, "Come in." The door swung open, and Lin Chen entered. Being observant, he immediately sensed that He's demeanor was somewhat off. As his gaze swiftly scanned the desk before he noticed a document being hastily closed. Nevertheless, Lin Chen's keen eyesight allowed him to recognize the photograph of Gu Li on the file. In truth, Lin Chen had anticipated that he would uncover Gu Li's identity when he requested her signature yesterday. Originally, Lin Chen had only around 10 billion, making the acquisition plan rather constrained. Now, with 400 billion at his disposal, the plan has evolved accordingly. He feels no concern over he discovering that Gu Li is indeed his girlfriend. After all, who would turn away from wealth? If there were reluctance to cooperate, it would surely indicate that the funds had not yet arrived. "Brother am I interrupting your work by coming at an inconvenient time?" He waved his hand in denial, then rose to personally pour Lin Chen a cup of tea. "Here, try this. It's a new brew I just prepared." Chapter 34. Brother is an experienced man. My words. "What? 100 million?" Lin Chen lifted his teacup and took a small sip, nodding slightly. "Indeed. It is exquisite tea, fragrant, mellow, and rich." He, smiling, poured himself a cup. "I've treasured this for many years. I rarely share it with just anyone." As soon as Lin Chen set down his cup, he refilled it for him. Thus, the two engaged in a subtle competition, taking turns to drink, each cup following another, seemingly testing their patience to see who would falter first. Lin Chen remained composed. Every time he poured him a drink, he wore a gentle smile, savoring it slowly. In such moments, the one who loses their composure first finds themselves at a disadvantage. Although they were not rivals, but rather collaborators and even friends, during this phase of probing each other's limits, a single misstep could lead to a disadvantage in future cooperation. Finally, as the pot of tea neared its end, he could no longer contain himself. He set down his cup, shaking his head while laughing. "You little rascal. You would have made a fine actor." Lin Chen feigned ignorance, immediately retorting, "Brother what do you mean by that?" He chuckled helplessly. "I initially thought you were naive. Who would have guessed you were quite the clever little fox? If I hadn't spoken up, were you planning to feign ignorance and continue sipping tea with me?" Lin Chen, upon hearing this, set down his cup and cleared his throat. "I only refrained from speaking because I noticed your expression seemed off, and I didn't want to offend you. Since you have taken the initiative to speak, Let us be straightforward and dispense with the pretense. Shall we sign the contract? Is your side ready? However, he let out a slight sigh, as if there were more to say. Xiao Chun, at this juncture, why are you still playing games with me? Lin Chen immediately countered. Brother, what do you mean by that? I sincerely wish to cooperate with you and humbly learn the ways of business. As a university student, how could I dare to play tricks in front of you? Lin Chen understood well the mindset of a businessman like he. At times, he needed to be praised and flattered. When necessary, one must adorn him with compliments. Upon hearing this, He's expression softened slightly, and he handed Lin Chen the documents on his desk. Gu Li, the top star of He Entertainment at present. If I am not mistaken, your girlfriend is her, right? Lin Chen took the documents and flipped through them, smiling faintly. Brother, you are truly impressive. Nothing escapes your notice. He found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Please, spare me the flattery. If I were to miss that, how would he deserve to be a boss? Lin Chen set down the documents and looked at He. So what does this mean, brother? Are you against my investment? Or are you pressuring me to break up with Gu Li? Brother, you know me well. Gu Li and I are genuinely in love. We absolutely do not wish to part ways. His words were earnest, as if portraying He as a villain for even considering their separation. He and Lin vehemently denied. I haven't said anything yet. Why have you already placed such a heavy accusation upon me? Lin Chen pressed further. So what do you mean? He tapped the table, his expression remarkably resolute. What I mean is, we need to increase the investment. He had pondered this for a long time. Sacrificing Gu Li to win over Lin Chen. Was it truly worth it? Yet, considering the several hundred million investment that had already been negotiated, it clearly was not. Thus, he needed to compel Lin Chen to increase his investment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that he was contemplating a breach of contract, but it turned out that additional funds could resolve the matter. With over 40 billion in hand, increasing the investment was not a daunting task. Lin Chen feigned contemplation, appearing conflicted. Increase the investment? How much would be necessary? He cautiously raised a finger at least. Lin Chen, with an air of calm, interjected. 100 billion? He nearly stumbled over his words. The remainder of his statement stuck in his throat. Initially, he had intended to suggest 10 billion. Yet Lin Chen had boldly guessed 100 billion. 100 billion. Such a figure was beyond his wildest dreams. How could Lin Chen dare to make such a guess? In the next moment, He's eyes widened in realization. Perhaps his own hesitations did not reflect Lin Chen's perspective. Little Chenyu, a thought crossed his mind, one he was uncertain whether to voice. Lin Chen maintained his composure, stating, financial matters are not a significant issue for me. But I do have a condition. He was once again taken aback. Lin Chen truly possessed 100 billion. However, he quickly regained his composure, focusing intently, wary of being outmaneuvered by the clever young man before him. He now understood that Lin Chen was no mere university student, but rather a cunning little fox. Moreover, Lin Chen's background remained shrouded in mystery. The individuals he sent to investigate could only ascertain that he was an orphan. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen was genuinely an orphan. What kind of orphan could wield such financial power? Rational thought suggested that Lin Chen must be concealing his identity for practical purposes. Yet, considering the remarks made by Lin Chen's former classmates, there were elements worthy of further inquiry. Had Lin Chen's life been difficult in the past? Had he suddenly become extraordinarily wealthy? A more tantalizing hypothesis took shape in He's mind. Reality can often be more surreal and illogical than one imagines. Could Lin Chen possibly be the son of a super-rich tycoon who had fallen into obscurity? Just months prior, did a media frenzy not sensationalize a story about a wealthy individual who had reunited with his biological son? Given Lin Chen's propensity to spend in the hundreds of millions, the person behind him was likely not just any affluent individual, but rather a super-rich magnate, or perhaps. He dare not think further. Most individuals of such stature valued discretion and privacy. He speculated that perhaps Lin Chen had recently discovered his biological parentage, and in an effort to make amends, his father had bestowed upon him a considerable allowance. These conjectures appeared exceedingly plausible. Believing he had glimpsed the hidden truth, He's emotions surged once more. His earlier calm disrupted. The fact that he could not uncover Lin Chen's background merely indicated that the forces behind him had ascended to a level of power that was nearly unattainable for others. In light of the recent endeavor to probe Lin Chen's financial resources through the proposition of additional funding, his prompt and unequivocal agreement further attests to the profound depth of his financial prowess. This realization has solidified He's determination to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Chen, seeking to align himself with this formidable ally. Provided the conditions are not excessively burdensome, he is willing to accommodate reasonable requests. Were the terms. Lin Chen stated plainly 10 billion to acquire He Entertainment in the name of Gu Li, recalling the memories of his past life. He knew that the current valuation of He Entertainment was no more than 10 billion, yet in a few years, it would multiply several times over. This moment presents the perfect opportunity to invest in He Entertainment. As He prepared to brew a new pot of tea, his hand trembled, spilling tea across the table. Although he had already surmised the figure of 10 billion, the realization of this precise amount left him utterly astounded. He fought to maintain his composure, but the hand gripping the teacup shook uncontrollably, akin to a sieve. 10 billion. Is it truly 10 billion? This monumental sum had the power to liberate him from the depths of financial despair, revitalizing the nearly collapsed He family corporation and allowing him to finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. Despite his efforts to remain calm, He's voice trembled with excitement. As a businessman, he was acutely aware of the current market valuation of He Entertainment, which could at most reach several billion. Yet, Lin Chen was willing to offer 10 billion, and in the name of Gu Li no less. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Lin Chen for his financial audacity or to admire him for his romantic inclinations. Given that Lin Chen had recently saved his life, he felt compelled to offer a cautious piece of advice. Are you certain you want to proceed in Gu Li's name? Little Chen, as someone who has traversed this path, you witnessed firsthand how gravely my brother suffered at the hands of a woman. Do not follow in his footsteps. Chapter 35. Something is amiss, truly amiss. Lin Chen was acutely aware of He's concerns. The lessons from his past life were vividly etched in his memory. Lin Chen's fate had been far more tragic than that of He in the present. In this lifetime, had it not been for the existence of the super rebate system, Lin Chen would never have dared to provoke Gu Li. To him, Gu Li was particularly special and unique. As long as she did not present any fundamental issues, Lin Chen was prepared to embrace tolerance. After all, who would willingly oppose wealth? Moreover, how much could Gu Li possibly spend of his own money? He believed she was not nearly extravagant enough. The more she spent, the greater his returns would be. These were secrets Lin Chen harbored deep within. In response to He's admonition, he maintained his affectionate persona. Brother He, I believe Gu Li is not that kind of person. We both genuinely care for one another. I hope you will respect her as you do me. She is a good girl, unlike any other. I believe she deserves all the beautiful things this world has to offer. Houses, cars, companies. Though seemingly mundane, these are the things I can currently envision acquiring. Whatever she desires, as long as it can be purchased, I wish to provide for her, leaving no regrets. He, listening, found Lin Chen's devotion increasingly absurd. Wasn't what he was already giving Gu Li sufficient? Not to mention, even he, as a grown man, felt moved by such sentiments. If Gu Li were to ever betray Lin Chen, as the elder brother, he would be the first to hold her accountable. In reality, Lin Chen was pondering, if 800 million could yield 4 billion in rebates yesterday, then spending 1 billion for her today could potentially yield 10 billion. Ah, what a bright day it was. Meeting He's concerned gaze, Lin Chen smiled and inquired, is the contract prepared? May I inform Gu Li to come and sign it now? He, unable to dissuade him, nodded with a complex mix of emotions. What more reason did he have to disagree? Perhaps Lin Chen was right. Gu Li was indeed a good woman. Besides, he stood to gain hundreds of millions. This could alleviate the pressing issues of the corporation. In just a few days, Lin Chen had saved him twice, once by the river and once in the marketplace. He, having lived for half a lifetime, had never encountered anyone like Lin Chen. Sincere yet shrewd, He was deeply infatuated in matters of the heart, wealthy and daring. He was steady and measured in significant affairs. He was far superior to He at 20. Even now, there were moments when He admired Lin Chen, feeling somewhat inferior. Yet, the greatest curiosity in He's heart remained. What was Lin Chen's true background? Last night, their revelry had extended into the early hours. Although Lin Chen had claimed to be caring for Guli, he had certainly taken his fair share of liberties. By the end, Guli was so exhausted she could barely lift her hands, dreaming of pulling up radishes from the ground. She slept soundly until dawn and awoke just in time to see Lin Chen calling. Half asleep, she answered the phone. "Hello, darling." The gentle and tender voice of the girl stirred Lin Chen's heart, causing a delightful tingle in his ears, and he unconsciously softened his tone while speaking. "Did I wake you?" Came the soft, rustling sounds from the other end of the phone, where Guli rolled around in her cozy blankets. The thought of Lin Chen's hand, warm as a furnace, cradling her through the night, eased her stomach pain, filling her heart with sweetness. "No, I just woke up," she replied. Lin Chen inquired with concern. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Guli shook her head, realizing that Lin Chen could not see her, and thus responded in a soft, affectionate tone. "Not anymore." Lin Chen gently reminded her. "There's red sugar ginger tea in the thermos that I made this morning. Remember to drink it." Guli disliked the pungent aroma of ginger tea and whimsically pleaded. "Baby, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Can I skip it?" Lin Chen's voice took on a firmer tone. "You must drink it. Your constitution is too weak. You need to take good care of yourself. Otherwise, the pain will return, and it's quite uncomfortable. I assent it. If you're not worried, then I shouldn't be either," Guli thought, her heart swelling with joy. Is this what it feels like to be in love with someone special? It truly is delightful. She must have done many good deeds in her past life, accumulating blessings to have the chance to be with Lin Chen again. She quickly replied, "All right, I'll drink it all. I can't waste your kind intentions." Lin Chen praised her. What a good girl. On the side, He who was drinking tea, suddenly felt a pang of sourness, reminiscing about his own youthful romances, which had never been this sweet. It was overwhelmingly bittersweet. He felt as if his teeth might fall out. Considering Guli's health, Lin Chen silently resolved to postpone the contract signing. However, just as he was about to hang up, Guli suddenly asked, "Baby, you still haven't told me why you called?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Having understood Guli's intricate thoughts well, he chuckled helplessly and was about to conjure an excuse when Guli continued, "Baby, didn't you say you wanted me to accompany you to sign the contract?" Not only was Guli perceptive, but her memory was particularly sharp. Lin Chen did not deny it. "Yes, I'm currently with brother He." Guli, having met He at Chung E Garden and knowing Lin Chen's good relationship with him, was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's visit for the contract. "Are you collaborating with ES Group?" she asked. Upon hearing his name, He immediately greeted enthusiastically. "Is that you, sister-in-law? Come on over. We've been waiting for you today." He, counting on Lin Chen's 100 billion to save him, naturally wished for the contract to be signed as soon as possible. Guli, intrigued by He's call, asked, "Why are you waiting for me?" Lin Chen, taken aback by He's urgency, could only respond, "Can you come to the He Group headquarters now? If you're not feeling well, you don't have to come." He's excitement dimmed upon hearing that last part. Love-struck, he thought, "There's no saving you now." Guli was merely experiencing ordinary discomfort, while she faced a life-and-death dilemma. Whether it was a psychological effect or the lingering warmth of Lin Chen's company from the previous night, Guli found herself feeling less miserable than before. Moreover, she had an instinctive feeling that Lin Chen was concealing something from her. She had to go, regardless of the storm or the sharpest of blades. "Wait for me. I shall see you in an hour." Without granting Lin Chen a moment to regret, Guli promptly hung up the phone and swiftly prepared to leave. An hour later, the secretary escorted a graceful beauty into the CEO's office. Secretary, he was renowned as the epitome of beauty within the group, yet, when standing beside the stunning beauty, she appeared somewhat diminished. Their passage stirred a flurry of excitement. "Wow, how beautiful! This is the first time I have seen a true heart-shaped face. A pair of sunglasses obscures most of it." The familiar visage sparked recognition. "Oh my, Isn't that the celebrity Gu Li? Finally, someone identified the stunning beauty as the actress Gu Li. Subsequently, a flurry of speculation began to circulate. Most of it revolved around romantic entanglements. Whispers of the boss's marital discord had emerged. Could it be due to this starlet? After all, Gu Li was merely an artist under the He Corporation. So why had she suddenly arrived at headquarters? Furthermore, she was personally received by the boss's secretary. The reverent demeanor of secretary, he suggested that a lady of distinction had graced them. Something was amiss, truly amiss. The secretary herself was quite curious, as the boss had specifically instructed her to treat Gu Li with utmost courtesy. Initially suspecting that Gu Li might be the boss's mistress, the secretary's perspective shifted upon witnessing Gu Li intimately linking arms with a handsome client. Enlightenment dawned upon her. It was not the boss she was courting, but rather the strikingly handsome client. The secretary had witnessed the boss personally brewing tea to welcome this charismatic client, indicating that he was no ordinary figure. Was the boss employing the allure of beauty to win over clients? Just how significant was this client? It seemed he required Gu Li's charm to sway him. Or perhaps this client was indeed Gu Li's boyfriend? However, up until now, no marketing outlet had revealed that Gu Li was in a romantic relationship. The secretary found herself perplexed, yet refrained from gossiping about the boss's affairs. However, before exiting, she couldn't help but steal another glance at the dashing gentleman. What was his background? He was so striking. Why had she never noticed him before? Chapter 36. Overindulgence in dog food. Once the grand door had been firmly shut, Gu Li removed her sunglasses. Without their concealment, she resembled a resplendent rose, radiating beauty. In the realm of reality, Gu Li was even more enchanting than her on-screen persona. The entire office seemed to brighten with her presence. Even he, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Li for the first time. No wonder Lin Chen was so infatuated. Had he encountered such a captivating beauty in his youth, he would likely have transformed into a devoted admirer in an instant. "Ah Chen, what did you summon me for?" Gu Li's voice, soft and melodious, betrayed none of the aloofness she typically displayed in front of others. Lin Chen took her hand and led her to the desk, presenting her with a contract. "Sign this contract." Gu Li instinctively accepted the document, but upon discerning its contents, her expression froze. 10 billion. Are you acquiring He Entertainment? She instinctively wanted to inquire about the source of such a staggering sum. But with He present, she swallowed her words. She could not question Lin Chen's financial acumen. When in public, it was essential to uphold her partner's dignity. After a moment of internal conflict, Gu Li returned the contract to Lin Chen and softly asked, "Is it possible for me not to sign?" Having signed the property deed the previous day, she already felt a considerable psychological burden, fearful of disappointing Lin Chen's trust and efforts. Her intentions were not malicious. Rather, she was plagued by the anxiety of not being able to love him sufficiently, leaving his hopes unfulfilled. What a fool she was, who, upon just confirming a relationship, would embark on a spree of spending. It was no surprise she had been so badly deceived by Jiang Xiaoyu in her previous life. Had she not gotten together with him early in this life, would he not have fallen prey to Jiang Xiaoyu once more? And perhaps even more tragically, Gu Li was indeed greedy, desiring not only Lin Chen's affection, but also his heart. Yet, she was also selfless, fearful of squandering even a single cent of his money. Now, confronted with this 10 billion contract, she hesitated. Lin Chen's financial endeavors were arduous. How could he possibly spend it all on her? Lin Chen quietly inquired, "Why do you hesitate to sign?" Gudi loret hergaze, contemplating. She realized that if her reluctance stemmed from not wanting to spend his money, it would surely sadden him. However, Gu Li had resolved to refrain from further expenditures of Lin Chen's wealth. A glimmer of insight crossed her mind as she leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear, whispering, "He Entertainment is worth far more than 10 billion. This price is unreasonable." She nearly wore the words, "There's something amiss," on her face. Evidently, the remnants of her rationality prevented her from voicing her suspicions in front of He. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. After exchanging a knowing glance with He slowly began, "Brother He, We share an unbreakable bond. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? My girlfriend is an insider at Hehe Entertainment, and she suspects this contract may be fraudulent. Hehe Entertainment is worth significantly more than 10 billion, and yet you are willing to sell it to me at this price? At his words, Gu Li was taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she tugged at Lin Chen's arm and softly murmured, "Why did you have to say that in front of him? He, after all, is a significant figure, and Lin Chen seems to have had a long-standing collaboration with him. Confronting him directly could lead to unnecessary animosity." Lin Chen gently patted Gu Li's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. My relationship with brother, he is quite amicable. He would never deceive me, would he?" He did not respond immediately, but cast a few more glances at Gu Li. His gaze bore no offense or displeasure. Rather, it was tinged with appreciation. Gu Li remained unaware that her kind reminder had profoundly altered Hehe's impression of her. It is no wonder that Lin Chen is infatuated with Gu Li. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses intellect and, more importantly, is not greedy. In such an exhilarating moment, she was able to swiftly regain her composure and analyze the situation, unlike those vacuous starlets who become paralyzed by the sight of immense wealth, failing to consider whether it is a trap. With both beauty and brains, Gu Li is destined to thrive in the entertainment industry given time. As for why 100 billion became 10 billion, it was due to Lin Chen's request. To alleviate any psychological burden on Gu Li, he prepared 2 contracts. The false contract stated the acquisition amount as 10 billion. When Gu Li signed, it would be exchanged for the true contract of 100 billion. He was only tasked with playing his part, preparing both the genuine and the counterfeit contracts. Lin Chen would handle the exchange. Gu Li, trusting Lin Chen, would naturally not suspect any alteration of the documents. Initially, he felt that Lin Chen's concerns were unwarranted, considering himself knowledgeable about women. After all, no woman could resist the allure of wealth. He believed that revealing the 100 billion would surely delight her more than 10 billion. However, the reality proved that Lin Chen understood Gu Li far better. He gradually recognized that, having experienced betrayal, he had adopted an extreme view of relationships. Not all women are materialistic. Gu Li is a unique exception. Perhaps this is the reason behind Lin Chen's unwavering affection. Perhaps true love does exist in this world. Having suffered from the betrayal of a loved one, he, who had sworn to disdain love, found himself wavering. Sister-in-law, to be frank, our company is currently struggling and desperately in need of substantial funds. Hehe Entertainment is indeed worth more than 10 billion. But Xiao Chun is willing to lend a hand, and I am merely doing a favor in return. Perhaps you are unaware, but Xiao Chun saved my life. Is my life not worth an entertainment company? It is somewhat shameful to admit, but in terms of gratitude, I ought to have given him the company outright. However, the group is in dire need of funds, and my brother has no other choice. Xiao Chun is a good man, a deeply affectionate one at that. He understands your passion for acting and worries you might face difficulties within the company, so he has taken it upon himself to acquire Hehe Entertainment. From now on, you shall be the boss, and who would dare to mistreat you? Please sign it, or else Xiao Chun will be saddened. After Hehe spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately understood, adopting a somewhat aggrieved expression. "Xiaoli, do you not believe me?" Gu Li wrestled with her emotions. But upon seeing Lin Chen's distress, she immediately retorted, "No, I do not doubt you." Lin Chen handed the pen to Gu Li, saying, "Then let us sign the contract. From now on, you shall support me while I take it easy, all right?" Gu Li accepted the pen, yet she still felt that the price of 10 billion was unreasonable. However, she did not wish to doubt Lin Chen, nor did she want to cause him any distress. Even if Lin Chen were to present her with a contract that bound her to servitude, she would not refuse. Moreover, Guam understood Lin Chen. He would never act against her interests. He was an exceptionally kind soul. Furthermore, she had a deeper understanding of the entertainment industry and its future prospects. Fully aware that in a few years, the entertainment sector would flourish and Hehe Entertainment's market value would soar exponentially. Noticing that Gu Li lacked a final ounce of courage, Lin Chen softly encouraged her, "Just sign it. Do not feel burdened. I merely wish for your happiness and freedom. From now on, you'll be the boss." If you wish to act, you may. If not, then refrain. However, I must state one thing in advance. You cannot engage in overly intimate scenes with other men, for I shall be jealous, understand? Guli lowered her gaze, her eyes slightly moist. It dawned on her that all his efforts were truly for her benefit. He was such a big fool. Did he not realize that her joy and freedom could never surpass his safety and health? Guli grasped the pen tightly and muttered softly, "Fool." Lin Chen, unable to hear her clearly, leaned in closer and inquired with concern, "What is it?" Suddenly, Guli rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek, producing a clear sound. She retreated swiftly, just as she had during her previous ambushes. Lin Chen was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Guli to kiss him in front of others. Once he regained his composure, he awkwardly smiled at He. "The little girl is quite naive. Please do not mind it, brother." He felt a pang of jealousy and discomfort, overwhelmed by the abundance of affection on display. Reflecting on his youth, he recalled that no girl had ever been so forward with him, especially not a stunning beauty like Guli. Yet, considering his younger self, how could he possibly compare to the current Lin Chen, who was worth billions, though he was reluctant to admit it? He had indeed lacked Lin Chen's wealth and charm back then. He waved his hand with a chuckle, feigning indifference. "As an elder, I understand everything. However, you too should consider me, the solitary soul, when displaying your affection. Please sign the contract swiftly. Any sweet nothings can be exchanged at home." His seemingly dismissive remarks were a light-hearted attempt to ease the earlier awkwardness. Guli, who had just audaciously launched her surprise attack, now felt shy. Her cheeks flushing like a ripe apple as she obediently signed the contract Lin Chen had presented to her. Chapter 37. Another woman lies in his embrace. Gu Liue concluded the final stroke, and the contract officially came into effect. At the very moment he confirmed the transfer of funds, a notification sound resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "You spent 10 billion yuan on Ms. Guli. A tenfold rebate totaling 100 billion yuan has been credited to your account. Please check your balance." Additionally, a gentle reminder indicated that the system would undergo upgrades shortly and would be temporarily offline. Lin Chen had long grown accustomed to the elusive system. The tenfold rebate was well within his expectations. Gu Li's signing today carried a psychological burden, inevitably leading to a less-than-ideal rebate multiplier. Nevertheless, 100 billion was ample. One must find contentment in life. With everything settled, Lin Chen was preparing to leave with Gu Li when he retrieved an embossed invitation from his drawer. "There is an annual business gala tomorrow. Here is the invitation. Since you two are here, it saved me another trip. You're both business owners now. Such events are essential to attend. This year, He Group is the host of the Marriott International Hotel. Simply present the invitation to gain entry." He genuinely appreciated Lin Chen, offering advice with the earnestness of a seasoned businessman. Having navigated the business world for decades, he found Lin Chen to be the most enigmatic and promising individual among all he had encountered. At times, he perceived Lin Chen as somewhat naive, such as when he lavishly spent on gifts for his girlfriend without a second thought. At other times, he recognized his shrewdness, particularly in the observations made at the sales office and during their silent negotiations of boundaries, where Lin Chen exhibited remarkable composure and patience. Unable to decipher Lin Chen completely, he decided to let it be. After all, they were friends, and as long as he maintained a good relationship with Lin Chen, he would eventually uncover the forces that lay behind him. He also possessed an inexplicable intuition that Lin Chen would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable success in the future. Lin Chen accepted the invitation. "Thank you, Brother He. Gu Li and I will definitely attend." Later that afternoon, Lin Chen had an elective exam, but Gu Li had not enrolled in that course and had other commitments. After escorting her home, he returned to the university. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed Wang Dahai furiously tagging him in their dormitory chat group. "Wang Dahai, Lin Chen, hurry over to the girls' dormitory to see the commotion." Lin Chen Li Yu Qian, "Goodness, Dahai, you're being rather inappropriate. What business does a grown man have in the girls' dormitory? And why are you tagging Lin Chen? Do you think he shares your lack of decorum?" Wang Dahai, "Li Yu Qian, nonsense. Don't slander me. I was merely passing by." Lin Chen, Someone is confessing to Jiang Xiaoyu again, and it's quite the spectacle. The guy may not be as handsome as you, but he seems wealthy. He driving a Porsche. Liu Qian, Dahai, you're truly something else. Our Lin Chen is already with Goddess Gu. Why stir up trouble with Jiang Xiaoyu? Besides, Lin Chen hasn't returned yet. I think this time it's a sure thing. Lin Chen, 3 pots of hot pot aren't enough. We need at least 10 tons. Lin Chen, do not forget that there is an elective exam this afternoon. No need to thank your father. Lin Chen swiftly skimmed through the chat history, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, and switched the chat interface. Gu Li's message immediately popped up. Baby, have you arrived at school? In the 35th minute since we parted, I miss you. You're constantly on my mind. 3. Lin Chen could almost conjure an image of Gu Li's adorable expression in his mind as he read her words. Surely, she was typing with a pout and a silly grin. Truly, she resembled a little fool. Lin Chen replied, I have reached school. I miss you too. The path in front of the girls' dormitory was the only route back to the boys' dormitory. From a distance, Lin Chen spotted a crowd gathered beneath the girls' dormitory, and instinctively, he took the outermost path to minimize his presence. In the center of the crowd, Su Xiaolu held a large bouquet of roses, gazing affectionately at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, immediately began to cheer. Say yes. Say yes. Oh. Hearing the commotion from afar, Lin Chen quickened his pace. However, oftentimes things do not go as planned. Suddenly, someone shouted, Lin Chen is coming. This shout was like a thunderclap, elevating the onlookers' curiosity to new heights. Lin Chen was renowned in the computer science department for his looks, and rumors circulated that he harbored feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet, the most shocking rumor was that the celebrity Gu Li had feelings for Lin Chen and had publicly confessed to him, only to be rejected. Thus, Lin Chen's romantic affairs gradually became a topic of interest among others. Now, upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, even from a distance, people instinctively assumed he was there to compete for Jiang Xiaoyu's affection. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had initially appeared shy and smiling, instinctively glanced in Lin Chen's direction. In just a few days, he seemed to have become even more handsome. His previous charm, marked by simplicity and youthful exuberance, had transformed into an exquisite nobility, akin to that of a wealthy heir. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recognized his attire as belonging to a high-end luxury brand. Could it be that Gu Li had indeed purchased it for him? Had Lin Chen truly succumbed to Gu Li's sweet allure? A wave of unspoken bitterness washed over Jiang Xiaoyu, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. Sun Lily also gazed distantly towards Lin Chen's direction, slightly lost in thought. Lin Chen had not anticipated that merely passing by would attract attention. He had long since lost interest in Jiang Xiaoyu. He was momentarily taken aback when he discovered that the man confessing to Jiang Xiaoyu was Su Xiaolu. Had Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Xiaolu known each other since university? In his previous life, he had thought their acquaintance was brief, only to realize he had been deceived for so long. Truly, it was an affront, an unbearable affront. Su Xiaolu had long awaited a response from Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon learning that Lin Chen had also arrived, he immediately turned his gaze toward him, his eyes betraying an unmasked animosity. In truth, Su Xiaolu had already been informed of Lin Chen's existence through Sun Lily and was aware that Lin Chen had been pursuing Jiang Xiaoyu, which explained his previous attempt to humiliate Lin Chen. Su Xiaolu was excessively selfish and arrogant. His life's principle was that he could bully others but could not endure any humiliation himself. The 2 cups of scalding water from last time had almost cost him the happiness of his later years. This time, he was determined to publicly humiliate Lin Chen to restore his own sense of satisfaction. Feigning ignorance, Su Xiaolu inquired of Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, who is that male classmate? Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to pretend not to know him or merely refer to him as an old classmate. However, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for how to introduce Lin Chen. She even experienced a fleeting sense that if she pushed him away this time, she might truly lose him forever. Jiang Xiaoyu was conflicted as she gradually realized that she seemed to harbor feelings for Lin Chen. Seeing him close to Gu Li felt as if something were squeezing her heart. At that moment, gazing at Lin Chen, who resembled a nobleman, she felt an impulsive urge to publicly declare that he was her boyfriend. Even though Lin Chen had actively distanced himself, she could not bear the thought of him being close to another woman. The very idea of him cradling another woman was unbearable. The growing jealousy nearly overwhelmed Jiang Xiaoyu's rationality as she stared blankly in Lin Chen's direction. Sun Lily seemed to sense the tension and quickly interjected. Lin Chen is Xiaoyu's old classmate. They attended the same high school. Then, she gently nudged Jiang Xiaoyu's arm and whispered a reminder. Su Xiaolu is much more capable than Lin Chen. Xiaoyu, don't be foolish. Sun Lily's words jolted Jiang Xiaoyu back to reality. Indeed, Su Xiaolu was wealthy, immensely so. Everything Lin Chen possessed had come from Gu Li. Though Lin Chen was a good person, he lacked money. What use was being kind without wealth? Daily necessities required funds. Love could not fill one's stomach, but money could. Clenching her fist tightly, the pain in her palm reminded her not to forget the hardships of her orphan past. She had to become wealthy. Jiang Xiaoyu averted her gaze and nodded towards Su Xiaolu. Yes, he is merely my old classmate. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolu felt as though he had won a victory. As Lin Chen was about to walk away, he immediately called out to him, Lin Chen, since you and Xiaoyu are old classmates, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you wish to offer us your blessings? Chapter 38. The farce of public confession. Upon hearing the words, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Is Su Xiaolu out of his mind? It seems that the 2 cups of hot water were not sufficiently scalding. He has come out so quickly in search of amusement. Lin Chen chose to ignore him. Yet unexpectedly, Su Xiaolu traversed the crowd and approached him directly. Wang Dehai, who had been enjoying the spectacle, sensed something amiss and promptly followed suit. While it was all in good fun, anyone daring to lay a hand on his brother would face dire consequences. As Su Xiaolu drew near, Lin Chen assumed he had come to settle the score regarding the hot water, and his palms instinctively clenched into fists. He reasoned that if Su Xiaolu were to make the first move, he would merely be defending himself in retaliation. However, as Su Xiaolu arrived before him, he suddenly exclaimed, Lin Chen, you look rather familiar to me. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was nearby, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that her entanglement with multiple parties had been exposed. Yet, Su Xiaolu continued, Oh, I remember now. You are the newcomer that my entertainment company is preparing to sign. At this revelation, the crowd was left in stunned silence. This man was the owner of a company. Lin Chen was actually about to embark on a career in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he was to be Su Xiaoyu's future subordinate. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to align herself with this man, she could become the boss's wife and achieve financial independence. No wonder she had rebuffed Lin Chen. She had evidently found a more advantageous option. Though Lin Chen was undeniably handsome, beauty alone does not sustain one's livelihood. Wealth must also be a consideration. The onlookers increasingly regarded Jiang Xiaoyu as astute, having made a judicious choice, and they cast envious glances in her direction. Lin Chen, being the most privy to the underlying circumstances, cast a disdainful glance at Su Xiaolu. Little did he know that this very glance nearly provoked Su Xiaolu to abandon his facade of composure. What kind of expression was that from Lin Chen? Who was this mere worker to look down upon him? However, Su Xiaolu, recalling that everyone was watching and that Jiang Xiaoyu was still present, could only suppress his fury internally. Sun Lily had mentioned that girls like Jiang Xiaoyu were particularly fond of men with a sense of justice. Here he was, a man of wealth and charm, embodying the very essence of a good man. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, Su Xiaolu resumed speaking. Lin Chen, is it? Given that you and Xiaoyu are old classmates, I, as your employer, would like to offer you a word of caution. All newcomers undergo a probationary period. It is imperative that you perform well, understand? This statement was a clear admonition for Lin Chen to display some awareness and to curry favor with his new employer. Otherwise, he could find himself dismissed at any moment. Lin Chen, who had little patience for those lacking substance yet feigning superiority, nonchalantly replied, And you are? Feigning ignorance of Su Xiaoyu's identity, he refused to acknowledge him as the proprietor of Hehe Entertainment. Su Xiaolu was taken aback by Lin Chen's apparent act of ignorance. I am Su Xiaolu, We met at He Entertainment last time. Do you not remember? It was your general manager, Xie, who personally received you. Lin Chen feigned enlightenment. Oh, it's you. Yet I distinctly recall that the owner of He Entertainment is not you at all. However, to be fair, your makeup skills are quite impressive. You look completely different from the other day. You seem well suited to be a makeup artist. Would you like me to recommend you to the boss of He Entertainment? While it appears to be a compliment, it is, in fact, laced with sarcasm. Only then did the crowd realize that Su Xiaolu, a grown man, had indeed applied makeup, eyeliner, eyebrows, highlighter, contour, foundation, lipstick. He had not missed a single detail. No wonder he looked somewhat peculiar. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what was off. The peculiarity lay precisely in this. It is not that men cannot wear makeup, but for a grown man to be so adept at it is rather odd, to say the least. In the next moment, the crowd seized upon another salient point. Lin Chen seemed genuinely associated with the entertainment company, and his words implied that Su Xiaolu had no connection to it at all. Who among the two was lying? Su Xiaolu felt assured of his imminent ascension to the position of boss at He Entertainment. Even if it is not me now, it soon will be. I have already negotiated with your general manager, Xie. A contract can be signed at any time. I have been particularly accommodating due to your long-standing friendship with Xiaoyu. Since you do not appreciate it, there is no need for further consideration. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Since a contract is yet to be signed, what qualifies you as a boss? How do we know whether you genuinely have the funds to collaborate or if you are merely boasting? Su Xiaolu, gradually losing his composure, spoke with rising indignation. Do you express dissatisfaction with me? Lin Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied. I was walking quite well when suddenly a dog bit me. What do you think my attitude should be? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you calling me a dog? Lin Chen shrugged. I never said anything. Do not be so quick to take offense. In a fit of rage, Su Xiaolu hurled the flower in his hand towards Lin Chen, who merely sidestepped with ease. In light of Su Xiaoyu's impotent fury, Lin Chen continued to stoke the flames. Is Su Xiaolu's wound still fresh? If you are unwell, you should tend to your injuries. A damaged area could lead to a lifetime of shame. Su Xiaolu suddenly felt that a previously healed spot was throbbing again. Lin Chen's words incited such anger that he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this, immediately restrained him and softly advised, Su Xiaolu, do not let your anger consume you. Lin Chen merely speaks ungraciously. Do not take it to heart. Enraged and no longer able to maintain his earlier facade of gentility, Su Xiaolu forcefully shoved Jiang Xiaoyu away, pointing a finger at her and unleashing a tirade of insults. Wretched woman, do you have feelings for him? Ah, Jiang Xiaoyu lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ah, Jiang Xiaoyu has been injured. Gasps echoed from the crowd as they noticed her on the floor, with blood oozing from her palms and arms. Yet, seated on the ground, Jiang Xiaoyu appeared dazed. It was her first experience of being harmed by a man, and she remained in shock. It was not until Sun Lily approached to help her, inadvertently touching her wounds, that Jiang Xiaoyu gasped in pain and gradually regained her senses. Oh, it hurt so much. Jiang Xiaoyu wept bitterly, resembling a flower drenched by rain, eliciting sympathy from many onlookers. Even those who had previously cheered for her confession were taken aback. How could Su Xiaolu exhibit such contrasting personas? Would he resort to domestic violence in the future? Su Xiaolu, realizing that his impulsive outburst had unveiled his true nature, immediately donned an expression of remorse and apologized to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I momentarily lost my composure and hurt you. Please don't take it to heart. In response to Su Xiaoyu's apology, Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze drifting to the spot where Lin Chen had stood earlier. Now devoid of presence, Lin Chen had departed, exhibiting no semblance of attachment, even in the face of public humiliation and personal injury. He had left without a shred of compassion. Su Xiaolu attempted to continue his explanation, but several security personnel approached wielding steel forks, promptly ejecting this outsider from the premises. Lin Chen hurried back to his dormitory, while Wang Dehai, still at the scene, shared the latest update. Su Xiaolu had been expelled by the security, bringing the grand confession to a farcical conclusion. Wang Dehai messaged, Lin Chen, let us be honest, why the rush to return? Are you still pining for Jiang Xiaoyu? That Su Xiaolu doesn't seem like a good person. Are you worried she might be deceived? Lin Chen replied with a simple 6. Wang Dahai pressed on. Stop being cryptic. Just tell me, why did you return just in time for Jiang Xiaoyu's confession? It's too coincidental. Lin Chen responded. Wang Dahai. I came back to fetch my books for the exam. Aren't you attending the afternoon test? Meanwhile, Wang Dahai was left in shock, exclaiming, damn, I was so engrossed in the drama that I completely forgot about the exam. Chapter 39. One must not be too greedy. It is evident that not only Wang Dahai believes Lin Chen has come for Jiang Xiaoyu, but others share the same sentiment. Furthermore, everyone is convinced that a relationship between Lin Chen and Gu Li is implausible. At most, it is merely a fleeting whim of Gu Li. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Lin Chen has pursued Jiang Xiaoyu for several years. How could he possibly let go so easily? Even Jiang Xiaoyu, after hearing the speculations from others, felt a long-dormant yearning inexplicably rekindle within her. At that moment, while tending to her wounds in the school infirmary, Jiang Xiaoyu anonymously browsed posts analyzing Lin Chen's lingering affection for her, and her heart swelled with joy. Although Lin Chen lacked ambition and wealth, the inexplicable possessiveness over something that once belonged to her compelled Jiang Xiaoyu to contemplate reclaiming him. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying the name Su Xiaolu. A wave of discomfort washed over her at the thought of Su Xiaoyu's harsh words, and she was about to decline the call when Sun Lily, standing beside her, promptly urged her to answer. Xiaoyu, why are you dawdling? Pick up. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled in discontent. I don't want to. Sun Lily's face briefly reflected impatience before transforming into concern. Xiaoyu, don't be stubborn. Ultimately, today's incident is Lin Chen's fault. If he hadn't spoken recklessly, would Su Xiaolu have lost his temper? Would he have acted out? Jiang Xiaoyu did not deny Lin Chen's role in instigating the conflict, yet she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although Lin Chen was at fault, he had never laid a hand on her. In contrast, Su Xiaolu had publicly insulted her and caused her embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Sun Lily's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly clarified, Su Xiaolu truly did not mean it. Look, he is calling you right now to explain. Answer the phone and hear him out. Don't be too hasty in your judgment. Besides, Su Xiaolu is the heir of a prominent family in Kyoto. A bit of temper is only to be expected. Xiaoyu, one must not be too greedy. One cannot have it all. Where in the world is there a perfect man? Wealthy, handsome, and kind-hearted? Jiang Xiaoyu gradually wavered, yet she stubbornly maintained her stance. That does not mean I can forgive him easily. I must make him aware of my boundaries. He must never treat me poorly again. Sun Lily immediately chimed in with a smile. Exactly. Our Xiaoyu is adored by all, blooming like the most beautiful flower. She cannot endure even the slightest injustice. With a discontented expression, Jiang Xiaoyu finally answered the call, her tone deliberately frosty. Hello. On the other end, Su Xiaolu appeared genuinely flustered, hastily apologizing. Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I truly care for you, and I will treat you exceptionally well. Please don't be angry, all right? What kind of gift would you like? I will buy it for you as an apology. Jiang Xiaoyu relished in the delight of being pursued by someone affluent. Continuing to maintain her aloof demeanor, you raised your voice at me and even laid hands on me. Su Xiaolu persisted in his apologies. It was all my fault. I am currently being escorted out by the security at your school. Would you come out to meet me? I will take you shopping for gifts and apologize to you in person. All right? Tomorrow, I am set to attend a grand business banquet. Would you accompany me as my partner? While small gifts are no longer sufficient to sway Jiang Xiaoyu, the mention of such a prestigious event sparked a glimmer of interest in her eyes. What kind of business banquet is it? Su Xiaolu, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's keen interest, recognized a golden opportunity. It is the annual grandest business banquet, attended by the most prominent moguls in the commercial world. Will you accompany me? If you do, they will surely know you as my girlfriend and take good care of you. Are you not eager to work at E-Group? I am acquainted with their owner, and it would merely take a word to facilitate your entry. E-Group stands among the top companies in Jiang City, and given the current challenging job market, securing a position there is exceedingly difficult. However, for Jiang Xiaoyu, her aspirations have always extended beyond merely obtaining a respectable job. A lifetime of labor alone will not lead to wealth. To become affluent, one must first step into and integrate with the circles of the affluent. Clearly, this business banquet presents a rare opportunity. After a moment of modest hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu replied softly, I have an exam this afternoon, so I may not have time. Su Xiaolu immediately suggested, no rush, focus on your exam first. I will come to pick you up later, giving you time to choose your attire and style for tomorrow's banquet. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Yet she strove to suppress her excitement as she replied gently, all right. After hanging up, their reactions diverged. Jiang Xiaoyu had long forgotten Lin Chen, her mind bustling with visions of a future among the elite. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolu wore a mischievous smile as he opened his phone to book a hotel room with a king-size bed. He had thought Jiang Xiaoyu truly disregarded wealth. Yet here she was, clearly materialistic. Previously, when he had bestowed numerous small gifts upon her, she had been reticent to accompany him. Now, upon learning of the business banquet, she was willing to join him. Moreover, she had forgiven him so easily after his earlier reprimands. Women, it seems, are indeed easily persuaded. If one cannot succeed in such matters, it is undoubtedly a matter of insufficient leverage. According to Sun Lily, Jiang Xiaoyu had never been on a date before. This time, he truly felt he had struck gold. The annual business banquet is the most significant event in the commercial realm of City C, attended by luminaries of the business world. Rumors suggest that he group is on the brink of collapse. However, as this year's host, the grandeur of the event surpasses that of previous years. This hardly aligns with the notion of impending doom, leading many to speculate whether this is merely a fleeting moment of brilliance for he group or a true revival. Lin Chen had attended many such banquets in his past life, and the so-called networking often amounted to showcasing one's prowess while casually discussing potential collaborations. Out of respect for the occasion, it is best to dress appropriately, hence they set out early to select their attire and styles. Additionally, such events possess a high degree of privacy, alleviating concerns about any potential scandals involving Gu Li. Lin Chen completed his styling swiftly, though it was Gu Li who took her time. Throughout the process, Lin Chen did not utter a single complaint, which greatly pleased Gu Li. Having completed all the styles, as the two of them settled into the car, Lin Chen was unexpectedly ambushed by Gu Li. Her crimson lips brushed past him, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving behind ripples and a fragrant aura. However, Lin Chen soon launched a counterattack, prompting Gu Li to sense something amiss and attempt to retreat. But it was too late. Minutes later, Gu Li nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, tenderly retouching her makeup. As she did so, she murmured in mild frustration, "Oh dear, my makeup has been ruined." Lin Chen gently pinched her delicate ear, responding, "You can't blame me this time. You were the one who initiated the provocation." Gu Li shot him a glare, her voice tinged with indignation. "I merely intended to reward you gently, yet you seem intent on devouring me whole." Lin Chen chuckled softly, replying, "That's because you look extraordinarily beautiful today." He spoke the truth. Gu Li's beauty was always evident and undeniable. With her makeup applied, the impact of her allure intensified palpably. Curious, Gu Li pressed, "What? Am I not beautiful usually?" Realizing he had stepped into a trap, Lin Chen hastily clarified, "My dear, you are beautiful even without makeup. You have always been the most beautiful." This reassured Gu Li, who continued with her makeup, softly murmuring, "Lin Chen, I truly, truly adore you. You must never develop feelings for anyone else. Otherwise, I might truly lose my mind." At that moment, Lin Chen was engrossed in reading a message from he, not paying close attention to Gu Li's words. He assumed she was merely speaking to herself, oblivious to the fleeting, fervent love reflected in her eyes as she spoke. Chapter 40. Indulgences and Restraints at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A modest vehicle came to a halt in front of the hotel. Gu Li's car, while not inferior for an average family, costing a few $100,000 in full, paled in comparison to the extravagant million-dollar vehicles that surrounded it. In his previous life, Lin Chen had also visited the Marriott International Hotel, though at that time he drove a luxury car worth millions. Back then, as soon as he parked, the valet would eagerly approach him to offer assistance. This time, however, he had been parked for quite a while, and the valets at the entrance not only ignored him, but also hurried towards the luxury car behind him. Lin Chen paid little mind to their behavior. He was accustomed to the dynamics of social status, having witnessed similar scenarios in his past life. However, given the large expanse of the Marriott and the influx of vehicles that day, Lin Chen was unfamiliar with the nearest parking entrance, having never driven himself to the parking lot before. As he prepared to exit the car to inquire with the hotel staff, a cacophony of honking erupted behind him. Clearly, the occupants of the car behind disdained Lin Chen's ordinary vehicle and urged him to move along. In truth, the road in front of the hotel was quite wide, and Lin Chen was parked to the side, taking up no space at all. Perhaps the driver behind had said something to the valets, for the initially indifferent attendants finally approached him. Without delay, Lin Chen asked, "Could you please direct me to the nearest parking entrance?" The valet, assuming Lin Chen to be a mere pauper unfamiliar with the Marriott, promptly urged him to leave. "Sir, please do not linger in the roadway. Kindly vacate the area as soon as possible." Lin Chen frowned slightly. "There is still 10 meters of space beside me. I do not believe I am obstructing the road." The valet, taken aback by his response, instinctively viewed it as a provocation. "Sir, your prolonged stay here has already caused discontent among other hotel guests. I must insist you depart promptly." Lin Chen replied, "I'm also a guest of the hotel. Which guest harbors discontent towards me? Let us discuss this face to face." The valet pointed disdainfully at the luxury car behind him. "Those are members of the Yu family. You cannot afford to provoke them. I advise you to leave immediately." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of the Yu family. Just as he was about to continue the discussion, Gu Li's expression shifted, and she gently tugged at his sleeve. "Let us just follow the signs," she suggested. The honking grew increasingly insistent, stirring annoyance within Lin Chen. "We'll switch cars when we return," he muttered. Noticing Lin Chen's foul mood, Gu Li, as if soothing a child, responded playfully, "All right, let us switch. Let us get something really extravagant." Lin Chen's irritation dissipated the moment he heard her whimsical tone. "Then it's settled. We shall acquire something exceptionally expensive." Gu Li hesitated, instinctively wanting to dissuade him, but upon catching the earnest expression on Lin Chen's face, she bit her lip, contemplating how much was left on her card and what price range of luxury car she could afford. The hotel's directional signs were rather obscure, and Lin Chen ultimately followed other vehicles into the underground parking garage. Fortunately, the soothing words of Gu Li beside him gradually alleviated his irritation. However, once inside the garage, finding a parking space became a formidable challenge. The number of attendees for the banquet was overwhelming, and Lin Chen maneuvered his car through the parking lot, yet failed to locate an available spot. Just as his patience was waning, he finally spotted an empty space. But in the next moment, a Maybach barreled toward it. The vehicle seemed somewhat familiar, resembling the one that had earlier honked impatiently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pressed his horn to signal that he had arrived first, adhering to the principle of first come, first served. Yet, the Maybach appeared to disregard Lin Chen's presence entirely, inching closer to the parking spot. "Beep, beep, beep." Lin Chen, no longer willing to concede, turned to Gu Li and said, "Hold on tight." Gu Li instinctively tightened her seatbelt. In the next instant, Lin Chen deftly spun the steering wheel, and before Gu Li could comprehend the situation, their car was securely parked in the space. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, a muscular man with a scowling face emerged from the Maybach and approached Lin Chen's window, visibly furious. Gu Li, through the glass, scrutinized the muscular man. Her brow furrowed. Lin Chen, irritated by the knocking, lowered the window slowly and glared at the man. "What's the matter?" The muscular man was about to retaliate when he caught sight of Gu Li in the passenger seat, momentarily taken aback. "And Miss Gu?" Gu Li's expression darkened. "What? Can't even recognize my car now?" Upon hearing this, the muscular man immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, his face filled with contrition. "I apologize. I didn't expect to see you here." Gu Li's expression did not soften with his apology. Coldly, she commanded leave. The muscular man, seemingly intimidated by Gu Li, not only refrained from arguing, but quickly retreated. Gu Li fixed her gaze on a Maybach until the man got back in the car and drove away, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. It appeared that he had not accompanied the vehicle into the underground garage. However, she soon felt a renewed tension. Evidently, he was also attending the banquet, making it impossible to evade him. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Gu Li. Do you know him? Is he from the Yu family? His memory served him well. He recalled the parking attendant mentioning that the luxury cars belonged to the Yu family. Gu Li slightly shook her head. Not well. I've only encountered him a few times. Gu Li clearly wished to conceal something, but Lin Chen refrained from probing further, knowing that she would share when she was ready. Indeed, it was evident that physical closeness could not bridge the emotional distance. They were not yet at the stage of confiding in one another. They arrived relatively early, and the banquet had yet to officially commence. He was busy attending to guests, and merely waved at Lin Chen from afar upon noticing his arrival. Lin Chen acknowledged him, indicating that there was no need for special attention, and then led Gu Li to their designated seats. Although this location is somewhat prominent, it remains rather inconspicuous, a point that Gu Li particularly emphasized to Lin Chen when arranging for he. Being a renowned star, Gu Li is accustomed to maintaining a low profile in public. Now, seated in this unassuming corner, she increasingly believes that her earlier decision was indeed astute. However, the thought that the driver from the Yu family might very well inform that person of her presence at the gathering gives her a slight headache. She can only hope that the individual is preoccupied with socializing today and forgets to pay attention to her. As soon as they settled in, Gu Li's stomach emitted a loud growl. Lin Chen stifled a laugh and softly inquired, "Are you hungry?" Having refrained from eating all day to fit into her beautiful gown, consuming only a sip of water, she was undeniably famished. Embarrassed, she nodded slightly a little, noticing that Gu Li was struggling to walk in her 10-centimeter high heels. Lin Chen gently suggested, "You stay here. I will fetch you some small cakes." Upon hearing this, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with delight, and she enthusiastically nodded. "Just a little, though. Eating too much won't look good in the dress." Lin Chen smiled, realizing how much Gu Li adored sweet treats. When she eats, she becomes particularly endearing, resembling a little hamster with her cheeks puffed up. "It's all right. If you can't finish, I will help you." After indulging in various delicacies, how could he resist the leftovers of his girlfriend's small cakes? During this time, Lin Chen had discerned Gu Li's preferred flavors and made a beeline for the dessert section, filling a plate with an array of pastries. Just as he turned to leave, he was halted in his tracks. Su Xiaolu, with an arm draped around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, regarded Lin Chen with disdain. "Since when did business banquets become so lowly? What gives someone like you the right to be here, carrying a tray?" Chapter 41. No land is ruined. Only cattle exhausted. It is indeed a narrow path for sworn enemies. Lin Chen had not anticipated encountering Su Xiaolu once more in this setting. Reflecting on Su Xiaoyu's audacity, it was quite remarkable that he, often leveraging the Su family's name to deceive and exploit others, would dare to attend such a formal business banquet. Did he not fear being exposed? "Good dogs shouldn't obstruct the way," Lin Chen remarked. Su Xiaolu, incensed at being called a dog once again, clenched his fists in fury. "You." Realizing that they were surrounded by prominent figures in the business world, Su Xiaolu lowered his voice and threatened, "Stop pretending to be clever in front of me. Do you believe I won't dispose of you?" Su Xiaolu had always considered Lin Chen to be a powerless, impoverished youth, and his presence at the banquet could only signify a role as a mere waiter. Disposing of a servant seemed trivial to him. With that, he forcefully pulled Jiang Xiaoyu into his embrace, lewdly caressing her cheek. "Darling, why not greet an old classmate?" Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively attempted to break free, as Su Xiaoyu's proximity ignited a dull pain in her back, where she had been wounded. However, when confronted with Su Xiaoyu's menacing gaze, she bit her lip, her eyes glistening as they turned towards Lin Chen. In those eyes, there was a glimmer of hope, a plea for help. She regretted her earlier choices, regretted provoking this demon named Su Xiaolu. In that fleeting moment of looking at Lin Chen, she felt as though she had glimpsed a savior. Yet, upon realizing that Lin Chen was merely a waiter, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. "Lin Chen," she whispered, her previous pride evaporating. Su Xiaolu, dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaoyu's lackluster demeanor, pinched her waist forcefully. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see an old classmate? It makes sense. If I were in your shoes, I would feel unfortunate to encounter such a pitiful old acquaintance. What caliber do you possess to attend the same banquet as me?" In response to Su Xiaoyu's deliberate provocation, Lin Chen merely chuckled coldly. The next moment, he raised his hand. Ah! Su Xiaolu exclaimed, his face smeared with cake. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, letting out a soft sigh. What a pity for these delightful pastries. With that, he turned and retrieved another plate, preparing to collect more cake. As Su Xiaolu, covered in cake, frantically wiped the cream from his eyes, he could finally see clearly. He lunged at Lin Chen in a fit of rage, spitting threats from his lips. I will kill you. Lin Chen, leisurely selecting his pastries, didn't even turn to face Su Xiaolu. Just as Su Xiaolu was about to reach him, Lin Chen subtly sidestepped. Bang! 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 The resounding crashes captured the attention of everyone at the banquet. Pastries and drinks toppled over, revealing a filthy, deranged man rolling amidst the debris, shouting, I'm going to kill you. Lin Chen cast a downward glance at Su Xiaolu, as if transported back to a previous life. Indeed, Su Xiaolu could not withstand provocation. Any hint of stimulation sent him spiraling into madness. In his past life, it was precisely because of evidence he had presented that Su Xiaolu lost control and caused his own demise. This time around, it seemed unfortunate for Su Xiaolu to cross paths with the reborn version of Lin Chen. Since fate had intertwined their paths, how could he possibly let him escape? Lin Chen's peripheral vision flickered towards He, who was standing nearby, and a faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps this time he could afford to be a bit lazy and refrain from taking matters into his own hands. Just then, He, who was entertaining guests, heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Chen standing aside with a tray of exquisite pastries, he instinctively dismissed any suspicion of trouble and inquired, What is happening here? With an innocent expression, Lin Chen replied, I have no idea. Perhaps it's just a case of a lunatic acting up. He then added, Brother, who is that person? Such a grand banquet, yet anyone can just waltz in. He, trusting Lin Chen's words, signaled to the bodyguards to restrain the disturbed individual and cover his mouth. Noticing that other guests were also drawn to the commotion, he immediately apologized. It's nothing, just a waiter who accidentally slipped and fell. I'll have it sorted out right away. Please enjoy your meal and drinks. After speaking, he tugged at Lin Chen's arm and whispered, Xiao Chun, do me a favor and take care of the situation. I'm swamped and stretched too thin. Lin Chen, with a serious demeanor, reiterated, Brother, are you certain you don't recognize this person? He came in with an invitation, and I fear mishandling this might inadvertently offend someone. He glanced at the grimacing figure of Su Xiaolu, whose mouth was covered, and shook his head emphatically. I don't know him. Someone must have sold the invitation and let him sneak in. Lin Chen made one last attempt to caution. I heard him say his name is Su Xiaolu. Are you really sure you don't know him? He, anxious to attend to the guests, quickly scanned his memory for any notable names and shook his head again. No, I don't recognize him. Why are you being so cautious? Can I deceive you? Just handle it, and if anything goes awry, I'll take the responsibility. Lin Chen was motivated by this very statement and promptly replied, All right, brother, you go on with your business. I will take care of it. He left, but not before leaving Wang Chong to assist Lin Chen. Tonight's security detail was originally Wang Chong's responsibility, and he felt a sense of accountability for allowing such a person to infiltrate. Lin Chen glanced at the still struggling and muffled Su Xiaolu, then at the delicate cake in his hand. Finally, he turned to Wang Chong. Give me 2 minutes. First, knock him out. His noise is quite bothersome. Wang Chong, known for his formidable execution skills, acted swiftly, and moments after Lin Chen had taken a few steps away, the sounds of struggle ceased. Lin Chen soon located Gu Li, who was seated and engrossed in her phone. Darling, you stay here and enjoy the cake. I have a small matter to attend to. Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately set her phone down. What matter? Whenever anything concerning Lin Chen arose, even the cake lost its allure. Lin Chen gently patted her little head and softly explained, Brother, he is overwhelmed, and he asked me to help lighten the load. Gu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was no mere assistance, but a clear indication that he was actively facilitating connections. Eager not to hinder, she waved her hands, Go. I can manage on my own. Lin Chen felt overwhelmed by her thoughtful nature. Reflecting on her past life, she realized that her only fault had been being busy with work, which had led Jiang Xiaoyu to incessantly demand a breakup, claiming her love had faded. Indeed, to have a virtuous wife is akin to possessing a treasure. Su Xiaolu, due to the ambiguity surrounding his identity, was subdued and taken away by the security personnel of the gala. Jiang Xiaoyu's mind had completely shut down. She was being pushed forward, departing from the banquet hall. When the imposing Wang Chong confronted her, demanding to know her identity, she opened her mouth but could not utter a single syllable. She was utterly paralyzed with fear, lost in her own thoughts. Just then, Lin Chen arrived and witnessed this scene, not out of pity, but rather with a sense of amusement. He patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, interrupting his interrogation. "Enough. She is so frightened she can't speak. What more can you expect to learn?" Lin Chen's presence felt to Jiang Xiaoyu like a divine intervention. Although she was baffled as to why Su Xiaolu, despite his status, was expelled from the gala, she was equally perplexed by Lin Chen's transformation, now mingling with the elite as if they were brothers. "Brother Lin Chen," Jiang Xiaoyu finally found her voice. Instinctively seeking his support in moments of fear and danger, rushing into his embrace. She longed for Lin Chen to catch her, as he had in the past, to softly reassure and protect her. Yet, in that moment, her hopes were dashed as Lin Chen swiftly sidestepped, causing her to tumble to the ground. "Ah, that hurts." The previously bruised area now throbbed with fresh pain. Realizing Lin Chen's indifference, her reproach faded, replaced by a pitiful gaze directed at him. "Woo-woo, brother Lin Chen. It hurts so much." Her tone was soft and delicate, as if laced with a hook, compelling others to feel sympathy for her. Even Wang Chong, who had moments ago appeared fierce, now regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a hint of compassion. Tilting his head towards Lin Chen, he inquired, "Lin, do you know this woman?" His gaze flitted between the two. Although inexperienced in romance, it was evident to any reasonable person that there was an emotional entanglement between them. Lin Chen, aware of Wang Chong's inquisitive stare, promptly denied any deeper connection. "I know her, but we aren't close. Don't let her come near me. My partner, when gentle, is like a kitten, but when provoked, she can be as fierce as a tigress. If she catches a whiff of another woman on me, I might as well be torn to shreds." Lin Chen spoke truthfully. Guli could indeed be terrifying when angered. It was not merely the physical threat that was daunting, but there were matters too sensitive to share with outsiders. After all, there are no fields that remain unplowed, only oxen that tire from labor. Wang Chong did not ponder further, but nodded in agreement. Women can be like that. Witnessing Lin Chen's coldness, Jiang Xiaoyu's hopes crumbled entirely, and she began to weep openly. However, just as she caught her breath after weeping, Wang Chong's thunderous voice erupted. "Shut up. I detest women who cry. Do you believe I would not end you?" Wang Chong was no mere blusterer. He was truly capable of carrying out his threats. A person of such ruthlessness does not merely speak of vengeance. Jiang Xiaoyu, startled, instinctively fell silent, her gaze turning towards Lin Chen, brimming with tears. However, the moment Lin Chen met her eyes, he silently averted his gaze. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu in such a state inevitably stirred something within Lin Chen, for she was a woman he had once cherished deeply in a past life. Yet, after experiencing betrayal, his feelings of animosity were equally genuine. Now, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu in such despair, he could only reflect on her plight with a sigh, acknowledging that it was a consequence of her own making. Meanwhile, the discarded Su Xiao slowly regained consciousness, emitting a series of lamentations. Yet, upon grasping the situation before him, his immediate reaction was to continue his threats. "I will kill you. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Su family from Kyoto. If you dare lay a finger on me, you will regret it." Chapter 42. The baby's jealousy is adorably endearing. I love the baby the most. Lin Chen was not easily intimidated. The so-called young master of the Su family in Kyoto was utterly laughable. For 2 lifetimes, he paraded around with that title, deceiving others without a shred of shame. If Su Xiaolu were truly a scion of a prestigious family, would he rely on women for sustenance in his past life? Would he engage in infidelity as a mistress? Wang Chong was equally unfazed. With a single slap, he knocked out 2 of Su Xiaolu's prominent front teeth. "What are you barking about?" he demanded. In Sea City, Whether you're a tiger or a dragon, you must lie low. You insignificant wretch. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? He seized Su Xiaolu's hair, menacingly pressing for answers. Su Xiaolu trembled at the murderous intent in Wang Chang's gaze, suddenly sobering. It was the invitation from President Xie of He Entertainment. I truly have an invitation. I didn't sneak in. Wang Chang recalled that the owner of He Entertainment was indeed surnamed Xie. Could it be a genuine misunderstanding? But what did it matter? Who allowed him to act so brazenly in the boss's territory? He instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Lin Chen checked his watch. Over 10 minutes had passed, and Gu Li would surely be worried about not seeing him. You handle it. Let him remember to steer clear of me in the future, he instructed. Wang Chang understood. It appeared this individual had also offended Lin Chen. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyu, whose eyes were glued to Lin Chen. What about this woman? Jiang Xiaoyu trembled, yearning to approach Lin Chen, but fearful of his disdainful gaze. Lin Chen swept a glance at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was in a disheveled evening gown, and coldly ordered, "Get her out." The fact that he had not personally dealt with both of them was already Lin Chen's greatest mercy. However, after tonight, Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Xiaolu would likely sever all ties. A dog-eat-dog scenario could indeed be rather intriguing. After Lin Chen departed, anguished cries echoed through the long corridor. When Lin Chen returned to the banquet hall, he found a man in a suit harassing Gu Li. Not far away stood the muscular man he had encountered in the garage. Gu Li's expression darkened, but upon seeing Lin Chen, her demeanor softened slightly. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Chen. He can protect me. You may leave now." The man regarded Lin Chen with overt disdain. "Is this the little kept man you boast of?" Gu Li's face flushed with irritation. "Yu Yang, show some respect. He is my boyfriend." Yu Yang scoffed. "A mere kept man hardly deserves respect. Your father." Yu Yang's words were cut short by Gu Li's fierce glare. "Get lost." Though her voice was not loud, the fury was palpable. Even Lin Chen could sense Gu Li's rage at that moment. Yu Yang chuckled awkwardly. "Why are you so fierce, dear?" "It's only me." Gu Li raised the plate in her hand and hurled it at Yu Yang. "Get lost." The plate shattered on the ground with a loud crash, drawing the attention of many towards the commotion in the corner. However, due to the imposing figures of Lin Chen and Yu Yang, Gu Li was obscured, leaving everyone in the dark about the true nature of the incident. They merely assumed a conflict had erupted between the two men. Yet, there were indeed keen observers who recognized the gentleman in the suit as Yu Yang, the son of the prominent Yu family. As for the strikingly handsome man standing beside Yu Yang, he appeared rather unfamiliar. Who was he to dare confront the eldest son of the Yu family at such a gathering? Soon, a considerable number of attendees grew intrigued by Lin Chen. Who was that bold figure standing next to young Master Yu? He looked so unfamiliar. How audacious to challenge young Master Yu. He was surely doomed. It is well known that all present were individuals of stature, and certain actions were typically not conducted in plain sight. Once the banquet concluded, the undercurrents of tension became more pronounced. The Yu family was a venerable lineage in City C, their prestige built upon generations of heritage, and even he would not dare to offend them lightly. The only family that could somewhat rival the Yu family was the Gu family, which had recently entered a marriage alliance with them, making any conflict between the two families implausible. Thus, the youth who dared to confront the eldest son of the Yu family was destined for ruin. He, who had been engaged in polite conversation, soon noticed the commotion and hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately choosing to remain where he was. He had always adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. For both the Yu family and Lin Chen were not adversaries he could afford to make. Lin Chen had indeed recognized Yu Yang. In his previous life, he had dealings with him and knew him to be someone who bore grudges. Although this time, it was not Lin Chen who directly clashed with him. He instinctively shielded Gu Li, driven by a protective instinct. After all, Gu Li had just flung a plate in a fit of rage. Who could predict whether Yu Yang might retaliate against her? This was Lin Chen's first glimpse of Gu Li's impulsive nature. She seemed to harbor a deep-seated disdain for Yu Yang, perhaps even a touch of hatred. Had Yu Yang bullied her in the past? Contemplating this, Lin Chen's gaze towards Yu Yang grew increasingly hostile. What the Yu family? Would he cower in fear? At that moment, Yu Yang, feeling the brunt of their combined scrutiny, laughed in anger. "Very well," he exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Gu Li, who was shielded behind Lin Chen. "Remember what you said today. Don't come crawling back to me later." With a fierce glare cast at Lin Chen, he departed with his bodyguards. Once Yang was a distance away, Lin Chen gently steadied the somewhat shaky Gu Li. "Did he bully you?" he inquired. Gu Li shook her head, her previous ferocity replaced by an expression of utter grievance. "Thank goodness you returned. Otherwise, I would have been bullied." Lin Chen could only smile helplessly. This young lady, did she think he hadn't seen her lose her temper? However, Yu Yang's seemingly restrained demeanor towards Gu Li suggested they were not strangers. Moreover, it appeared Yu Yang was acquainted with Gu Li's father. The more Lin Chen pondered, the more he felt a sense of unease. Gu Li had never spoken of her parents, and as her boyfriend, he realized he knew less about her than other men. How could this be acceptable? Little liar. Confess at once. What is your relationship with that man? Gu Li blinked her eyes, a hint of delight evident in her gaze. "Baby, are you feeling jealous?" Lin Chen instinctively denied. "How could that be? There's no way I could be jealous." Gu Li playfully pouted. You're definitely jealous. It's so adorable when you're jealous. I love you, my baby." As Lin Chen was showered with her effusive praise, he gradually forgot the question he intended to pursue. At the exit of the Marriott International Hotel, a Porsche sped away at breakneck speed. Inside the car, Su Xiaolu, his face swollen like a pig's head, furiously pressed the accelerator while cursing. "Damn it, Lin Chen, I'll remember you. Just wait until I make it big. I'll make you pay." Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyu, her face pale with fear, wept as she questioned, "Have you been lying to me all along? You're not really the young master of the Su family in Kyoto, are you?" Su Xiaolu was consumed with rage, and the thought of Jiang Xiaoyu fawning over Lin Chen at the banquet made him wish he could tear her apart. With a sudden jolt, Su Xiaolu slammed the brakes, turned, and struck Jiang Xiaoyu hard across the face. "Crying again? All you do is cry. So what if I deceived you? You were the one who couldn't bear the loneliness and came to me willingly." He sneered. "Are you regretting being with me? Do you think Lin Chen is better than me?" The slap left Jiang Xiaoyu dazed, a trickle of crimson seeping from her lips. It jolted her into reality, shattering her dreams of grandeur. She indeed regretted it. In fact, after enduring a nightmarish night just the previous evening, she had already begun to feel remorse. Although Su Xiaolu was physically incapable, his methods of torment were varied and relentless. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't recall how she ended up in the hotel with him or why she had cooperated. But upon waking, it was too late. Though she was uncertain why Lin Chen had connections with such influential figures, it was clear that he was far superior to Su Xiaolu in every aspect. She had been blinded by foolishness, deceived and bullied by Su Xiaolu. Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's silence, Su Xiaolu scoffed. "Regretting now? It's too late. You were exquisite last night, so I captured it on camera. I had intended to look at it whenever I missed you, but now I believe it has found a better purpose. Do you think Lin Chen would still accept you after seeing those? I'm a liar, and you're just as wretched. We're a match made in hell. Neither of us will come out unscathed." "Su Sali Lauget Maniac Ali." Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him in disbelief, her palms bleeding from sharp nails. He truly was a beast. If it weren't for today's banquet, she would never have fallen for his tricks. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't bear to think of what would happen if Lin Chen saw those videos. He would surely despise her immensely. Her mind raced with the need to ensure Lin Chen never saw the recordings and that he would never come to loathe her. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her gaze towards the raucous laughter of Su Xiaolu, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. If he were to perish, no one would ever discover the existence of the recording. "Oh dear, Su Xiao, I was wrong." Jiang Xiaoyu feigned tears and submission, gradually bewildering Su Xiaolu. He yanked her hair, his fingers cruelly grazing her lips. Since she had erred, she must face the consequences. Was it here or? His gaze descended unsettlingly. Filled with discomfort, Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, gently unfastening her seatbelt and slowly shifting her position. Su Xiaolu, prepared to indulge in reckless driving, was momentarily taken aback by her sudden assertiveness, before a smirk of amusement crept onto his face. Such a good girl. Relishing her initiative, he smugly contemplated how the woman Lin Chen could not possess was now firmly within his grasp. Do you think Lin Chen is aware of your actions? A fierce hatred flickered in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes as she quietly unbuckled his seatbelt at the very moment Su Xiaolu was most engrossed and least aware. Minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to the passenger seat, tidied herself, and secured her seatbelt, while Su Xiaolu remained oblivious to the fact that his seatbelt had been stealthily undone. Even as he pressed the accelerator hard, Jiang Xiaoyu revealed a knowing smile. Her soft murmurs were akin to a ghostly whisper. Indeed, I regret it. What right do you have to be with me? Go to hell. Before Su Xiaolu could react, Jiang Xiaoyu seized the steering wheel. With a resounding crash, silence fell completely. Chapter 43. Living for the baby, dining for the baby, sleeping for the baby. The grand banquet had reached its pivotal moment. The charity auction. Guli set aside her petite cake and focused intently on the items displayed on the auction platform. Lin Chen, sensing a spark of interest, quietly inquired, "Is there anything you fancy?" In a flurry, Guli shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no." Yet, despite her words, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward a particular direction. There, in a solitary display case, lay a jade bracelet of exquisite quality. Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Guli's expression as she gazed upon the bracelet was tinged with gravity, perhaps even sorrow. Concerned, Lin Chen asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Guli shook her head, hastily averting her eyes and instinctively lowering her head to conceal the tears that threatened to spill over. They were indeed deceiving themselves. Her mother's jade bracelet was unmistakably still there. Why would they prefer to auction it off rather than return it to her? Noticing Gu Li's unusual demeanor, Lin Chen gently grasped her hand. "Darling, we agreed to be open with each other. If you desire something, or if you wish to leave this place, you must tell me. All right?" Gu Li nodded softly, as if arriving at a difficult decision. She looked at Lin Chen earnestly and asked, "Could you lend me a bit of money?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, playfully pinching her cheek. "Silly girl, my money is your money. Why speak of borrowing? How much do you need? Just say it." Guli shook her head, insisting, No. I can't keep spending your money. Just lend it to me first. I promise to repay you once I earn it." Lin Chen's expression darkened. "If you mention borrowing again, I might genuinely become upset." Guli, terrified by the prospect of angering Lin Chen, quickly acquiesced. All right. I want to say again." Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded. "Now, how much do you want?" Guli tentatively extended a single finger. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. 100 million? Not too low, I suppose. Guli immediately shook her head. No, just 10 million will suffice." The anticipation on Lin Chen's face plummeted as he urged, No, 100 million. Look carefully. If you find something you like, we should bring it home. We haven't furnished our new place yet. Let us buy more. I trust your taste. If it's not enough, I'll transfer you more. Don't worry, we have plenty of money now." Realizing Lin Chen was genuinely not lacking in funds, Guli surrendered her resistance. "All right, once I earn money later." However, before she could finish, she noticed Lin Chen's smile had dimmed slightly. "Guli, if you continue this way, I will truly become upset. I now regard you as my wife. Why draw lines between us?" Guli froze at his words, her mind racing with a single term. Wife? Lin Chen wants to marry her. Was he contemplating a proposal? They had only just solidified their relationship. Was it too soon? Yet, considering she had harbored feelings for him for many years in her previous life, perhaps it was not too hasty after all. The mere mention of wife by Lin Chen ignited a spark of anticipation within Gu Li's heart. Observing Gu Li's sudden daze and silly grin, Lin Chen felt a twinge of confusion. "Baby?" he questioned. Gu Li, still lost in her blissful reverie, gazed at him with her mouth agape. Lin Chen, taken aback, wondered if she had been bewitched. In his moment of uncertainty, Gu Li tightened her embrace around his arm, playfully murmuring, "Baby, I was wrong. I won't mention lending anymore. From now on, I shall be a carefree spendthrift, indulging in your generosity." As Lin Chen felt her warmth enveloping his arm, he inhaled deeply to regain his composure, gently reminding her, "And what else?" Gu Li blinked in surprise. "What else?" Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "And sleep with baby." Instantly, Gu Li's ears turned crimson. Mortified, she reflected on how she once thought Lin Chen was a paragon of virtue, only to realize his playful side now. Lin Chen delighted in teasing Gu Li when she blushed. The more shy she became, the more he enjoyed provoking her. The contrast between her poised celebrity persona outside and her innocent, endearing demeanor at home was utterly charming. Not willing? He teased, moving his arm deliberately, causing her face to deepen in color. Oh dear, stop moving. Gu Li reproached softly, clutching his mischievous arm tighter. Noticing her cheeks aflame, Lin Chen finally ceased his antics. All right, let us observe closely. Feel free to bid if you fancy anything. The auction items varied in value, yet each held a unique tale. Furthermore, all proceeds from the auction would be donated to charity, imbuing the items with even greater significance. Each time an item was up for bid, Lin Chen would quietly inquire, "Should we buy it?" Gu Li consistently declined, until the jade bracelet was about to be auctioned, when her expression grew more serious. Lin Chen gently grasped her hand, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, we will secure it." Just as he uttered these words, he sensed an unfriendly gaze amidst the crowd. Looking up, he locked eyes with Yu Yang, who seemed to have deduced Gu Li's desire for the jade bracelet, or perhaps understood the story behind it. Yu Yang's gaze not only bore a challenge, but also an air of unwavering confidence. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, even looking forward to Yu Yang's deliberate rivalry in the bidding war. After all, the more he spent for Gu Li, the greater the reward. Ladies and gentlemen, this jade bracelet is the highlight of tonight's auction, boasting exceptional quality and a rich history, a true heirloom. Bidding starts at 5 million. Let the auction begin. As the host's words echoed, hands immediately shot up. An eager voice rang out. Yu Yang, president of Yu Corporation, bids 10 million. The price doubled right out of the gate. Witnessing Yu Yang's bid, most attendees hesitated to raise their paddles, daunted by the Yu family's influence. Yet in the next moment, a voice resonated throughout the hall. 50 million. Everyone turned to see a remarkably handsome young man. Some still recall Lin Chen, the man who previously clashed with Yu Yang. Who exactly is this individual to dare compete with Yu Yang in bidding? Lin Chen remained remarkably composed, even offering a slight smile when Yu Yang cast a glance in his direction, a subtle act of provocation. If you possess the audacity, continue to raise the bid. Lin Chen believed that 50 million was far too conservative. In truth, he desired to boldly announce a bid of 500 million. However, making such a drastic increase might lead the entire audience to question his sanity. Naturally, Yu Yang could not ignore the provocation and was compelled to raise the bid once more. If his initial desire to purchase the jade bracelet was to curry favor with Gu Li, his current motivation was to uphold his own reputation. As a representative of the Yu family, every action he took reflected upon them. Could he truly allow himself to be embarrassed in public? Yu Yang raised his paddle again. 60 million. The crowd was not surprised. The Yu family was affluent, and spending tens of millions on a jade bracelet was hardly a significant affair. Turning to the young man who had previously bid, they noticed him furrowing his brow, seemingly struggling with a lack of funds. Lin Chen indeed found himself in a quandary, not due to insufficient finances, but rather grappling with what price to call out that would substantially elevate the bid while still prompting Yu Yang to continue. 60 million was merely a starting point. It was nowhere near sufficient. Lin Chen raised his paddle again. 80 million. The announcement left the audience in further astonishment. This individual was still willing to raise the bid. Yu Yang, now thoroughly incensed by Lin Chen's audacity, declared 100 million. The crowd was left in shock. Was such a jade bracelet truly worth 100 million? Even Gu Li began to waver, contemplating whether she should urge Lin Chen to withdraw. Yet Lin Chen immediately raised his paddle once more. 200 million. Yu Yang, now completely consumed by rage, shouted, 300 million. Chapter 44. Are you teaching me how to do this? Lin Chen leisurely raised his card. 400 million. His tone was languid and relaxed. Yet a collective gasp resonated around him. Yu Yang attempted to raise his card as well, but was firmly restrained by the bodyguard beside him. Young master, you cannot raise it any further. The master will be furious if he finds out. Yu Yang glanced towards Lin Chen, inadvertently locking eyes with his nonchalant gaze, which seemed to harbor a hint of disdain and mockery. 400 million, is that all? I cannot afford to lose face in front of Gu Li. Struggling to raise his card again, he was interrupted by a slow, deliberate voice. Lin Chen stated, 500 million. The three words fell with palpable authority, plunging the room into an eerie silence. He, seated in the main position, fidgeted restlessly. Whispers circulated around him, inquiring about the identity of this man. Beads of cold sweat formed on He's forehead. He was more eager than anyone to decipher Lin Chen's background. The jade bracelet, originally valued at 5 million, had been escalated to 500 million in a single breath. Truly, a display of immense wealth. The host's hammer struck thrice, sealing the jade bracelet's fate at the astounding price of 500 million. Guli stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until the auction concluded and Lin Chen led her to sign the contract that Guli regained her composure. If we leave now, would it be illegal? Lin Chen found Guli's occasional nod endearing. Not illegal, but unconventional. Do not worry. 500 million is merely a drop in the ocean for me. Guli was skeptical, but refrained from disputing his claim. After signing the contract and settling the full payment, Guli finally held the long-coveted bracelet in her hands. Eager to share her joy with Lin Chen, she turned, only to notice a peculiar expression on his face. Darling, why do you look so unhappy? Perhaps we should return the bracelet? Though the jade bracelet was her mother's heirloom, the object was inanimate, while the living held the utmost significance. Guli presumed that the expenditure had placed Lin Chen in a difficult position and thus thoughtfully suggested the return. However, Lin Chen's discontent stemmed not from the financial outlay, but from the absence of the anticipated electronic notification in his mind. Where's the system? Has it gone on strike? He found himself lost in thought, repeatedly calling out, System, system, where have you gone? Super rebates, why aren't they being issued? After a considerable time, the electronic prompt finally chimed in slowly. Kind reminder, the system will undergo an upgrade soon and is temporarily offline. For any feedback, please leave a message after the beep. Only then did Lin Chen recall that he had indeed heard the system's notice of an impending upgrade. Just as he regained his focus, he hurriedly approached. Upon hearing Gu Li's suggestion to return the bracelet, he immediately interjected. What you have purchased must never be returned. This concerns our credibility and reputation. Xiaochen will need to establish a business in the future. Today's auction has already elevated his standing. If you return the item, it would be tantamount to dishonesty. Who would dare to collaborate with Xiaochen in the future? He spoke wisely. At tonight's banquet, Lin Chen has truly made a name for himself. Now, everyone of note in Sea City is aware of Lin Chen's existence. Just as Lin Chen was about to explain himself, he noticed Yu Yang approaching. Yu Yang, having overheard He's remarks, immediately assumed that Lin Chen was merely pretending to be affluent after spending 500 million on something. Yu Yang scoffed. Oh, so you broke? What are you pretending to be a wealthy man for? He then turned to Guli with a look of pity. Guli, just look at the person you've chosen, living off others, and not even afraid of getting hurt in the process. Guli furrowed her brow slightly and retorted, Lin Chen is not pretending to be wealthy. He is genuinely exceptional, far surpassing you. Yu Yang was taken aback, his expression darkening significantly. Guli, you are no longer the esteemed daughter of the Gu family. What do you have to shout at me? Perhaps Gu Li's words had struck a nerve as Yu Yang's facade crumbled, revealing his true, unpleasant nature. Gu Li coldly huffed. Who would want to be the esteemed daughter of the Gu family? I wouldn't accept it, even if it were offered to me. Yu Yang pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Li. Fine, then I'll call Uncle Gu right now. I may not be able to handle you, but Uncle Gu certainly can. Upon hearing this, Gu Li's expression shifted slightly, as if she felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet her pride kept her from backing down, maintaining her disdainful demeanor. Just as Yu Yang was about to make the call, Lin Chen grasped his hand firmly. Director Yu, how old are you? How can you still act so immature? Resorting to telling on someone when you can't win an argument? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't behave like this. Yu Yang's face turned a mix of green and white as he forcefully shook off Lin Chen's hand. Are you trying to teach me how to act? Who do you think you are? Noticing the escalating tension, he quickly stepped in as a mediator, placing himself between the two and creating distance. Let's keep the peace. It's a lovely day today. Can both of you give me, some face? Lin Chen was not one to back down easily, especially since Yu Yang clearly harbored ill intentions towards Gu Li. He was not surprised by He's attempt to smooth things over, but this time, Lin Chen was unwilling to yield. Apologize. If I relent today, Yu Yang will perceive me as a soft target and will undoubtedly seek to provoke trouble in the future. After repeatedly threatening Gu Li, does he truly believe that I am merely a decorative boyfriend? He was momentarily taken aback, his words of reconciliation dying on his lips, as he realized that Lin Chen was genuinely furious. Yu Yang, upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, erupted with laughter, incredulous as he remarked to his bodyguard, "Can you believe this? This guy is insane, actually demanding that I apologize?" The bodyguard nodded in agreement, stepping forward slightly, preparing to take action if necessary. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak again, a familiar electronic notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your system has successfully upgraded." The upgrade includes 2 new sections. The first section focuses on investment and financial management, utilizing big data to assist the host in maximizing investment returns. The second section pertains to the points mall, where the rebates accumulated by the host can be converted into points for purchasing goods. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was this not an invitation to embrace a life of ease? Achieving financial freedom while reclining seemed almost unfathomable. Lin Chen communicated with the system through thought. "How is the point conversion calculated?" The system responded, 100 million can be exchanged for 1 point. You have spent 500 million on Ms. Gu Li, yielding an 80-fold rebate of 4 billion. As of now, the total amount in your account is approximately 169.719 billion. Would you like to convert this into points? Lin Chen inquired. What is currently available in the points mall? The system replied. The points mall is presently undergoing an upgrade and access to view it is not yet available. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen deemed that a balance of over 100 billion was not excessive and decided against converting to points. Let us refrain from exchanging for now. I shall retain 100 billion for active investments, while you manage the rest. The system acknowledged. Understood, host. Should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out. Just as the system was preparing to log off, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. "One moment, could you assist me in purchasing stocks?" The system replied, "Certainly, host. Which stock has caught your interest?" Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the audacious Yu Yang opposite him. "The stock of Yu's group. Acquire as much as possible." The system confirmed. "Understood, host. Please hold on." Chapter 45. I concealed my brother in my pocket, and he kicked me into the ditch in the midst of Lin Chen's silence. The thoughts of others diverged greatly. Gu Li undoubtedly placed her trust in Lin Chen. He remained observant of the unfolding situation, while Yu Yang, brimming with confidence, misinterpreted Lin Chen's silence as fear. With a disdainful snort, he grew increasingly arrogant. "Gu Li, for your sake today, let that pretty boy apologize to me and bow, and we shall let this matter pass. I am aware that the jade bracelet belonged to your mother. Since the pretty boy lacked the funds to buy it for you, I will." However, Yu Yang hesitated, his unfriendly gaze scrutinizing Gu Li, his intentions unmistakable. As the system notification chimed, Lin Chen slowly clenched his fists. "But what?" "Yu Yang, shamelessly boasting, ditchlated. But she must spend the night with me." Before Yu Yang could finish his sentence, a punch sent him crashing to the ground. The bodyguard beside him reacted quickly, attempting to strike back, but was met with a swift kick from Lin Chen that sent him flying. Bang! The robust bodyguard slammed into the wall, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Wang Chong, who had been guarding the exit, caught a glimpse of the commotion and instinctively shuddered. Fortunately, he was a friend of Lin Chen, not an adversary. Both Gu Li and he were taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden actions. Unfazed, Lin Chen approached the bloodied Yu Yang sprawled on the ground, gripping his collar. "Mind your language. Show some respect to Gu Li. Who do I count as? I might as well be your father." The malice and murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes left Yu Yang trembling, his legs weakened. The pampered young master had never encountered such ruthlessness before. He immediately begged for mercy. "Do not kill me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong." This was the first time Gu Li had witnessed Yu Yang in such a wretched state, and her concern that Lin Chen might act impulsively led her to step forward. "Let it go. He has admitted his fault." Hearing Gu Li's words of persuasion, Lin Chen's expression softened instantly. With a gentle demeanor, he assisted the trembling Yu Yang to his feet. Look at you, how old are you? Yet you still stumble on level ground? He then turned to Gu Li. Mr. Yu clearly lacks exercise. I hardly exerted myself, and he has fallen to this extent. The bodyguard, feigning unconsciousness on the floor, muttered, "Is this human language?" Wang Chong remarked, "Your exertion and my exertion seem to differ significantly." Gu Li, filled with concern, checked Lin Chen's hands. "Are your hands injured, darling?" He, rendered silent, thought, wherever there is a wise dragon, there must also be a phoenix chick. Yu Yang, the aggrieved party, dared not voice his anger, feeling Lin Chen's grip on his arm akin to the scissor of death. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. He thought to himself that he would not wait 30 years or even 10. Once he exited the hotel, he would find someone to deal with Lin Chen. How dare he act against him in such a brazen manner? Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang with an unfamiliar caller. Lin Chen released Yu Yang and calmly answered the phone. "Hello, this is Lin Chen." Yu Yang nearly stumbled to the ground due to Lin Chen's release, barely managing to steady himself by gripping the wall. He exchanged glances with the bodyguard, feigning unconsciousness on the floor while striving to inch towards the exit. However, the moment he heard Lin Chen address the caller, he almost lost his balance again. Lin Chen's tone was gentle, completely incongruous with the reprimand he had just given. "Mr. Yu Shan, it is an honor to speak with you." Yu Shan, Yu Yang's father, was the true head of the Yu family. Lin Chen casually glanced at Yu Yang, continuing his conversation. "I have great faith in your company's development, which is why I had my assistant purchase some stocks. Is there any issue with that? A mere 30 stake for 30 billion will not impact your control over the group. I'm just an ordinary university student, yet I understand one principle. It is wise to seek shelter under a strong tree. My future prosperity may depend on you, Mr. Yu. No need for such formality. I am of similar age to your son, so I should address you as uncle, not brother." "Very well, brother Yu. Goodbye." Until Lin Chen hung up the phone, everyone present remained in a state of disbelief. They could comprehend each word, yet the combination of them seemed utterly incredible. The chairman of the U Group had personally called Lin Chen because he had purchased 30 of the U Group shares for a staggering 30 billion. Others might be unaware, but Yu Yang and he clearly understood that Lin Chen had now become the second largest shareholder of the U Group. What did this signify? It meant that any significant decision concerning the U Group would now necessitate Lin Chen's notification and consent. Yu Yang's eyes widened in shock as he slumped to the floor. This must be an illusion. It must be fake. Yet, in this very hallucination, Lin Chen strode confidently towards Yu Yang, leading the somewhat dazed Gu Li by the hand. Lin Chen gently patted Yu Yang's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Your father is my brother, which makes you my big nephew by lineage. I did not come prepared with a gift for our first meeting, but I shall make it up to you next time. When you meet your Uncle Lin and Aunt Gu, behave yourself. Your father is too busy to educate you, but I have some free time and can assist in your upbringing." After saying this, Lin Chen waved towards the bodyguard who was still pretending to be unconscious, his tone warm. "If you do not wish to remain lying there forever, you should get up quickly." The bodyguard, who had been lying perfectly still just a moment ago, sprang to his feet in an instant. "Lin, sir." Lin Chen pointed towards Yu Yang. "Ensure the young master safely returns home. Be careful with your head if anything goes awry." The bodyguard, startled by Lin Chen's instructions, snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Yes." He assisted the still bewildered Yu Yang and hastily exited the scene. After their departure, he cautiously inquired, "Lin Chen, did you really invest in the U Group?" Lin Chen retorted, "Why do you ask? Brother, are you dissatisfied with my investment in another company?" He sensed Lin Chen's unusual mood and immediately denied it, saying no. "No, I just..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Chen. Lin Chen stated bluntly, "Brother, I am quite dissatisfied with your performance today." He felt a tightness in his chest as he understood the reason for Lin Chen's anger. Pretending to be unaware, he cautiously inquired, "Have I done something wrong?" Lin Chen scoffed coldly, "I have supported you, yet you have cast me aside. When Yu Yang targeted me today, you did not utter a single word in my defense. He quickly explained, Xiao Chun, I truly should not have remained silent. However, the Yu family is influential and prosperous. It is not a world that someone like me, a sudden entrepreneur, can contend with. Although you have invested in the Yu Group, acquiring a 30 stake, I must advise you that the waters run deep in the Yu family. It is not a realm that someone fresh to society can easily navigate. On the surface, Lin Chen may appear cordial, but he may already be concocting some underhanded schemes behind your back. A 30 stake poses a considerable risk for the Yu father and son, and you, Xiao Chun, have acted too impulsively. Given how you reprimanded Yu Yang today, he is likely to retaliate against you when he returns home. Xiao Chun, heed your brother's advice. Take Gu Li and retreat to a distant place until the storm passes, then return. All right? Chapter 46. The Indomitable will ultimately strengthens one. Lin Chen had never contemplated retreat. When faced with adversaries, he would meet them head-on. When confronted with obstacles, he would find ways to surmount them. Could the Yu family truly dominate Sea City? If so, I would rend the very heavens asunder. He was momentarily awestruck by the fervor radiating from Lin Chen's eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself gradually persuaded that Lin Chen indeed possessed such formidable prowess. Casting a glance at the enigmatic night outside, it seemed that the time had come for change. Well, a young man ought to embody such audacity. I believe in you and shall stand by your side. However, there are times when I must maintain appearances. I hope you will not misconstrue my actions. Lin Chen nodded slightly, responding, Brother, your words suffice. He held no genuine resentment towards He's silence. Having been a businessman in his past life, he understood that pretense was commonplace. What he sought was merely He's stance and commitment. As long as he assured him of his support, their collective strength against the aristocratic families would be bolstered. Reflecting on his previous life, Lin Chen recalled the inexplicable collusion between the Yu and Gu families that had conspired against him, making his entrepreneurial journey exceedingly arduous. In this life, however, he had already gained an advantage at the starting line, fortified by the supportive system. Would he still be subject to their tyranny? As the banquet concluded, Lin Chen escorted Gu Li to the underground parking garage. The once crowded lot now bore only a sparse scattering of vehicles. Upon entering the car, Lin Chen instinctively fastened Gu Li's seatbelt, only to realize she had been silent for an extended period. Darling, are you unhappy? Or were you frightened by what transpired earlier? Gu Li, snapping back to reality, slightly shook her head but remained mute. Lin Chen pressed on, Look at you, unwilling to speak to me. Are you upset because I struck you young? Gu Li offered no reply, though her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lin Chen immediately leaned closer, cradling her delicate face in his hands. Why are you on the verge of tears? What have I done wrong? Please, don't leave me guessing. Lin Chen struggled to comprehend Gu Li's emotions. Just moments ago, the system had awarded an astonishing 80-fold return, its highest multiplier yet, suggesting she should have been elated. Gu Li's tears fell like pearls, splattering onto Lin Chen's hand. She choked out, No one has ever protected me like this. That was my mother's keepsake. Yet they wouldn't let me take it. They forced me into marriage. When I refused, they cast me out of the house. Her emotions intensified. I loathe them. I despise them. They're the ones who caused my mother's demise. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he quickly enveloped her in a tighter embrace. There, it's all right. In the future, with me by your side, no one shall dare to bully you. As Gu Li wept, she began to confide in Lin Chen about her hidden lineage. She was the eldest daughter of the Gu family, her mother the legitimate wife of the Gu clan. However, in her memories, her father was seldom home, and when he was, it was only to instigate endless quarrels. Her mother was perpetually in tears, her emotional state profoundly unstable. At times, he would shower her with affection, while at other moments, he would suddenly resort to harsh discipline. When she was 7, her father brought home a girl of similar age, proclaiming her to be her sister. By then, her mother's mental state had deteriorated significantly, and the upper echelons of society whispered that the matriarch of the Gu family was mentally ill. Subsequently, a series of events transpired, culminating on a stormy night when her mother leaped from the top floor, leaving the world behind. As a result, Gu Li developed a profound fear of thunderous nights, often waking from nightmares. Later, her father introduced a woman who was the mother of her sister, thus becoming the new Mrs. Gu. Gu Li found herself rendered the most superfluous member of the Gu household. Her status as the eldest daughter eclipsed even by that of the household servants. She grew accustomed to resilience, never wallowing in self-pity. No matter how arduous the circumstances, she aspired to bloom like a flower. What could not break her would ultimately fortify her, and indeed, she achieved that. She forged her own path in the entertainment industry, attaining accomplishments that others could scarcely dream of. She had grown used to bearing all burdens alone. Now, someone told her not to be afraid, that they would be there for her. A person stood steadfastly before her, shielding her from any grievances. Gu Li found her composure shattering. In this lifetime, she was meant to love him, yet unexpectedly, he became the one who truly healed her. How could she ever let go of such a wonderful person? How could she fail to cherish him? They labeled her a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she had caused her mother's demise. Lin Chen, will there come a day when you too will abandon me? Gu Li disguised herself as an impenetrable fortress, yet before Lin Chen, all her confidence and pride crumbled into dust. Although she appeared as an untouchable star in the eyes of the world, she too possessed her own brilliance. Lin Chen was a commendable listener and an exemplary boyfriend. He first offered gentle reassurance. Baby, everything has passed and will only get better from here. Then, he immediately declared, since we've chosen to be together, we cannot easily part ways. And those people are deaf and blind, spouting nonsense. In my eyes, you are a rare treasure. Initially, Gu Li felt sorrowful upon hearing Lin Chen's metaphor, but she paused, then broke into laughter. A rare treasure? What does that even mean? Lin Chen tightened his embrace. It means you are cherished and adored. His comforting words and warm embrace gradually allowed Gu Li to relax. She nodded emphatically yes. I have you now. I am truly happy. As their gazes locked, a sweet, intoxicating aura enveloped them. The distance between them grew ever smaller. Their breaths softened, while their heartbeats intensified. Minutes passed, and suddenly, the phone nestled between them buzzed incessantly. Gu Li gently tapped Lin Chen's shoulder, struggling to breathe as she attempted to retreat, while Lin Chen withdrew his hand from the back of her head, retrieving his phone from his pocket. His expression tinged with impatience as he gazed at the screen. A fleeting glance revealed an unfamiliar caller. Casually, I dismissed the call and tossed my phone aside. Yet, just as I sought to resume my previous activities, the device vibrated once more. Gu Li seized the opportunity to extricate herself from Lin Chen's embrace, remarking that it might be an urgent matter requiring his attention. Lin Chen, however, grasped her delicate ankle, pulling her back into his arms with determination. What are you evading? Allow me to finish this call before addressing you, he insisted. Gu Li, unable to fathom the implications, quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Darling, I was wrong. Lin Chen, with gritted teeth, pinched her softly before answering the call. A woman's voice soon emerged from the other end. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? The once vibrant Gu Li stiffened, her expression now serious. Lin Chen gently patted her back, signaling her to remain calm and at ease. Nonchalantly, he replied, yes. How may I assist you? The caller evidently breathed a sigh of relief, promptly explaining. Your girlfriend has been involved in a car accident and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the first hospital. Her injuries are quite severe, and we require a family member to sign some documents. Could you please come? Chapter 47. When the mind understands, the body naturally follows at that moment. Gu Li was entirely close to Lin Chen, her ear nearly glued to the phone, absorbing every word with a changing expression. What? A girlfriend? Lin Chen has another girlfriend. As Gu Li's temper began to flare with misunderstanding, Lin Chen swiftly ended the call. A scam call. In this day and age, people can concoct any excuse to swindle money. Gu Li's tone grew colder. Is it truly just a scam call? Lin Chen replied, Darling, you know me well. Fortunately, we are together. If we weren't, I would surely be wrongfully accused. Gu Li's gaze hardened slightly. Are you really innocent? Lin Chen gently pinched Gu Li's delicate nose. Why are you so naive? Such scam calls are clearly false. You mustn't believe them. Guli lightly pushed his hand away, liberating her nose. It would be best if I discover you being unfaithful outside. Beware of my. Guli made a scissor gesture, causing Lin Chen to instinctively retract his legs. Buzz! Buzz! The phone rang again, still from that same number. This time, without waiting for Lin Chen to hang up, Guli answered the call. Who is it? What business do you have with my boyfriend? The voice on the other end hesitated, seemingly talking to themselves. This is the right number, isn't it? Guli's tone turned icy. I am Lin Chen's girlfriend. Sitting right next to him. May I inquire about the girlfriend you mentioned who was in a car accident? The caller paused, then tentatively asked, Madam, are you certain that Lin Chen is your boyfriend? Just yours? Guli furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Is my boyfriend seeing someone else? Since you claim that Lin Chen's girlfriend is in the hospital due to an accident, may I ask her name? I shall purchase a gift to visit her. Of course. Guli trusted Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. A girlfriend who is tough on the outside, but tender-hearted within. The voice on the line responded. This is the first hospital. Ms. Jiang Xiaoyu was admitted due to a car accident. Before losing consciousness, she repeatedly called out Lin Chen's name, and his number is listed as her emergency contact. We assumed Lin Chen was her boyfriend. Guli immediately understood the situation. Turning to Lin Chen, Jiang Xiaoyu was in a car accident. Do you want to go see her? Before the call was disconnected, Lin Chen decisively refused. Jiang Xiaoyu and I are merely classmates. Her boyfriend is clearly Su Xiaolu. Why would you contact me? The staff member on the other end slowly replied. The gentleman Su who accompanied Ms. Jiang is currently in critical condition. Lin Chen frowned. You should contact their families. Not me, a mere passerby. Staff, we apologize for the disturbance. After hanging up, Lin Chen tossed aside the phone, preparing to continue what he had left unfinished. Guli reached out to obstruct him. Are you truly not going to the hospital to take a look? Guli recalled the kindness Lin Chen had shown Jiang Xiaoyu in their previous life. Although she had taken the initiative in this lifetime, the bond between Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoyu spanned over 20 years. It was impossible to simply disregard such an enduring connection. Lin Chen gently pushed aside her obstructive hand and said slowly, Why would I go to the hospital? If I have some free time, I might as well take you shopping. Accompanying you on a shopping spree can yield tremendous rewards. Visiting Jiang Xiaoyu would only invite unnecessary troubles. However, in response to Lin Chen's enthusiasm, Guli remained unexpectedly unresponsive. Moments later, Lin Chen took a step back, observing her impassive expression. What's wrong? Have I done something to upset you? The complexities of a woman's emotions are indeed perplexing. Lin Chen assumed Guli must be displeased with his concern for Jiang Xiaoyu, prompting him to intentionally avoid the topic. Despite having completely disregarded Jiang Xiaoyu, her anger was still palpable. In truth, women often find questions like what's wrong to be rather frustrating, as if implying that they are being unreasonable and overly sensitive. Lin Chen's hasty words only intensified the already heavy atmosphere. Guli was not angry. She was merely anxious. The intricacies of a woman's heart are truly convoluted, overly sensitive and emotional. Guli contemplated the decades-long friendship between Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Chen and wondered how he could so easily forget it if their bond was so brief. Would he also forget her in time? Out with the old, in with the new, she thought, her anxiety escalating. Would the current Jiang Xiaoyu become a reflection of her future self? Lin Chen's misguided inquiry further exacerbated her unease. Oh dear, it's only been a few days, and you're already impatient with me. Guli turned away, burying her head to stifle her quiet sobs. Lin Chen felt utterly wronged. Baby, how could I possibly be impatient with you? I cherish you, care for you, and adore you. How could I be anything but patient? Guli replied in a muffled tone, but you were able to forget Jiang Xiaoyu so easily. Would you do the same to me in the future? Lin Chen felt more wronged than ever, yet there was a strange sense of satisfaction in her concern. What merit did he possess to evoke such anxiety in Guli? Was her care indicative of deeper feelings? Resolving to embrace the situation, Lin Chen decided to indulge her. He gently brushed back her hair and playfully blew air towards her eyes. Little crybaby, are you afraid I'll abandon you? Afraid I'll grow tired of you? Guli wiped her tears and feigned strength. I'm not crying. I'm not afraid. I'm a superstar. I can summon handsome men with just a wave. I'll be the one to leave you. When I grow bored, I'll kick you to the curb. I want to date 8 handsome men. No, 365. One for each day, different each time. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Well, you become quite bold. Eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot? You dare kick me? If you do, I'll break your little legs. Gu Li, undeterred, rose to confront him. If you dare to abandon or betray me, I shall bind you tightly, bound hand and foot, secured to the bed. Daily torment shall be your fate. You will attend to my every whim, deprived of comfort until you can bear it no longer. As Lin Chen listened, a warmth enveloped him, even igniting a hint of anticipation as he raised an eyebrow and smiled. My dear, there's no need to wait for the morrow. Why not experiment tonight? What shall I use to bind you? A tie? Some form of restraint? Gu Li's cheeks flushed, nearly swayed by Lin Chen's playful banter. You rogue. I'm speaking seriously. Lin Chen adopted a grave expression, feigning earnestness. I, too, am speaking seriously. Gu Li retorted, You had better be. Lin Chen found her indignant demeanor utterly endearing. He playfully pinched her cheek, then gently pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head and tenderly caressing her soft hair. Good girl. I cherish you above all else. There is simply no comparison between you and Jiang Xiaoyu. I have seen her true colors, and they are utterly repugnant. Is it not natural to dislike, even detest, such a person? You are so wonderful. I can hardly fathom betraying or abandoning you. His warm hands, accompanied by sweet words, nearly captivated Gu Li. Indeed, Lin Chen had provided her with ample security, generously showering her with affection and gifts. How could she possibly engage in foolishness? With clarity in her heart, her body instinctively followed suit. As she began to blossom under his gaze, Lin Chen subtly withdrew his hand. Darling, did I perform well today? Gu Li shyly nodded yes. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen asked, May I receive a reward? Gu Li blushed even deeper, but nodded again. All right, with her promise in hand. Lin Chen wasted no time in assisting Gu Li with her attire. Let us return home. The outside is cold, while our abode is warm. Chapter 48. The Worth of the Affluent First Hospital. When Jiang Xiaoyu awoke, she did not see the person she had hoped to encounter. Instead, a middle-aged couple occupied the adjacent hospital bed, incessantly chattering away. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's awakening, they abruptly sprang to their feet. Jiang Xiaoyu parted her lips and softly called out, Dad, Mom. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck her face, nearly rendering the newly awakened Jiang Xiaoyu unconscious. The doctor on rounds swiftly intervened, preventing the middle-aged woman from delivering another blow. This couple was, in fact, Jiang Xiaoyu's adoptive parents. Having received a frantic call from the hospital in the middle of the night, they hurriedly arrived, only to discover that Jiang Xiaoyu had been involved in a car accident with a man, igniting a tempest of anger within them. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked slowly, her parched lips parting in confusion. What has happened to me? Why am I here? Her expression was one of bewilderment, as though she possessed no recollection of preceding events. The doctor regarded her with sympathy. You were in a car accident. It seems you sustained a head injury, resulting in temporary amnesia. Do not worry. You will gradually recover. Fortunately, you were wearing your seatbelt, but the young man driving was not and suffered severe injuries, which proved fatal. Having encountered numerous cases like this, the doctor quickly assessed Jiang Xiaoyu's condition based on her reactions. She nodded faintly, appearing to be in considerable pain. However, the hand tightly gripping the sheets slowly loosened. In truth, she had not lost her memory. It was merely a ruse to evade accountability and the inquiry into the accident. Upon hearing the doctor mention that Su Shaolu had perished, she burst into tears. How could this be? Clearly sob, Jiang Xiaoyu wept uncontrollably, seemingly devastated. Yet, deep within her heart, she could not help but feel a sense of relief. Good riddance. With his death, no one would uncover her secrets. Zhao Yun gazed at the sobbing Jiang Xiaoyu in the hospital bed, her face contorted with disgust as she shouted angrily, You worthless wretch! We supported your education, provided for your needs, hoping you would marry well and honor us. And now, you go out gallivanting with men, causing a fatal accident. You are nothing but damaged goods. a financial burden, a harbinger of misfortune. Who would dare to take you? The doctor, observing the scene, furrowed his brow and interjected, Madam, this is a hospital ward. Please refrain from raising your voice. Zhao Yiyan opened her mouth to retort, but was promptly silenced by her husband, Jiang Dafu, who tugged at her sleeve. Though fierce in demeanor, she was deeply intimidated by her husband, known for his few words but formidable strength. In their youth, due to her inability to bear children, Jiang Dafu had frequently resorted to physical force against her. Eventually, out of desperation, they had adopted Jiang Xiaoyu from an orphanage. Jiang Dafu was particularly concerned with his public image, always treating others with gentleness and courtesy. He intervened to quell his wife's uproar. Let us go. We can discuss this later. Afterward, he approached Jiang Xiaoyu with a tender expression, adjusting her blankets. Xiaoyu, do not be afraid. Focus on your recovery. As the conversation unfolded, a pair of calloused and rough hands slipped through the gap in the bedding. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression faltered, her complexion paling further. Paralyzed by fear, she dared not move. Yet her gaze towards Jiang Dafu was filled with trepidation. Jiang Dafu appeared oblivious to her unease, gently patting the crown of her head. Your mother and I will head home now, bringing you something nutritious, he said. Jiang Xiaoyu's body stiffened. Unable to pull away, she merely responded in a dazed manner. Okay. Jiang Dafu's subtle gestures were restrained, and within mere seconds, he withdrew his hand, dragging the visibly irate Zhao Yiyun out of the hospital room. Once they were completely out of earshot, Jiang Xiaoyu came to her senses, her eyes pleadingly fixed on the doctor. Doctor, could you help me make a phone call? She implored, her arm injured and unable to grasp anything. The young male doctor, somewhat bashful, averted his gaze, softly replying, sure. Soon, the call was dialed. Jiang Xiaoyu leaned in, desperate to connect with the phone. Listening to the incessant ringing, she yearned to hear the voice she longed for, but it never came. Her gaze gradually dimmed. Lin Chen, do you truly wish to abandon me? When she was brought to the hospital, Jiang Xiaoyu had retained some awareness, even hearing the nurse successfully reach Lin Chen by phone. Yet, he refused to come to the hospital. This filled her with sorrow, for in the past, even minor injuries would render him heartbroken. But now, even after her near-fatal accident, he could not be bothered to visit her. Meanwhile, in the car, Guli observed the increasingly lush greenery flanking the road with some surprise. Baby, where are you taking me? She inquired, noting that they were neither returning to her residence nor heading back to school. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. To our own home. Guli felt a twinge of confusion, but the answer soon revealed itself as Lin Chen drove her to Heecheng No. 1 courtyard. After signing the contract, he immediately arranged for the villa to be tidied up, allowing Lin Chen and his companions to move in at a moment's notice. They didn't even need to bring luggage, as everything was already prepared, including a full set of toiletries. Lin Chen was determined to fully claim Guli today. As he pushed the door open, an overwhelming air of opulence engulfed them. Even Guli, a seasoned star, couldn't help but exclaim, wow. There's a reason why expensive things are worth their price. 800 million truly is well spent. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, causing Guli to shudder. Before she could react, Lin Chen pulled her into his embrace, pinning her between his chest and the wall. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Was this the legendary wall slam? Lin Chen lifted her chin, gently caressing it. Do you like it? He asked. Guli, shy and flustered, nodded. Lin Chen leaned in closer, softly whispering in her ear, has your relative left yet? Guli's face turned crimson as she gently shook her head, not completely. As Lin Chen drew ever closer, Guli's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. He was simply too mortifyingly charming. Lin Chen inquired, what shall we do? I feel as though I might perish. Guli responded, but it truly cannot be. It could lead to illness. Lin Chen proposed, then, may I steal a kiss? Guli's gaze subtly descended, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before she could refuse, Lin Chen swiftly lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. In the warmth of the blankets, the two felt each other's comforting presence. Are you tired, my dear? Lin Chen gently pressed his lips to Guli's forehead, a gesture imbued with tenderness. Guli blinked her slightly dazed eyes, resembling a languorous kitten, and opened her mouth ever so slightly. In the next moment, her lips formed a pout, and she let out a soft whimper. It hurts. Lin Chen immediately expressed concern. Where does it hurt? Guli pouted once more, pointed her lips. It hurts here. Then she extended her small hand. My hand hurts too. Lin Chen chuckled softly. A kiss and a hug will make the pain fly away. Guli was soothed by his words, her expression gradually softening. However, fatigue overwhelmed her. Her eyelids began to droop, and she gradually succumbed to slumber. She vaguely sensed Lin Chen rising, followed by the sound of activity from the bathroom. Suddenly, her body was lifted off the ground, startling Guli awake from her dream. An earthquake! An earthquake! She exclaimed, instinctively preparing to flee, only to realize it was Lin Chen carrying her toward the bathroom. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Lin Chen replied, you need to wash up before you sleep. Chapter 49. A shocking revelation. The business tycoon faces family ruin due to his affection for a rising star merely indulging in their morning routines. The two lingered in the bathroom for over an hour. Guli, utterly dazed, was carried out by Lin Chen. Observing Guli curled up on the bed, sleeping soundly like a cherubic piglet, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile tenderly. When Guli awoke, the sun had already begun its descent. A glance at the clock revealed it was already afternoon. Instinctively, she saw Lin Chen's presence, her gaze ultimately landing on the floor-to-ceiling window. The handsome man was seated before his computer, his expression grave as he meticulously analyzed the data on the screen. Indeed, a man engrossed in work is at his most captivating. As Guli found herself lost in admiration for Lin Chen's silhouette, he slowly turned at the sound of movement. Their eyes met, and Guli was the first to falter, bashfully retreating beneath the covers. Lin Chen rose deliberately and approached her. Which little piglet sleeps so soundly? He teased. And Guli, feeling shy, clutched the blanket tighter. I'm a fairy, she thought to herself. With unwavering patience, Lin Chen inquired, might I ask if our little fairy is hungry? Would you care to sample the delights of earthly cuisine? Guli remained silent, yet her stomach audibly responded with a growl. The residence was equipped with a dedicated meal delivery service, providing cuisine that rivaled five-star hotels. Within half an hour of placing an order, a selection of fresh dishes arrived at their doorstep. By the time they finished their meal, it was around 5 o'clock. Noticing the blush of the sunset, Lin Chen suggested they take a stroll to aid digestion. Guli, with her appetite piqued, had indulged to the point of having a pleasantly rounded belly. After a day of fasting, combined with delectable food, it was no surprise that her stomach had swelled. Thankfully, she was not currently filming. Otherwise, she would surely face ridicule for her lack of body management. While Guli had been enjoying her leisurely day, Lin Chen had already procured everything necessary for their new home, including clothing and accessories for both of them. Guli chose a loose-fitting tracksuit and donned a baseball cap, transforming into the epitome of a sporty beauty. Lin Chen selected a matching couple's outfit, and together they made a striking pair. As they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. He was walking past the entrance of the villa, leading a pure white Samoyed. Brother, you live in this community as well? Lin Chen expressed his surprise at discovering He's residence in the same neighborhood. He smiled awkwardly, hesitant to divulge the truth. Although he typically resided closer to his workplace, he had moved to this community after learning of Lin Chen's residence at Heecheng No. 1. The previous night, he had reflected on the importance of being more present around Lin Chen, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings regarding his goodwill. After all, he genuinely believed in Lin Chen's extraordinary capabilities. Having risen early with intentions of meeting Lin Chen, he found himself wandering aimlessly until he learned that Lin Chen had indeed ordered food, prompting him to walk his dog nearby in hopes of running into him. He was fortunate, having wandered for more than half an hour, until he finally saw Lin Chen and the others emerge. He had to feign a chance encounter, wearing expressions of astonishment. Oh, you moved here too? What a coincidence. We shall be neighbors. He took the initiative to engage Lin Chen in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Guli found her attention captivated by a Samoyed, known for its gentle temperament and widely recognized as a smiling angel. The dog's tail wagged exuberantly upon encountering a beautiful woman like Guli, as if it were a propeller ready to take flight. The more she gazed at it, the more fond she became. and while he was distracted, she seized the opportunity to pet it several times. The little dog, delighted by the affection, wore a brighter smile, radiating an almost ingratiating charm. He had intended to walk the dog to attract Gu Li's attention and enhance her fondness for him, for he had observed that Lin Chen cared deeply for Gu Li. If he could win her favor and keep her happy, many matters would resolve themselves. The tension that had arisen during last night's banquet dissipated amidst their light-hearted banter. He willingly handed the leash to Gu Li, saying, "This is my Samyet, named Pai Pai. He is particularly well-behaved and affectionate. Would you like to take him for a stroll?" Gu Li was slightly taken aback. "Am I really allowed?" He nodded. "Of course. Pai Pai is friendly. Just be sure not to let go of the leash, or he'll run off like a wild stallion." Gu Li instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to take the leash and lead the little dog towards the lawn. Lin Chen stood lazily by the doorframe, engaging in idle conversation with He, while keeping his gaze fixed on Gu Li, ensuring she remained within his line of sight and safe. Though accustomed to Lin Chen's excessive concern for Gu Li, he could not resist teasing him. "You, my friend, are quite something. How old are you? Can't bear to be apart from your wife. I have never seen anyone pamper their spouse as much as you do. You treat Gu Li like she is your heart and soul. Aren't you afraid of spoiling her?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Spoiling her is even better. That way, no one else can handle her. Only I can." Just then, Gu Li, having tired from playing, returned with the little dog and happened to overhear Lin Chen's words. Such heartfelt sentiments, uttered so casually, were the most enchanting. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and her unadorned face glowed like the morning sky. She shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of her beloved. In the distance, hidden within a thicket, two private detectives lay concealed among the bushes, wielding a high-definition camera, their lips curving upward in delight. "Wow, what an unexpected gain. Does this count as exceeding our target?" One of them exclaimed. "I already have a title in mind. Shock. Business tycoon's infidelity with a rising star leads to family ruin. This will surely go viral." These two private detectives had been hired to surveil He, dedicating 24 hours a day to uncover evidence of his infidelity. They had been trailing him for several days, but He's routine was exceptionally predictable, leading a simple life, alternating between the company and his apartment. It is quite challenging to capture any substantial evidence. Until today, two individuals exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the esteemed number 1 courtyard, hiding amidst the foliage for an entire day and night, ultimately uncovering a clue. To their astonishment, they managed to photograph the renowned female celebrity, and he in a rather compromising situation due to the obstruction of the gate. They could only observe he standing outside with his back to the camera, and Gu Li emerging from within. Initially, Gu Li received a dog leash from He, who then remained stationary, seemingly watching her walk the dog. Throughout this, the private detectives failed to notice that there was another man standing behind the door. The one exchanging glances with Gu Li was indeed the man concealed behind the door, not the He outside. Consequently, due to their perspective and subjective conclusions, the photographs they captured featured only Gu Li, He, and a Samyet, further corroborating their assumptions. A rough sketch can be found in the comments. It indeed appeared quite convincing. The two private detectives became somewhat exhilarated. This photograph could not only serve as proof, but could also be sold at a high price to marketing accounts. Truly, after searching high and low, they found their reward without much effort. However, with the night stretching on and concerns of being discovered, they swiftly decided to retreat after capturing the images. Chapter 50. Is this sum sufficient to purchase you for a night? He's gaze flitted between the two, detecting the scent of affection. "Pippi, come here." He called for the Samyet, only to find it resolutely seated by Gu Li's feet, unwilling to budge. Frustrated yet resigned, he rolled up his sleeves and simply carried the dog away. Gu Li watched the little creature depart with a hint of reluctance. Lin Chen observed her with a twinge of sympathy. "You seem rather fond of that puppy. Why not consider adopting one to keep as a companion?" Gu Li shook her head. "No, caring for a pet is quite a hassle, despite my love for kittens and puppies. Once you take them in, you must assume responsibility for them. Neither of us has the leisure to tend to a pet at the moment." If we really desire one, we can always enjoy the company of pet influencers and virtually raise one. Lin Chen gently pinched her cheek. Who was it that invited me to her home to watch kittens perform acrobatics? Where's that cat now? SC Char Dinger's cat? Gu Li's round, innocent eyes darted around playfully. Who could that be? Which kitten is so remarkable that it can do flips? Her mischievous demeanor was rather endearing, igniting a playful itch in Lin Chen's hands. The Heechung No. 1 garden comprises independent villas, each distant from one another. The penthouse boasts the best position, providing a panoramic view of the entire estate. Observing the luxury cars entering and exiting through the gates, Lin Chen decisively proclaimed, "Let us purchase a car." Understanding Gu Li's reluctance to spend, Lin Chen patiently elaborated, "Look, the vehicles entering the villa area are all worth millions. Living in the penthouse and driving a modest vehicle will invite scorn upon us. Do you wish for your husband to be labeled as a kept man?" Gu Li immediately retorted, "Who would dare speak such nonsense? I shall tear their mouths apart." Lin Chen quipped, "Oh, is that so?" Gu Li responded with playful defiance. Previously, Gu Li was indifferent to others' opinions. Had she been overly concerned with public perception, she would not have endured her darkest days in her past life. However, circumstances have shifted. Lin Chen is now her boyfriend, and she cannot allow him to be looked down upon. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Li quietly retrieved her bank card from her pocket. "I still have nearly 10 million in my account. You may use it." Though Gu Li is a prominent star, her expenses are substantial. Despite her intentions to save, her funds dwindle due to various costs. This amount was her hard-earned reserve, initially intended for investment. Having grown accustomed to fending for herself in her previous life, she always preferred to keep a safety net. Now that she has Lin Chen, she wishes to unconditionally support any of his decisions. Lin Chen paused for a second, then chuckled. "Darling, are you planning to sponsor me?" Gu Li proudly lifted her chin, embodying a queenly demeanor. "Is that not permissible? Is this sum insufficient to secure you for a night?" Considering Lin Chen's wealth, her modest 10 million might seem trivial to him. Still, Gu Li felt that offering her entire fortune conveyed a sentiment no less significant than billions. Lin Chen suppressed his laughter, saying, "Darling, do you not find this a tad extravagant?" Gu Li replied, "Not at all. 1,000 pieces of gold cannot buy my happiness." Lin Chen suddenly noticed someone approaching and promptly pulled Gu Li to quicken their pace, whispering softly as they walked, "It's settled then. Tonight, I am entirely yours, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately understood that Lin Chen was once again indulging in his mischievous thoughts. Her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she shot him an annoyed glance, yet remained silent. As the two moved further away, a private detective concealed within the bushes exchanged glances with his companion, their faces nearly splitting with laughter. "What excellent fortune! During our retreat, we inadvertently stumbled upon a significant scoop." Although Gu Li was clad in sunglasses and a mask, her voice and figure were unmistakable. The headlines would surely read, "Business tycoon abandons family for top female celebrity. Female star supports young lover." This twist, would undoubtedly create a sensation. Lin Chen and Gu Li made their way to the city's largest 4S dealership, with the navigation indicating that the establishment remained open until 10 in the evening. Gu Li was unfazed, confident that with a few million, they could acquire a fine vehicle. However, just as they were about to exit the car, Lin Chen returned her bank card. "Once you earn a fortune, you can support me. Until then, I shall take care of you, all right?" Gu Li wanted to refuse, but as her gaze swept over the luxurious sports cars within the showroom, she ultimately swallowed her words and quietly accepted the card. Fine. They say men adore their cars and cannot resist luxury. Truth be told, women too can be captivated by particularly exquisite automobiles. Gu Li could hardly fathom the thrill of driving a supercar, feeling the wind in her hair. Upon exiting the vehicle, they immediately attracted the attention of onlookers, especially the female employees behind the glass doors, who collectively turned their gaze toward Lin Chen. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, he possessed a figure comparable to that of a model, paired with a striking appearance and charisma that rivaled even male celebrities. How handsome! He resembles a star. Absolutely. He-s incredibly charming. I envy his girlfriend. ID wager, she-s stunning too, despite her mask and hat. Gu Li's figure and aura could not be concealed. Meanwhile, Wan Yu, a top salesperson lounging on the sofa, also glanced outside, and, just as Lin Chen turned his back, failed to catch a glimpse of his face. However, observing Lin Chen's clearly toned physique, he spoke with a hint of envy. Look at the dilapidated car he drives. How could he possibly be a male star? If he is, then I must be an Oscar winner. A female colleague candidly remarked. But he is indeed more handsome than you. Wan Yu's expression shifted. He was particularly sensitive to the idea of someone being more attractive than himself, especially in the sales industry where looks often played a pivotal role. I must see just how handsome he is, he declared, striding out of the store. Finally, Wan Yu caught sight of Lin Chen's features and could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. How is it that this man looks so striking? Surely he has undergone some enhancements. Excuse me, sir. Your vehicle cannot be parked here. Please move it along, Wan Yu said coolly as he stood before them. Lin Chen was taken aback by the remark and turned to glance at the clearly marked parking lines on the ground. But there are parking lines here. Why can't I park? Wan Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, convinced that, as a top salesman, he could instantly discern whether someone was a potential client. This man, at a mere glance, was clearly not a target customer. Moreover, the recent decline in sales at the store had significantly reduced his commission for the month. The parking space had been specifically reserved for clients, and now a low-priced vehicle occupied it, undoubtedly causing him to miss out on potential clientele. This space was designated exclusively for customers. By occupying it, you leave no place for them to park. Hurry up and move your vehicle. Lin Chen raised his gaze, noting that dusk was approaching and the streets were sparsely populated. Surely, there couldn't be any other customers at this hour? Upon hearing this, Wan Yu immediately grew displeased. Who said there were no customers? Move along, move along. If you don't leave soon, I'll call security. Chapter 51. No lack of funds. Lin Chen smiled coldly. I am the customer. Do I not have the right to park here? Wan Yu, with an incredulous expression, retorted, What's with that shabby little car? Can you truly afford the vehicles here? Lin Chen replied, Whether I can afford it is my concern. You are merely a salesperson. Focus on your duties. Seeing that the two intended to enter the store, Wan Yu quickly blocked their way. Stop. You two are not allowed to enter. Lin Chen was not particularly insistent on purchasing from this dealership, but he had checked through the system and discovered that the specific model he desired was only available at this establishment. Confronted with the salesperson's obstinacy, Lin Chen remained unyielding. Go fetch your manager. Wan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then sneered derisively. You can't afford a car, yet you dare to summon our manager? Gu Li, feeling that the salesperson lacked professionalism, tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Let us just go to another dealership. It's not as if this is the only place that sells luxury cars. Upon hearing this, Wan Yu chuckled, further convinced of his instincts. He continued to mock, Exactly. Your girlfriend seems to have a good sense of reality. There are no cars here that you can afford, so you might as well look elsewhere. The commotion at the entrance soon attracted attention. What's going on? Why the noise at the door? The manager of the 4S store, Qin Feng, was showing a friend some fine merchandise when he heard the uproar and approached with displeasure. The man following him, upon spotting Lin Chen, paused momentarily, then approached with a sycophantic smile, extending his hands in greeting. Mr. Lin, are you here to look at cars as well? Lin Chen was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Clearly, he had not immediately recalled who the individual was and did not extend his hand for a handshake. The other party, undeterred by being forgotten, cheerfully reminded him, It's me, Wei Ming. How did your partner find the jewelry I delivered a while back? Is she satisfied? With this prompt, Lin Chen suddenly recalled, realizing that he was indeed the manager of the jewelry store. Lin Chen extended his hand to shake. Manager Wei, my girlfriend is quite pleased. Look, the necklace she is wearing now is also from your collection. Standing beside him, Gu Li instinctively touched her neck. As her collar slightly opened, a delicate and radiant diamond necklace became visible around her slender, fair neck. Gu Li quietly confirmed with Lin Chen. Didn't you say you bought this from a street vendor? Lin Chen chuckled and merely asked, Do you like it? If you like it, it is valuable. If not, it is worth nothing. Of course, Gu Li adored it. Even if it were a street vendor's item, She wouldn't tea wear it if she didn't tea like it. Those with discerning eyes, upon recognizing the necklace, gasped in astonishment, then began to enlighten their companions. This is from the Precious series, priced at over $1 million. Who strolls around wearing $1 million necklace? Moreover, it's concealed beneath her clothing. She clearly doesn't intend to flaunt her wealth. Wei Ming, taken aback by the satisfaction of the other party, felt somewhat flattered and took the initiative to introduce Qin Feng. This is Mr. Lin, whom I previously mentioned as someone who dotes on his partner immensely. Wei Ming and Qin Feng were old friends, occasionally gathering for a drink. If only the surname were mentioned, Qin Feng might have struggled to recall. However, when it came to someone who cherished their beloved, a vivid impression immediately formed in his mind. What man could achieve the feat of secretly purchasing 100 million worth of jewels while deceiving his partner into believing they were valued at merely a few thousand? His actions were solely intended to allow his beloved to accept such gifts with a clear conscience. What man would not admire this story, exclaiming, "A true gentleman"? Qin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, for few could command such reverence from Wei Ming. And clients who casually spent millions on jewelry were indeed rare, especially in the entire city of C. This was a significant business opportunity. Lin Chen, faced with this respect, remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping across the sales personnel who had previously made him uncomfortable. Am I now worthy of parking and entering the store to take a look? Wan Yu trembled at his words, rendered speechless. Recognizing that Wan Yu had offended a customer due to his arrogance as a top salesperson, Qin Feng promptly offered an apology. Mr. Lin, my employee has wronged you today. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. Lin Chen let out a cold scoff. I have a narrow mind and cannot easily forgive. Qin Feng's expression changed at this remark, and he reprimanded Wan Yu, quickly apologized to Mr. Lin and the young lady. Wan Yu, already terrified, stammered forward, I'm sorry. Lin Chen remained silent, merely casting a glance at him. Wan Yu, frightened, continued bowing. I apologize. I was blind to your worth. Lin Chen still did not respond, and Guli also remained silent, sensing that Lin Chen had his reasons for his behavior. Indeed, Qin, unable to contain his impatience, cautiously inquired, Mr. Lin, what do you believe would rectify this situation to your satisfaction? Although unaware of Lin Chen's background, it was evident that any engagement with someone who could casually spend billions was not to be trifled with. Whether they were a magnate or a wealthy heir, either could not be offended. Observing that the moment was ripe, Lin Chen slowly began to speak. I have heard that your store possesses a Koenigsegg. The Koenigsegg, of which only 6 units are produced globally, has a reference price of 100 million. Currently, 5 have been sold, and the last one just happens to be in this store, freshly delivered. Its unique design, reminiscent of a phantom, also earns the moniker Ghost Car. With exceptional performance, it is the dream car of many enthusiasts. Qin Feng was taken aback. How do you know about this? The Koenigsegg had only been secretly delivered to the store yesterday, and no public announcement had been made. The original plan was to implement a scarcity marketing strategy, auctioning it off to the highest bidder. Yet before any information was disseminated, Lin Chen had already arrived. Could it be that Lin Chen knew someone at headquarters? It was no wonder that so many branches had applied for vehicle deliveries, and headquarters had chosen to send the final unit here. Was it also due to Lin Chen? The more Qin Feng pondered, the more astonished he became, increasingly convinced that Lin Chen's identity was far from ordinary. Lin Chen, regardless of how I came to know this, I need a definitive answer. Are you selling or not? Qin Feng, we certainly intend to sell, but the price. The market reference price is 100 million, yet during actual sales, it will undoubtedly attract competitive bidding, far exceeding that figure. However, given that the fault lies with our employee, refusing to comply would certainly offend the other party. Moreover, the thought that they might be acquainted with someone from headquarters sends a chill down my spine. Lin Chen, just one word, are you selling or not? If not, I shall take my leave. It is evident that he is not short of funds, a truly affluent client. Qin Feng immediately intercepted him, tentatively inquiring, shall we wait until I notify you to come over? The vehicle has just been transported back and requires some adjustments. He felt it necessary to further verify the client's background. Lin Chen, impulsive spending is only a fleeting moment. If I cannot make the purchase today, then I shall forego it altogether. Qin Feng initially intended to stall for a few days, to indulge himself before initiating the auction, but observing the other party's demeanor, he realized that after tonight, such an opportunity would no longer exist. Anxiously rubbing his hands, he suddenly had a bright idea. Oh dear, my stomach is a bit uneasy. Allow me a moment to visit the restroom, Mr. Lin. Please wait for my return so we can continue our discussion. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, Qin Feng hastily slipped into the restroom with his phone in hand, visibly anxious. Once Qin Feng departed, Wei Ming became alarmed. Having dealt with each other for decades, he could instantly discern the intentions behind his friend's actions. This young man was either investigating Lin Chen's background or secretly notifying other buyers, preparing for a midnight bidding war for the luxury car. Gu Li also perceived that the other party had their own agenda, gently tugging at Lin Chen's sleeve. Once Lin Chen leaned in slightly, she whispered, I just checked, and the previous deal for a similar model sold for over 100 million. Isn't that rather exorbitant? Lin Chen softly squeezed her small hand, reassuringly saying, Fear not, we have a means. Gu Li felt utterly bewildered. Just how much wealth does Lin Chen possess? Even if he were to have a fortune in the hundreds of billions, such extravagance cannot be sustained. Chapter 52. Is it only when one embraces and kisses that familiarity is truly established? Although everyone shares a passion for luxury cars, not all can afford such opulence. Qin Feng, crouched in the restroom, first made a call to the headquarters to ascertain that Lin Chen was unrelated to them. Once confirmed, he promptly sent a delivery notification to those who had previously expressed keen interest in the Phantom sports car. As he anticipated, most were merely indulging in idle chatter. Only a scant few had genuine intentions to purchase and responded. After all, a vehicle priced over 100 million is not a trivial acquisition. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Feng emerged from the restroom, limping slightly, yet his expression bore a hint of excitement. All eyes turned towards him in unison. Lin Chen jested, If you don't come out soon, I might suspect you've fallen in there and would have to send someone to rescue you. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Just a bit of constipation, an old ailment. Lin Chen candidly inquired, Shall we discuss the sale of the car now? Qin Feng rubbed his hands together. We could, but someone has already reserved this model before you. We adhere to the principle of first come, first served, and since I made prior arrangements, I cannot breach that agreement. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen saw through his principle, realizing it was not truly about the order of arrival, but rather about who offered the highest price. Oh, if I were to increase my offer, would that not suffice? Qin Feng hesitated momentarily. Well, how about this? You wait a bit, and once everyone arrives, we can have a thorough discussion. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, casually toying with Gu Li's fingers. All right, but my patience is limited. I hope we do not delay for too long. His tone was neither harsh nor soft, yet it carried an undeniable weight of pressure. Initially at ease, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable tremor of fear and discreetly sent a signal for help to Wei Ming, who pretended to survey the surroundings, deliberately avoiding Qin Feng's gaze. Internally, he thought, Do not look at me. This is not my affair. I dare not offend the wealth god. Qin Feng could only offer a strained smile, assuring him that a brief wait would suffice. Moments later, the door swung open. The first figure to enter the room was a tall man dressed in a suit and sunglasses. Upon seeing him, Lin Chen's expression darkened. It was a familiar face. Following closely behind, another man, also in sunglasses, strode into the store with an air of confidence. The moment he spotted Lin Chen, he froze, swiftly removing his sunglasses for a clearer view. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, the panic evident in his tone. Upon noticing Gu Li standing beside Lin Chen, jealousy flickered in his eyes, barely concealed. Qin Feng sensed the awkward atmosphere between the two and promptly inquired, Mr. Yu, do you know Mr. Lin? Yu Yang gritted his teeth, responding, How could I not know him? I would recognize him even in ashes. Lin Chen remained unfazed, returning a smile that carried a hint of benevolence. As if to remind Yu Yang of the day, he would have to address him as Uncle Lin in the presence of Gu Li. Only a handful knew of that incident, yet the store was now filled with onlookers. Yu Yang, unable to afford the humiliation, could hardly fathom the prospect of calling Lin Chen uncle in public. He could not afford to lose face. Qin Feng's gaze oscillated between the two, sensing a past grievance between Mr. Yu and Mr. Lin. Rather than feeling anxious, he found a perverse delight in the tension. Conflicts were welcome. It was during such disputes that bidders would fiercely compete, driving the price ever higher. Qin Feng was almost impatient to witness the spectacle of their relentless bidding war. However, the next moment, Yu Yang suddenly spoke up. I just remembered I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I must take my leave. Though he harbored disdain for Lin Chen, the thought of his elder's admonition compelled him to withdraw from the confrontation. The auction had yet to commence, and already it was over. Yu Yang departed in a flurry, as if pursued by some monstrous threat. Lin Chen, observing Yu Yang's hasty retreat, called out jovially, Yang, please extend my regards to your father. Just as Yu Yang was about to cross the threshold, he nearly stumbled, saved only by the timely intervention of his bodyguard. The bodyguard recalled the sharp pain from Lin Chen's earlier kick. It had been excruciating. It seemed that the more benign Lin Chen appeared, the more fearsome his strength became. Yu Yang urged softly, quick, let us leave. The two dared not linger, hastening their exit while supporting each other. After Yu Yang's figure vanished from sight, Lin Chen finally withdrew his gaze. Gu Li gently punched his chest, whispering, you are quite mischievous. It's the first time I've seen Yu Yang so intimidated by someone. Oh no, it should be the first time I've seen Yu Yang so fearful of anyone other than his father. Lin Chen grasped her small hand tenderly, suppressing the urge to kiss her due to the presence of others. After all, she was an elder. Where was the mischief in that? The turn of events had been so abrupt that Qin Feng hardly had time to react, watching in disbelief as the anticipated second wealthiest individual fled. Gradually shifting his gaze, he finally focused on Lin Chen, his expression a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. Who exactly was Lin Chen? The young heir of the Yu group appeared to be intimidated to such an extent. Qin Feng instinctively felt that he had provoked someone he ought not to have. Mr. Lin, do you know Mr. Yu's father? Upon Yu Yang's departure, Qin Feng altered his address, referring to him as Mr. Yu. After all, it was common knowledge that while Yu Yang was the president of the Yu group, the true authority still lay with his father, Lin Chen. Lin Chen was rumored to be a formidable figure. During his illustrious era, the Yu enterprise had almost monopolized City C. Now, aged and ready to step aside, other businesses had begun to emerge. Lin Chen had just mentioned sending his regards to the elder Yu. If he didn't know him, how could that be? Lin Chen remained unfazed. He asked me to call him brother, but we're not close. Qin Feng was increasingly astounded, feeling inexplicably weak in the knees. To call someone brother, yet not be familiar? What constituted familiarity? Was it necessary to embrace or kiss one another to be considered close? The individual who could instill such trepidation in Mr. Yu and casually refer to the elder Yu as a brother must surely be a person of great stature. Undoubtedly, he was someone not to be trifled with. Qin Feng surrendered to the realization. Mr. Lin, may I inquire when it would be convenient for you to sign the contract and collect the vehicle? Lin Chen remained silent, turning his gaze towards Gu Li beside him. Are you feeling tired? Gu Li maintained her quiet demeanor. Others perceived her as aloof. But Lin Chen could discern that she was indeed weary. She nodded slightly. I am a bit. Though she claimed a bit, she had already stifled several yawns within just a few moments. Last night had indeed stretched on too long. Lin Chen admired Gu Li greatly. While he stayed up later than she, he rose early and remained full of vitality throughout the day. Unlike himself, who felt utterly drained after a mere night of sleeplessness. Lin Chen inquired again, will you be having dinner? What would you like to eat? Gu Li yawned once more. Anything will do, just a light meal will suffice. As they conversed, she leaned against Lin Chen, gently closing her eyes. Others around them were perplexed, astonished, and envious, feeling overwhelmed by the display of affection. Qin Feng, internally agitated, was in a state of distress. What does Mr. Lin mean by this? Why does he not respond to my inquiry? Does he intend to forego the purchase? Currently, the only individuals interested and financially capable of acquiring a vehicle were Yu Yang and Lin Chen. However, Yu Yang seemed to have retreated from the prospect, leaving Lin Chen as the sole potential client. If he chose not to buy, the luxury car would gather dust. Failure to meet the sales targets set by headquarters could result in the risk of store closure. Qin Feng regretted his previous bravado in front of the leadership at headquarters, having made a solemn pledge. Now, it seemed he had set himself up for failure. Chapter 53. The turmoil of public opinion. It is said that Lin Chen dotes on his girlfriend. A sudden inspiration struck Qin Feng. If you're feeling weary, we have a designated lounge for rest. Please take a moment to rejuvenate before we discuss the contract, if that is agreeable. Before Lin Chen could respond, Guli murmured, I wish to go home. Qin Feng was taken aback, shivering slightly. We can deliver to your doorstep. The contract will be ready shortly. Just 10 more minutes. Lin Chen glanced at the time and replied, as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the entire sales hall became palpably tense. Some adjusted the temperature to the most comfortable setting, while others meticulously arranged delicate pastries on a side table. Everyone moved with deliberate slowness, fearful of disturbing the woman nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, asleep. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng approached, holding the still warm contract. Mr. Lin, here is the vehicle purchase agreement for your review. Lin Chen casually accepted it, quickly perusing the document before awakening Guli. Darling, it's time to sign. Groggy, Guli felt Lin Chen firmly grasp her hand as he guided her signature stroke by stroke. Here, write your name. Complying, Guli signed obediently. Lin Chen turned to the next page and prompted, Here, continue. Guli signed once more. The onlookers witnessed the entire scene with astonishment. Wei Ming remarked, the familiar flavor of a doting husband. When Guli completed her signatures, she was fully alert, staring at the contract bearing her name, momentarily dazed. This car is for me? Lin Chen replied, Yes, but may I take it for a spin on occasion? Guli questioned, Why buy it for me? I'm not particularly concerned about the quality of the car. I already have one. Turning to Qin Feng, she added, Can this contract be voided? Could we print a new one? Qin Feng, snapping back to reality, instinctively looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the contract and handed it to Qin Feng. No need for a reprint. Just verify that the amount transferred is correct. An assistant who had been monitoring the transaction stepped forward to confirm that the funds had indeed been received. Qin Feng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Everything is in order. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Guli wished to say more, but Lin Chen had already taken her toward the new car. It's merely a vehicle. Shall we take it for a test drive? Guli's attention swiftly shifted to the sports car. Though she had claimed indifference, she found herself captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. Wei Ming patted his still-shocked friend on the shoulder, saying, See, I was exaggerating. This Mr. Lin is indeed a devoted husband. Qin Feng quietly inquired, Do you know who this Mr. Lin is? Wei Ming shook his head. I'm not certain of the specifics, but I did see him at a business gala last night. Do you know who purchased that jade bracelet for a staggering $500 million? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't tell me it was this Mr. Lin? Wei Ming solemnly patted his shoulder. Fortunately, Mr. Lin is magnanimous. Had it been another prominent figure facing disdain from your employees, your establishment would undoubtedly suffer. Qin Feng, with a grave expression, turned his gaze toward Wan Yu, who was cowering in the corner, striving to diminish his presence. This time, I indeed erred in managing my staff. Thankfully, Mr. Lin is benevolent and does not hold it against us. Do you have Mr. Lin's contact information? We will provide proactive reminders for scheduled maintenance and after-sales service. Wei Ming replied, Isn't there a phone number on the contract? A simple phone reminder will suffice. It is clear that Qin Feng is not genuinely interested in after-sales. He is merely eager to glimpse into the social circle of a magnate. Yet, Mr. Lin remains enigmatic, having yet to activate his moment's feature. Qin Feng remarked, Mr. Lin must be exceedingly busy. It would be quite impolite to disturb him with an unsolicited call. If you do not have it, then so be it. After all, his hesitation was profoundly impactful. It seemed he had said nothing at all, yet he had conveyed so much. Wei Ming, indeed, fell for it, retrieving his phone to assert, Who says I don't have it? I will find it for you right away. The new car requires calibration, and it has been arranged for delivery tomorrow morning. Lin Chen and Guli returned to number 1 courtyard in the vehicle they had previously used. As soon as they entered the house, Guli collapsed onto the sofa, utterly fatigued. Lin Chen, brimming with energy, cradled her, inhaling her scent like a cat. Oh, how ticklish! Guli twisted her neck, emitting a melodious hum. Lin Chen spent over 100 million on the car today, yet with a 50-fold return. He gained over 5 billion. How could he not adore Gu Li, his fortuitous treasure? He gently nibbled at her delicate neck. My dear, what about the promised reward? Gu Li, utterly drained, moved her hand. Haven T, I already rewarded you? Lin Chen nudged her playfully. Oh, right. It should be me rewarding you. You accompanied me shopping today and helped me purchase a car. Gu Li repeatedly recoiled. No need. That is what I ought to do. Lin Chen insisted. No. There must be a reward. I anticipate even greater achievements from you in the future. Gu Li wished to evade, but in the next moment, she froze. Fireworks burst forth. Impossible to decline. The two continued their playful banter throughout the night. When Lin Chen awoke, it was nearly noon. Gu Li nestled in his embrace. Sleeping soundly, he picked up his phone from the floor, and upon unlocking it, he discovered over 100 missed calls, some from roommates, some from He, and even from Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet, the majority were from unfamiliar numbers. Lin Chen instinctively felt that his personal information had been compromised. His eyelids twitched slightly, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Buzzing. He called again. Lin Chen answered. He's voice was tinged with urgency. Xiao Chun, have you seen the news? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Not yet. I just woke up. What is going on? What news? He immediately expressed his concern, urging, First, promise me you won't overreact. You must trust me. I am sincere towards you and would never encroach upon your woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. Elder brother, what is the matter? Have you fallen victim to a honey trap? Lin Chen did not even consider Gu Li. He assumed it was a woman impersonating his girlfriend to extort He. He sighed and said, Never mind, I have forwarded the news to you. I have also dispatched a public relations team to handle the situation. However, Gu Li's influence is far-reaching. It will take some time to resolve the issue completely. As soon as Lin Chen heard Gu Li's name, he promptly hung up the phone and opened the link that he had sent him, which led him to the trending news. To his astonishment, the headline read, Business Tycoon's Scandal, Sustaining a Top Female Celebrity While Abandoning His Family. The celebrity, in turn, supports a young male companion. A marketing account named Peach Entertainment had exposed the chaotic private life of a certain female celebrity. Although her name was not explicitly mentioned, it quickly rose to the trending list due to further revelations from other private accounts, all pointing towards Gu Li. Among the most damning allegations were two significant pieces of evidence. One was a video leaked by a restaurant staff member, though the image was obscured. The figure and voice could unmistakably be identified as Gu Li dining with her young male companion. The most shocking remark from the video was, I may not be wealthy, but I can certainly afford to spend on you. You deceived me, yet I willingly acquiesced. This epitomized a mindset driven by infatuation. No, it was even more alarming, as she was using a tycoon's money to sustain her young lover. Another private account unearthed by netizens revealed an earlier post about the female celebrity. The content stated, Unbelievable. A certain rising star is suspected of a rendezvous with a man in a fitting room, exhibiting peculiar behavior. Accompanied by a photo capturing the figures of a man and woman walking away. Though the woman was cloaked, anyone familiar with Gu Li would easily recognize her. It dawned on everyone that the rumors surrounding the female celebrity had long been traceable. These revelations had thoroughly implicated Gu Li, leaving her unable to defend herself any further. She instantly became the target of public ire, with her social media account flooded with countless derogatory comments from netizens. Chapter 54. What captivates the heart forever? The femme fatale. The mistress. May the heavens strike her down. We resolutely oppose artists with tarnished reputations. Lin Chen gazed at the torrent of vitriolic comments directed at Gu Li, and his heart surged with emotion. In his previous life, he was merely a bystander, aware only of Gu Li's experiences with online bullying. But now he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. In the past, due to the myriad of derogatory remarks, he had formed a prejudiced first impression of her. Yet, the reality was far from that. At this moment, Lin Chen, though not directly involved, felt suffocated by the injustice. How did Gu Li endure such trials alone back then? Meanwhile, Gu Li, lost in a deep slumber, remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing outside. Perhaps feeling a bit warm, she dreamily kicked off her blanket. Her cherubic face flushed, and her cherry-red lips enticing. Her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes, while her tousled dark hair added an indescribable allure. It seemed she was dreaming of delectable treats as she gently smacked her lips. Observing her subtle movements, Lin Chen instinctively smiled, but that smile soon faltered, replaced by a profound sense of heartache. A voice within him grew louder. He yearned to protect her, to cherish her, and to walk alongside her forever. As he felt his heartbeat quicken, he placed his hand gently on his chest. Although he had done nothing, the mere thought of sharing his future with Gu Li made his heart race, even more so than when he confessed his feelings to Jiang Xiaoyu that fateful night. Once more, Lin Chen lowered his gaze, his resolve solidifying. At this moment, he understood his true feelings. It was not merely the existence of a super rebate system that compelled him to safeguard her, but simply because she was Gu Li. She was the one who laughed and cried, who was both wise and foolish, who was brave yet whimsical. She was the one who steadfastly chose him, reluctant to spend his money, yet willing to lavish all her resources for him. Only those who truly understood Gu Li could appreciate that she was even more beautiful than the public perceived. What captivated his heart was not solely her exterior beauty, but her inner charm. Yet now, a deluge of slander, accusations, and malicious rumors swirled around her like an ever-growing snowball. Lin Chen could scarcely bear to imagine Gu Li confronting these adversities alone. The thought of it sent pangs of empathy through his heart. Why was this happening? Lin Chen pondered, grappling with his own confusion. In his previous life, despite his affection for Jiang Xiaoyu, he had never experienced such feelings. Regardless, Lin Chen fervently wished for Gu Li's future to be smooth and joyful. Now, standing by her side, he vowed to ensure she would never again suffer the indignities of her past life. In a dilapidated rental apartment, Wu Lu lay amidst a heap of refuse, furiously typing. Upon seeing his expo's video trending, a flicker of manic triumph shone in his eyes. The once exalted goddess had now become the object of public scorn. What a satisfying turn of events. Who was to blame for Gu Li's lack of discernment in her affections for frivolous suitors? Who was responsible for her disdain towards him? They both have brought about their own downfall. This avalanche is precisely what they deserve. Wu Lu was the waiter who secretly filmed Gu Li at the tea party and sold the video. Although he initially received a handsome sum, he was subsequently dismissed from his position. Without a job, the money quickly dissipated. Despite his verbal assurances that the video was deleted after the purchase, he retained backups, contemplating a future opportunity to extort money from Gu Li's management team when funds ran low. Indeed, he attempted to do so, yet this time he gained nothing, as Gu Li's agent, Li Bei, openly challenged him to spill the beans. Infuriated by his dismissal, Wu Lu discovered that a major marketing account had also leaked Gu Li's scandal. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to completely tarnish her reputation. Without her star aura, Gu Li would merely be a beautiful woman, a woman who cannot bear burdens or shoulder responsibilities, and who carries a stain on her reputation. She could never expect a life of ease. Moreover, the idea of sweet romance with a pretty boy would be utterly out of reach. Wu Lu exemplifies the archetype of love turned to hatred, spurred by unrequited feelings. In the C University girls' dormitory, Girl A expressed her astonishment. "Oh my, is everything the trending topic says true? This is too outrageous. Gu Li is just our age. How could she engage in such behavior?" Girl B, with a dismissive attitude, retorted, "What is the big fuss? Don't underestimate people. Besides, Gu Li has been in the entertainment industry for years. She's likely not as innocent as you think." Girl C nodded in agreement. The entertainment world is indeed complex. I've seen even more sensational revelations on Dubon. Do you recognize the man in this video and the one in the photos? He looks familiar, doesn't he? The three girls huddled together, repeatedly pausing the video and enlarging screenshots. Sun Lily, who had been silent and engrossed in replying to private messages, finally set her phone down, feigning surprise and confusion. "Oh my, this man looks somewhat familiar," she mused. Girlie exclaimed, "Yes, I think so too." Sun Lily adjusted her glasses. "I can't shake the feeling that he resembles Lin Chen. The voice sounds similar too." Groby gasped, "Wait. Wasn't he had said recently that Gu Li confessed her feelings to Lin Chen? Everything adds up." Girl C slapped her thigh. How could I have forgotten that? No wonder Lin Chen's style has elevated. It turns out he is really being supported by Gu Li. Girlie squealed, "Goodness, I'm getting the scoop of the century. I must share this with my girlfriends." Observing that her aim had been achieved, Sun Lily said nothing and quietly returned to her seat, resuming her responses to private messages. Watching countless individuals being manipulated into frenzy on Gu Li's social media accounts filled her with delight. Indeed, to toy with people's emotions is quite entertaining. Previously, it was merely about playing with Jiang Xiaoyu, but over time, that sense of accomplishment had waned, especially with Jiang Xiaoyu increasingly acting foolishly of late. Sun Lily gradually lost interest. Yet now, that exhilarating joy has returned. The sensation of effortlessly manipulating thousands of individuals fills her with an exhilarating sense of command, akin to that of sovereign. Directing them where to strike brings an unparalleled thrill. Most importantly, Gu Li's life is irrevocably shattered. She shall be eternally affixed to the pillar of disgrace. In every appearance in the public, I will resurrect these tainted memories. Her ultimate fate is nothing but retreat. With no hope of ever gracing the stage again, the more Sun Lily contemplates, the more her elation grows and her pride swells. What of Jiang Xiaoyu, the campus belle? What of Lin Chen, who fails to recognize her worth and does not favor her? What of Gu Li, the reigning star? They are all merely her vanquished foes. Chapter 55. Should one seek a justifiable name? Mr. He, please take a look at your phone. The secretary hurried towards He, who was overseeing the public relations team, holding up her mobile device. He wiped the sweat from his brow, not lifting his head. I can't spare the time. Only matters of utmost urgency take precedence. The secretary, with a troubled expression, replied, "But your ex-wife has made accusations against you in front of the media." Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his head, astonished. What? How dare that wretched woman accuse me? Ever since his ex-wife, Lin Chen, absconded with their funds, he had been relentlessly searching for her whereabouts. Until now, there had been no trace of her, as if she had vanished into thin air. Yet, at this crucial moment, she had the audacity to reappear. Before the cameras, Lin Chen wept profusely, lamenting, "Is there a cat that does not steal fish?" Especially when he is a prominent businessman. In the past, I overlooked his flings, but I'm now in my late 30s, aging and no longer comparable to those youthful stars. They say I am fortunate to have married a successful man, but who knows that he has not provided any living expenses for a long time. A company of such magnitude, yet it is not profitable? I am at a loss as to where all the money has gone. To support our child, I've had to sell my clothes and jewelry. For the sake of our child, I have continued to endure, but I cannot tolerate being beaten for the sake of other women. As she spoke, Lin Chen rolled up her sleeves, revealing a large bruise on her arm. And this is just a small mark. I have many more wounds on my body. He threatened me, saying if I dared to speak out, he would end my life. I fear death, but I fear even more for my child's safety. So I fled with him in the dead of night. Now that you have found me, my whereabouts are exposed, and he will surely come for me. I implore everyone, please pay attention to my plight. If anything happens to me, it will undoubtedly be at the hands of my husband. Though Lin Chen had aged somewhat, she still possessed an alluring charm, and her tears evoked deep sympathy. The online community erupted in outrage, fueled by an overwhelming urge to protect her. In a matter of half an hour, her social media following surged from a few hundred to tens of thousands, with numerous supporters offering encouragement and solace. He, watching the screen, was filled with rage, wishing to smash his phone. Vile woman, how dare she distort the truth? I have never sought another woman outside our marriage, nor have I wronged her or our child. It is she who has betrayed me, and that son is not even mine. She has nearly drained my company's finances. Yet she has the audacity to claim I haven't spent a dime, and I have never laid a hand on a woman. However, the next time I encounter that vile creature, I may just break that principle. Meanwhile, Lin Chen exchanged 100 million for a point and subsequently purchased a cheat in the point store. As he patiently awaited the activation of the cheat, he came across the news regarding his ex-wife's accusations. Lin Chen remained composed, sensing the undercurrents of a conspiracy. Gu Li had never been embroiled in scandals before. Why then was she suddenly the subject of such sensational revelations? He side reported that the public relations team of the He Group was working tirelessly. Yet the rumors surrounding He and Gu Li continued to escalate. In an effort to suppress the trending topic, he invested several hundred million, only for another wave of revelations to emerge just as the situation seemed to calm. He's ex-wife, who had long evaded the spotlight, suddenly surfaced to accuse him. All of this seemed orchestrated, as if someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes, deliberately seeking to tarnish the reputations of both He and Gu Li. Was the attack aimed at He himself or at Gu Li? Lin Chen pondered this and then sent a message to He. The accusations from his ex-wife had deeply unsettled He, nearly pushing him to the brink of losing control. Upon seeing Lin Chen's message, he was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was someone assisting Lin Chen from behind the scenes? Impossible. No, he suddenly realized that since the incident, Lin Chen had vanished without a trace, and he had never even known who her paramour was. If Lin Chen's accusations were successful, she could not only exonerate herself, but also profit from the situation. While he and the He Group would face catastrophic repercussions. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. In this information age, the internet can create idols, but it can also kill silently. He began to suspect that this calamity might indeed be aimed at him, with Gu Li being the innocent party caught in the crossfire. With this thought, he felt increasingly guilty towards Lin Chen. Time and again, Lin Chen had come to his aid, yet he had placed Lin Chen's beloved woman at the center of the rumors. He truly felt like an unworthy elder brother. With this realization, he decisively declared, "Everyone, roll up your sleeves and get to work. If we manage to resolve this successfully, every one of you will receive promotions and raises." The public relations team, initially overwhelmed, felt invigorated by their boss's words. It wasn't that the rumors were too outlandish. Rather, the rewards offered by their boss were too enticing. Enough talk. Let's get to work. After speaking, he retreated to a private cubicle and called Wang Chong. "Help me with something. No matter what means you employ, just get it done." "All right, I await your good news." Meanwhile, in a different location, Sun Lily and Wu Lu were furiously clicking on a certain app, only to be forcibly logged out and unable to access it. At the same moment, all related search terms were inexplicably unavailable. Some continued to generate discussions, but upon hitting send, their topics were automatically deleted. Numerous users began to complain about the app's backend, prompting the staff to conduct an immediate self-inspection. However, the report indicated no faults in the system, suggesting that users had mistakenly deleted their topics. The public relations team, still fervently typing away, was left bewildered. Such precise and widespread deletions of topics and topic blocks could not possibly be the work of ordinary individuals. All eyes turned to their boss, who was still oblivious to the situation. He refreshed the app several times, puzzled by the sudden wave of user account cancellations. Why are all the people who tagged me, cursed me, and messaged me suddenly gone? The mystery has been unraveled. It was not orchestrated by the employer. However, the platform personnel have just asserted that they were not involved either. Everyone exchanges glances, pondering who among the elite hackers could be responsible for this, especially one who is notoriously difficult to hire, even at a significant cost. As Gu Li awoke, Lin Chen was in a state of repose, listening to the system's report with his eyes closed. Gu Li assumed he had fallen asleep in a seated position and cautiously leaned onto his lap, softly brushing her lips against his. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing across his gaze. However, upon recognizing Gu Li, his expression softened instantly. "Awake? Did you sleep well?" he inquired. Gu Li nodded slightly. "I just had a dream. In it, I was scolded by someone." Lin Chen felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively touched the pillow behind him. Gu Li's phone lay beneath the pillow, indicating that she had only just risen and had not yet checked her messages. He gathered her into his arms, soothing her gently. "It's all right. It was merely a dream. With your exceptional qualities, how could anyone possibly bear to criticize you?" At his words, Gu Li's gaze dimmed momentarily as memories of her past life surfaced. During that time, she had done nothing wrong, yet was subjected to baseless allegations and slander. It is difficult to discern the truth amidst the chaos of the internet. where reality and fiction intertwine. As a public figure, facing criticism is an inevitable aspect of life. Guli cradled Lin Chen's face in her hands, her eyes tender yet tinged with remorse. I feel sorry for you. I cannot openly bestow upon you the recognition you deserve. How about we make it official? Chapter 56. What kind of male university student do wealthy women prefer? Lin Chen did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do you enjoy acting? Guli was taken aback by Lin Chen's question. Without a doubt, she cherished the art of performance. Portraying various characters allowed her to experience a multitude of lives, some joyous, others tragic, some chaotic, and some fulfilling. Each time, she wholeheartedly immersed herself in a role. It felt as though she had touched upon a new self in a different realm. Lin Chen, not waiting for Guli's reply, continued, if you were to cease acting, what would you choose to do? Guided by Lin Chen's prompting, Guli further pondered this question. If she were to abandon acting, what alternatives lay before her? Would she opt to become a homemaker, relinquishing her career? No, that was beyond her capabilities. Even though she loved Lin Chen deeply, the notion of being a full-time housewife, living a life where everything was handed to her, was untenable. Her mother served as a living counterexample. Before marriage, she had been a renowned designer. After marrying, she sacrificed everything for love, becoming a homemaker. Bound by domesticity, her horizons narrowed, confined to a small space, with all her aspirations tethered to her husband. And what was the outcome? She transformed into a resentful wife, a jealous woman, and a shadow of her former self. Would she seek employment at an ordinary company, becoming a mere cog in the machine? Guli knew herself well. She could not endure such a demeaning existence. After much contemplation, she realized that she truly loved acting. It not only allowed her to create characters, but also to realize her own potential. Guli found the answer within herself and looked up at Lin Chen. A senior once shared a profound insight with me that has remained etched in my memory. Every person ultimately faces death, and a century hence, we are but a heap of bones. Yet, as actors, if we successfully bring characters to life, those characters will endure in the form of images, attesting to our existence in this world. This was the very aspiration that drew me to this profession. I wish to leave a mark on this world, to prove that I was here. Lin Chen smiled. It seems you have found your answer. Guli nodded vigorously. I will strive to prove myself through my talent. Lin Chen immediately encouraged her. You can certainly achieve it. Despite the adversities of your past life, you reached the pinnacle. In this life, I will clear all obstacles for you, allowing you to ascend once more. Suddenly, Guli's expression faltered. Wait, I was discussing our official announcement. Why are you diverting the topic? Am I not worthy of being your girlfriend? In the past, Guli would have confidently dismissed such doubts, considering her wealth and beauty. Yet now, she felt that her modest fortune paled in comparison to Lin Chen's burgeoning success. He was increasingly remarkable, while she felt stagnant, even regressing. Would he perhaps look down upon her and wish to distance himself? He might deserve a woman far more exceptional than herself. Guli's spirits sank further, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Chen immediately noticed the shift in her emotions and promptly pinched her cheek. What are you pondering now? I am merely concerned that the official announcement might impact your career. After all, I am counting on you to achieve global fame, earn substantial wealth, and support me. As the two engaged in their discussion, a new trending topic devoid of any risky keywords was brewing online. What type of male college students do wealthy women prefer? The subject was absurd yet captivating, swiftly climbing the trending charts. Initially, a female college student shared a screenshot of a chat from her friend group, revealing that they had encountered male college students being financially supported by affluent women. The consensus in the comments about this male student was that he was quite poor, yet exceptionally handsome, the kind who could debut on the spot. Life had become rather mundane, and they sought some amusement. What began as an inconspicuous sharing post suddenly attracted a flood of comments. Without images, there is no truth. What are you babbling about? I don't believe it unless you show me just how handsome he is. I am a male, just turned 20, currently a college student. Somewhat handsome. 180 centimeters, 70 kilograms, 18, with a preference for mature women. I hope to be taken home by a wealthy and attractive lady. What nonsense is this? What does 18 mean? Oh, someone just turned 18. I don't believe you. If you're 18, then I'm 20. No, 200. I could wrap myself around my neck twice. Wealthy sisters, look at me. The tone of the comments began to shift dramatically. From initially condemning the male college students, many began to post in search of romantic connections with nice older women. Sun Lily observed the increasingly absurd nature of the comments, her hands tightening into fists. She subtly suggested that her roommate post something and kindly assisted in editing out risky words to avoid the post being taken down. Immediately after her roommate posted, she used a secondary account to spend money on boosting its visibility. As the post surged onto the trending list as she had anticipated, she was bewildered. What is happening? Are these people shameless? How can they take pride in being supported? They are even eagerly seeking such arrangements? In stark contrast to Sun Lily's dissatisfaction, her roommate was elated to see her post trending. Look, I'm on the trending list. My goodness, so many comments, I can't keep up. Wow, look at all the handsome selfies in the comments. Several roommates had already arrived in the comment section, thrilled for her. You've gained so many followers. Sun Lily suddenly remarked, it seems many are curious about how handsome the male college student mentioned in your post is. The roommate, holding her phone, looked somewhat conflicted. However, Lin Chen is our classmate. It doesn't seem right to expose his photo without his consent. Sun Lily felt a wave of disdain. Why had she felt uneasy when sharing the gossip earlier? Now, in hindsight, was she afraid? With a facade of a smile and a joking tone. One remarked, what is the big deal? You can simply post a silhouette shot. A glimpse from behind can convey an overall charm without revealing his identity. Isn't that sufficient? Otherwise, soon enough, many will question you and report your post. Once reported, it could lead to a stream cutoff, or even worse, a ban on the post. The roommate was quite intimidated by Sun Lily's warning, naturally unwilling to let her hard-won trending post be taken down. Does anyone have a silhouette of Lin Chen? Please send me one. The roommates exchanged glances, suddenly feeling bashful and averting their eyes, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. They all understood the unspoken truth. Each had discreetly captured Lin Chen in candid moments, yet none dared to voice it. Wasn't that akin to admitting to being a lovesick admirer? Sun Lily kindly shared a photo with her roommate. This one should keep his identity a secret. The roommate eagerly downloaded the image and joyfully began to edit and post it. After the post went live, the roommate suddenly recalled, Lily, when was this photo taken? It seems oddly familiar. Sun Lily replied, I've never photographed Lin Chen. These are images released by marketing accounts. They're quite blurry, rest assured. No one will recognize him. It dawned on the roommate that this photo indeed originated from the marketing account during the time they were promoting Gu Li's relationship with a young man. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, yet she couldn't quite articulate what was wrong. Chapter 57. Are you playing with fire? As soon as the roommate uploaded the photograph, the comments section erupted. Someone recognized that the silhouette matched precisely with the one that had exposed Gu Li's relationship with a younger man. The difference was that the blogger had cropped Gu Li out of the image, leaving only the young man's figure. It turned out that the affluent woman was a GL, and the male college student was a classmate of the blogger. The blogger was a student at C University, and to my astonishment, the young man was indeed a top student from C University. Wait a moment, this man resembles a classmate from my high school. I happen to have a frontal photo of him. Private messages, please. Soon, a throng of people began to message the individual who claimed to be a high school classmate, eager to see the purported frontal image. Within minutes, the comment section became even more animated. A male commenter stated, to be fair, he is indeed handsome. This remark prompted an influx of requests for the high school classmate to reveal the frontal photo. A few minutes later, the long-awaited frontal image of Lin Chen appeared in the comments. Behold the modern-day live-action lay phone. Cherish it. No thanks necessary. The frontal image was somewhat blurred, but the background indicated it was likely taken at a high school promotional board. Below, a small caption read, Lin Chen, science top scorer of 20XX. As soon as this photo was released, the comments section ignited with fervent discussions once again. Even though the image was unclear, it was evident that Lin Chen was exceptionally handsome and a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Those who were already envious of Lin Chen for being close to a goddess grew even more resentful. What are good grades? What good is good looks? Aren't they merely selling themselves for wealth? Good grades signify intelligence, while good looks suggest that future offspring will be healthy and beautiful. Why is there so much bitterness in the comments? The young man is handsome. The young woman is beautiful. What is wrong with them dating? I had always said that a GL's taste cannot be too poor. It is entirely normal for a girl to be attracted to someone who is both handsome and intelligent, especially since they are of similar ages, negating any notion of an older woman financially supporting a younger man. To those above, are you fans of GL? Still defending her? Have you forgotten that GL was also once supported? She played the role of a mistress, earning money for her younger boyfriend to spend. How scandalous. TSK, TSK, TSK. GL is innocent. How could she ever be a mistress? Rumors spread like wildfire, and debunking them requires great effort. The comment section erupted into another argument, elevating the topic back to trending status. However, Sun Lily, who had been closely monitoring the comments, sensed an ominous feeling as more of Gu Li's fans flooded into the discussion. Sure enough, a minute later, the post was taken down. The roommate, who had been so cheerful earlier, found herself frozen for a few seconds upon realizing she could not log into her account. My account has been banned. Is Gu Li's public relations team really this overbearing, stifling discussion? She deserves the online harassment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was so preoccupied with preventing Gu Li from using her phone that he neglected to keep up with the latest developments online. As a result, he remained blissfully unaware that he had already been exposed and that the system had promptly deleted the topic upon identifying risky keywords. Once they had indulged in their affections long enough, Gu Li suddenly remembered to look for her phone. However, despite searching everywhere, she could not find her phone and turned her gaze towards Lin Chen, who was engrossed in work at his desk. "Darling, have you seen my phone?" Lin Chen casually closed his laptop and retrieved her phone from beneath a cushion on the nearby sofa. "Here it is. Wamli, Puzlad, Ramarka. Didn't I have it before I went to bed last night? How could it end up on the sofa?" Lin Chen gently patted her little head and replied, "You must be mistaken. Weren't we on the sofa last night?" Gu Li's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she covered Lin Chen's mouth with her hand. All right. I must have misremembered. Please stop saying that." After they had dinner, they strolled hand in hand around the courtyard for a while. Upon returning home, Gu Li lay on the sofa, eager to pull out her phone and scroll through short videos. However, just as she opened her phone, Lin Chen placed a stack of books on the table in front of her. "Darling, have you forgotten something?" Gu Li glanced at the towering stack of books and felt a headache coming on. Pretending not to see, she rolled over and continued to look at her phone. Lin Chen, however, was not about to let her evade this responsibility. He lifted her up, compelling her to confront the books. "The final exams are approaching. Who was it that said they needed to work hard to earn credits and graduate with me?" Gu Li feigned ignorance, "Did I? I don't recall." Lin Chen promptly snatched the phone from her hands. "No more phone, no more computer for the next few days. You're only allowed to study and solve problems." Gu Li exclaimed, "What? Does that mean I can't think about you?" Lin Chen replied, "Of course you can, but not all the time. I fear I might lose control and distract you from your studies." As he spoke, he gradually leaned closer, his gaze laden with meaning. Gu Li understood precisely what Lin Chen meant by losing control and immediately picked up a book to shield her flushed face. "You rascal, always picking on me." Lin Chen pretended to stand up. "Shall I go and bully someone else then?" Though it was merely a jest, Gu Li felt a sudden surge of protectiveness. She swiftly embraced Lin Chen and flipped him over, pinning him beneath her, catching him off guard. Seated above him, Gu Li wore what she believed to be a fearsome expression, but in truth, she resembled a cute, feisty kitten. "If you dare to seek out someone else, I will bite you." With that, she leaned down and playfully nibbled at his neck. Of course, she did not apply any real force. It was more akin to gentle licks. However, the thought of Lin Chen's earlier suggestion caused her to bite down a little harder. The sensations vacillated between ticklish and painful, stirring Lin Chen's senses. "Darling, you're playing with fire." Just when Gu Li, feeling triumphant, tried to escape, she found herself pinned down once more. This time, there was no escaping. After a playful scuffle, it was Gu Li who ultimately begged for mercy, prompting Lin Chen to relent. As night fell, Gu Li, exhausted, drifted in his slumber once again. Conversely, Lin Chen found himself unable to sleep. He rose from the bed and reopened his laptop. The system had just reported that the initial investments had taken off splendidly. Lin Chen, drawing upon the memories of his past life, has become particularly attentive to a certain project, which is now in its final stages. All that remains is for Lin Chen, the true proprietor, to personally attend and sign the contract to finalize the agreement. As for the rumors circulating online, Lin Chen has resolved to adopt a strategy of selective engagement, opting not to eradicate every trace of dissent. Excessive rigidity often breeds resistance. Hence, he understands that the direction of public sentiment can be deftly manipulated. The very individual who was vilified just moments ago may swiftly transform into an object of sympathy. Contemplating this, he picked up his phone and sent several messages to He. At that moment, He, having just relaxed and prepared to take a breather, abruptly sprang to his feet upon receiving the messages. A few minutes later, the public relations team, who had just been on the verge of disbanding for a break, found themselves once again in the presence of their returning boss. He swiftly took charge of the situation, instructing the team to divide into 3 groups. The first group would be responsible for crafting and disseminating false allegations against Gu Li, as well as orchestrating a narrative twist, with all materials requiring his personal approval prior to release. The second group would masquerade as detractors to launch verbal assaults. And the third group would don the guise of loyal fans and bystanders to defend the narrative. Chapter 58, The All-Powerful Boyfriend. This time, Lin Chen refrained from allowing the system to intervene excessively. After all, the system is an electronic creation, lacking in the nuances of human sentiment. Understanding human nature is a pivotal factor in swaying public opinion. Overnight, the online perception of Gu Li underwent a complete transformation. Initially, numerous marketing accounts fervently disseminated disparaging information about Gu Li, alleging unprofessional behavior, such as treating staff poorly and engaging in physical altercations. This led many of Gu Li's detractors to feel they had found their community, reveling in the comments section throughout the night. Even those who had previously remained neutral were subtly influenced by these marketing accounts, hinting at a growing inclination to boycott Gu Li. However, merely an hour later, the very marketing accounts that had spread the slander issued public apologies, revealing complete video evidence that clarified the so-called blackmail was merely a distortion of facts, fabricated to attract traffic. The alleged unprofessionalism was a consequence of the crew's outrageous decision to have a struggling third-tier actress participate in a game while on her menstrual cycle. Gu Li, merely a bystander, was the first to courageously defend the actress. The rumors surrounding the alleged physical altercation were even more absurd, stemming from an incident in which Gu Li apprehended a thief who had infiltrated the set. Moreover, the actress that Gu Li defended took to social media in the middle of the night to express her gratitude, stating, "Who wouldn't admire a principled and brave, beautiful lady?" Gu Li. The emergence of this key witness further validated just how ludicrous the rumors targeting Gu Li had been. A series of disparaging claims experienced a dramatic reversal, repeatedly affirming Gu Li's courage and kindness. This undoubtedly set a positive precedent, as many fans began to organically uncover the truths behind the allegations. Consequently, an increasing number of unfounded slanders against Gu Li were met with reversals. Bystanders began to gain a clearer understanding of the true Gu Li, swiftly transitioning from indifference to admiration. The comment section was filled with heartfelt sympathy for Gu Li. Even those who initially stormed her account to hurl insults found themselves compelled to apologize. This onslaught of cyberbullying, which had commenced with great fervor, dissipated just as rapidly. In the end, no one believed Gu Li could be the homewrecker she was accused of being, and the other allegations lost all credibility. The instigators of the rumors, Peach Entertainment and other accounts that had propagated falsehoods, not only received legal notices, but also faced an unprecedented crisis. Gu Li woke up before Lin Chen this time, and by the time she stirred, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Instinctively, she reached for her pillow and found her phone. Upon unlocking it, the incessant vibrations indicated a plethora of new messages. Given that Gu Li had not been particularly active lately, and her recent projects had yet to be aired, such a surge of notifications was unexpected, unless, having endured cyberbullying in her previous life, she was mentally prepared. Yet, this current episode of online harassment seemed to have commenced much earlier than before. Taking a deep breath, Gu Li opened the application, only to find the reality starkly contrasted her expectations. Her private messages were filled with apologies, as were the comments. Gu Li felt bewildered, and after scrolling back through the messages, she finally began to piece together the situation. Indeed, I have been subjected to online bullying. Yet, overnight, I have transformed into the most pitiable and endearing actress on the internet. A few minutes later, Lin Chen, still in a daze, heard the faint, suppressed sounds of weeping. He assumed Gu Li was having a nightmare and instinctively reached out to comfort her, only to find emptiness. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he discovered Gu Li sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, her face awash with tears. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a heavy sensation settled in his chest. This feeling had been particularly pronounced lately, especially when Gu Li was distressed or felt wronged. Lin Chen, preoccupied with his emotions, was far more concerned about why Gu Li was crying. "My dear, what troubles you?" His gaze fell upon the smartphone tightly gripped in her hands. Last night, he had stayed up late, ensuring that everything was settled and no longer posed a threat to Gu Li before finally succumbing to sleep. Otherwise, he would not have placed his phone beneath her pillow. Could it be that someone had spread rumors again? That simply would not do. Lin Chen thought to himself. His beloved must not endure any grievances. In the next moment, Gu Li, still sobbing, suddenly threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace. "Lin Chen, whoa!" Her cries intensified. Lin Chen, disregarding everything else, immediately began to pat her back, soothing her as he did so. "Do not cry, do not cry. What is the matter?" Gu Li clung to him with increasing fervor. "All those things were done by you, right? You've been keeping me from my phone out of fear that I would be upset. Haven't you?" Lin Chen paused at her words. "You were aware of this?" Gu Li replied, "If I couldn't figure it out, I would truly be a foolish pig. Just think how fortunate I am to live again, not only as Lin Chen's girlfriend, but to be so cherished by him. I find myself loving him even more, even if he were to demand my life. I would willingly give it." Lin Chen, however, did not seek praise. "My dear, you are my girlfriend. This is simply what I ought to do. Please stop crying. If your eyes swell from weeping, it will be inconvenient when we venture out." Gu Li, taken aback by his words, asked, "Venture out? Do we have plans today?" Lin Chen adored her dazed and dependent demeanor. "My dear, have you forgotten that you own an entertainment company? All the transfer formalities have been completed. The company is no longer associated with Brother He and will now rely solely on you." Regarding the transition of the entertainment company, Lin Chen had refrained from involving the system, which resulted in a delay of several days, fearing that a rapid progression might alert Gu Li to something amiss. Gu Li looked up, perplexed. Huh? She was even more bewildered. While performing was not an issue, managing a company was truly daunting. Gazing up at Lin Chen with wide, blinking eyes, she said, "My dear, I feel inadequate, but I believe you can certainly handle it." Lin Chen playfully pinched her little nose. "I knew you would rather not manage it. Rest assured, I will take care of it. I happen to be negotiating a reality show featuring a celebrity traveling the world on a budget. Are you interested?" Gu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "Traveling the world on a budget? Is this the variety show that originated from your own imagination? In the previous life, it captivated audiences across the globe. Moreover, this is not merely a variety show. It carries the hidden mission of showcasing the beauty and strength of our nation to the world." At that time, the participants included top figures from the entertainment industry, the Best Actor, the Golden Rooster Best Actress, and the esteemed Master of Drama, whom Gu Li has always admired. Although Gu Li is also a star in her own right, she is still quite young and recognizes the gap that separates her from truly being a major celebrity. In her past life, she made an effort to participate, but due to insufficient resources and experience, she was ultimately eliminated. In this life, could she seize the opportunity to rectify the regrets of her previous existence? Lin Chen could discern from Gu Li's expression that she was eager to participate. Yet, he playfully teased her, asking if she had no desire to join, as he thought she was keen on signing a contract at the right moment. Gu Li regarded Lin Chen as omnipotent, but she never anticipated just how truly capable he was. What a thought! I adore you. Chapter 59. In the office of the president of the U Group, President Yu Yang stood respectfully before his desk. The imposing figure of Lin Chen occupied the main seat, his gaze heavy as it rested on the computer screen, which was continuously updating financial news. The stock price of a listed company called Chunli Group soared dramatically, creating a legendary phenomenon in the stock market overnight. The true owner behind this company remained undiscovered, causing turmoil throughout the business community. With a loud clap, Lin Chen forcefully shut his laptop, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. Even Yu Yang, his own son, felt a sense of dread at the sight of his father's wrath. Lin Chen's cold and stern gaze fixed on Yu Yang as he spoke. Is this company competing with us for the project? I have already coordinated with the Jiang and Su families from Kyoto. Everything was arranged, and we were just waiting to finalize the contract. Yet here you are, unable to outmaneuver a newly emerged small company. Faced with his father's reproach, Yu Yang quietly retorted, "The market valuation of Chunli Company has already surpassed that of our U Group. It is not a small company. It's not merely my incompetence, but rather the strength of our opponent." Lin Chen's expression darkened. What does it matter if their valuation exceeds ours? Did the He Group not once have similar opportunities? And now, look at them. They are on the verge of decline. In City C, as long as the Yu family exists, no one else should dare to rise. Have someone thoroughly investigate who is truly behind Chunli Group. Find an opportunity to meet them properly. Yu Yang dared not counter further and promptly complied with the order. Once he departed, Lin Chen's phone rang. He answered with evident impatience. What is it? Wasn't he said to refrain from calling unless it's urgent? I am busy. A timid voice from the other end replied. I think I saw Wang Chong in the neighborhood. Yu Yang's expression shifted slightly. Didn't I tell you to stay indoors for the time being? A child's cries could be heard in the background, followed by the woman's response. Xiaoyu is sick. I took him to the hospital. Upon hearing that the child was ill, Lin Chen immediately rose. What did the doctor say? Understanding Lin Chen's concern for the child, the woman quickly replied, the doctor said it's just a cold. He will be fine with some medication. Only then did Lin Chen sit back down, his tone firm. From now on, if you need anything, call the assistant. For this period, you and Xiaoyu must not leave the house. He is not a fool. If he catches you, I may not be able to protect you. The woman was momentarily stunned by his words, then began to cry. What will happen to Xiaoyu if something happens to me? You promised me you would treat us well. Are you now going back on your word? For you, I have lost my family and my dignity. Do you intend to abandon us? Realizing the woman was particularly sensitive during this time, and fearing she might act impulsively, Lin Chen quickly reassured her. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of both you and our child. As long as you are cooperative and give it some thought, aside from tarnishing He's reputation, are there no other methods to bring down the He family? For instance, tax evasion or violations of regulations. If the He Group ceases to exist, He will no longer pose a threat. Do you understand? Otherwise, He will undoubtedly not spare you. The woman realizes that there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. She can only acquiesce, saying, all right, I shall cooperate fully. As long as you keep your promises and treat us well. Lin Chen's patience was running thin, yet he begrudgingly held back his displeasure, thinking of the woman's potential utility. You are mine, and Xiaoyu is my biological son. He may one day become the heir of the U Group. Do you believe I would mistreat both of you? Upon hearing this, the woman felt a wave of reassurance wash over her and contentedly ended the call. However, once the phone was hung up, Lin Chen's expression darkened considerably. Foolish woman. Meanwhile, he received a report from Wang Chong. Although they had lost track of Lin Chen, they had apprehended the two private detectives who had been photographing that day. Just as Lin Chen had previously surmised, these two had initially set out to gather incriminating evidence against He. By a twist of fate, they had inadvertently involved Gu Li. Thus, this online harassment seemed to be an unwarranted disaster for Gu Li. After ending the call with Wang Chong, he promptly conveyed all the information to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had indeed anticipated these possibilities ahead of time. He even took the initiative to apologize to Lin Chen, expressing regret that everything had stemmed from him and had affected Gu Li. Lin Chen neither refuted nor acknowledged this. He believed that the forces behind this online harassment were not singular. However, Lin Chen was not in the habit of revealing everything to He. It was prudent to leave some room for maneuvering and maintain an air of mystery, since He had exposed his side of affairs. Lin Chen would take responsibility for uncovering the details on Gu Li's end. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chen drove the newly purchased Koenigsegg to drop Gu Li off at work. As soon as he parked in front of He Entertainment's building, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Even passers-by who were unfamiliar with cars could surmise, upon seeing its sleek design, that this vehicle was extraordinarily expensive. Those who recognized the car gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, a Koenigsegg, a sports car that one could only dream of, limited to just 6 units worldwide, with a reference price of 100 million. Selling myself wouldn't even afford a single wheel." While the crowd marveled at the luxury vehicle, the doors slowly opened, and an incredibly handsome man stepped out. The few female assistants who had previously been indifferent to luxury cars suddenly widened their eyes. So handsome, truly handsome. Is he a new talent signed by the company? No. Someone who can afford a Koenigsegg could not possibly be an actor. Could he be the boyfriend of one of our female stars? The women exchanged glances, realizing that given the abundance of beauties in the company, it was entirely normal for one of them to have a handsome boyfriend. One of the assistants quietly remarked, "Each person has their own destiny. If we were to discuss the most beautiful star in the company, I believe it would undoubtedly be Gu Li. However, her fate is rather unfortunate, as her earnings must support a younger boyfriend." Just as the words left her lips, the door of the front passenger seat swung open. A familiar and breathtaking figure emerged from the vehicle. Oh my. It is Gu Li. Has she broken up with her previous boyfriend? No. That man looks strikingly familiar. Who is he? It's Lin Chen, the young man I've saved a photograph of. They are identical. Wasn't it said that Lin Chen was merely a poor student? Can a destitute student truly afford a car worth 100 million? Chapter 60. Forgiveness belongs to the divine. It is my role to escort her to the heavens. Lin Chen had long been aware of the scrutinizing gazes and murmurs surrounding him. Seemingly oblivious to them, he only returned to his car after Gu Li had disembarked, steering it into the underground garage. Though the two primary figures had departed, the onlookers who had just witnessed the spectacle lingered, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Goodness, I feel as though a significant event is imminent. At such a precarious juncture, they dare to come to the company? Li Bei has a notorious reputation as a femme fatale. If she discovers that Gu Li is romantically involved and has made it public, she would surely tear her apart. Before Gu Li even reached her office, the news of her arrival in a luxurious car worth a fortune had already spread throughout the entire company. Naturally, Gu Li paid no heed to the gossip and speculation of others as she made her way directly to Li Bei's office. Upon pushing open the door to the manager's office, she found Li Bei engaged in a phone call, her demeanor somewhat obsequious. Rest assured, I will personally accompany her to the events. One could easily discern that Li Bei was preparing to take on a new talent. Furthermore, this newcomer was no ordinary individual, as Li Bei's subservient attitude suggested. The moment Li Bei caught sight of Gu Li, her expression instantly froze, and she hastily concluded her conversation. After hanging up, her countenance darkened. "Why didn't you knock before entering? Do you not understand decorum?" Gu Li replied nonchalantly, "I did knock. You simply did not hear it." Li Bei began to question whether her earnestness during the call had caused her to overlook Gu Li's knock. However, the realization that Gu Li had lost her utility made Li Bei's expression remain grim. "How dare you show your face here?" Li Bei's tone was fierce, as if Gu Li were some irredeemable criminal. Gu Li, unfazed, calmly settled onto the sofa. "It's my own company. Why should I not come?" Li Bei was taken aback by Gu Li's newfound audacity and boldness. "Your company? According to the contract, your public revelation of your romantic involvement has severely detrimental effects on the company, and you are liable to pay a breach of contract penalty. Moreover, you are hereby terminated." Previously, Li Bei had harbored hopes that Gu Li would achieve great fame, but now she had abandoned her in favor of a new target. The new talent was the daughter of the Gu Corporation's elite. Li Bei had already seen her photographs, though she did not possess Gu Li's flawlessness. With a little effort in styling and makeup, she had the potential for stardom. Most importantly, with the backing of the Gu Corporation, her future was bound to be smooth and prosperous. At that moment, the office door swung open once more. A tall man with long legs strode in confidently, countering Li Bei's declaration. The one who should be terminated is you. Li Bei stared in astonishment at Lin Chen, who had undergone a transformation exuding an aura of nobility, nearly failing to recognize him, and stood frozen. Upon regaining her composure, she scoffed, "Get out. You have no authority to fire me." Lin Chen tossed a copy of the contract onto Li Bei's desk. "Take a good look now. Who is truly the owner of Hehe Entertainment?" Initially dismissive, Li Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as her peripheral vision caught sight of the name on the contract. Impossible. How could Gu Li possibly be the owner of Hehe Entertainment? Li Bei was acutely aware of the deposits in Gu Li's account. Each time Gu Li participated in a film, she only received a meager portion of the earnings, which were further consumed by daily expenses and the acquisition of luxury items to maintain her image. Thus, Li Bei estimated that Gu Li's savings barely amounted to a few million, insufficient even to purchase a decent villa, let alone a company. Lin Chen had previously regarded Li Bei as somewhat domineering, yet possessing commendable professional abilities, with qualities worthy of admiration. However, it now appeared that Li Bei resembled a rat lurking in a sewer, harboring malicious intentions. You exerted considerable effort in this online harassment. As Gu Li's manager, how could you betray her? I wonder what could be the motive. Is there a personal grudge between you and Gu Li, or are you being manipulated by someone else? Is it money or... Upon hearing these words, not only was Li Bei taken aback, but even Gu Li was astonished. Li Bei's initial reaction was not to deny it, but rather to be shocked by how Lin Chen had acquired this information. Gu Li instinctively chose to trust Lin Chen. Hence, Lin Chen implied that Gu Li's online harassment was also facilitated by her manager. Reflecting on her past life, Gu Li recalled that the false revelations indeed contained information unattainable by outsiders. If it were Li Bei who had leaked such details, then everything would make sense. With a swift motion, Gu Li did not choose to forgive or allow Li Bei an opportunity to defend herself. Instead, she stepped forward and slapped Li Bei across the face. Forgiveness is for the divine. She was merely sending her to meet the deity. This slap hardly sufficed for her anger. Recalling her past life, Gu Li had nearly lost her sanity after those hidden secrets were revealed. One slap was nowhere near enough. Lin Chen was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Is she truly this fierce? Does Gu Li not doubt the veracity of her words? Is she acting with such unwavering resolve? Lin Chen, rarely accustomed to such steadfast trust from others, felt the calmness of his heart begin to stir. Li Bei was also momentarily stunned. Gu Li, how dare you hit me? The office door remained ajar, and the commotion quickly resonated outside. A crowd gathered, straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Upon realizing that Gu Li had struck Li Bei, they were all utterly shocked. Surely, Gu Li must be prepared to exit the entertainment industry now. Yet Lin Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Li's bold action. He gently grasped her striking hand. Does it hurt? Why did you have to do it yourself? Just tell me, and I can handle it for you, with even greater strength. Gu Li's expression softened slightly, but her tone remained resolute. Such matters could not be delegated to others. Otherwise, it would not be satisfying. Lin Chen admired Gu Li's clear-cut personality, reminiscent of a valiant heroine. All right then, next time you plan to strike someone, give me a heads up. I'll procure specially designed gloves for you. They'll protect your hands while delivering a satisfying blow, capable of making half a face disappear. Those eavesdropping outside shuddered at the thought. What a fearsome being this was. Li Bei, now stripped of both dignity and composure, seethed, just wait. You will pay for this. She clutched her bruised face, simultaneously dialing for backup while threatening the two of them. Soon, the security team and Xie Yang arrived at the scene. Li Bei, upon seeing Xie Yang, felt as though she had encountered a savior, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed toward him. President Xie, her voice lingered, accompanied by an unprecedented expression of vulnerability. To those around, it was well known that Li Bei was a formidable figure, a veritable queen of the entertainment industry. Instilling fear in many prominent artists, she wielded significant power, often taking matters into her own hands. Yet, few knew that her audacity stemmed not only from her fiery temperament, but also from her clandestine relationship with President Xia. While she may not possess the beauty of the artist she managed, she certainly stood out among ordinary individuals. And her cunning nature had won her the favor of Xie Yang. Bound by their respective family commitments, the two maintained a veil of secrecy, rarely crossing paths within the company, which left no room for suspicion. At this moment, as Li Bei willingly leaped into Xie Yang's embrace, onlookers were left astounded. The fierce queen and the esteemed president together. What a revelation! Li Bei was solely preoccupied with the arrival of her ally, eager to see Gu Li and Lin Chen suffer a little to alleviate her own simmering anger. However, in her moment of emotional impulsivity, she overlooked the agreement to maintain a professional distance within the company. Chapter 61. He doesn't care, but she does with a resounding slap. Li Bei had barely leaped into Xie Yang's embrace, still unsteady on her feet, when she was met with a forceful backhand. Although Xie Yang had tempered his strength somewhat, the impact left Li Bei dazed, and she stumbled to the ground. As she lay there, Xie Yang suppressed his true emotions, feeling a wave of apprehension. After all, this was in the office. How could Li Bei be so oblivious to the situation? He quickly donned a sycophantic expression and bowed towards Gu Li, exclaiming, "President Gu, why did you not announce your arrival at the company?" Li Bei, astonished by Xie Yang's callousness just moments earlier, was now equally taken aback by his deference towards Gu Li. "Xie Yang, what do you mean by this?" She fumed, her patience evaporating. "Why are you being so courteous to Gu Li? Have you developed feelings for her as well?" Xie Yang was caught off guard. He could hardly believe that the usually astute Li Bei was behaving so foolishly at this moment. "What do you mean? President Gu is now the owner of Hehe Entertainment, having completely severed ties with the He family. Stop spouting nonsense. Apologize to President Gu immediately." In truth, both Xie Yang and Li Bei had learned of Gu Li's new position around the same time. Xie Yang, ever cautious, had promptly called Hehe to confirm the news. However, Li Bei, displaying a lack of intellect, refused to acknowledge the truth despite having seen the contract and signatures. Upon receiving Li Bei's call, Xie Yang rushed over, only to find he was too late. At that moment, Xie Yang was left to ponder that Li Bei still did not believe it. How could that be possible? I am fully aware of Gu Li's wealth. How could she possibly be the owner of Hehe Entertainment? No, wait. Could be a gift from President He? Gu Li, your tactics are truly remarkable. As Li Bei prepared to launch into another tirade, Gu Li stepped forward and delivered another slap. "If your mouth is so foul, you ought to brush your teeth more. Otherwise, you might as well not have it. There are no romantic entanglements between President He and me. If I hear such rumors again, I will hold you accountable." This was the first time Lin Chen had witnessed Gu Li express such fury, and he immediately took her hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Did I not say I could handle this?" Gu Li replied firmly, "No, this matter cannot be delegated." Recalling a past incident, she wished she could personally eliminate those who had spread the rumors behind her back. In her previous life, Gu Li had harbored unspoken affection, a secret known only to a few. Yet Li Bei, as Gu Li's manager, had caught on to certain clues. When Lin Chen encountered his tragic fate, Gu Li was abroad attending an award ceremony. Upon receiving the devastating news, she secured the earliest flight back home. After Lin Chen's passing, no one was there to manage his affairs. It was Gu Li who took it upon herself to handle everything. He arrived alone and departed in the same solitude. Each time Gu Li reflected on these memories, her heart ached profoundly. She had even kept some personal belongings of Lin Chen's as a token of her enduring love. However, one day, this secret was thrust into the public eye, revealing to all that Gu Li had once cherished a deeply beloved partner. What should have been a poignant narrative of love was maliciously twisted by others. They began to delve deeply into the past of the two individuals, fabricating rumors and insults incessantly for the sake of traffic and topics. In her previous life, Gu Li was perpetually surrounded by scandals, while Lin Chen, after his death, was falsely accused of being a fraud and a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and children. His demise was deemed a just consequence. He was the boy whom Gu Li cherished deeply, a hidden treasure in her heart, and the impetus for her to continue living in this world. Yet, after his death, they tarnished his memory with filth. Lin Chen, in the afterlife, remained oblivious and indifferent, but Gu Li cared deeply. She publicly proclaimed her love, standing against societal misunderstandings and prejudices, only to face an even greater wave of online harassment. After having endured one such storm, Gu Li, who was on the brink of overcoming insurmountable challenges, faltered. In her past life, Gu Li had died without knowing the identity of the instigator behind her suffering. Now, she had discovered the truth. Li Bei was the venomous serpent lurking nearby. At that moment, Li Bei had completely lost her composure, hurling abuse at Gu Li. What are you even worth? Without me, could you ever have become a star? And as for that pretty boy by your side, he only sees you as long as you are of use. Once you lose your value, he will surely kick you to the curb. Men like him can be bought. There's nothing special about them. With a sharp slap, Gu Li struck Li Bei, who was still spewing insults. Gu Li's gaze was frosty as she stepped forward, declaring, "I've said it before. Do not speak ill of him in my presence. I know him better than anyone else. It is not your place to judge." She had failed to protect him in her previous life, and this time, she vowed to leave no regrets. Who said that girls could only be protected, but they must stand behind men? Boys are human too, possessing their own fragility that deserves safeguarding. Gu Li had now become Lin Chen's most devoted guardian, resolute in not allowing anyone to slander him. Although her figure was slender, her stance before Lin Chen, shielding him, was profoundly reassuring. Lin Chen's heart raced once more. In that moment, he finally realized that he had indeed fallen in love with this beautiful and courageous girl. Casting a glance at Li Bei, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Anyone capable of inciting such fury in Gu Li deserved punishment. Ahem. Lin Chen merely cleared his throat twice. And Wang Chong, who had been waiting outside, entered the room. "Mr. Lin, Miss Gu." He had been informed that Wang Chong was adept at handling unsavory matters, and Lin Chen could dispatch him whenever necessary. Lin Chen pointed towards Li Bei, inquiring, "She has concealed certain truths. How long until we have answers?" In truth, Lin Chen could extract the answers he desired through intimidation. However, observing Gu Li's demeanor, it was evident that she had suffered considerable grievances at Li Bei's hands. Thus, it seemed that the answers were secondary. The primary concern was ensuring that Li Bei did not escape unscathed. It would be best to leave the matter in Wang Chong's capable hands. Wang Chong regarded Li Bei with an expression akin to that of viewing a corpse. After a brief interval, Lin Chen nodded. "Go ahead. My brother trusts you, and I have faith in you as well." Wang Chong felt a flicker of joy within as he received Lin Chen's affirmation for the first time, yet he maintained an outwardly fearsome demeanor. Li Bei, observing the imposing figure of Wang Chong approaching her like a mountain, instinctively recoiled. "Don't come any closer. Please don't approach." Realizing that her pleas would not soften his resolve, she immediately turned to Xie Yang for assistance. "Mr. Xie Yang, please help me." Xie Yang quickly recognized Wang Chong as the individual associated with Mr. He. The evident respect Wang Chong now displayed towards Lin Chen indicated his significant standing. It was clear that he was not someone to offend lightly. In response to Li Bei's cries for help, Xie Yang slightly shifted his position, feigning ignorance of her predicament. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Bei was taken away. The other staff members, well aware of the recent commotion in the office, dared not speak up. They understood that Li Bei had crossed Gu Li, the current owner of the company, and even Mr. Xie treated her with utmost respect. Furthermore, Li Bei had long been perceived as a fearsome presence within the company, garnering considerable disapproval from her colleagues. Now, witnessing her misfortune, some even silently rejoiced in her downfall. Chapter 62. Eat, sleep, repeat. Li Bei was taken away, and the office fell into an instant silence. Xie Yang, fearing he might incur their wrath, immediately greeted the two individuals with utmost respect. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu, please have some tea." The normally lofty Xie Yang had learned to serve tea to others. However, Lin Chen did not partake in the tea. Instead, he casually glanced at the time and remarked, "At this hour, they should be arriving." Xie Yang, puzzled and anxious, inquired, "Mr. Lin, Is there a distinguished guest coming? Lin Chen nodded towards the table. Indeed, a very esteemed guest. Observing that Lin Chen had finally acknowledged him, Xie Yang, believing he was momentarily safe, curiously asked, "Are they here to discuss a collaboration?" Lin Chen raised his gaze to Xie Yang. "No, they are here to invite you for tea." Xie Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tea? The kind of tea I am thinking of?" Soon after, several uniformed individuals pushed open the office door and approached Xie Yang directly. "Are you Xie Yang?" Nervously, he nodded. "Yes, what do you need from me?" Upon confirming their target, they swiftly placed a silver bracelet around Xie Yang's wrist. "We have gathered sufficient evidence of your involvement in financial crimes. Please accompany us." Upon hearing this, Xie Yang instinctively looked towards Lin Chen and immediately protested. "I am being wrongfully accused. It must be Lin Chen." "Lin Chen?" His voice was abruptly silenced. In the face of irrefutable evidence, all denials proved futile. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping staff outside were left in shock. Xie Yang was actually entangled in financial crime. What audacity! Yet, why did this eruption occur now, right after the leadership change? Could it be that Mr. Lin and Mr. Gu had reported him? On the first day of their takeover, the two new bosses had already demonstrated their prowess and capabilities, leaving others to rethink their underestimation due to their youth. It was only after Xie Yang was taken away that he realized the gravity of the situation. A wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to call Lin Chen immediately. "Xiao Chen, thank you. Truly, thank you." His first words were a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "If you hadn't discovered this in time, I might have become the scapegoat." After all, He Entertainment was a subsidiary of the He family group. If Xie Yang was found guilty, how could the He family remain untainted? If Xie Yang implicated He as well, even if he managed to clear his name, he would still face significant trouble. Receiving He's gratitude, Lin Chen continued to remind him, disrupting this strategy in advance may provoke desperate actions from them. He understood that he was being set up and that there were more traps laid out for him. After some contemplation, he expressed his thoughts. "Xiao Chen, I truly appreciate your help to this extent. I am at a loss for how to repay you. However, this matter does not concern you, and I ask that you refrain from getting involved further. You are still youthful, and the stage ahead is vast and expansive. Do not let the burdens of a solitary old man, half buried in the sands of time, disrupt your life." He held high hopes for Lin Chen and does not wish to embroil him in chaos. Previously, he often thought that Lin Chen's formidable background could lend him a helping hand. Yet as he engaged with Lin Chen more, his perspective began to shift. Lin Chen is an exceptional young man, and he finds himself increasingly sincere in his wishes for Lin Chen's future brilliance. He resolutely refuses to be a hindrance to him. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback by He's words. After all, in his impression, He was a traditional businessman, one who spoke the language of commerce and sought profit above all else. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had no intention of retreating from this matter, and certainly not for He's sake. He lifted his gaze to Gu Li, who was diligently reviewing a contract at the desk, and softly remarked, "Wang Chong just responded to me. Li Bei is acting on behalf of the Gu family." He frowned upon hearing this. How was the Gu family involved? The situation had become increasingly complicated. However, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. Gu Li was the eldest daughter of the Gu family, while Li Bei intended to recruit the second daughter. He had some knowledge about the affairs of wealthy families, but was still surprised to learn that the Gu family had two daughters. Didn't the Gu family only have one daughter? Lin Chen explained, Gu Li is the child of the first wife, while the other is from the second wife. He did not withhold this information, knowing that even if he remained silent, Wang Chong would likely report everything to He in detail. After a moment of silence, He slowly inquired, "Since you have uncovered the Gu family's involvement in these matters, do you really intend to oppose them?" Lin Chen did not provide a direct answer, but stated, "It's not about opposing them. I simply wish to seek justice for my girlfriend. However, I am quite certain that the Gu family is not the one targeting you. It is another force altogether." The emergence of these two factions simultaneously makes it difficult not to suspect their clandestine collaboration. Prepare yourself mentally. Arduous battles lie ahead. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's psychological resilience to be so formidable. When mentioning the Gu family, Lin Chen's tone was unperturbed, even tinged with disdain. Did he not realize that the Gu family is one of the two powerful factions alongside the Yu family? Or perhaps the force backing Lin Chen was greater than both the Gu and Yu families? Gradually, he found his composure, even feeling encouraged by Lin Chen. Very well, let us triumph together. After Lin Chen had arranged everything, Guli had begun to immerse herself earnestly in her work. Sitting at her desk, she meticulously reviewed the documents, exuding an aura and demeanor reminiscent of a formidable CEO. However, Lin Chen soon sensed that something was amiss with Guli. After a minute, he observed her subtle movements with a knowing smile. Another minute passed, and Guli glanced at Lin Chen several times, puzzled that he remained unenthralled by her diligent facade. Did he not appreciate a domineering female executive? Her seated posture and angle epitomized aesthetic appeal, stirring one's imagination. Why, then, did he not glance in her direction? Guli lowered her gaze to her shirt, delicately unfastening 2 buttons, revealing just enough to be alluring. After enduring Lin Chen's prolonged neglect, Guli felt a tinge of frustration. Just as she contemplated giving up and redirecting her focus to her work, Lin Chen lifted his gaze and captured her attention. Gu, are you weary? Would you like me to massage your back or shoulders? Guli took the opportunity to stretch her neck and shoulders, responding, it does seem rather uncomfortable. Lin Chen set aside his computer, approached her from behind with a smile, and gently kneaded her shoulders. How's the contract coming along? To her surprise, Lin Chen possessed quite the skill, and Guli felt her shoulders and neck significantly relax. Tilting her head slightly, she candidly expressed, I once portrayed a domineering female CEO, exuding power and cunning, truly formidable. Yet, now that I'm a boss in reality, I find myself regretting it. All I desire is to lay back, eat, sleep, and worry about nothing at all. Chapter 63. Related to love, prelude to confession. Lin Chen, of course, chose to indulge her. Very well, I shall handle everything that follows. Guamli madiatali daklinat, exclaiming, no, I must strive diligently. I promise to earn a considerable fortune to support the baby. How about you become my manager? Then we could be together at all times. Yet, as she spoke, Guli shook her head, insisting, no, your own affairs are far more important. Just pretend I said nothing. Lin Chen did indeed entertain the notion of managing Guli. However, given his busy schedule, he could only assign her a few more assistants. Suddenly, he recalled something. Darling, where is your assistant? I haven't seen you with one during your recent visits to the company. Guli, displeased, lowered her gaze. The company hasn't assigned me an assistant. Lin Chen was taken aback. Many third-tier stars had assistants, yet a first-tier star like Guli did not. Was this truly reasonable? It was evidently the doing of Li Bei. No worries, I'll arrange for several assistants this time. Every aspect must be attended to. Upon hearing this, Gu Li's spirits lifted, and she slightly turned to Lin Chen, male assistants or female assistants. Gu Li deliberately feigned eagerness for a male assistant, curious to gauge Lin Chen's reaction. Indeed, Lin Chen felt a twinge of jealousy, his hand gradually descending, the buttons of his shirt precariously close to giving way. Do you think a male assistant is possible? Seeing Lin Chen's concern, Gu Li couldn't help but smile, yet she continued to provoke him. It's not entirely impossible. A barely audible sound followed as a button fell to the floor. Lin Chen pressed on, don't even think about it. It can only be female. Gu Li pretended to be puzzled. Why is that? Lin Chen's eyes darkened as he leaned in closer. Gu Li sensed the looming danger and retreated repeatedly. All right. I will heed your words. But she was a moment too late. Lin Chen swiftly pulled her into an embrace, his hand exerting a gentle pressure. Through the fabric of his shirt, she could feel the warmth. From the tone of your voice, it seems you're not entirely willing, he teased. Gu Li bit her lip firmly to stifle any peculiar sounds. And no, Lin Chen tightened his grip, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she hastily declared, as long as I have the baby, that is all that matters. My focus is solely on the baby. Even if a fly were to pass before me, I wouldn't spare to glance. Gu Li only intended to tease and never truly considered seeking a male assistant. Though Lin Chen was irritated, Gu Li felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for she believed Lin Chen was indeed jealous. Jealousy stemmed from affection and concern, did it not? Could it be that Lin Chen harbored feelings for her? Yet Lin Chen had never explicitly expressed his fondness for her. Gu Li's spirits plummeted in an instant. Lin Chen remained oblivious to her emotional shift until she softly called out to him, "Lin Chen." His movements halted. Gu Li rarely addressed him by his full name, only doing so during significant moments. "What is it?" Gu Li immediately turned her head away, attempting to conceal her slightly reddened eyes. "It's nothing." Lin Chen had already noticed the fluctuation in her emotions. How could he possibly disregard her feelings and allow her to suffer in solitude? Based on Lin Chen's experience, women often require gentle coaxing, and they tend to express sentiments that contradict their true feelings. Although she might claim she wants solitude and insist that everything is fine if he remains passive, she would undoubtedly keep a mental record of her grievances, and if the instances of silence accumulate, her boyfriend would inevitably be demoted to the status of an ex. In such moments, a boyfriend ought to be tenacious, persistently engaging her until she is both exasperated and amused, allowing her to voice her innermost thoughts. Once expressed, even the gravest issues lose their weight, and every grievance finds solace in a compassionate heart. Thus, Lin Chen could not allow Gu Li to bear her burdens alone. Was she reminded of something sorrowful? Lin Chen's inquiry, though well-intentioned, only deepened Gu Li's melancholy. Tears cascaded from her eyes like pearls, gently falling onto the back of his hand, while she bit her lip tightly, reflecting her inner turmoil. Lin Chen felt a surge of compassion, momentarily flustered, unsure whether to comfort her or fetch a tissue to dry her tears. Gu Li, with her tear-streaked visage, observed Lin Chen's frantic attempts, feeling a bittersweet blend of sorrow and joy. Although he stood so close, at times he felt impossibly distant. Was she overthinking this? The memory of being publicly rejected weighed heavily on her heart, causing her great distress. Yet, the sight of Lin Chen's earlier jealousy emboldened her, rekindling her courage. "Lin Chen, do you like me?" During this period, Gu Li had bravely expressed her affection for him. But what of Lin Chen? He had not rebuffed her feelings, and they had smoothly transitioned into a couple. This was the outcome Gu Li had longed for, yet it felt simultaneously unfulfilling. It was only at this moment that she realized. Throughout it all, Lin Chen had never explicitly declared his affection for her. Her inquiry was soft, yet it struck Lin Chen like a thunderclap against his heart. The emotions he had tried to evade could no longer be suppressed. They had grown into a towering presence. Past wounds had compelled him to guard his heart, to shield himself from the pain women could inflict. Yet, Gu Li had entered his life with an assertive and unwavering love. Not long ago, he could have confidently asserted that he merely felt an affinity for Gu Li. However, having traversed so much together, his understanding of her deepened, and he realized he could no longer imagine life without her. This was not about the system. It was about love. If she felt sorrow due to his demeanor, he truly would be a scoundrel. "I like you." He hesitated, burdened by the weight of unspoken words, realizing he had failed to formally express his feelings as her boyfriend. "I." Lin Chen's remaining words were caught in his throat when Gu Li gently kissed him, a fleeting touch infused with countless joys. As long as Lin Chen offers a single affirmation, as long as he is willing to take that initial step, Gu Li will resolutely traverse the remaining 99 steps. Gu Li took a step back, creating distance between them, her gaze bright and unwavering. "I believe in you," she declared. "With just a word from you, I shall find the courage I need. If you cherish me, then all that I do is worthwhile." Lin Chen remained uncertain whether Gu Li truly believed in his affections. He feared that while she appeared steadfast in her words, she might secretly weep in solitude. Ultimately, it seemed his role as her boyfriend had fallen short. Though he had fulfilled her material needs, he had neglected her emotional fulfillment. Fortunately, he had come to recognize this affection before it was too late. Moreover, Lin Chen had been secretly preparing for a formal confession for several days, hoping that after this evening, she would no longer be plagued by uncertainty. Chapter 64. Witnessing happiness as the clock struck 8, the sky darkened completely, and the vibrant nightlife of the bustling metropolis began to unfold. The once numbing, fast-paced city transformed into a cradle of inspiration, composing captivating melodies. Wherever the Koenigsegg roared past, a line of gazes inevitably followed, watching in admiration. Standing by the river, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he let the wind whip around him. His younger companions gazed up in awe at the luxury vehicles speeding by on the elevated highway, exclaiming in disbelief. A ghost car. Incredible. Qin Feng wasn't he lying. The last one is truly in City C. Yu Xiao, I recall you were quite keen on purchasing a Koenigsegg, weren't you? Didn't Qin Feng inform you when he was selling? Yu Yang flicked his cigarette away, crushing it with force. He did, but it was snatched up by someone else. His companions were utterly astonished. Who could that person be to dare compete with you? Yu Yang continued to crush the cigarette, but pondering. I can't trace his background. His name is Lin Chen. Do you know anything about him? The younger ones exchanged glances, realizing that if the Yu family couldn't uncover his identity, they certainly couldn't. Suddenly, one of them had a flash of inspiration. Isn't they're a prominent family in Kyoto with the surname Lin? Could he be from the Lin family? However, it was said that the Lin family was on the brink of extinction, and no one had heard of another young master among them. Nevertheless, even if he is from the Lin family here, he would still have to acknowledge you as the elder brother. Who doesn't he know that the only true elder brother here is you? Though these young men were also scions of Sea City's upper crust, their family wealth paled in comparison to the Yu family, which is why they invariably looked up to Yu Yang. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang frowned, speaking with conviction. It's impossible for him to be from the Lin family. One of the companions asked in confusion, Yu Xiao, have you already investigated? Could he perhaps be an illegitimate child? Another nudged him. Are you foolish? Yu Xiao is, after all, somewhat related to the Lin family. If this Lin Chen were truly connected, would he not be aware? Realizing his blunder, the young man quickly apologized. Yes. How could I forget? Our Yu Xiao's backing is not solely the Yu family, but also the Lin family from Kyoto. Yu Yang reveled in the adoration of his peers. Although he was not a direct member of the Lin family, he had managed to impress many over the years with the minimal connections he possessed. He raised an eyebrow, gazing in the direction where the sports car had vanished. Rest assured, if he truly establishes any connection with the Lin family, his days of arrogance will be numbered. The younger ones were once again puzzled, sensing a significant gossip brewing, and turned their attention towards Yu Yang. Yu Xiao, what do you mean by that? Yu Yang disdainfully regarded them for a moment. Literally what I said. Though they remained curious, they dared not press further, recognizing that Yu Yang was unwilling to elaborate. Nonetheless, they collectively agreed that the man named Lin Chen had provoked someone he ought not to have crossed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen parked his car at the Marriott International Hotel. This time, the treatment he received upon parking was entirely different from his last visit. Before he could even steady the vehicle, a valet rushed forward, waving him over. Good evening, sir. May I assist you with parking? His gaze was filled with an insatiable desire for the extravagant luxury vehicle before him. This is a ghost, valued at a staggering 100 million. Who wouldn't want to experience riding in such a magnificent machine? If only I could take it for a spin, it would be worth a lifetime of dreams fulfilled. Lin Chen's memory served him well. He instantly recognized the valet who had previously made his life difficult. However, it was evident that the valet did not recall Lin Chen at all. After all, who could have predicted that just days ago he was driving an ordinary car, and now he was behind the wheel of a $100 million ghost? Lin Chen chose not to respond, instead pressing the accelerator once more, causing the valet to inhale a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Surprisingly, rather than being angered, the valet seemed somewhat enamored. After all, the exhaust from a $100 million vehicle must possess a certain allure. Lin Chen had made a reservation in advance, so he needn't worry about waiting in line. However, Guli hesitated momentarily before exiting the vehicle. The hotel was bustling with guests. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, would you mind? Guli promptly replied, I don't mind. But what about you? After all, during their previous conversation, Guli had mentioned making their relationship public, yet Lin Chen had not given a direct answer. Feigning ignorance, Lin Chen asked, what would I mind? Guli hesitated slightly. I mean, our relationship being made known to the public. Lin Chen responded with calm assurance. Isn't our relationship already public knowledge? Since everyone knows we are lovers, why must we continue to hide? Moreover, you're now the owner of an entertainment company, a figure of capital itself. Should you still be concerned about public opinion? Lin Chen extended his hand toward Gu Li, gently stating, "Princess, please disembark." His words seemed to clear the fog in Gu Li's heart, and she delicately placed her hand at his palm. The Marriott International Hotel had secured a monumental deal that evening, with a prepayment nearing 10 million, even capturing the attention of the owner. The client requested not only the prime window view area, but also insisted on a private, custom fireworks display precisely at 10:06. Though the staff found the specific timing perplexing, the generous offer compelled them to comply without question. As Lin Chen exited the elevator, staff members immediately approached him. Upon recognizing Lin Chen's face and his companion Gu Li, they momentarily froze. So, the Lin Chen who placed the order was indeed Gu Li's rumored boyfriend. Wasn't he supposed to be a penniless student? Yet here he stood, impeccably dressed, orchestrating a lavish fireworks display. Hardly the picture of poverty. However, professionalism prevailed, and the staff quickly regained their composure, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen?" Lin Chen nodded affirmatively, prompting the staff to turn and gesture for them to follow, "Please, this way." Hand in hand, Lin Chen and Gu Li moved forward. Their striking appearances and exceptional demeanor immediately captured the attention of those in the lobby. Several individuals discreetly took out their phones to capture photos and videos. Gu Li observed the scene keenly and instinctively glanced at Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's calm and serene demeanor, her previously anxious heart inexplicably found solace. Indeed, wherever Lin Chen was present, a sense of security enveloped her. The Sky restaurant at the Marriott Hotel, renowned for its exquisite dining experience, offered a breathtaking view of the night skyline of City C, rendering it extraordinarily romantic. The prime dining area on the outer edge had been entirely reserved by Lin Chen. Although the inner dining area remained occupied by numerous patrons, the outer and inner sections were separated by potted plants and fresh flowers, perfectly positioned to obscure the view from seated diners. Gu Li immediately recognized Lin Chen's thoughtful consideration. The height of the potted plants did not obstruct the view of standing guests, and as soon as Lin Chen and Gu Li took their seats, more and more onlookers began to gaze in their direction. Noticing Gu Li's slight unease, Lin Chen promptly inquired in a hushed tone, "Shall I clear the area?" Gu Li was reluctant for Lin Chen to make an exception for her. Having already chosen to be with him, she felt she should not shy away from the public gaze. After all, was this not the very scene she had longed for in her past life? A bold and open display of happiness. "No need. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for the surprise," darling Lin Chen smiled, refraining from revealing that the surprise had yet to officially commence. "Darling, there's no need to be nervous. Tonight, we must have witnesses to our happiness." Gu Li offered no rebuttal, merely lowering her head shyly. She was not afraid to share Lin Chen with the world. Rather, she feared that he might not wish to acknowledge her. Yet, Lin Chen's actions had now unequivocally demonstrated his seriousness in their relationship. His love for her was steadfast and worthy of admiration. Chapter 65. Dear friend, I seek your guidance for the future. Exquisite and lavish dishes were served one after another upon the dining table. The onlooking guests outside could not help but drool with envy. Customer A, what kind of shrimp is that? It looks absolutely delectable. Customer B, that dish must start at a six-figure price, composed entirely of the finest ingredients, something I wouldn't dare to order. Customer B, wait, is it a bottle of 1945 Romanicani on the table? Customer A, is there really a distinction with this wine? Customer B, it's worth around 3 million. Customer A, goodness. Even as someone who has dined here several times and considers themselves moderately wealthy, the thought of a $3 million bottle of wine nearly made me squawk like a chicken. Compared to others, I feel rather impoverished. In the next moment, hotel staff hurried over, gently urging the onlookers to maintain a lower profile. The spectators felt their cheeks flush. After all, they were affluent individuals. How could they be so unrefined? Thanks to the staff's supervision, the attention from onlookers waned, allowing Gu Li to feel a bit more at ease. Cheerfully, she leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, "Thank you, darling, for the surprise today. I truly adore it." The presence of onlookers did little to diminish her joy. Lin Chen did not anticipate that Gu Li could be so easily satisfied. However, upon reflection, it seemed she had always been quite easy to please. The clothing, the diamonds, the cars, and the houses. These were all gifts he had bestowed upon her. Initially, she had accepted them with a hint of anxiety. It was endearing to think about. Lin Chen was growing increasingly attuned to Gu Li, realizing that what she truly desired and needed was a grand declaration of love. He glanced at the time. It was 10:05. Darling. Gu Li, who was savoring her soup, looked up at him. What's the matter? A slight tremor caused her spoon to wobble, splattering soup at the corner of her mouth. Lin Chen tenderly wiped away the soup from her lips, his eyes brimming with affection and a smile illuminating his face. Boom! At that very moment, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky. Wow, how beautiful! Each firework, at its most splendid moment, bore a message. I love you, Gu Li. As the fireworks illuminated the night sky, it was precisely 10:06. Lin Chen knelt on one knee, cradling a ring box in his hands, gazing intently at Gu Li. We reunited at 10:06, a moment when I had no inkling of the profound bond one would share with a girl. I once believed I had lost the capacity to love. Yet meeting you made me realize my only regret is not having encountered you sooner. I apologize for not recognizing you as the girl who fainted at the station, making you wait all these years. I promise you she'll never wait again. Though we are already in a relationship, I still owe you a grand confession. I cherish you. Gu Li, will you be my girlfriend? The dazzling fireworks continued to illuminate the night sky, yet beneath their brilliance, Gu Li was overwhelmed with tears. She had long awaited this moment of confession, having heard it said that a genuine declaration of love is essential, for a haphazard beginning often leads to a haphazard conclusion. Nonetheless, Gu Li's affection for Lin Chen had evolved into an obsession. She had long ceased to yearn for such formalities. However, at this very moment, Lin Chen's public confession eliminated any lingering regrets. Accept her! Accept her! Many, recovering from their astonishment, began to cheer. Numerous female patrons were moved to tears by Lin Chen's heartfelt declaration, tugging at their husbands or boyfriends in frustration. Do you see? This is what a proper confession looks like. The men, caught in the crossfire, gazed at Lin Chen with a mix of admiration and irritation. They admired his devotion to his beloved, yet felt exasperated that he had set the bar for good men so high, making it difficult for them to appease their own partners in the future. Amidst the external commotion, Lin Chen and Gu Li saw only each other. Gu Li extended her hand, and at last, Lin Chen fulfilled his wish by placing the ring upon her finger. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd outside. That is the heart of the ocean ring. It was auctioned off by a mysterious buyer just days ago, fetching a staggering price of 1 billion. Confusion arose among some. Isn't the heart of the ocean a necklace? And isn't it only worth 10 billion? A knowledgeable observer explained. The diamond ring version of the heart of the ocean was recently unveiled by a collector, and this auction was known only to high-ranking officials and a select few. Ultimately, it was purchased for a staggering sum. It turned out Lin Chen was that enigmatic buyer. 10 billion. My entire fortune doesn't even amount to a fraction of that. To be able to spend such an astronomical sum on jewelry to delight a girlfriend indicates that his wealth is many times that amount. Who exactly is he? However, Gu Li remained oblivious to the ring's immense value, caring little for its price. Even if it were a mere imitation bought for 10 yuan at a street stall, it would still bring her joy. In this lifetime, she had finally realized her dream. Kiss her! Kiss her! The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, began to chant. Gu Li shyly glanced at Lin Chen, who was slowly drawing closer, and gently closed her eyes. True to expectation, Lin Chen bestowed a brief, tender kiss upon Gu Li, so fleeting that many spectators failed to capture the sweetness of the moment. My girlfriend, I look forward to our future together, he said. Gu Li opened her eyes and, standing on tiptoe, lightly kissed his cheek. My boyfriend, I look forward to our future together. The crowd was taken aback by Gu Li's boldness in initiating another kiss with Lin Chen. It was simply too sweet. One could almost feel the onset of diabetes. Having not yet finished their meal, they had already feasted on enough romantic moments. Thank you very much. As the extravagant fireworks display concluded, and the audience savored the enchanting scenery and delectable cuisine, they were informed that all expenses incurred by everyone present would be covered by Lin Chen. In an instant, The curiosity regarding Lin Chen's identity and prowess reached an unprecedented peak among all present. Who exactly is he? How extraordinarily wealthy must he be? Although the prices for non-VIP tables do not match those of VIP tables, a single meal still amounts to a six-figure sum. The entire outer dining area boasts at least 100 tables. Lin Chen has graciously treated countless guests, summing up to millions. This is truly astounding. Such extravagant generosity is beyond belief. However, Lin Chen's lavish hospitality undoubtedly garnered admiration from the crowd. The online detractors were clearly blinded by ignorance. Is this a mere pauper? He is evidently a deity of wealth. As for the previous rumors linking Gu Li with he as a third party, how absurd. Does he possess wealth comparable to Lin Chen? Does he possess the same charm as Lin Chen? Gu Li must have been blind to choose between the two. The entrepreneurs who enjoyed a sumptuous feast that evening all harbored the same thought: how to naturally forge a connection with Lin Chen. Chapter 66. A Grand Confession. A courageous reward. The magnificent declaration made by Lin Chen left everyone astounded. The couple discreetly departed from the hotel, yet news of their affair flooded the internet in a relentless wave. He had received prior notification from Lin Chen, and to ensure preparedness, he had instructed the public relations team to monitor the situation continuously. As anticipated, the fireworks of the evening quickly trended on social media. Have I traversed time? Is it the new year? Are we celebrating with New Year's fireworks tonight? Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed those in neighboring City A, filled with envy. Are you enjoying such splendid festivities? Is City S cultural tourism truly this exceptional? Those upstairs were aware of your envy, but you were mistaken. You ought to envy the protagonist of the evening. What do you mean? The protagonist? Is it a confession? Yes, I too was taken aback, forgetting to capture the moment on my phone. However, I distinctly saw words in the fireworks, seemingly proclaiming I love you, Gu Li. It was undoubtedly a confession. Gu Li? Is she the one I'm thinking of? What have I missed? Has Gu Li ascended to new heights, marrying a magnate? What about her handsome young boyfriend? Just passing by, heartbroken. Those in the comments who relish in spreading rumors should pause for a moment. Do you not realize this is Lin Chen's declaration to Gu Li? Impossible. Isn't Lin Chen a mere impoverished student? Allow me to enlighten you. Such fireworks cost a fortune, easily reaching several million. I knew you jesters would refuse to believe. I was present at the scene. Do I not know who the true leads are? Without images, your claims are meaningless. Hurry. Post the pictures and let us have the truth revealed. Do not provoke. The parties involved have yet to make an official announcement. I choose to support them quietly. This defender of Lin Chen and Gu Li was, in fact, an entrepreneur who dined with them that evening at the Marriott Hotel. As one of the witnesses, he possessed photographs and videos from that night, but the thought of Lin Chen's enigma and prowess made him hesitant to act rashly. After all, no one had yet released a clear photograph of the two together, and nobody could ascertain their intentions. If he leaked information prematurely, what if he offended Lin Chen? Clearly, you lack evidence and are merely boasting. Get lost. Truth be told, those fireworks were genuinely stunning. Goodness, if someone were to launch a $100,000 firework display for me, I would marry him instantly. Soon, more eyewitnesses arrived in the comment section. I was there too. Let me discreetly hint that the fireworks were merely a prelude. The astonishing revelations extend far beyond this. What? Do tell. Apologies, but I cannot betray a trust. Having savored Lin's celebratory sweets, I am compelled to remain silent. Everyone should keep a close watch on the couple's developments in the coming days. Another entrepreneur could no longer contain his excitement, yet fearing trouble, he quickly retreated. Gradually, more self-proclaimed witnesses from the event emerged to affirm the truth of the earlier claims made by the first entrepreneur. Astute netizens have discerned a peculiar pattern. Those who claim to be eyewitnesses tend to surface momentarily before vanishing. As the community traces usernames back to their corresponding profiles, it becomes evident that these are not private accounts. Rather, the majority belong to entrepreneurs with a considerable following. What could this signify? Are these business magnates convening for a soiree, perhaps indulging in a game of truth or dare? Within the confines of a villa, nestled on a sofa, Gu Li finds solace in Lin Chen's embrace as they peruse the comments together. Lin Chen's brow furrows with increasing concern as he glances down at Gu Li, whose expression is far from cheerful. Before Lin Chen can voice his thoughts, Gu Li abruptly extricates herself from his arms and extends her hand towards him. What is it? Lin Chen inquires, puzzled. Gu Li firmly grasps his hand, their fingers entwining. It's time for an official announcement. My man shall not endure any more indignities. Lin Chen has already bestowed upon her a grand declaration of love, and thus, she too must muster the courage to proclaim their bond. Their hands, elegantly intertwined, form a stunning tableau. In less than a minute, Gu Li captures the perfect photograph and crafts a compelling caption. Darling, what do you think of this? She asks, presenting her phone to Lin Chen. The moment he reads the words, his heart races with an exhilarating intensity. The feeling of being cherished and singularly adored is simply exquisite. Yes, Lin Chen replies, his voice lowered, striving to temper his emotions. As Gu Li shares her post, Lin Chen promptly registers an account, curating his own message before handing the phone back to her. Sweetheart, do you think any modifications are necessary? Gu Li reclines back into Lin Chen's embrace, glancing at his phone. Everything looks perfect. Go ahead and post it. Within 5 minutes, they officially declare their relationship to the world through their respective accounts. Although Lin Chen's account is new and devoid of followers, he receives an immediate notification of new messages as soon as he exits the app. Just as he prepares to reopen it, Gu Li snatches the phone from him. Darling, it's time for bed. Her seductive voice causes Lin Chen's eyes to widen slightly. Upon returning home, Gu Li had changed into a comfortable red nightgown. Initially, the long outer garment concealed the allure beneath, but now, with it removed, the delicate straps reveal a stunning vista. The fluidity of her movements creates a captivating rhythm. As they sit on the sofa, Gu Li gradually inches closer, prompting Lin Chen to recline back until he is fully prone on the couch. Gu Li positions herself above him, gazing down at the man she has adored for 2 lifetimes. Darling, you performed splendidly today. What reward do you desire? Lin Chen swallows hard, his heartbeat accelerating, his thoughts becoming muddled. This marks Gu Li's first bold advance. Lin Chen begins, but before he can finish, Gu Li's finger gently rests on his lips as she leans down to plant a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth. Shoo, let me take a guess. A soft click resounds as something is unfastened. Her other hand playfully teases, and Lin Chen's face flushes crimson. Darling, have you figured it out? Gu Li feigned a look of distress, exclaiming, Oh dear, how foolish of me not to guess. Despite her words, her small hands grew increasingly audacious. Lin Chen could hardly contain himself, yearning to reclaim his autonomy. Gu Li continued to play the innocent, her eyes glinting with a mischievous spark, her mind already concocting a scheme. Darling, I have promised you a reward. Why the rush? Lin Chen gazed at her with deep, penetrating eyes, replying, Very well, I shall not hurry. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen was nearing the limits of his endurance. My dear, are you certain this is a reward and not a punishment? Gu Li, lacking experience, found herself at a loss. She pretended to rise to retrieve her phone. Wait a moment, let me watch a video for guidance. Lin Chen suddenly rolled over, declaring, No need, I shall teach you myself. Chapter 67. My apologies, Mr. Lin. Gu Li's admission of her romantic relationship has once again taken social media by storm. The accompanying image features a large hand and a small hand, their fingers entwined, with a dazzling diamond ring adorning the smaller hand. Let us be together then. Chun Hun and 4 Seasons. Lin Chen. Within a minute of Gu Li's post, the comments section erupted with fervor. The responses fell into several factions. One group comprised fans focused on her career, exclaiming, Lili, you are still young. Your mother forbids you from dating. Lili, how could you be so foolish? This is your prime time for career advancement. Your father holds such high hopes for you. How can you indulge in romance now? Another group expressed their disappointment, stating, I've unfollowed. Truly, you've succumbed to love-induced folly. It's disheartening, genuinely disheartening. It feels akin to a personal heartbreak, especially knowing that the one you adore is leagues beneath you. Farewell. A third faction consisted of onlookers who, unfamiliar with the previous disparaging rumors about Gu Li, perceived the couple as brave and sincere. Oh my, how romantic! Am I seeing this correctly? That diamond is enormous, worth billions. Sister, you made a typo. It Chen Hun. Young one, you misunderstand. It's Lin Chen. Everyone, quickly check the male lead's comments. It's astonishing, full of industry magnates. Soon, all eyes were drawn to Lin Chen's account, a newly registered profile, less than an hour old. The sole message read, "Not biased, it can only be Li Guli." The comment section was filled with profiles of prominent entrepreneurs. He from He Corporation. Little Chun, congratulations. Wei Ming from High-End Customization. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Qin Feng, manager of a 4S dealership. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. C-City branch of Marriott International. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Wang Pharmaceutical. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Daong Furniture. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. A diligent netizen counted, discovering that at least 50 notable business leaders had commented. Lin Chen had merely posted an official announcement. So why were so many magnates extending their congratulations? Was he not just a struggling student? Could be due to Gu Li? Yet, why were these dignitaries not congratulating Gu Li in her comments, but solely focusing on Lin Chen? All of this seemed to indicate a singular truth. These giants were there for Lin Chen. His capabilities were formidable. He could not possibly be a mere impoverished student. Indeed, the claims from those marketing accounts that Gu Li was a mistress and Lin Chen a kept man were entirely unfounded. Everyone had been grievously deceived by unscrupulous marketing tactics. Consequently, Lin Chen's comments grew increasingly numerous and outrageous. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I regret my earlier lack of discernment. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. Both Gu Li and Lin Chen's accounts surged back into trending topics, while the two protagonists had long ceased to pay heed to the online chatter. Disheveled clothing lay strewn about, and the phone vibrated incessantly against the floor until the screen blended seamlessly with the encroaching night. First hospital, patient ward. Jiang Xiaoyu gripped her phone tightly, repeatedly dialing a number that went unanswered until it was finally unreachable. In a fit of rage, she smashed her phone against the ground, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could this be? Lin Chen, a paragon of business success? How could he have publicly declared his relationship with Gu Li? No way. Absolutely impossible. I must still be unwell, trapped in this nightmare." Her emotions were so heightened that she failed to notice her adoptive parents had entered the hospital room unnoticed. Zhang Yin picked up the phone from the floor and slapped Jiang Xiaoyu hard across the face. "What kind of madness is this? Do you think breaking a phone comes without a cost? Truly a waste of money. Why don't you just follow that doomed boyfriend of yours into oblivion?" In the past, Jiang Xiaoyu would never have dared to retort. But today, stimulated by her distress, she confronted her adoptive mother-esque scorn. "I am not familiar with Su Xiaolu. He is not my boyfriend. My boyfriend is Lin Chen." Zhang Yun was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyu's audacity to retort, hurling an insult at her before preparing to strike again. However, her silent adoptive father, Jiang Dafu, caught a crucial name and intervened. "Lin Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Zhang Yun hesitated, retracting her hand, though her expression remained furious. "That little wretch's admirer? A pauper who can barely afford one outfit for the entire year." Jiang Dafu, still puzzled, checked his phone. "No, I just saw that name on my phone." With a scoff, Zhang Yun replied, "On your phone? It must be from the legal channel. He has probably been arrested for theft or robbery." Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer tolerate the slander and retorted, "Lin Chen is now General Lin. He is no longer a pauper." Zhang Yun scoffed again. "General Lin? The one selling goods under the bridge?" Just then, Jiang Dafu, engrossed in his phone, exclaimed, "Found it! This kid has indeed become wealthy." Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhang Yun was invigorated, even disregarding her husband, snatching the phone from him to examine it more closely. 10 minutes later, an unusual scene of parental affection unfolded in the hospital room. Dr. Wu, coming to conduct a follow-up examination for Jiang Xiaoyu, almost mistook the room for another due to the warmth radiating from the parents. After confirming he was in the right place, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he heard Jiang's mother say, "Xiaoyu, from now on, our family will rely on you." Her father echoed, "Indeed, you are a good child. You want tea, let your parents down, right?" Dr. Wu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Instinctively, He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by her two adoptive parents, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. In that moment, Dr. Wu's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively sought to intervene. "Uncle Andy, I need to conduct a follow-up examination. Could you please step outside for a moment?" Currently, Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Chen share a profound bond, and the attitude of Jiang's parents towards Jiang Xiaoyu has undergone a dramatic transformation. Upon hearing the doctor's words, they immediately complied and exited the ward. Once they had departed, the tension that Jiang Xiaoyu had been holding onto instantly dissipated. "Thank you, Dr. Wu," she expressed. Dr. Wu Ren was somewhat taken aback. "How did you know my surname is Wu?" he inquired. Jiang Xiaoyu gestured towards the nameplate pinned to his chest. "Your nameplate," she replied. Dr. Wu chuckled awkwardly and redirected the conversation towards the examination. After the assessment concluded, Dr. Wu did not leave immediately, as he noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's spirits were notably low. He seemed to feel a special connection with this patient and wished for her to remain joyful and content. "Are you feeling down?" he asked. Chapter 68. Farewell, and onward to a handsomer one. With a heart-wrenching sob, Jiang Xiaoyu's meticulously maintained composure shattered as she collapsed into Wu Ren's embrace, overwhelmed by her emotions. "Why do this to me?" she lamented. "Did you not profess your love and vow to protect me for a lifetime? Why abandon me for another woman?" Wu Ren stood frozen, his heart aching as he listened to Jiang Xiaoyu's heartache, believing her devotion had been cruelly betrayed by a man. "Do not weep. You are a wonderful girl. That scoundrel is not worthy of your memories." Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu's tears only flowed more profusely in response to his attempts at comfort. "Why? Lin Chen, tell me what changed. Why no longer love me? What makes Gu Li so special? Is it her fame? Her wealth? We have known each other since childhood. We shared a bond that was profound. Why, upon her arrival, did you forsake me? I loved you so dearly. Why do you ignore my calls? Am I to perish? And you will not even come to see me? Lin Chen, oh, I adore you. Will you not turn back to me? If you do, I shall pretend nothing ever happened, and we can be together once more." As tears blurred her vision, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to mistake Wu Ren for Lin Chen, wrapping her arms around his neck, drawing closer while sobbing. Just as their lips were on the verge of contact, Wu Ren snapped back to reality, abruptly pushing Jiang Xiaoyu away and rising to distance himself. "Miss Jiang, do not be too sorrowful. Your health is paramount." Surprise flickered in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes as she registered Wu Ren's unexpected rejection. She was acutely aware of his special regard for her, adept at discerning the affections of men who held her interest. Although Wu Ren lacked Lin Chen's wealth, as a renowned doctor at the leading hospital, he certainly possessed some standing. Such a man was undoubtedly worthy of being a catch in her pond. Initially confident of her success in reeling him in, Jiang Xiaoyu found herself thwarted. Adopting a shy demeanor, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I miss him so much that I mistook you for him. I truly apologize." As she spoke, her previously pale face flushed with embarrassment. Wu Ren, increasingly convinced that her innocence had rendered her vulnerable to the charms of a rogue, reassured her. "It's all right. I merely feel that a scoundrel is not worth your tears. There are countless good men in the world. If one departs, another, even handsomer, will come along." Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head sorrowfully. "But he was truly wonderful to me. He cherished me deeply. Ever since he met Gu Li, he has changed." Initially, Wu Ren had not grasped the identities of the individuals Jiang Xiaoyu mentioned, but finally dawned on him. "Wait, the scoundrel you refer to is Lin Chen, and the other woman is Gu Li? Are they not the couple that just made headlines today?" Though Wu Ren did not follow celebrity news, he had spent the day overhearing the excited chatter and shrieks from the nurses at the station. It appears that a certain actress named Gu Li has publicly acknowledged a relationship with a prominent gentleman named Lin Chen. Upon observing Wu Ren's expression, Jiang Xiaoyu realized he had finally made the connection, though he feigned surprise. "Oh, do you know them?" she inquired. Wu Ren furrowed his brow. "Not personally, but I have heard a bit about them." Jiang Xiaoyu's tears flowed anew. "Do you also think Gu Li is more beautiful than I am?" Wu Ren, having never closely observed Gu Li's appearance, instinctively defended. "How could that be? A woman who harbors such thoughts and seeks to steal another's boyfriend, even if she is a celebrity, possesses an ugly heart." Jiang Xiaoyu found solace in his words, using the act of wiping her tears to mask the slight upward curve of her lips. Yet, this was insufficient for her. She desired Gu Li's downfall and Lin Chen's profound regret. However, everyone perceived them as a perfect match, completely oblivious to the truth. Wu Run gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back. Do not worry, a scoundrel and a homewrecker with such flawed morals cannot go far. Outside, Jiang's parents grew increasingly impatient, knocking firmly on the door. Doctor, have you finished the examination? Jiang Defu, being a man himself and harboring dubious intentions, could discern from Wu Ren's gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu that he held some affection for her. Had Lin Chen not come into wealth, he might have turned a blind eye to Wu Ren's interest. But now that Lin Chen had struck it rich, a mere doctor like Wu Ren, who hardly earned a substantial income throughout the year, was no longer worthy of attention. Inside, Wu Ren's comforting words were interrupted, and he withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat guilty. I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to reach out if you have any concerns. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, nodding slightly. All right. Her pitifully frail demeanor struck Wu Ren's heart yet again. How could her ex-boyfriend bear to hurt her? Xiaoyu was so kind. How could they treat her so cruelly? A flame of justice ignited within Wu Ren as he exited the ward, his expression still tinged with anger. Jiang Defu was about to reprimand Wu Ren for lingering too long in a private space with Jiang Xiaoyu, but upon encountering Wu Ren's somber countenance, he instantly fell silent. What had transpired? Had something occurred in the room? Once Wu Ren had departed, Jiang Defu closed the door, frowning as he asked, "What did you discuss with Dr. Wu?" Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face and increasingly distressed expression, he probed further. Did he bully you? Zhao Yiyun, upon hearing this, became furious, not out of concern for her foster daughter, but because she regretted not catching them in the act. Now, with no evidence, they could not extort anyone. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly distanced herself from Wu Ren. No, he did not bully me. It was just that the injection hurt a bit, and I couldn't hold back my tears. Zhao Yiyun, upon hearing this, erupted into a tirade. Useless thing. What pain is there in an injection? Always crying. All you do is cry. You might just cry away your good fortune. It must be your incessant weeping that has driven Lin Chen away. Jiang Xiaoyu dared not retort against her foster mother-esque scolding, yet she felt a deep disdain for Zhao Yiyun in her heart. It is precisely due to Zhao Yiyun's fiery disposition that she cannot retain her husband's affections, leading him to seek solace in the arms of another. Jiang Xiaoyu intentionally cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Dafu, whose eyes darkened momentarily before he sternly admonished, "Enough noise. This is a hospital. Let us maintain some decorum." After uttering this, he tenderly adjusted the corner of Jiang Xiaoyu's blanket, adopting a paternal demeanor. "My dear Xiaoyu, focus on recuperating. We shall address the matters ahead in due time." Jiang Xiaoyu, suppressing both physical and psychological discomfort, tucked her legs in and obediently responded, "All right." Jiang Dafu, feeling slighted, inwardly cursed the girl, but, recognizing the necessity of Jiang Xiaoyu's connection with Lin Chen for future endeavors, restrained his emotions and led Zhao Yiyun out of the ward. Chapter 69. This sensation is truly exquisite. When Lin Chen awakened, his entire left arm was numb. He attempted to quietly withdraw his arm from Gu Li's neck, but as he moved slightly, Gu Li let out a soft whimper. Lin Chen immediately halted his actions, waiting for a considerable while before realizing she had not stirred, allowing him to proceed. Gu Li was utterly exhausted. She remained asleep until Lin Chen retracted his hand. Leaning against the headboard, he pinched his now-numb left arm, wearing a wry smile. Ah, the sweet yet numbing troubles of affection. Previously, he had envied those who used their arms as pillows for their girlfriends. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he understood that being a pillow was not as simple as it seemed. Indeed, the untried must not be taken lightly. Speaking of trials, the scenes from last night began to replay vividly in Lin Chen's mind. The not-so-thin blanket gradually undulated. Truly, he could think of nothing else. If he lingered on the thoughts any longer, he would surely revert to a beastly state. As Lin Chen prepared to rise and take a shower, he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. This sensation is truly exquisite. Silly girl, are you trying to take your husband's life? Lin Chen feigned a fierce demeanor as he pinched Gu Li's small face. Still half dreaming, Gu Li groggily opened her eyes, meeting Lin Chen's exasperated gaze, and swatted at him dismissively. Enough. I am so tired. With that, she closed her eyes again and turned away to sleep. Lin Chen had initially considered letting her be, but upon reflecting that he had no pressing matters today and could afford to continue resting, he thought, come now, dear husband will guide you in revisiting last night's lessons. Shall we? Half awake, Gu Li hardly registered what was happening as she was unwillingly drawn into a passionate reverie. An hour later, no. Gu Li was breathless, her eyes and brows flushed. Her drowsiness had long dissipated, yet her body lacked any strength. In contrast, Lin Chen was invigorated, as if he had just consumed a restorative tonic. Gu Li's body was suddenly lifted, prompting an instinctive gasp. Lin Chen immediately reassured her. I'm taking you to wash up. The mere thought of certain memories made Gu Li feel that the bathroom was a perilous domain. Struggling to break free, she insisted. No need, I can go by myself. Lin Chen had no choice but to set her down. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, she stumbled, nearly falling. With an understanding smile, Lin Chen securely caught her, lifting her once more. See? It seems I must take charge. As the bathroom drew nearer, Gu Li's heart raced faster. Could you please stop bullying me? Her pitiful expression only made her more endearing and inviting to tease. Lin Chen pretended not to comprehend. Are you uncomfortable? Is something amiss? Gu Li paused at his words. How could she dare to voice such sentiments? Did he not know her feelings better than anyone? Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze. I am so tired. You must not be frisky in the bathroom. Lin Chen could not help but smile, truly enamored by her submissive demeanor, as if comforting a child. All right, I promise. If anyone dares to bully you again, they shall be likened to a little dog. Upon hearing Lin Chen's assurance, Gu Li felt a slight sense of relief. However, she soon grasped a certain truth. Some words from men are as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. 10 minutes later, the bathroom was filled not only with muffled sobs, but also the sound of barking. Within the Gu family estate, a girl clad in an exquisite little dress hurled her phone violently onto the ground, her expression twisted with bitterness and jealousy. The servants nearby, holding pastries in attendance, dare not breathe loudly. It was only when a stunning woman in a cheapao approached, her figure graceful, that the servants' expressions relaxed significantly. They respectfully addressed her as madam. Yet, the woman disregarded the servants, making a beeline for the girl. Instead of reprimanding the girl's impulsive behavior, she gently reassured, My dear, who has upset you this time? Gu Han glanced at the woman, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, spoiled and willful, forgetting to show respect to her elder. Wasn't it said that she would be utterly ruined? Why then, was her reputation so pristine now? And she had even made an official announcement with a young entrepreneur. Zhang Hua attempted to calm the girl down, taking her hand and leading her to the rose arbor. She plucked a perfectly blooming rose and softly inquired, Is this rose beautiful? Gu Han, perplexed, nodded slightly, It's all right. In the next moment, the rose fell to the ground as Zhang Hua lifted her foot, sharply crushing the flower beneath her stiletto heel. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to crush her at the peak of her beauty? The crimson juice of the rose resembled blood, stinging Gu Han's eyes, and she gasped, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the contrast was more pronounced, and thus more gratifying. Zhang Hua continued her gentle persuasion. Darling, you are the sole heiress of the Gu family. You must conduct yourself with poise and decorum. In the presence of outsiders, refrain from throwing tantrums that might make you the subject of ridicule. Do you understand? Gu Han pouted in discontent. Understood. Mommy Zhang Hua, filled with maternal affection, affectionately tousled Gu Han's hair before taking her hand and leading her toward the hall. Come now, we have guests today. Remember not to sulk. Otherwise, Mommy might truly become upset. Gu Han remained somewhat displeased, pouting again. Who are the guests? I don't enjoy dealing with them at all. Zhang Hua's tone remained gentle. You shall soon be the heir of the Gu Corporation. It would be wise to familiarize yourself with the business world early on. It will serve you well in the future. You might actually like today's guests. Curiosity finally flickered in Gu Han's expression. Who are they? Zhang Hua glanced at a father-son duo standing not far away, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Mr. Yu and young Master Yu. Gu Han lifted her gaze, her expression instantly brightening with delight. Breaking free from Zhang Hua's grasp, she hurried toward the men. Zhang Hua observed her daughter and Yu Yang laughing joyfully, her brows arching with delight. What of Gu Li being an immensely popular star? She was merely an entertainer, a performer meant to please the audience, lacking any real substance. This time, she had not managed to eliminate her, but there would be ample opportunities in the future. As for the male university student Lin Chen, he was even less significant, merely the illegitimate son of an ordinary wealthy family. He could never compare to the capital of the Yu family. With a mere flick of their influence, this young entrepreneur could easily be reduced to destitution. She could seize the title of Mrs. Gu from Gu Li's mother, and her daughter could captivate Yu Yang, who once favored Gu Li, to the point of obsession. Regardless of the circumstances, she would always remain the ultimate victor. Chapter 70. Bullying fiercely, the morning sunlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, gently illuminating Lin Chen's profile. Surprisingly, Gu Li awoke first today. She quietly shifted, carefully observing the slumbering Lin Chen. He bore the visage of her deep affection. Yet, the recollection of his fierce bullying made her teeth grind in frustration, wishing to bite him fiercely to relieve her anger. Lin Chen was lost in a beautiful dream, enveloped in mist, where a sensuous woman, with her back turned to him, serenaded an enchanting melody. Initially, he was engaged in a mental struggle, reminding himself that he had Gu Li and should not harbor thoughts for another woman. However, when the woman turned to face him, he was startled to find it was Gu Li's face. His heart raced as he watched her approach him with deliberate steps. As she drew closer, his heartbeat quickened, until in the next moment, her slightly parted lips revealed two sharp fangs that sank deeply into his neck. With a sudden gasp, Lin Chen woke up, the pain in his neck still lingering. Gu Li, who had been atop him, was startled by his cry of pain and immediately sat up to check. Is it really that painful? It was then that Lin Chen realized it was Gu Li, this little imp, who was behind it all. He swiftly caught her as she attempted to flee, pinning her beneath him. Why did you bite me? He demanded. Gu Li, with an air of righteous indignation, retorted, Who told you to bully me? I must retaliate. A light smack landed on her little backside. Gu Li was momentarily stunned, then heard Lin Chen question, How did I bully you? If you think that was bullying, you could easily retaliate in kind, couldn't you? Gu Li was momentarily at a loss. Could her response truly be considered retaliation? She wasn't foolish. That was clearly a reward. I refuse. I want to bite you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, appearing to relent as he released Gu Li from his grasp, lying back on the bed in a posture that invited her to do as she pleased. All right, go ahead, bite wherever you wish. Gu Li, positioned above him, suddenly sensed a shift, her face flushing. You rogue. She broke free from his grasp and hurried towards the bathroom, watching the young girl flee. Lin Chen's expression turned complex as he glanced down at himself. Was he truly not appealing? Yet, he found great delight in Gu Li's bashful demeanor, for it not only indicated her innocence, but also instilled a profound sense of accomplishment within him. Reflecting on his past life, no media had ever truly captured and exposed Gu Li's romantic relationships. Instead, only outlandish rumors had circulated. Did this imply that Gu Li, now an acclaimed actress, had remained single throughout her life? In the bathroom, Gu Li splashed cold water on her face, attempting to regain her composure. In her previous life, she had never felt genuine embarrassment or excitement while acting alongside handsome leading men. Who would have imagined that Lin Chen would be the one to render her utterly shy? In her previous life, her heart was solely occupied by Lin Chen, rendering others invisible to her. She had never tasted the bittersweet essence of love. Now, as she experiences it all, she feels as though she has stepped into paradise. She realizes she cannot bear to be apart from Lin Chen any longer. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen gently rapped on the bathroom door, softly announcing, Darling, breakfast is ready. Shortly thereafter, Gu Li emerged from the bathroom, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chen before shyly averting her eyes. This bashful demeanor made Lin Chen's heart flutter with delight, prompting him to envelop her in his arms. What has made you so suddenly shy? Guli embraced Lin Chen tightly, exclaiming, "Darling, I truly adore you." Lin Chen placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, replying, "Darling, I too hold deep affection for you." At his words, Guli shyly buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace, murmuring, "I once believed I was a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried. But since meeting you, all I desire is to be with you, to share the same household register." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Was Guli proposing to him? Though there were no flowers or rings, her sincerity was genuine and priceless. Why had they not reunited sooner in their previous life? If not for his impulsive decision to pay that night, they might have missed each other once more, and the subsequent stories would have never unfolded. Perhaps in the past, they were simply meant to miss each other. Gradually, Lin Chen tightened his embrace around Guli, as if holding onto a precious treasure he had lost and found again. "Darling, I love you," he thought, but did not voice his desire to share a household register with her. Such words, reminiscent of a proposal, felt informal. He yearned to present Guli with a proposal more grand than a mere confession. For now, he wished to demonstrate that his heart was just as devoted as hers. Guli seldom heard Lin Chen express his love so openly. Upon hearing those words, she felt as though she were floating, almost convinced she was dreaming. It was only when Lin Chen guided her to the dining table and fed her a spoonful of porridge that she regained her senses. "Darling, tell me just how much you love me." Lin Chen gazed into her starry eyes, leaning in closer to whisper in her ear, "I wish to merge our beings so that we become one, inseparable." Guli stared wide-eyed, a mixture of shyness and astonishment washing over her as she hastily stuffed food into her mouth. "We're eating. Why would you say such things now?" Lin Chen playfully ruffled her hair, saying, "Have you heard of the cute invasion syndrome?" Guli, cheeks stuffed with food and eyes wide, was an irresistible sight, making Lin Chen's hands itch with the urge to tease her. Unable to resist, he playfully nibbled on her cheek, exerting just enough restraint to avoid being too forceful. Startled, Guli almost spat out her food, quickly covering her face and pitifully protesting, "You're bullying me again." Lin Chen hastily clarified, "This is what we call cute invasion syndrome, also known as the impulse for adorable aggression. The more adorable the things we behold, the more positively our brains respond emotionally. To avoid being overwhelmed by overwhelming cuteness, our minds instinctively issue opposing commands to restore equilibrium. Therefore, every time I am in the presence of a baby, I cannot help but feel an urge to playfully torment you." Guli suddenly realized, "I understand now. It is akin to when I see a delightful puppy. An inexplicable impulse to cuddle and shower it with affection flashes through my mind." Lin Chen's expression momentarily froze, a blend of helplessness and amusement crossing his features. "My dear, it is only with you that I experience such feelings. Yet, in this moment, you dare to liken me to a puppy. Is that truly appropriate?" Noticing Lin Chen's expression dim slightly, Guli shyly offered him the freshly peeled egg she held in her hand, confessing, "Actually, I feel the same way about you. It's just, I too want to playfully torment you." Chapter 71. 3 Red Envelopes. 3 Calls of Father After Savoring a Delightful Breakfast. Lin Chen placed a hefty stack of books on the desk. Guli, engrossed in her phone, did not even glance up. In an instant, a large hand snatched the device away. Guli gazed mournfully at her nearly completed game, lamenting, "I was just about to finish." Lin Chen, denying her the chance to charm him, lifted her and seated her at the desk. "Who was it that vowed to diligently prepare for the exams and graduate alongside me?" Guli feigned ignorance, nestling into his embrace while casting her gaze around. Lin Chen turned her head towards the academic texts. "Quit pretending. From this moment on, I shall supervise you round the clock, limiting your phone usage until the end of the finals." Guli's expression was one of shock. "What about the company? What will happen to my commitments?" Lin Chen opened his laptop. "You need not worry about that. I will handle everything on my end. I have postponed your engagements. Your primary task now is to focus on your studies and earn those credits. I cannot bear the thought of our child arriving while you remain ungraduated." Reflecting on the matter of graduation brought Gu Li back to her previous life, where she regrettably never obtained her diploma. Yet, with Lin Chen by her side now, what more could she desire? However, the thought of their child made her blush uncontrollably. Who said anything about having a child? Lin Chen grasped her chin, teasingly asking, "Then with whom do you intend to have children?" Gu Li swiftly changed the subject, rolling up her sleeves with determination. "All right, I shall study diligently." Satisfied, Lin Chen patted her head and opened the first textbook. "Let us begin with this subject, which is the first on the exam list." 10 minutes later, Gu Li's head began to droop, and she was on the verge of dozing off. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the computer to find her eyes closed, a look of exasperation on his face. "Sweetheart, wake up." Gu Li immediately touched her lips and quickly turned a page. "I'm still reading. I haven't fallen asleep." Lin Chen chose not to expose her feigned alertness, slipping his hand into the gap of her dress. Initially drowsy, Gu Li's eyes widened in an instant. The overwhelming sensation jolted her into full awareness, and she bit her lip to stifle any sound. Lin Chen withdrew his hand and gently inquired, "How about now? Are you still sleepy? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" His gaze was particularly penetrating, prompting Gu Li to tighten her clothing. "No, I'm not sleepy at all." Lin Chen nodded in approval. It seems this method of awakening suits you perfectly. Gu Li, too shy to respond or argue, focused intently on her textbooks. Having neglected her studies for several years, resuming them was not without its challenges. Fortunately, her foundation was solid, her mind sharp, and with Lin Chen beside her to highlight key points, she made significant progress. As the day unfolded, she successfully reviewed an entire subject. Time spent in happiness always seems to fly by. Finally, finals arrived, and Gu Li returned to the long-missed campus. However, this time feels distinct from the past. For Lin Chen's presence accompanies me. With the public announcement of our relationship, everyone is now aware that Gu Li and Lin Chen are together. As we stroll down the street, we inevitably attract the gazes and hushed whispers of those around us. Gu Li, though unconcerned, instinctively glances at Lin Chen by her side. Lin Chen, unperturbed by the scrutiny of onlookers, holds Gu Li's hand and strides purposefully toward the examination hall. The day is consumed by exams, and when Lin Chen arrives to pick up Gu Li, he finds her utterly dejected, resembling a wilting eggplant. He kindly takes her bag and reassures her, "It's all right if you didn't perform well. There's always a retake." Gradually, Gu Li regains a semblance of her spirit, making a playful face. "But I am Gu Li. My boyfriend is Lin Chen, the top of our major. How could I possibly do poorly?" She then licks her lips, adding, "I'm a bit hungry. I could really go for some grilled fish from the back mountain." Lin Chen chuckles at her words. "All right, let us go eat. The back mountain should be open at this hour. Just perfect." Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he halts in his tracks. "Babe, would you mind if I invited my roommates to join us? I've promised them several meals, yet have canceled each time." Gu Li pauses to reflect on Lin Chen's roommates from her previous life. One was a chubby fellow, rather endearing, from an ordinary family, who tragically passed away due to overwork. Another was an athlete, fit yet rather unfaithful, who eventually fell victim to deceit and acquired an incurable illness. The last roommate came from a relatively affluent background, having donated a building to the school, but not long after graduation, his family faced bankruptcy. Sometimes, Gu Li wonders if the feng shui of Lin Chen's dormitory was poor. After all, the fates of the 4 roommates were rather grim. Noticing Gu Li's prolonged silence, Lin Chen assumed she might object, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he envisions Gu Li as the love of his life, wanting to introduce her to his friends. Would she look down upon them, considering they are merely ordinary university students? Just like in his past life, Jiang Xiaoyu had a disdain for gatherings with her former companions, often arguing with herself afterward, expressing how she felt neglected in favor of those so-called friends. Yet, the Gu Li he remembers is certainly not of that disposition. In the next moment, Gu Li playfully nudges Lin Chen's arm and softly inquires, "Your relationship with your roommates must be quite good, right? Isn't it a bit awkward to invite them for grilled fish? We should treat them to a grand feast." Lin Chen, taken aback yet pleased, promptly takes out his phone. "All right, I'll consult them in our group chat." Group chat. Handsome Intelligence Bureau Lin Chen, Everyone, how about a meal at the Marriott Hotel? At that moment, three individuals in the cafeteria line, just reaching the counter, simultaneously exclaim in astonishment, "What the heck? What the heck? What the heck?" The cafeteria lady, with a stern expression, glares at the trio who are still holding their phones while exclaiming profanities. "What are you doing? Hurry up! Their essay line behind you." Wang Dehai promptly returned the dinner plate to the basket, beckoning his two roommates. "No more games. Let us go. Let us indulge in a feast." As they walked, he replied to Lin Chen in the group chat, "Let us arrange it." In the next moment, 3 red envelopes popped up. Lin Chen, taxi fare. The trio immediately opened one each. A gasp echoed through the corridor. Wow, $200. What a generous envelope. Soon, new messages flooded the group chat. Wang Dehai, thank you, Dad. Zhao Qiansheng, thank you, Dad. Li Yuqian, thank you, Dad. Their heartfelt expressions of gratitude resonated deeply. Lin Chen tucked away his phone, taking Gu Li's hand as they headed straight for the parking lot. Gu Li, filled with curiosity, asked, "Aren't they coming with us?" Lin Chen replied, "No. Our car can't accommodate everyone. I've instructed them to take a taxi directly." Their silhouettes elongated under the glow of the lights until they vanished from sight. A figure gradually emerged from the shadowy bushes nearby. Sun Lily observed the departing pair, clenching her fist, her gaze shifting from infatuation to fury. Lin Chen had become even more handsome. Moreover, he was undeniably affluent. Yet, the woman standing beside him was particularly irksome. What about Jiang Xiaoyu? Could she merely watch as the two basked in their affection? With this thought, Sun Lily pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, how have you been lately?" Chapter 72. The Grand Confession of Imagination. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback when she received a call from Sun Lily. Ever since her unfortunate incident, Sun Lily had not reached out to her. Although Jiang Xiaoyu publicly claimed to have lost her memory, she alone was aware that her mind was entirely intact. The tranquil days spent in the hospital allowed her to gain clarity on many matters. She had long been puzzled about how she ended up in Su Xiaoyu's bed that fateful night. Sun Lily had accompanied her, yet when she regained consciousness, she found herself in a large bed. Previously, Jiang Xiaoyu had never questioned Sun Lily. However, upon recognizing Su Xiaoyu's true nature as a scoundrel, she began to reflect on Sun Lily's role as the intermediary. Initially, Sun Lily had subtly brainwashed her, asserting that Lin Chen was not a good man, poor and stingy, destined to lead a life of hardship. And now, Lin Chen had transformed into a wealthy individual, while the woman by his side was no longer her. In stark contrast, the so-called affluent and handsome Su Xiaolu turned out to be nothing but a morally bankrupt fraud with nothing to his name. Upon deeper contemplation, Jiang Xiaoyu realized that everything seemed intricately linked to Sun Lily. Following the car accident, Jiang Xiaoyu underwent a significant transformation, her courage swelling in light of the immense secret she harbored. No one had ever suspected that she orchestrated the accident herself. If she could deceive everyone, could she not also outsmart Sun Lily? Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Xiaoyu answered the call. "Hello, Lily. What prompted you to call me so suddenly?" Listening to Jiang Xiaoyu's calm voice on the other end, Sun Lily tentatively inquired, "Xiaoyu, how have you been lately?" She was uncertain whether Jiang Xiaoyu had realized her role in spiking the drink that night. If she had, Sun Lily would need to devise a way to manipulate her thoughts. In Sun Lily's eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu was a fool, lacking intellect yet brimming with unwarranted confidence. Jiang Xiaoyu anticipated Sun Lily's concerns and, with a smile, replied, "I'm much better now, though I did sustain a head injury, and my memory seems a bit muddled. I've forgotten recent events." Sun Lily's eyes widened at these words, a wave of excitement washing over her as she struggled to contain her exhilaration and feigned further concern. "Oh, that sounds quite serious. You must take good care of yourself." Instantly relieved, Sun Lily realized that Jiang Xiaoyu's amnesia worked to her advantage. The action she had taken would remain unknown to Jiang Xiaoyu, and she alone held the truth. She could continue to fabricate narratives and manipulate Jiang Xiaoyu at will. The only unfortunate aspect was that she had yet to receive the exquisite footage Su Xiaolu had captured, leaving her uncertain if he had indeed recorded anything at all. If only she could obtain those images, she would truly have the upper hand over Jiang Xiaoyu. regardless of whether Jiang Xiaoyu had lost her memory. She would be compelled to heed Sun Lily's words. As Jiang Xiaoyu listened to Sun Lily's insincere concern over the phone, a sardonic smile crept upon her lips, her tone laced with surprise and urgency. "Lily, are you aware of Lin Chen's romantic involvement? I distinctly remember that Lin Chen was my boyfriend. So why is he with Guli now? When did they start their relationship? How did they come to know each other?" Jiang Xiaoyu spoke with a quivering voice, seemingly overwhelmed with grievance. Sun Lily could not help but roll her eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu not only seemed to have lost her memory, but also appeared to be skilled at weaving fantasies. When did Lin Chen ever truly belong to her? He had never been with her at any point. Nevertheless, to further her own agenda, Sun Lily feigned sympathy and offered words of comfort. "Xiaoyu, it was Guli who actively seduced Lin Chen. You and Lin Chen have been childhood friends. You are truly meant for one another. It is all Guli's fault, that vixen, for stealing Lin Chen away from you. Xiaoyu, as your best friend, I support your efforts to reclaim him." Sun Lily's tone grew increasingly fervent, as if she were genuinely anxious for Jiang Xiaoyu. However, Sun Lily had no genuine desire for Jiang Xiaoyu to be with Lin Chen. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to sever the bond between Guli and Lin Chen, it would present Sun Lily with an opportunity to insert herself into the situation. Although Jiang Xiaoyu and Guli were not comparable, Jiang Xiaoyu held the advantage of being Lin Chen's childhood companion. In other words, she could be considered Lin Chen's first love in a certain sense. For many men, the impact of a first love is profound. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu still had a considerable chance of success. Yet, Sun Lily possessed ample leverage to potentially ruin Jiang Xiaoyu's standing, such as revealing Jiang Xiaoyu's secrets to Lin Chen. Despite being infatuated, Lin Chen still had his pride. Now that he had become affluent, if he were to discover that he had been deceived by Jiang Xiaoyu, he would undoubtedly never forgive her. This was the precise moment Sun Lily had been anticipating to take advantage of the situation. Had this been the old Jiang Xiaoyu, she would have remained oblivious to Sun Lily's ulterior motives, believing that she was genuinely concerned for her. However, the present Jiang Xiaoyu was now able to discern Sun Lily's true intentions. Did she want to incite a bitter rivalry between herself and Guli, only to swoop in and seize the opportunity? Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, though her tone betrayed a lack of confidence. "But Guli is wealthy and beautiful. I cannot possibly compete with her. Lily, please tell me what I should do." As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion once more. Sun Lily harbored no doubts that Jiang Xiaoyu had fully awakened to the reality of her situation. She mistakenly believed Jiang Xiaoyu to be the same timid, indecisive woman who cried easily. "Do not worry, I shall assist you. As long as you firmly assert that you are Lin Chen's legitimate girlfriend and that Guli is merely the other woman, everything will be fine." Sun Lily's suggestion resonated deeply with Jiang Xiaoyu. She continued to feign ignorance and hesitation. "Lily, I have lost my memory and forgotten many things. Did Lin Chen and I truly date? Was it not just a dream? How did Guli come to know Lin Chen?" Sun Lily rolled her eyes, thinking that Jiang Xiaoyu must be quite ill to question whether the very words she had spoken about being with Lin Chen were mere fantasies. How absurd! Curiously, Jiang Xiaoyu continued to inquire, could it truly not be a dream? Were our feelings for each other that profound back then? Who confessed first? I bet it must have been Lin Chen, for he adores me so dearly. And it must have been a grand affair, receiving the blessings of all. Sun Lily, listening in increasing disbelief, pondered whether Jiang Xiaoyu's fantasies were spurred by witnessing Lin Chen's confession to Guli. Yet, in pursuit of her own ambitions, she played along, affirming, "Indeed, he holds a special affection for you." The confession was exceptionally splendid. Jiang Xiaoyu, having received the affirmation she sought, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She continued to feign a sobbing tone, lamenting, "Oh, I knew it all along. Lin Chen loves me." Sun Lily, increasingly incensed, realized her manipulative intent had been achieved and could no longer maintain her fade, pretending to have a poor signal. Hello, Xiaoyu, what did you say? I have some matters to attend to, so I must hang up for now. I will call you back later. I have always been supportive of you. Keep it up. Chapter 73. In my previous life, I saved the galaxy outside the Marriott International Hotel. A sleek and stylish Phantom sports car glided past. Two affluent young men, poised to enter the establishment, halted in their tracks and gazed in the direction the car had departed. Did I just see that correctly? The only Koenigsegg in the country? Indeed, it is the very one that young Master Yu failed to acquire. I am truly curious about the owner's background, someone who surpasses even young Master Yu. Their female companions, puzzled, inquired what brand is Koenigsegg. Is it expensive? The two young men exchanged a disdainful glance, their eyes filled with contempt. Clearly, she lacks awareness. Even if you were to forego food and drink and dedicate lifetimes to companionship, you could never afford such a vehicle. The expressions of the two women dimmed momentarily, yet they forced a smile. Young Master Wang, you jest. I am yours. How could I possibly be with someone else? Lin Chen, a seasoned patron of the hotel, drove directly into the parking lot. After securing the vehicle, he waited for his roommates, Gu Li and the others. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Chen presented the reservation information, and the hotel staff promptly escorted them to the reserved private room. Among the three roommates, only Liu Qian had dined here before. The others had only heard tales of the hotel's grandeur, but had never visited. After all, who would dare to dine in a place rumored to have an average expenditure starting in the six figures? The lobby of the hotel was already opulent beyond compare, and upon entering the private room, the air of luxury was even more palpable. No wonder it is renowned worldwide. Had it not been for Lin Chen's influence, they would never have had the chance to set foot inside this establishment. Wang Dehai discreetly nudged Lin Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you've truly made it." Lin Chen chuckled nonchalantly. "It's all right. Feel free to order whatever you desire today. It's on me." The three responded in unison, "All right." Just as they were about to indulge in some brotherly banter, Lin Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of Gu Li, who had remained silent. The trio promptly ceased their chatter, mindful of maintaining their composure. Liu Qian, thrilled to be in such close proximity to his goddess, spoke with a slight tremor in his hands. "G goddess, hello. I'm your fan." Gu Li, momentarily taken aback, looked up in confusion. "Huh?" Lin Chen immediately recognized that Liu Qian had misspoken in his excitement, and quickly clarified. "This is Liu Qian, the second in our dormitory, also a fan of yours." He then introduced the other two roommates. "This is Wang Dehai, the eldest in our dormitory, and this is Zhao Tiancheng, the third." With each introduction, Gu Li offered a gentle smile and a nod, as if committing them to memory. In contrast, the introduced individuals appeared visibly tense, their expressions betraying their unease. Once the introductions concluded, Gu Li leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, "Darling, so you're the youngest?" Lin Chen coughed awkwardly and quietly explained, "It's based on age. Don't overthink it." Gu Li understood that boys often possessed a peculiar sense of competition in certain aspects, and with a smile, she nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Initially, when the three roommates received the menu, they hesitated to order freely. Although they were aware of Lin Chen's newfound wealth, they still wished to help him economize. Mindful of his previous struggles, they all recognized that Lin Chen had endured considerable hardships, yet he never indulged in self-pity. He consistently harbored his own aspirations and ambitions. Everyone held high hopes for him, believing he would achieve great things. Thus, when news of Lin Chen's success reached them, they rejoiced wholeheartedly. When others discussed Lin Chen, they would proudly proclaim, "This person is my good brother." Even the occasional small red envelope of 50 or 100 yuan from Lin Chen was enough to bring joy to them. They genuinely felt a pang of guilt at the thought of spending tens of thousands on him. After all, money does not fall from the sky, and Lin Chen's efforts to earn it were not easy. Even Liu Qian, the affluent second generation, exchanged glances with the other two roommates, secretly considering whether they should order a few cheaper vegetarian dishes instead. However, upon opening the menu, they were astonished to discover that even the vegetarian options were not inexpensive. Lin Chen, having noticed the furtive exchanges among his roommates, cleared his throat and beckoned the waiter who had been waiting nearby. "Please bring one of each signature dish from this page." Since Lin Chen had spent millions during a single meal at the hotel, management had ensured that the staff underwent thorough training to memorize the faces of their super VIP clients, preventing any lapses in service. Lin Chen had attained the status of a super VVVIP customer, and thus everyone recognized his face, treating him with utmost respect. The waiter, taken aback by the request for all the signature dishes, momentarily gaped before regaining composure. "Certainly, Mr. Lin, please hold on." After flipping the hourglass timer, the waiter swiftly exited the private room, eager to avoid any delay in serving the esteemed guest. Once the waiter departed, the other three roommates finally felt emboldened to voice their concerns. "Lin Chen, the signature dishes are too expensive. There are more than 10 items on the first page, and the total cost could amount to a whole apartment. Let us just have something simple. You work hard for your money." Observing his friend's genuine concern for his well-being, Lin Chen felt compelled to treat them. Not only did he intend to treat them, but he also aimed to do so lavishly. Gu Li shared this sentiment, breaking the stereotype of the aloof goddess by proactively stepping in to explain. "This meal has long been overdue. Lin Chen and I should have treated you all earlier. We've just been quite busy recently, and Haven T had the chance to return to school, which is why it's taken until now. I've seen the messages in the class group as well. Thank you all for your support of Lin Chen. As his girlfriend, I offer you this cup of tea as a toast." The three were both anxious and pleasantly surprised, wondering what merit they possessed to receive such gratitude from the goddess in the form of tea. They immediately raised their teacups, exclaiming, "This is what we ought to do. You are too gracious, goddess." Gu Li consumed her tea in one swift motion and smiled, saying, "Please, everyone, do not be so formal. I am Lin Chen's girlfriend. You may call me Gu Li." The three of them immediately nodded, yet their excitement and shyness rendered them unable to utter her name. Truly, the disparity among individuals can be quite astonishing. That rascal Lin Chen has indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune in his previous life. In this lifetime, his girlfriend is Gu Li. The brief interaction revealed a striking contrast between Gu Li's true demeanor and the impression she conveyed on screen. She radiated warmth and approachability, her gentle and caring nature particularly evident in the loving gaze she directed toward Lin Chen. This sight stirred romantic feelings within the three, awakening their desires for love. However, such a rare gem as Gu Li is indeed difficult to find, a one-in-a-million treasure. One must concede that Lin Chen's luck is truly remarkable. Half an hour later, the dishes began to arrive in succession. With each new arrival, the trio's mouths fell agape in astonishment. Yet, in an effort to preserve Lin Chen's dignity, they strove to suppress any sounds of surprise. When they witnessed Gu Li delicately donning gloves to peel shrimp for Lin Chen, their eyes widened once more in disbelief. Is this truly reasonable? Lin Chen has not merely enjoyed good fortune in his past life. He must have saved the galaxy itself. Chapter 74. Kneel and apologize in stark contrast to the astonishment of those around them. Lin Chen and Gu Li exhibited a remarkable naturalness in their expressions and actions, as though they had long been accustomed to this mode of interaction. After Gu Li had peeled enough shrimp, Lin Chen donned a pair of gloves and proceeded to peel shrimp for her, feeding her with tender care. Their exchange was a delightful back and forth, each taking turns to savor the meal, their sweetness creating an illusion of solitude, as if no one else existed in their realm. Li Yuqian quietly scooped a spoonful of caviar for Zhao Tiancheng, gesturing with his eyes, urging him to partake. Zhao Tiancheng, tasting the caviar, felt as though he was chewing on dog food, and once he finished, he silently offered a piece of meat to Wang Dehai, who was engrossed in his meal. Wang Dehai, puzzled by the sudden attention, shot Zhao Tiancheng a bewildered glance. "What is wrong with you?" "I'm perfectly fine." Misunderstood, Zhao Tiancheng discreetly reclaimed the meat, consuming it himself. Indeed, it was no wonder that a gluttonous, unromantic homebody like him remained perpetually single. As he relished the delectable cuisine, thoughts of romance began to stir within him. Perhaps he should seek a relationship with one of the charming girls who piqued his interest. The girl who had brought him water at the basketball court yesterday seemed to be from the business management department and possessed an endearing appearance. Would she peel shrimp for him as well? In their previous life, Lin Chen and Gu Li had been so consumed by their work that their irregular eating habits had taken a toll on their stomachs. In this new life, having encountered the one they wished to spend eternity with, they naturally prioritized their health, paying particular attention to their dietary choices. They silently monitored one another, ensuring that they would not rush their meals. By the time they were merely half full, others at the table were already beginning to belch in satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhao Tiancheng, who had been struggling with constipation for several days, felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He gently tapped Li Yuqian beside him, whispering, "I'll step out to the restroom. Please keep them company as they savor their meal." Determined not to disrupt Lin Chen and Gu Li's appetite, Zhao Tiancheng quietly exited the private room after exchanging a brief greeting with Li Yuqian. Initially, Li Yuqian dismissed this small matter, but after 10 minutes passed with no sign of Zhao Tiancheng, he began to grow concerned. By this point, Lin Chen and Gu Li had nearly finished their meal. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the empty spot across from him and inquired, "Where is Zhao Tiancheng?" Li Yuqian replied, "He just stepped out to use the restroom, but it's been quite a while. Do you think he might have lost his way? I'll go check." With that, he rose and made his way to the door. Familiar with the hotel's layout, Li Yuqian intended to assist the possibly lost Zhao Tiancheng. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Dahai, with a hearty appetite, remained unconcerned, continuing to devour his food. Just as Lin Chen was about to ask Wang Dahai whether he was satisfied or if he needed more dishes, the door to the room swung open. To their dismay, Zhao Tiancheng had gotten into a scuffle with a guest from another private room. Li Yuqian stood at the entrance, his expression reflecting a mix of fear and concern. From a distance, he had caught a glimpse of the other party, who appeared to be a VIP client of the hotel, someone of considerable influence. Though Li Yuqian himself was the scion of a wealthy family, he was not entrenched in the local elite circles, thus he felt the weight of the opposing party's power. For reasons unknown, Li Yuqian's instinctive reaction was to rush back for reinforcements, subconsciously believing that Lin Chen possessed the capability to resolve the situation. Lin Chen rose immediately without a moment's hesitation and exited the private room. Today, his 3 roommates were his invited guests, and he could not allow anything to go awry. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao Tiancheng surrounded by a throng of people. The only sounds he could hear were Zhao's frantic struggles and desperate protests. "I didn't do anything. Let me go." Lin Chen strode forward, pushing aside several waitstaff, and finally beheld the 2 young men confronting Zhao, both clad in trendy designer attire. In a corner stood 2 heavily made-up young women. Although the hotel staff attempted to mediate the situation, the 2 burly attendants were firmly restraining Zhao, showing no inclination to intervene with the 2 men. It was evident that the staff favored the latter, suggesting that the men's identities were not to be taken lightly. Zhao, held firmly by the arms, was unable to defend himself and had already taken several blows, his nose bleeding profusely. Yet, the 2 men seemed unsatisfied, intent on continuing their assault. The waitstaff, fearing the consequences of escalating the situation and its potential repercussions for the hotel, could only urge, "Young Master Yang, young Master Wang, please calm down." However, the 2 affluent scions remained unyielding, continuing to rain punches upon Zhao. Just as one of their fists swung halfway through its arc, Lin Chen intercepted it with steady resolve. At that moment, the flickering hallway lights illuminated him as he stepped into the brighter area. He forcefully deflected the punch, and then turned his gaze to the 2 attendants still gripping Zhao's arms. "Release him." The sharp-eyed waiter recognized Lin Chen immediately, his face paling as he instinctively stepped back, loosening his hold on Zhao. It was a grave mistake to provoke someone of Lin Chen's stature. Although young Master Wang and young Master Yang were also second-generation rich, they could not possibly compare to Mr. Lin. Lin Chen had no time to reprimand the biased attendants. Instead, he focused on the 2 irate, inebriated young masters. "Why are you attacking my friend?" Young Master Yang, somewhat unsteady, attempted to point at Zhao but instead aimed at a blank wall, furiously exclaiming, "You dare to bully my woman. You deserve this." Lin Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this, glancing at Zhao, who had discreetly moved closer to him. What happened? Lin Chen was well aware of Zhao's character. He indeed enjoyed flirting with girls, having been ensnared by his own infatuations in a previous life. However, it was unlikely he would provoke every girl he encountered. Zhao, holding a tissue to his bleeding nose, looked at Lin Chen with an expression of grievance. Though he was an athletic student with a muscular physique, being restrained by 2 larger men left him feeling powerless, and the blows to his already uncomfortable abdomen only exacerbated his pain. Ultimately, As a university student with limited social experience, he had never truly encountered the arrogant demeanor of the wealthy elite, having only met simpletons from affluent families like Liu Chen. Thus, he now found himself trembling with fear. Upon seeing Lin Chen, it felt akin to encountering a patriarch, prompting an immediate explanation. I intended to visit the restroom. Yet as I walked, I was unexpectedly bumped into by a drunken woman who collided directly into my embrace. Before I could utter a single word, two individuals rushed forward and assaulted me, accusing me of mistreating his woman. While I admit to having an admiration for beautiful women, I would never brazenly seize a woman in the street. Moreover, the woman in question exuded an air of impropriety, and I found her rather distasteful. Lin Chen too believed that Zhao Tiancheng could not be so naive. Additionally, the two women standing nearby, clad in audacious attire and adorned with garish makeup, clearly did not align with Zhao Tiancheng's preferences. Noticing a pallor on Zhao Tiancheng's face, Lin Chen promptly inquired, "Aside from your nose, are there any other injuries?" Zhao Tiancheng pressed his hand against his abdomen. "My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Only then did Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Directing his gaze towards the server attending their booth, "Could you kindly escort my friend to the restroom?" The server immediately stepped forward. "Sir, please follow me this way." As Zhao Tiancheng departed, Wang Xiao and Yang Xiao promptly voiced their discontent, their steps unsteady as they attempted to pursue him. "Halt! Do not move. Kneel and apologize to me." Chapter 75. Do I still need to consult your father before I hit you? Lin Chen extended his hand to intercept the two drunken men. "You are the ones who owe an apology." Wang Xiao and Yang Xiao reacted as though they had heard a ludicrous joke. "Apologize? I have never apologized to anyone in my life. None of you are leaving tonight. You must kneel and beg for my forgiveness." Clearly, the two intoxicated men failed to recognize that the individual standing before them was Lin Chen. The waiter, desperately trying to remain inconspicuous, cautiously tugged at Wang Xiao's arm. "Wang Xiao, you're drunk. Let me take you to sober up." He immediately turned to Lin Chen, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. The two young masters are inebriated. They truly did not mean it." Due to Lin Chen's previous public declaration of affection for his girlfriend and his gentle demeanor, the waiter mistakenly assumed he was a reasonable person. After all, it was his private room where the incident had occurred, and if it escalated, he would undoubtedly be held accountable, even risking his job. It would be best if Lin Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. Lin Chen cast a glance at the waiter. If apologies were effective, how do you account for the punches my friend received? Don't think I'm unaware that you were just protecting these two scoundrels. The waiter, sweating profusely, realized Lin Chen was not someone to be trifled with and fell silent. Although the drunken men were inebriated, they could still hear insults directed at them. They glared at Lin Chen. "Who are you calling scum?" Lin Chen retorted. "Whoever it applies to is scum. Get lost." Disinterested in engaging further with the drunken fools, Lin Chen decided he would uncover their identities later and deal with them accordingly. Meanwhile, the waiter was returning with Zhao Tiancheng. Lin Chen continued to inquire, "Are you feeling better? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Zhao Tiancheng shook his head. "I was just holding in my discomfort. It was unbearable. Now I feel much lighter. No need for hospital." Fortunately, the two drunken men had consumed enough alcohol that their punches were weak, and his nosebleed had ceased. Nevertheless, Lin Chen, still apprehensive, insisted, "Let us go. I'll take you for a full checkup. If there's anything wrong, I'll ensure they go bankrupt." Zhao Tiancheng felt deeply touched that Lin Chen would stand against those wealthy heirs for his sake, even engaging in a commercial battle. Such camaraderie, a true brother for life. Just then, the two drunken fools overheard Lin Chen's party planning to leave and immediately pushed aside the waiter blocking their path. "I'm not drunk. Today, I will see who dares to leave." As Guli approached, the two young masters were still in a drunken frenzy, preventing Lin Chen's group from departing. Being a public figure, Guli had initially intended to stay hidden, but her concern compelled her to emerge. She regarded the two intoxicated men with disdain. "Has this been resolved?" Lin Chen, worried that the drunken men might harm Guli, instinctively shielded her behind him, softly reassuring her, "It will be over soon." Little did they know, Wang Xiao had just spotted Guli. His eyes lit up, and for a brief moment, He seemed sober as he pointed at her. "Gu Li, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Come, join us for a drink," he said, advancing towards Gu Li with the apparent intention of pulling her along for a drink. Wang Dehai, Li Yuqian, and Zhao Tianxing immediately positioned themselves beside Lin Chen, forming a formidable barrier in front of Gu Li. The four imposing men created an impenetrable wall, effectively shielding Gu Li from view. Yet before Wang could approach, Lin Chen grasped his finger and twisted it forcefully. A piercing scream escaped Wang's lips, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Upon witnessing his companion's distress, Yang rushed towards Lin Chen in a frantic attempt to retaliate. Accompanied by another cry, onlookers witnessed a shadow being violently hurled aside. Lin Chen's movements were swift and precise, leaving his three roommates astounded. When had Lin Chen developed such formidable skills? It dawned on them that he had never exhibited any of this prowess during their time at school. Previously, he had always donned heavy black-rimmed glasses, dressed in modest shirts and jeans, and carried a faded canvas bag, embodying the image of a frail academic. This was not the Lin Chen they had known, the humble and earnest individual they remembered. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Chen had undergone a remarkable transformation. The aura surrounding him was not that of a university student, but rather that of a seasoned figure of authority. Particularly for Zhao Tianxing, a wave of shame washed over him, wishing desperately to sink into the ground. He recalled boasting in the dormitory about being able to take on 10 Lin Chens. Yet here he was, subdued by 2 attendants, while Lin Chen effortlessly subdued a burly man. The pain from the encounter jolted the 2 drunken gentlemen, restoring some clarity. The disheveled duo propped each other up, glaring menacingly at Lin Chen. "Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Wang Li, do you associate with such ruffians? Does your father know?" Initially protected, Gu Li now stood resolutely beside Lin Chen, unfazed by their threats. "You are not even worth a single hair on my boyfriend's head. Do I need to consult your father to strike you? If you dare continue your tyranny, my boyfriend and I shall act as enforcers of justice." Wang was taken aback, unable to fathom that the once unassuming Gu Li had developed such fortitude. Casting another glance at Lin Chen, he remained disdainful. Fine, you 2 wretched souls, just wait." Lin Chen coldly regarded Wang as he issued his threats, then turned to Gu Li. "Do you know him?" Gu Li nodded dismissively. "Wang Xiaoji, heir of Wang Pharmaceutical." Lin Chen then inquired about the other. "And him?" Gu Li continued. "Jiang Xiaoyu, heir of Dayong Furniture." Lin Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The names Wang Pharmaceutical and Dayong Furniture seemed strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered them before, though not on any corporate rankings. Where had he heard of them? However, he decided not to dwell on it and asked, "What is the standing of these 2 companies?" Gu Li candidly remarked that he was not worthy of even holding her shoes. Lin Chen nodded, his words dripping with sweetness, inquiring what reward she desired. The atmosphere between the 2 was remarkably sweet, creating an enchanting barrier that starkly contrasted with the murky ambience surrounding them. Wang Xiaoji watched in exasperation as Gu Li submitted so willingly to another man, his teeth grinding in frustration. Although Gu Li had been cast aside by the Gu family, she was once universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in high society. Now, flourishing in the entertainment industry, she remained an unforgettable presence for men. After years of harboring a secret crush on Gu Li, it was one thing to lose to Yu Yang. But how could he possibly succumb to this enigmatic pretty boy? Clearly, Wang Xiaoji and Yang Xiaolin had been too preoccupied with their frivolous pursuits to keep abreast of current events, let alone know that their fathers had personally left blessings in the comment section of Lin Chen's official announcement. Meanwhile, the 3 roommates standing beside them were engulfed in astonishment. Wang Pharmaceuticals? Was that the most renowned pharmaceutical company in the area? The one with a market value exceeding 10 billion? Dayong Furniture? Was that the national furniture chain, also valued over 10 billion? Not worthy of even holding Lin Chen's shoes? Was it merely that Gu Li, as his girlfriend, viewed him through an exaggerated lens? Or was Lin Chen truly as impressive as he seemed? Chapter 76. The long-awaited fatherly love. No one could believe that Lin Chen possessed such prowess. Undoubtedly, His derisive remarks in front of the young heir of a corporation incited fury in both young gentlemen. Wang Xiaoji and Jiang Xiaoyu, having finally sobered from their inebriation, were instantly provoked by those words, their tempers flaring as they issued threats. What audacity! Just you wait. No one is leaving today. Whoever dares to walk away is a coward. I shall witness whether this pretty boy possesses the audacity to boast before a true entrepreneur. Jiang Xiaoyu, fuming, dialed his father's number. Dad, today, I encountered a coward who boasted that you wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Bring more people over. Summon the uncles from our circle. Teach them a lesson. On the other end, Wang Xiaoji was also on the phone, lamenting, Dad, come quickly. I've been bullied. My hand is broken. Hurry and rescue me. Bring a few people to the Wanhao Hotel and help me teach them a lesson. 2 minutes later, after their desperate calls for help, both young men wore expressions of confidence. Just wait. You're finished. When my father arrives, you are doomed. Lin Chen, however, wore a look of disdain. Are we back in elementary school? Calling for parents? Those who had initially gathered to observe began to chuckle at his remark. Yet, Wang Dahai and the others were genuinely concerned about Lin Chen's predicament. After all, Lin Chen had only just achieved success in his career, his foundation still shaky. How could he possibly contend with 2 publicly listed companies? There would be ample opportunities to expand his network in the future, yet he had already offended 2 well-connected individuals, making his path considerably more arduous. Wang Dahai tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, quietly advising, why not take Gu Li and slip away for now? Once they arrive, we can support you. Li Yuqian nodded in agreement. Yes, your career is just beginning. It's unwise to fall into their trap. Zhao Tiancheng felt a pang of guilt, suppressing his discomfort. I'm sorry, Lin Chen, I've dragged you into this. True friendship is marked by mutual understanding. One need not be in constant contact, yet always hold each other in mind. In prosperity and honor, do not forget each other. However, Lin Chen had no intention of retreating, and Gu Li steadfastly supported him throughout. The 2 stood tall, exuding a formidable presence. Lin Chen spoke with unwavering calm. If I were to leave now, how would I ever have the face to share a dormitory with you again? Today, I brought you here for a meal. I must take responsibility for you. Rest assured, I will remain here, waiting for their parents to arrive. Lin Chen's demeanor and actions mirrored that of a patriarch. His 3 roommates felt an unexpected warmth akin to fatherly love. Were it not for the onlookers, they might have sincerely called Lin Chen Dad. The most observant of the wait staff, attending to Lin Chen's private room, approached with a few chairs. Mr. Lin, Miss Gu, standing must be tiring. Would you like to sit and rest? Gu Li, in her high heels, indeed found it uncomfortable to stand for long. Lin Chen did not refuse. He took Gu Li's hand and sat down on a bench. 3 additional benches were present, and Lin Chen subtly gestured to his 3 roommates, who were still lost in thought. Li Yuqian was the first to snap back to reality, promptly inviting his 2 companions to take a seat. Upon seeing that Lin Chen and the others had benches while they were left standing, Wang Xiaoji and Jiang Xiaoyu felt a sense of dissatisfaction. They turned their attention to the waiter, who had been cowering in the corner, and angrily exclaimed, What are you still standing there for? Go fetch us some more benches. The flustered waiter shot a glare at the exuberant server across the room. The waiter on Lin Chen's side, undeterred, proudly lifted his chin. If all went as expected, his aspirations for a promotion and raise were within reach. In life, one must assess the situation and be aware of one's surroundings. He had witnessed the live announcement that had sparked trending discussions. Wang Zong of Wang Pharmaceutical and Yang Zong of Daong Furniture had personally congratulated Lin Chen in the comment section. Having just stealthily checked his phone, the waiter scrolled through the comments. Days had passed, yet Lin Chen had not responded to either of the esteemed gentlemen nor followed them back. What did this signify? It indicated that Lin Chen held little regard for the so-called Wang Zong and Yang Zong. They personally congratulated and sought to curry favor with Lin Chen. Yet their sons dared to stir trouble in his presence. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that these 2 wealthy heirs had met their downfall. Meanwhile, Wang Zong, Wang Daji of Wang Pharmaceutical, and Yang Zong, Yang Dashu of Daong Furniture, encountered each other at the Marriott Hotel. Both men were visibly irate, their expressions dark. However, upon seeing one another, their faces softened considerably. After all, Having their sons bullied outside was a family disgrace that should not be exposed to outsiders. Thus, the two seasoned business veterans quickly masked their true emotions, engaging in a performance of cordiality. Wang Daji approached with a smile, greeting, "Yang Zhou, what brings you here? Conducting business?" Noticing the throng of tattooed men in sunglasses trailing behind Yang, he immediately surmised that this was not a business meeting. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was Yang Zhou here to lend support? Surely, his son had not clashed with the son of the Yang family, although he usually allowed his child freedom. He recalled that the two boys shared a decent relationship, often dining and drinking together, so it seemed unlikely that such a significant uproar would arise. As Wang Daji scrutinized the situation discreetly, Yang Dashu was doing the same, although Wang was not accompanied by individuals of a dubious reputation. He was nonetheless flanked by a group of robust bodyguards, all of whom appeared formidable. Yang Dashu could not help but wonder, was he here for the same purpose as Wang? It was already known that Wang's son, emboldened by his family's wealth, was a reckless second-generation rich kid. However, in Yang Dashu's eyes, the Wang family was merely average. They all belonged to the realm of billion-dollar enterprises, with no one superior to the other. Both fathers adopted a laissez-faire approach to their children, refraining from excessive interference in their private lives, and remained oblivious to the current state of their children's social circles. Thus, they entered the hotel, each harboring suspicion and wariness towards the other. Wang Daji and Yang Dashu entered the elevator together, both pressing the button for the same floor. In that fleeting moment, their expressions froze, and the space between them gradually widened. Within the confines of the already cramped elevator, two factions stood in stark contrast to one another. The individuals following each of them cast wary glances at their counterparts, as if a confrontation was imminent. The seconds spent in the elevator felt interminable, stretching on like a century. The countenances of the two fathers darkened considerably, the previous harmony between them having long since dissipated. As the elevator doors opened, two figures rushed towards it in unison. "Dad, you finally made it!" cried Jiang Xiaoyu. "Dad, someone is bullying me!" exclaimed Wang Daji. The two fathers swiftly exited the elevator, each firmly grasping their respective sons, standing one to the left and the other to the right. Yang Dashu, holding his son on the left, noticed a large bruise on his forehead and, filled with rage, bellowed, "Do they truly disregard me, Yang Dashu?" Meanwhile, on the right, Wang Daji had barely touched Wang Xiaoju's hand when he heard his son's anguished cries. "Who did this? I will break their hands and feet." Neither father explicitly named the target of their threats, yet their eyes instinctively drifted towards each other, clearly indicating that their ire was directed at one another. Chapter 77. Feeling aggrieved like a child, the atmosphere between the two fathers was palpably tense, teetering on the brink of confrontation. To their surprise, Yang Xiaoyu and Wang Xiaoju simultaneously pointed towards the far end of the corridor. "It's that pretty boy." They were aware of Lin Chen's handsome appearance, yet adamantly refused to acknowledge it, resorting to the derogatory term pretty boy to insult him. Wang Daji was taken aback. "Have you both been bullied by this pretty boy?" Yang Dashu was equally astonished. "Weren't you two the ones fighting?" Both Wang Daji and Yang Xiaoyu were momentarily stunned, feeling aggrieved to the point of tears. "We are good brothers. Why would we fight?" Wang Daji protested. "Dad, please teach that arrogant pretty boy a lesson." Yang Xiaoyu implored. The two fathers exchanged an awkward glance, hastily diverting their eyes, both turning their attention back towards the corridor's end. Internally, they felt a sense of relief for having maintained their composure earlier, avoiding a potential misunderstanding that could have escalated into a significant debacle. Wang Daji cleared his throat, looking with disdain at his son, who was crying profusely. "What a disgrace! How could a pretty boy bully you to this extent?" Yang Dashu also pushed his own son aside in irritation. "Useless. Have you forgotten the techniques your uncles taught you? To be bullied so thoroughly, don't dare claim to be my son." At this moment, both sons felt as helpless as children in front of their fathers. They had sought their fathers for support in confronting the pretty boy, not to be publicly chastised. Fortunately, both fathers still felt a twinge of sympathy for their sons. After a few brief reprimands, they promptly led their children towards the corridor's end, The corridor was somewhat dim, and as a large group approached, the sense of intimidation was palpable. Wang Dahai and his companions had never witnessed such a spectacle. Had they not been seated, they would have surely crumbled to the ground from fear. Only Lin Chen and Gu Li seemed unfazed, even pulling out their phones to engage in a random game match. First blood, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Victory! The victorious announcement echoed through the corridor, gradually drowned out by the approaching footsteps. Yang Dashu's gaze swept over the motionless figures seated with their backs turned, ultimately landing on a young man and woman engrossed in the game. Instinctively, he surmised that the pretty boy bullying his son was indeed this young man, although he felt a faint sense of familiarity regarding their silhouettes. The overwhelming anger overshadowed any rational thought. Who struck my son? Yang Dashu's voice boomed, reverberating through the corridor with an imposing presence. The service staff and Lin Chen's 3 roommates, who had been too frightened to move, were now paralyzed with fear, hardly daring to breathe. Even without turning around, they could infer from the approaching footsteps that a multitude had arrived. Though Lin Chen was quite capable in a fight, he knew that one fist could hardly contend against many. What was he to do? The waiter, sensing the situation had spiraled out of control, contemplated stealthily slipping away to report to his superiors, urgently dispatching a leader to mediate and regain composure. Yet, Lin Chen remained utterly unfazed, retracting his phone and slowly turning around. I called for a taxi, he stated flatly, laced with a hint of disdain. The corridor lights flickered ominously, casting Lin Chen's figure into an intermittent silhouette, enhancing his audacious demeanor. Before Yang Dashu could utter a word, one of his companions could no longer contain himself. Damn you, kid, you're quite arrogant. As he spewed profanity, the man adorned with a large gold chain and a tattoo of a great dragon on his arm swung his fist towards Lin Chen. Wang Dahai and his friends were once again struck with fear, trembling as they contemplated intervening, only to be halted by Gu Li. Do not fret. Lin Chen can handle it. Despite the crowd, none possess any real fighting prowess. The roommates stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. How much admiration must Gu Li harbor for Lin Chen to utter such nonsense? The tattooed man towered over Lin Chen, and a punch from him would surely inflict internal injury. Moreover, there were several more tattooed men lurking behind Yang Dashu. One would be challenging enough, but facing several, it seemed they might not survive the night. A deafening scream pierced the air as a massive figure crashed to the ground, causing the corridor floor to tremble slightly. The once roaring tattooed man now lay like a toothless tiger, curled on the ground, writhing in pain. The onlookers failed to witness how Lin Chen had struck, only knowing that in the blink of an eye, the tattooed man had been sent flying. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been cowering behind his father, trembled in terror, recalling how he had just been flung out in a similar manner, albeit not so dramatically. Yet it still hurt. Dad, let them all come at him. Jiang Xiaoyu, petrified yet anxious, implored. However, Yang Dashu suddenly froze, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon Lin Chen, who stood illuminated in the light, his eyes wide with astonishment. A voice unexpectedly broke the tense atmosphere. Mr. Lin? Wang Daji, who had originally stood at the periphery to bolster his son, now regarded Lin Chen under the illumination, tentatively calling out. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, meeting a slightly eager pair of eyes. Do you know me? Wang Daji, now certain he had not mistaken the identity, realized that this was indeed Lin Chen. He promptly pushed his way to the front of the crowd, extending his hand in greeting. What a coincidence! Just like the flood that washes away the Dragon King's temple, family members fail to recognize one another. Just days ago, we partook in your wedding sweets. That day you confessed to Miss Gu, I was fortunate enough to witness such happiness. However, you, being a person of stature, must have forgotten. I never anticipated encountering you again here. Wang Daji's overly forward and obsequious demeanor left most attendees in shock. Wang Xiaoji, who had been hiding behind his father, now found himself bewildered and even a bit irritated. Dad, have you mistaken him for someone else? He's merely a pretty boy. Is it really necessary? Wang Xiaoji and his affluent peers have always been skeptical that Lin Chen, a student from modest means, could ascend to the heights of commercial wealth. They collectively surmised that the news surrounding Lin Chen was merely a persona crafted by Gu Li with the assistance of a professional team. The phenomenon of online deification is not without precedent. However, witnessing his own father ingratiate himself with Lin Chen shattered Wang Xiaoji's composure entirely. Wang Daji cast a stern glance at his son and admonished, "You know nothing." Silence. As a father, he was acutely aware of his son's shortcomings. There was no doubt about Lin Chen's capabilities. Being a father, Wang Daji possessed far more insider knowledge than his son, Wang Xiaoji. Speculations regarding Lin Chen's identity had already given rise to several theories in private circles. Some suggested that Lin Chen was connected to the Lin family in the capital, while others claimed he had ties to overseas entities with formidable influence. Yet another theory posited that Lin Chen was under the tutelage of a certain esteemed figure, enjoying their protection. Regardless of the narrative, each assertion underscored one undeniable truth. Lin Chen was a person not to be trifled with lightly. Chapter 78. Dealing with reasonable individuals. Wang Daji's sudden defection alerted Yang Dashu to something amiss. He had caught wind of the rumors circulating privately and felt a pang of regret for his impulsive actions earlier. On the day of the official announcement, Yang Dashu had dined with his wife at the Marriott Hotel, where they enjoyed a complimentary meal. He had even followed Lin Chen's account and left a congratulatory comment. Yet, he lamented why he hadn't recognized Lin Chen at first glance. In a mere half-minute, Wang Daji's regret grew to an almost unbearable intensity, prompting him to drag his son, who had been hiding behind him, out into the open. Apologized to Mr. Lin. The reluctant Jiang Xiaoyu, nursing his sore forehead, wore an expression of indignation. "Dad, he hit me. Why should I apologize? It was his friends who bullied my girlfriend. They instigated this mess." A father knows his son well. Both fathers were acutely aware of their son's temperament. Even if their son were not in the right, an apology was still warranted. Lin Chen was a rising star whom everyone aspired to befriend. How could they dare to offend him? Recognizing that the two had identified him, Lin Chen ceased to beat around the bush. The events leading up to this moment could easily be clarified through surveillance footage. The truth would soon be revealed. It was evident that both Wang and Yang were reasonable men, and he relished engaging with such individuals. Let us view the surveillance together. If my friend is in the wrong, I shall apologize on his behalf and compensate you for your medical expenses. Conversely, if your son is at fault, he must apologize and face the appropriate consequences. I trust you both possess far more experience in handling such matters than I do. As for my intervention in correcting your son's behavior, I believe you can discern that I have exercised restraint. Otherwise, their fates would have been far worse than that of the one currently on the ground. The individual sprawled on the ground instigated the situation with his disrespectful words and subsequent provocations, and he must bear the consequences of his actions. What do you think, Mr. Yang and Mr. Wang? With their names called out, both Yang and Wang dared not oppose. They nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Lin speaks wisely. Our foolish and impulsive sons are fortunate to have you to guide them. Before Lin Chen could seek out the hotel manager for the surveillance footage, the hotel staff approached him proactively. They dared not exhibit any negligence, promptly leading the involved parties to the monitoring room. Fortunately, apart from more private areas, cameras were installed throughout the establishment, capturing the entire incident. The fact aligned with what Zhao Tiancheng had stated. He had indeed not bullied any woman, nor had he made any advances toward one. The footage revealed him hastily making his way to the restroom when two women emerged from the private room. These women appeared to have had a few drinks and were somewhat inebriated. Upon seeing Zhao Tiancheng, they sought to tease him. One particularly bold woman feigned drunkenness and lunged into his arms. Accustomed to women taking the initiative, Zhao Tiancheng, though not particularly attracted to this type, did not exhibit overt resistance. The woman initially appeared to be merely seeking amusement through drinking, even kindly suggesting to escort her companion home afterward. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaoji and Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from their private room and stumbled upon this scene. They disregarded Zhao Tiancheng's explanations, vociferously demanding to punish him instead. Two waitstaff intervened. forcefully restraining Zhao Tiancheng's arms while the inebriated individuals unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Although the drunken assailants lacked strength in their fists, their kicks were not to be underestimated. Moreover, Zhao Tiancheng was subjected to a one-sided assault. At that moment, the hotel staff were at a loss. The waitstaff's biased intervention could lead to dire consequences for the establishment should Lin Chen choose to pursue the matter. Wang Daji and Yang Dashu were equally unsettled, their faces pale as they cast disapproving glances at the reckless youth beside them. Day after day, he indulged in hedonistic pursuits without learning any better, engaging in a brawl over a woman whose reputation was already questionable, especially against an innocent bystander. This was not their first transgression, but this time they had undoubtedly struck a nerve. A furtive glance at Lin Chen revealed his exceptionally grim demeanor, further unsettling their hearts. Lin Chen was indeed seething with rage. Had it not been stated that only a few punches were exchanged? Why had kicks now entered the fray? Looking towards Zhao Tiancheng, who had previously maintained a normal complexion, he now observed beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his face pale to an alarming degree. Before Lin Chen could inquire about his condition, Zhao Tiancheng abruptly rolled his eyes back and fainted to the side. "Ah!" Wang Dahai exclaimed, swiftly catching the unconscious Zhao Tiancheng. Lin Chen immediately pushed through the gathering crowd, bellowing, "What are you all standing around for? Get him to the hospital now." He then directed a piercing gaze at the visibly apprehensive Yang and Wang families. "Do you see this? Who is truly at fault? You had better pray that my friend is all right. Otherwise, this matter is far from over." Lin Chen was fiercely protective of his friends, even if they had erred in certain respects. However, in his eyes, as long as it did not cross a moral boundary, his friend would never be unjustly bullied or wronged. Zhao Tiancheng was urgently transported to the hospital. Yang Dashu and Wang Daji scrambled to leverage their connections for the best doctors available, willingly covering the medical expenses and frantically apologized to Lin Chen alongside their respective sons. Yet Lin Chen remained resolute, stating, "Apologies mean nothing. You must apologize to my friend." The two fathers dared not retort, silently praying for Zhao Tiancheng's well-being. When Zhao Tiancheng awakened, everyone was still present. His first instinct was to search for Lin Chen, but upon finding him, he quickly averted his gaze, overwhelmed with guilt and unable to face him. Initially, Zhao Tiancheng hesitated to confess that he had not only endured punches but also kicks, not merely out of a desire to shield Lin Chen from conflict, but also due to his own sense of shame. For at that moment, he had unwittingly failed to reject the woman's advances. Had he rebuffed her and not been witnessed by the two drunken fools, this conflict would never have transpired. Ultimately, it was desire that led to disaster. Now, Lin Chen must tidy up the mess he finds himself in. He discerned Zhao Tiancheng's underlying unease, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words in his anger. In his previous life, Zhao Tiancheng fell victim to women. If he fails to change his ways in this life, he is destined to meet the same fate. Wang Dahai and Li Yuqian also perceived Lin Chen's irritation, yet they could not ascertain the cause of his displeasure. Could it be his disdain for Zhao Tiancheng's cavalier attitude towards women and love? They were well acquainted with their roommate's character. Lin Chen and Zhao Tiancheng approached relationships as polar opposites. Lin Chen upheld a strict moral compass, treating matters of the heart with utmost seriousness, always mindful of maintaining respectful boundaries with the opposite sex. Should an unfamiliar woman make advances towards him, his instinct would be to firmly push her away, devoid of any tender sentiments. In stark contrast, Zhao Tiancheng embraced a carefree, anything-goes attitude, welcoming all encounters with open arms, heedless of the emotional toll it inflicted on numerous young women. They had contemplated the inevitable downfall that awaited Zhao Tiancheng due to his philandering ways, but they never anticipated it would happen so soon, and without him even embarking on the journey. Chapter 79. A blend of kindness and severity. Lin Chen certainly did not concur with Zhao Tiancheng's cavalier attitude towards relationships. However, this was Zhao Tiancheng's choice, and Lin Chen felt he had no right to interfere. Each individual possesses their own way of living, and he did not deem alternative lifestyles to be inherently wrong. Lin Chen's frustration stemmed more from Zhao Tianqing's blatant disregard for his own well-being. After enduring such a severe beating, could it truly not hurt? Grinding his teeth in silence was one thing, but had he not been swiftly taken to the hospital, he might have been left with a lifelong disability. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Tianqing took the initiative to apologize. I am sorry for causing everyone to worry. I sincerely apologize, Lin Chen, for the trouble I have caused you today. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual consideration. Lin Chen understood that Zhao Tianqing was not inherently a bad person. Yet, certain matters are governed by the principle of cause and effect. If one treats love as a trivial game, betraying its essence, then inevitably, love will one day betray you in return. The thought of Zhao Tianqing's fate in his past life evoked a sense of melancholy within Lin Chen. You were wronged in this matter as well. However, you must be more mindful in the future, taking relationships seriously and not accepting every encounter without discernment. Be cautious of attracting any unsavory afflictions. He respected Zhao Tianqing's way of life, yet it was prudent to remain vigilant and exercise some discernment. Lin Chen wished to convey more, but his gaze fell upon Gu Li, who was seated nearby engrossed in her phone, and he ultimately chose to remain silent. Some truths must be grasped through personal reflection. What others say can often be mere empty words. Meanwhile, Gu Li, appearing to be preoccupied with her device, paused her actions upon hearing Lin Chen's words. She felt a flicker of surprise. How did Lin Chen foresee that Zhao Tianqing's indiscretions might lead to dire consequences? Before she could ponder further, Lin Chen took her hand gently. Darling, everything is fine now. Let us return home. Just as Lin Chen was departing, Yang Dashu and Wang Daji, having heard that Zhao Tianqing had awakened, hurriedly rushed to the hospital, bearing a plethora of gifts and supplements. Upon learning that Lin Chen had just left, they felt a pang of regret for having departed too soon due to company matters. They could only lead their sons to apologize to Zhao Tianqing before pursuing Lin Chen, who had just exited. In the underground parking lot, as Lin Chen prepared to drive away, he was obstructed by several hurried figures. Mr. Lin, please wait. Two middle-aged men, nearing 50, were slightly winded from their brief exertion. Blocking the path of the sports car, accompanied by their sons, who bore bandages and head wraps. Yang Dashu brought his son forward, admonishing, "Quick, apologize to Mr. Lin." Wang Daji followed suit, giving his son a gentle kick. "Hurry and say you're sorry." Faced with their father's commands, the sons had no choice but to comply. The tumult of the night had made them acutely aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Within just a few hours following the incident, the market values of Wang Pharmaceutical and Daong Furniture had evaporated by tens of billions. Such a phenomenon could not be mere coincidence. All of this served as testament to Lin Chen's formidable prowess. Lin Chen did not exit the vehicle, but merely lowered the window and coldly inquired, "Did you apologize to my friend? Has he forgiven you?" This time, there was no need for me to teach them. My two sons had learned their lesson well and nodded immediately. Wang Xiaoji replied, "We just went to apologize, and he said he forgave us." Yang Xiaolin added, Yes, we truly went to apologize." Lin Chen had anticipated such an outcome. After all, his roommate was merely a university student, unaccustomed to such confrontations. Zhao Tianqing, wishing to avoid trouble for himself, bore serious injuries without uttering a word. Naturally, when these individuals apologized, he promptly forgave them, likely not wanting to stir up any further conflict. However, since the aggrieved party had offered forgiveness, Lin Chen felt it inappropriate to prolong the matter. Observing the softening of Lin Chen's expression, the two fathers respectfully presented a card, saying, "This is for your friend's medical and nutritional expenses. We sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, and we implore you to forgive our children's reckless rudeness." Lin Chen refrained from accepting the card they extended. "Since it is meant for my friend, you should give it directly to him. Or do you think that a mere sum of money could sway me?" Wang Daji and Yang Dashu immediately shook their heads, fervently denying, No. Mr. Lin, you are wealthy and influential. We would never dare to act grandly in your presence. It is merely that the two children are ignorant and have caused you displeasure. We ask for your forgiveness." With that, the two men, seasoned by life's trials and with graying hair, bowed respectfully to Lin Chen. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen suddenly felt a pang of envy. He envied Wang Xiaoji and Yang Xiaolin for having such admirable fathers. Clearly, Wang Xiaoji and Yang Xiaolin were taken aback by their father's humility. To them, their fathers stood as towering figures. Though they often showered praise upon Yu Yang, appearing to idolize him, deep down, their true admiration lay with their own fathers. The two bewildered second-generation youths stood frozen, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Chen sighed softly, gazing at the two young men in a daze. You have good fathers. The ones you owe the most to are your fathers. Lin Chen did not hesitate to commend the two fathers, continuing, after tonight, this matter will be settled. However, I kindly request that Mr. Yang and Mr. Wang properly educate your children from now on. They should not indulge in excess and presume themselves to be above others. With that, Lin Chen raised the window and drove away. His blend of sternness and benevolence had deftly touched their hearts. The two fathers gradually straightened their backs, staring in the direction of the disappearing vehicle, lost in thought for a long while. Lin Chen's affirmation had resonated deeply within them. Indeed, while they often voiced their discontent with their son's shortcomings, the truth remained that their greatest concern was for their own children. The burdens of parenthood are truly profound. In a surprising turn of events, Wang Xiaoji, who had always relished opposing his father, suddenly approached and embraced him, exclaiming, "Dad, I'm sorry." Wang Daji stood frozen in place. Jiang Xiaoyu also rushed to hug his father, saying, "Dad, I apologize." This marked the first time the sons had taken the initiative to embrace their fathers. The two fathers exchanged bewildered glances, then awkwardly shifted their gaze away. Though they maintained a facade of composure, their hearts surged with emotion. After this experience, would the children truly have matured? If their sons indeed emerged from this event transformed, then one must sincerely thank Lin Chen for his influence. Chapter 80. Yearning to bear children together, a house full of descendants' fathers, often at a loss for words, found themselves deeply moved as they embraced. Though they maintained a facade of composure, even bordering on indifference, the hand poised above their son's back eventually descended gently, offering a light pat. "Enough, enough. I owe you one. Do refrain from causing trouble in the future." Tender sentiments eluded their lips, morphing into somewhat harsh admonitions. Yet, upon closer inspection, a hint of leniency was discernible in their tones. Wang Xiaoji and Yang Xiaolin gradually regained their composure, stepping back a few paces. Guilt, insecurity, and discontent from being reprimanded swirled within them, and they suddenly felt their recent actions were rather foolish. The two fumbled through their pockets for their phones, or rubbed their noses and tugged at their hair, engaging in a flurry of feigned busyness in mere seconds. The two fathers chose not to expose their son's charade to alleviate the awkwardness, increasingly feeling the weight of comparison. Lin Chen, of similar age, stood in stark contrast to their own sons, leaving them quite disheartened. Yet, what father truly despises his own son? Under the scrutinizing gazes of their fathers, the young men could not ignore the tension and resorted to their phones to distract themselves. "Ah, it's rising," Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, having been closely monitoring his stocks. Yang Xiaolin promptly checked his own, relieved to find that they had returned to normal. Wang Daji and Yang Dashu exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. This was no mere coincidence. Lin Chen had demonstrated a remarkable ability to navigate the stock market with ease. This Lin Chen was indeed exceptional, exhibiting admirable character, deep emotional ties, not only to his beloved but also unwavering loyalty to friends. Most importantly, he was a man of his word, discerning right from wrong. When he offered forgiveness, he did so genuinely, never resorting to deceit. Such a person, powerful and honorable, was ill-suited to be an adversary, but an ideal companion. Gazing once more at their own sons, their frustration only intensified. The comparisons were increasingly infuriating. Suddenly, a beaming Wang Xiaoji found himself on the receiving end of a slap from his father. In shock, he turned to face his progenitor. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Wang Daji, exasperated, shot him a disapproving look. "Look at yourself. You and Lin Chen are of similar age, consuming the same rice and drinking the same water. Yet you fall so far behind him. Wang Xiaoji sulkily puffed out his cheeks, ultimately finding no retort. Had this been before tonight, he would have vehemently argued, dismissing Lin Chen as merely a pretty face, a penniless youth lacking true prowess. However, after this evening, they could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Chen. Jiang Xiaoyu too received a slap from his father. Having already surmised the reason, he opted for silence. Yang Dashu could not resist lecturing, learn from Lin Chen. Do not emulate the bad while neglecting the good. Show him some respect in the future. Silently enduring, Yang Xiaoyu was unable to escape the relentless tirade akin to a tightening spell. Lifting her gaze, she exchanged a glance with Wang Xiaoji, her heart brimming with a myriad of grievances that she could only suppress. After all, he was her father, and she was merely his daughter. Even at the age of 70 or 80, one must endure the admonishments of a parent. This embodies the traditional virtues that have been ingrained in the blood of the nation for millennia. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen remained particularly silent. Upon returning to the villa, he held Gu Li's hand as they entered the house, one after the other. Gu Li discerned his unhappiness and contemplated various reasons behind it. Just as she was about to inquire, Lin Chen suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. In his previous life, he yearned for familial affection, cherishing those around him, and extending unconditional trust and tolerance to his beloved. Yet, he had once misplaced his affections, leading to a lifetime of regret. In this life, fortune smiled upon him anew as he encountered Gu Li, reigniting his longing for familial bonds. He envisioned marrying her, establishing a family, and raising children together, nurturing them in a home filled with love. Although he lacked parents himself, he aspired to be an exemplary father, ensuring his children flourished in a nurturing environment. However, in this moment, he felt unprepared to hastily propose, deeming it unfair to Gu Li, although he was acutely aware that if he were to suggest marriage, she would undoubtedly agree. Lin Chen did not wish to shortchange her. She deserved all his affection and devotion. She was truly the good fortune he had amassed over 8 lifetimes to meet. Yet, life is often tinged with regret. The uncertainty of his biological parents' identities and origins haunted Lin Chen, a sorrow that spanned 2 lifetimes. He found himself somewhat envious of Wang Xiaoji and Jiang Xiaoyu, who were blessed with a good father, one who would offer boundless forgiveness even in their transgressions, who would run about to rectify their misdeeds, humbling himself to seek assistance from others. A father may be frail, yet simultaneously possess great strength, much like a grand tree shielding its offspring from the elements. As Lin Chen pondered the nature of his biological parents, he mused about who they might be, whether they were kind-hearted or scoundrels. Why had they forsaken him? If fate were to reunite them, what expressions would adorn their faces? Would they feel pride in the person he had become? Or had they long forgotten their son? Perhaps his biological parents had already departed from this world. Gu Li noticed a tear slipping down Lin Chen's neck, her heart quivering slightly. "Baby?" she tentatively called, attempting to wriggle free from his embrace to ascertain his condition. Yet, Lin Chen's arms remained steadfast, clinging to her as though she were his sole warmth. "Let me hold you, if you please," he gently murmured, reluctant to release her and reveal his vulnerable side. Indeed, men possess their own emotional depths, though they seldom display them openly. Eventually, Gu Li ceased her struggles, and no further tears traversed her neck. It seemed as if that solitary tear of warmth was merely a figment of her imagination. The two embraced in the foyer for nearly 10 minutes. Lin Chen, tall in stature, found Gu Li leaning her head against his shoulder. Maintaining such a position proved slightly uncomfortable for Gu Li. However, considering Lin Chen's unusual demeanor, she remained silent. Only when Lin Chen released her did she take a step back, instinctively twisting her slightly sore neck. It was then that Lin Chen realized the embrace had caused her some discomfort, and he promptly reached out to massage the nape of her neck. "Is this any better?" he inquired. Gu Li nodded and turned to him, playfully expressing, "Wow, you're amazing. A little massage truly makes a world of difference." Lin Chen, unwilling to reveal any vulnerability, chose to let Gu Li perceive nothing amiss, as she willingly embraced the task of safeguarding his little secret. Chapter 81. The more you care, the more you fear lost. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and they had lingered in the hospital until the late hours of the night. After a brief freshening up, the two embraced and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Chen was awakened by the vibrating sound of a phone beside the pillow. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh light seeping through the curtain's gap and picked up the phone to answer the call. "Hello." Silence enveloped the line as if no one was there. Lin Chen, thinking the call had not connected, squinted at the caller ID, noting it was an unfamiliar number that was indeed connected. Still groggy, he lowered his voice, careful not to disturb Gu Li, who lay nestled in his arms. "Hello." Once again, there was no response. Gu Li stirred awake, turning in Lin Chen's embrace, softly murmuring, "Who is it?" Though the brightness suggested it was late. The previous night's lack of sleep meant they had planned to rest the entire day. Lin Chen assumed it was a wrong number and was about to hang up when suddenly a deep male voice emerged from the other end. "Who are you?" Taken aback, Lin Chen froze. Meanwhile, Gu Li, who had almost drifted back to sleep, suddenly jolted awake. She snatched the phone from him, scrutinizing the incoming number, then abruptly hung up without uttering a word. Lin Chen, puzzled, inquired, "Baby?" After the call ended, Gu Li's expression betrayed a hint of panic, though she feigned calmness. "It must have been a wrong number. It's nothing. Are you still sleepy?" Lin Chen glanced at Gu Li and then at the phone in her hand, realizing he had inadvertently connected to her call. A sense of unease washed over him, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. "Still a bit tired. I might sleep a little longer. What about you?" Gu Li rubbed her eyes, appearing more alert. The fatigue seemed to ebb away, replaced by a hint of hunger as she prepared to freshen up and perhaps find something to eat. "What do you want to eat? I can make it for you." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly lunging towards Gu Li, playfully exclaiming, "I want to eat." "You." After some light-hearted banter, they felt entirely awake. Gu Li excused herself to wash up, making her way to the bathroom, yet her grip on her phone remained firm, as if she feared Lin Chen might accidentally connect with someone again. Lin Chen keenly sensed that Gu Li recognized the caller and that she was concealing something. Previously, he had been indifferent to who Gu Li knew or what she might keep from him. However, he found himself less forgiving now. His concern for Gu Li had deepened. He was acutely aware of her every action. Moreover, the call had come from a man, one who was unlisted, yet whose number Gu Li seemed to recognize instantly. Despite knowing that Gu Li loved him deeply and that he ought to trust her, the betrayals of his past haunted him. The more he cared, the more he feared loss, the more he grappled with insecurity. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped Lin Chen, prompting him to rise from bed and follow Gu Li into the bathroom. As Gu Li was lost in thought while brushing her teeth, she was suddenly startled by Lin Chen's surprise attack from behind, causing her to swallow the mouthwash in her mouth. What are you doing?" Guam Li exclaimed, pushing Lin Chen away in an attempt to extricate herself from his embrace. Lin Chen's gaze swirled with darkness, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his lips. "Darling, who called you just now?" He feigned indifference, engaging in casual conversation while playfully toying with his favorite object. Gu Li's face flushed crimson from his teasing, oblivious to the concealed emotions within Lin Chen. "It was just a relative I know, but our relationship isn't very good. Perhaps someone has been gossiping about me lately and called to admonish me." Upon hearing it was a relative, Lin Chen felt a subtle sense of relief. However, having witnessed Gu Li's reaction, he sensed that this relative held a unique significance for her. Furthermore, it seemed Gu Li wished to minimize her contact with this relative, as she had taken her phone away. In a moment of contemplation, another call came in for Gu Li. She glanced at the screen, prepared to hang up, and nonchalantly remarked, "There are so many scam calls nowadays. It's so annoying." Yet Lin Chen, possessing an excellent memory, immediately recognized this as the same number that had called earlier. Just as Gu Li was about to disconnect the call, Lin Chen seized her hand. "Darling, since when did you start lying to me? Or do you think I'm a fool?" Gu Li hesitated, her head drooping in shame. She had not intended to deceive him. She simply did not want to confront that person. Gu Li could already envision the harsh words that would echo from the other end if she answered the call. Lin Chen was her treasured secret, and she had never considered introducing him to that individual. She had long severed ties with the Gu family, and they were now as distant as the banks of two separate rivers. Gu Li opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words, and finally whispered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I just don't know how to explain it to you. Lin Chen seemed to grasp the situation, tenderly stroking her head. You don't need to explain anything to me. I suspect you don't want to face that person. Am I right? Suddenly realizing that the relative Gu Li referred to, whom she knew but had a poor relationship with, was clearly her father. Lin Chen wondered why he hadn't connected the dots earlier. Guamli Nudajanli. After 2 lifetimes, she still couldn't let go. After all, during her most challenging times, that person, her closest kin, had remained a bystander. Cold and indifferent, Gu Li no longer yearned for familial affection. She had Lin Chen now. Gu Li had never been greedy. She believed that possessing a small measure of happiness was already a stroke of good fortune. The call remained unanswered for an extended period before finally ceasing its vibrations. Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she would not have to face that situation again, only for the relentless caller to ring her once more. Gu Li had indeed blocked people before, yet each time, that individual would inevitably return after a while, calling from a new number to hurl insults at her. Consequently, for an extended period, Gu Li would feel a jolt of anxiety at the sight of unfamiliar phone numbers. Too frightened to answer. Instinctively, she attempted to hang up the phone, but Lin Chen gently grasped her hand. I will answer, he declared. Gu Li shook her head in response, stating, his words are exceedingly harsh. There's no need to subject myself to his vitriol. Lin Chen, yearning for familial affection, felt this way because he had never truly possessed it. In contrast, Gu Li harbored a fear of familial ties, having once experienced them only to be deeply wounded by her relatives. Lin Chen chuckled nonchalantly. I'm a grown man. I fear not a brawl. Why would I fear a reprimand? After all, it was Gu Li's biological father. Lin Chen reasoned that as long as the other party's words held merit and were not excessive, he would refrain from retorting. However, should the remarks become too outrageous or insult Gu Li, he would not hesitate to engage in a verbal confrontation, regardless of whether the individual was her father or even a figure of divine authority. Chapter 82. Am I a father now? Where were you before? The phone call was answered by Lin Chen. Before he could utter a word, the voice on the other end had already launched a scathing remark. Gu Li, you've grown wings now, daring to bring a man home for the night? Who was that wild man? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Gu Li snatched the phone away. Her tone was icy. What business is it of yours? Gu Changhai retorted, I am your father. How can it not concern me? Even through the phone, one could sense the barely contained fury emanating from Gu Changhai. Gu Li was unyielding. Now you claim to be my father? Where were you all this time? In my heart, my parents have long since passed away. From now on, whether it's a matter of importance or triviality, do not call me. We are merely strangers, and you are the one who said this to me. With that, she abruptly hung up, denying Lin Chen any chance to respond or the other party to retort. Not content with merely ending the call, she added his number to her blacklist. Gu Li vividly recalled the day she was cast out of the Gu family. The rain that day was even heavier than on the night when he sought money from her father, standing outside the gates. She had desperately pleaded with them to return her mother's ashes. And what was the outcome? Zhang Hua and Gu Han had fully claimed the Gu estate, sheltered beneath an eave that shielded them from the wind and rain, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. The mere thought of their disdainful expressions still ignited a fierce desire within Gu Li to confront them. Yet their flippant words shattered all her resolve. Your mother was a lunatic, and she jumped to her death. How unlucky it would be to keep her ashes at home. Didn't she love the sea? We, the Good Samaritans, will certainly help her return to the ocean. Gu Li recognized that Zhang Hua was far from benevolent. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to expel the true heiress of the Gu family and occupy her place with her own daughter? They had driven her mother to her demise, and even in death, they scattered her ashes. Gu Li loathed her own helplessness, wishing desperately to grow stronger and ensure that they paid in kind for their blood debts. At that time, Gu Li was still young and slender, having endured a childhood marked by her emotionally unstable mother, often suffering from malnutrition due to erratic meals. Slipping through the gap in the iron gate was not particularly challenging for her. She had often played games of darting in and out through such openings. However, Zhang Hua, who continued to provoke Gu Li from the other side of the gate, was oblivious to this. She relentlessly taunted Gu Li, whose eyes were now red with fury. In an unexpected moment, Gu Li squeezed through the gap in the iron gate. Her figure darted forward like a nimble rabbit, catching the gatekeeper and servants off guard as she charged directly towards Zhang Hua. "Ah!" Zhang Hua screamed, her body collapsing to the ground like a turtle upturned. Beneath her, a pool of crimson mingled with rainwater stained the earth. Zhang Hua, her face a mask of terror, clutched her abdomen and let out a piercing scream. "My child! My child!" That child, conceived through countless efforts by Zhang Hua, was rumored to be a precious son. In her daily life, even her biological daughter, Gu Han, would be scolded and pushed away whenever she sought to cuddle close, as Zhang Hua feared that a mere bump could jeopardize the golden treasure growing within her. At that time, Gu Li was still quite young and was indeed intimidated by Zhang Hua's imposing demeanor. Even after Gu Changhai returned and struck her a few times, she remained in a daze, unable to defend herself. It was during this period that Gu Li was cast out from the Gu family. Fortunately, her mother had established a fund and a bank account for her before her passing, and with that meager sum, Gu Li managed to care for herself, growing up amid struggles. In truth, after experiencing the harsh realities of society in her previous life, Gu Li began to yearn for familial affection. Thus, when the Gu family sought her out once more, she found herself hesitating. Deep within, akin to Lin Chen in the present, she craved familial bonds. She would not forgive Zhang Hua and her daughter, yet she hoped to mend her relationship with her father. After all, even a tiger does not consume its own cub. And moreover, Gu Li was acutely aware that she was her father's only biological offspring. This secret came to light by chance. Over the years, Zhang Hua had been far from virtuous, and Gu Han was not Gu Changhai's biological daughter at all. Yet what ensued? Gu Changhai deceitfully lured her back home, using her fame to pave the way for Gu Han, enabling her to ascend the entertainment industry while stepping on Gu Li's flesh and blood. But that was not the most outrageous part. The most appalling aspect was that Gu Changhai, as a father, had the audacity to use Gu Li's marriage as bait to attract investments. Gu Li was unaware of which prominent family Gu Changhai had conspired with for this matrimonial transaction. Just as they plotted to deceive her into compliance, Gu Li awakened to the truth, abandoning any hope for familial love and escaping the Gu family under the cover of night. This marked the 31st new number she had blocked, and the harassment had become particularly frequent in the past couple of months. According to the timeline of her previous life, it was indeed around this time that the Gu group had begun to face financial turmoil, and Gu Changhai had initiated his deceitful scheme. In her past life, Gu Li had fallen for it due to a flicker of hope and expectation. However, in this life, she harbored no illusions and held no expectations. All she desired was to live a good life with Lin Chen. Therefore, even though Gu Changhai was her biological father, Gu Li refused to indulge him with even a modicum of kindness. Lin Chen observed Gu Li's trembling fingers after she hung up the phone. Her expression was grave, tinged with anger and sorrow, as if she were ensnared in an unpleasant memory. Lin Chen was unaware of all that Gu Li had endured, yet he felt a surge of compassion and guilt. He should not have answered the call. He should not have compelled her to confront those she wished to avoid. Gu Li was such a good person. Anyone she did not want to face must be exceedingly wicked. Even if he were Gu Li's biological father, he must be an utterly inadequate parent. Gently, Lin Chen embraced the still-dazed Gu Li, whispering words of comfort. "My dear, it's all right now. It's all in the past." Gu Li finally regained her composure, nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, gently inquiring, "Lin Chen, will you eventually develop feelings for another woman? Will you drive me to despair for the sake of another? Will you forsake our child for the offspring of another?" Lin Chen had no time to respond when Gu Li continued, "No, I will not permit you to have another woman, nor will I allow you to harbor affections for anyone else." She lifted her gaze, her tear-stained eyes slightly reddened, her expression resolute and fervent. "If such a day were to come, I would take it upon myself to end your life." Chapter 83. What constitutes infidelity in intimate relationships? Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation along his back, vaguely sensing that Gu Li was not jesting. If he were truly to betray her, she might genuinely take drastic measures against him. He immediately responded, "No, my dear, I am not that kind of man." From the moment Lin Chen chose Gu Li, he had no intention of accepting another woman into his life. Even though at that time, his affection was not as profound as it is now, merely a faint liking. He has since come to realize that he is deeply in love with the woman before him. He has irrevocably committed himself to her. Betrayal? Absolutely not. Lin Chen had experienced betrayal in his past life and understood all too well the pain it inflicted. In this lifetime, encountering Gu Li felt like having exhausted his fortune from several lifetimes. Thus, his love for her only grows deeper, more cherished with each passing moment. In Lin Chen's eyes, Gu Li's fierce words, born from her deep concern, resembled a tiny, claws-bared kitten, harmless yet adorably fierce. Observing Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Li, seemingly unamused, playfully bit his chin. "Do you think I am joking?" Lin Chen promptly raised both hands in surrender, exclaiming, "No, I am quite serious." Gu Li narrowed her eyes, her delicate fingers tracing the stubble on Lin Chen's chin before gradually descending to caress his Adam's apple, and then moving to the faintly palpable veins beneath his skin. "I'm not the kind of girl who, upon being wronged or betrayed, simply weeps. I refuse to indulge in self-pity, living a life unrecognizable to both man and spirit. If anyone wrongs me, I shall not respond with kindness. Should my lover betray me, I would first end his life, and then take my own, so we may rest together. I intend to cling to him through countless lifetimes. Even in death, we shall traverse the afterlife together. Of course, I trust you, my dear. You are so wonderful. There is no way you would betray me or fall for another woman. I merely feel that as we have grown so close, it is time for you to know me better. The true me, the one who lurks in the shadows, forever donning a mask, afraid to reveal my true self." Gu Li boldly unveiled her innermost thoughts to Lin Chen, watching him with an expectant gaze, curious about his reaction. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, a single word flashing through his mind. "Yandera?" At that moment, he felt neither fear nor aversion. Instead, a thrill coursed through him, conjuring even more absurd thoughts. "My dear, I believe I can learn even more about you." Gu Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How so?" Lin Chen, at an unknown moment, produced a tie and gently bound her hands with it. "I think you might enjoy this." 2 hours later, Gu Li's anxieties had completely faded. She was too weary to keep her eyes open. In contrast, Lin Chen felt invigorated. After dressing, he stealthily exited the bedroom. As the bedroom door was gently closed, Gu Li slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and devoid of fatigue. Half an hour later, Lin Chen ascended the stairs, carrying 2 bowls of noodles he had prepared himself. Upon pushing the door open, he found Gu Li reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Lin Chen placed the noodles on the small dining table and called out, "Darling, come and eat." Gu Li lazily rose from her bed and took a seat at the table, consuming her noodles while simultaneously playing with her phone. Lin Chen furrowed his brows at the sight. "Focus on your meal. Do not eat while using your phone. It is detrimental to both your stomach and your eyes." Irritated, Gu Li set her phone down and buried her head in her noodles, completely ignoring Lin Chen. It was then that Lin Chen began to sense a shift in her mood and tentatively asked, "Darling, are you upset?" Gu Li continued to eat without responding. Lin Chen confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the girl was genuinely angry. He cautiously inquired, "Did I hurt you just now? Or is something bothering you?" Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, he believed he had been quite attentive, maintaining an excellent rhythm and feeling satisfaction several times along the way. Why then? Was she upset? Finally, Gu Li reacted, lifting her gaze to glare at Lin Chen. "You are cheating." Lin Chen looked bewildered. "Cheating? When did I ever cheat?" To be truthful, Lin Chen had always been at the top of his class, winning through sheer ability. He had never resorted to dishonesty. Gu Li pointed to the marks on her body. "Here, here, and here. These are all signs of your cheating." Lin Chen was even more perplexed. "These are merely tokens of affection. How can they be considered cheating?" Gu Li widened her eyes, her expression serious and solemn. "Premature intimacy is indeed a form of cheating. It bypasses the essential step of truly understanding a person's inner self, opting instead to grasp only their physicality. There is no intention to delve into the depths of another's world or to approach their soul. This form of cheating does not enrich one's spiritual existence through love. It resembles finding a dispensable companion to fill the void of boredom. This is the lament of the fast food romance era. Premature physical contact is akin to fleeting fireworks in the night, remembered only for their dazzling brilliance while neglecting the aftermath of scattered gunpowder remnants. Listening to Gu Li's words, Lin Chen gradually set down his bowl and chopsticks, regarding Gu Li with equal seriousness. So, do you believe that the pace between us is quickened? That my intimate actions are mere acts of deceit and do not reflect genuine affection for you? Do you think I am enamored solely by your physicality without regard for your essence? Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. Darling, why do you harbor such misconceptions? Is my expression of love not sufficiently evident? Or do you believe I'm the type of man who indiscriminately accepts any woman's advances? That if a woman were to undress before me, I would instantly pounce? Gu Li once again lowered her head, small splashes of water erupting on the table. Yet, I just share my sorrow with you, so earnestly analyzing my feelings. You are preoccupied with such matters. Lin Chen finally realized the profound disparity in thoughts between men and women, and immediately stepped forward to embrace Gu Li. His intention was to divert her attention. Engaging in such activities is both pleasurable and physically exhausting. When she is both fatigued and joyful, she will naturally cease to dwell on unhappy thoughts. As the saying goes, fights at the head of the bed lead to reconciliation at the foot. Can conflicts between spouses truly be regarded as genuine disputes? While wiping away her tears, he comforted her, "My dear, no matter who you are, I cherish you. Moreover, such matters serve as the most compelling affirmation of our bond. If I didn't take care for you, could we truly be so harmonious and joyful together? And do not malign me. Who was it that first leaped into my arms? How can you now turn the tables and claim that things have progressed too swiftly?" Gu Li gradually ceased her tears, shyly lowering her gaze in embarrassment. "That is a reflection of your lack of fortitude to withstand trials," Lin Chen exclaimed. All right, it's all my fault. But could you refrain from letting the toxic platitudes you find online influence your thoughts?" Gu Li awkwardly raised her eyes. "How did you know that phrase came from the internet?" Lin Chen turned her phone, which was positioned face down on the table, revealing that it was indeed a live stream from someone claiming to be a relationship guru, discussing infidelity in intimate relationships. "From now on, listen to my sweet, nothing's more often and these words less, shall we?" Guam Liu Wadian Li Nudda. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of affection, thinking, "I could just devour you whole." Chapter 84. Entering the variety show after all the commotion, Gu Li felt significantly more at ease. She considered herself a peculiar being, yet Lin Chen cared not at all. On the contrary, his affection had only deepened. Indeed, Lin Chen loved her even more, for he had come to understand the essence of Gu Li, which others could not grasp. She resembled a stunningly beautiful yet aloof kitten, one that feigned ferocity solely to safeguard her heart. However, it was only in Lin Chen's presence that she would roll over, exposing her soft belly, indulging in playful charm merely to avoid abandonment. Who could resist such a sight? Lin Chen certainly could not. In the bathroom, Gu Li hummed a tune while tending to her daily rituals, while Lin Chen sent out a text. Moments later, a certain self-proclaimed master of romance, who had been ensnaring the hearts of young men and women, found his live stream abruptly shut down. The hundreds of thousands of viewers, engrossed in the show, were left bewildered, utterly unaware of what forbidden words had been uttered. A few minutes later, the master updated his profile. "I am perpetually single, striving to become a positive energy broadcaster." Fans who had hoped to learn the secrets of love from him were left in shock. What did that even mean? Perpetually single? How could he possibly teach others about romance? It was no wonder that sometimes his insights resonated, while at other times they seemed excessively idealistic, even one-sided. The truth lay here. All his notions of love were mere fabrications, his supposed insights born from imagination. Without personal experience, how could one truly comprehend the essence of love? Finally, the end of the final exams arrived. With Lin Chen's assistance and Gu Li's inherent intelligence, she navigated her exams with ease. Both Lin Chen and Gu Li began to grow increasingly busy. The variety show Lin Chen had previously mentioned was set to commence filming, and Gu Li received an invitation from the production team. At that moment, Gu Li sincerely believed that Lin Chen was capable of anything. As Lin Chen diligently packed her belongings, Gu Li embraced him tightly from behind, playfully cooing, "Baby, you are truly amazing. You're like my Aladdin's lamp. It feels as though whatever I desire, you can help me achieve." Lin Chen reveled in her endearments, setting aside what he was holding to turn and embrace her. "So, how do you intend to reward me?" he asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Gu Li, blushing and shy, gazed at Lin Chen. "What kind of reward do you desire?" Between them, an unspoken understanding had blossomed. With merely a glance, they could convey their innermost thoughts. Lin Chen's hand traced from her brow to her crimson lips. "Anything you wish." Suddenly, Gu Li recalled that this variety show would likely take her abroad for several months, and the thought of parting from Lin Chen already filled her with longing. Action spoke far louder than words. Gu Li demonstrated just how deeply she loved Lin Chen through her gestures. 2 hours later, Lin Chen leaned against the headboard, gently toying with Gu Li's long hair. He was not a smoker, yet he found himself yearning for a cigarette to alleviate the emotions swirling within him. How to describe it? It was exhilarating. Yet, there exists an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, akin to the discomfort one feels after overeating, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of shame. At this moment, even the finest delicacies lose their appeal. There is also an indescribable sense of contentment, as if reaching this stage in life renders one devoid of desires. To speak candidly, Gu Li has indeed made progress today, a development so pronounced that Lin Chen finds it somewhat overwhelming. Yet, the more this occurs, the greater Lin Chen's delight, for she is a commendable student he has nurtured with his own hands. Gu Li, however, is not asleep. She nestles in his embrace, a wave of sorrow washing over her. It will be several months before they can meet again. Seeing Gu Li in such distress softens Lin Chen's heart, nearly compelling him to speak the truth. But upon realizing that it would spoil the surprise, he resolutely swallows his words. "Be good. A few months will pass in the blink of an eye." The more Gu Li contemplates, the more sorrowful she becomes. "But the time apart from my beloved feels like an eternity." In the past, Gu Li managed to endure solitude for years. However, since being with Lin Chen, she feels fragile and delicate, yearning to be by his side every moment. Aware of her infatuation, she hesitated to engage in relationships in her previous life. Yet now, having found the one she loves most, her heart is irretrievably ensnared. Fortunately, Lin Chen adores her clingy demeanor, not solely due to his affection for Gu Li, but also because it instills in him a profound sense of accomplishment, affirming that he has made the right choice in life. Bending down, he gently kisses her forehead and softly reassures her, "Once I have arranged everything, I will come to find you. Take good care of yourself while I am not by your side, all right?" Gu Li pouts in displeasure. "Do you think I'm a child? If you're worried, why not join me for the program?" However, she soon feels it inappropriate, recognizing that Lin Chen is at a critical juncture in his career, and she cannot allow her presence to hinder his progress. No, you cannot come. I am grown up. I can manage." She reflects on how she had spent decades alone in her previous life. Could she not take care of herself now? Yet, the thought of parting from Lin Chen renders her unable to resist the urge to cling to him tightly, exclaiming, "I do not want to separate from you. I do not want to." Due to the rise of online live streaming, the production team has adopted a live format for the first day of recording. The initial day involves visiting the homes of the participating guests for pickup. Unsurprisingly, Gu Li is the youngest and least prominent among all the participants. As a laid-back boss, she refrains from allowing her company to issue any peculiar promotional materials, resulting in her fans being entirely unaware of her participation in the show. Gu Li's live stream sees minimal interaction, with only the occasional bewildered passerby stumbling into her broadcast, too astonished to leave. Not only are the passersby stunned, but even the production staff is taken aback. The production team's vehicle followed the navigation to reach Hutching No. 1 courtyard. After explaining their purpose, They passed through numerous checkpoints before entering the villa area. Upon witnessing the exquisite and opulent villas within, the staff couldn't help but shed tears of envy. It would take a lifetime of toil and sacrifice to afford even a single unit in such a splendid locale. When the vehicle finally arrived at the designated villa, the staff was taken aback, for this particular residence stood apart from the others. It was immediately evident that it was far more expensive. The comments section erupted with excitement. "Ah, I recognize this. It's the King of Hutching #1 courtyard. Wow, the upstairs crowd sure knows their stuff. The king of the building? Just how exorbitant could it be? Who is Gu Li to possess such wealth? Not too pricey, just a few minor goals, I suppose. What? A few $100 million? Don't forget, Gu Li has publicly announced her boyfriend, rumored to be quite affluent. I bet if he's loaded, he must be rather unattractive. When God opens a window, he surely closes all the doors, otherwise it would be quite unjust. Here's a sorrowful truth for the upstairs crowd. It is said that Gu Li's boyfriend is exceedingly handsome. There have even been photos leaked, and he appears to be both strikingly attractive and exceptionally intelligent. I refuse to believe it. No pictures, no truth. I'm not convinced." Chapter 85. The higher the path, the greater the devil. The director of the production team had been particularly cautioned by his superiors regarding the guests. Among them, although Gu Li held the least prominent position, she required the utmost care, for her boyfriend wielded considerable influence as the most significant investor in the current program. Thus, the director had to personally oversee Gu Li's filming progress. Initially skeptical, the director questioned how much power a mere actress's boyfriend could possess. Now, as the crew stood before the villa, he realized the truth of his superior's words. At that moment, the villa's gate was firmly shut, seemingly oblivious to the crew's arrival. The barrage of comments from viewers flooded in, mocking the team for perhaps having chosen the wrong location. How could a small-time actress be associated with such a wealthy individual? The director, despite not responding to the comments, thought to himself, just wait for the moment of vindication. The more he was ridiculed, the more impactful the revelation would be, generating buzz and attracting viewership. Initially, the director was reluctant to include newcomers in the show, dismissing them as lacking the necessary clout and audience appeal. However, he now perceived this newcomer as a fortuitous opportunity. After all, his previous attempts at producing variety shows had floundered, and his superiors had issued an ultimatum. If this episode failed, he would be out of job. Observing the soaring popularity in the live stream, he felt confident that failure was not an option. Just as the director was contemplating whether to audaciously call Gu Li, someone finally emerged from the villa. Hey. It seems someone is coming out. It looks like a man, and he is quite tall. Unfortunately, before the individual could draw closer, the photographer, responding to the director's signal, promptly lowered the camera to focus on the ground. They had not yet sought the individual's consent to appear on camera, fearing they might offend him. Soon, Lin Chen strode forward and opened the door. The crew finally caught sight of Lin Chen's appearance. Even the photographer could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is truly handsome." Having been in the entertainment industry for years, he had seen countless attractive individuals, but if he was impressed, Lin Chen must indeed be exceptionally striking. Originally prepared to depart due to the camera being aimed at the ground, the audience abruptly changed their minds. Quickly, cameraman, raise the camera. Let us see just how handsome he is. Yes, I'm so curious. The photographer, glancing at the barrage of comments, felt a strong urge to turn the camera towards Lin Chen, yet the warning glare from the director kept him in check. If even the director dared not offend him, how could he, a mere photographer, take such liberties? Lin Chen had known about the crew's arrival in advance. The agreed time was 10 o'clock in the morning, yet they had come half an hour early. Since Gu Li preferred a less crowded environment at home, Lin Chen had not employed a permanent housekeeper or servant. Instead, he had requested He Chang to introduce a few reliable part-time cleaning ladies to come by periodically. As Lin Chen opened the door, he had yet to introduce himself when the director approached him with an overly flattering demeanor. Hello. You must be Mr. Lin, right? I am David Wong, the director of this program." Lin Chen, considering that Gu Li would be working under the director's guidance for the foreseeable future, courteously extended a handshake. "I apologize, director, for keeping everyone waiting." Although the camera could not capture Lin Chen's appearance, His voice resonated clearly, prompting several female viewers to flood the screen with comments. What a delightful voice. It's truly irresistible for those who are auditory sensitive. Exactly. I can hardly imagine if he were beside me, whispering sweet nothings in such a voice. Ah. Though his visage remained unseen, his tall and commanding stature, coupled with his melodious voice and considerable wealth, painted him as the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome figure. I declare him my newly appointed husband. Despite not appearing on screen, Lin Chen gained notoriety through his voice. Gu Li had yet to make her entrance, yet the excitement in the live stream was already approaching the top 3 rankings. The director, while pleased, couldn't help but wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he followed Lin Chen into the villa. Gu Li had been waiting inside, and as an actress with a strong sense of the camera, she swiftly transitioned into work mode without needing the director's prompting. Hi everyone, I am actress Gu Li. I am honored to be invited to participate in Wonderful Travel Diary, experiencing the culinary delights and scenic beauty alongside my esteemed seniors. I am ready. Are you my audience? Initially, the director harbored concerns about Gu Li being a newcomer, especially since this was reportedly her first foray into a variety show, particularly one of the live format, fearing she might lack interactive engagement. However, it soon became evident that such apprehensions were utterly unfounded. Gu Li's presence was undeniably flawless, a beauty with no angles left unturned. Even in casual loungewear, she exuded an enchanting allure. The camera favored her, capturing her every movement with perfect grace, entirely unforced. The director quickly discerned that Gu Li had diligently studied the script provided earlier and was adeptly managing the rhythm without requiring additional cues from him. Gradually, the number of viewers in Gu Li's live stream grew, as her legion of fans finally arrived on the scene. They had stumbled upon her participation in the live variety show through the inexplicably trending term new national husband. In an instant, the heat of Gu Li's live stream soared to the #1 spot. Yet, completely oblivious to this surge was Gu Li herself. After a swift tour of the Grand Villa, she eventually reached the final segment, introducing her luggage to the audience on screen. At this juncture,